Battle Through the Heavens, Rebirth of Emperor Yin Chapter 1098 to Chapter 1175. What's going on? Yi Luo Tian doesn't seem to be with their group. Do they have some sort of plan? Lung Bingshuang immediately frowned when she saw that Yi Luo Tian was not with the group from the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley. She could not help but cry out in surprise. Perhaps. To them, it's an ingenious plan, but to me, it should be within my expectations. In comparison, Xiaoyan's face did not show much surprise. He should be able to roughly guess where Yi Luo Tian had gone. While Xiaoyan was observing the group from the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley, Qin Shua's gaze also swept across the people beside Xiaoyan. However, his heart could not help but sink when he sensed the auras of the 5 people. He had never expected that Xiaoyan's side would actually have 5 origin transformation experts. At this moment, Qin Shua could not help but think of Yi Luo Tian. That fellow had claimed that he had gone to gather reinforcements. Why was he nowhere to be seen now that the battle was about to begin? Could it be that he had already sensed the strength of Xiaoyan's side and fled by himself? Damn it, that bastard. I shouldn't have let him go so easily. When he thought of this, the pressure in Qin Shua's heart grew even heavier. If it was really as he thought, Yi Luo Tian had escaped by himself and left this mess to him in the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley. Wouldn't he be doomed? They were the ones who had issued the challenge. How could they just accept the challenge and not accept the challenge? Even if the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley was willing to admit defeat, a battle would still be unavoidable. At this moment, Qin Shua could only hope that Yi Luo Tian would not go back on his promise and not return. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to fight to the death with Xiaoyan's group with just the people behind him. Unknowingly, Xiaoyan's faction had already become much more terrifying than the Colossus of the Western region. Even though the number of Dodi was not as many as the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley, just a single origin transformation expert was enough to change the entire situation in an instant, let alone the fact that Xiaoyan's side had 2 more origin transformation experts. Ha 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 ha, Sect Master, since they've lost an origin transformation expert, why don't we use this opportunity to take action and finish them off in one go? Behind Xiaoyan, Fang Tonghui and Lu Cheng hurriedly stepped forward and spoke with sinister smiles on their faces. They wouldn't mind taking advantage of the situation. Of course, Xiaoyan wouldn't mind either. This was a battle between sections. To be honest, this kind of battle was inherently unfair. Why should they wait just because the other side had one less person? This kind of so-called waiting would only invisibly increase the pressure on their side. Alright, since this is the case, now, Xiaoyan lifted his right hand and waved it violently after his words sounded. Immediately, the group of people from Xiao Gate behind him moved and charged toward the group from the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley. At the same time, the expressions of the people from the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley changed when they saw that Xiaoyan's group had actually taken the lead to attack. This was especially the case for Qin Shua, who involuntarily cursed. Damn fellow, if you still don't appear, I will definitely tear you to pieces when I find you. Soon after, Qin Shua led the people from the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley to attack Xiaoyan's group. However, at this moment, a loud laughter was suddenly heard from the sky above where the 2 parties were about to fight. Ha 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 ha, Valley Master, are you really worried that I will run away? The expressions of the people from Xiao Gate and the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley all changed when the loud laughter rang out. Their charging figures came to a halt because of this. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the group of people who were slowly descending from the sky. At this moment, another group of people had descended from the sky in an extremely strange manner between the 2 groups of people. The leader of this group was Yi Luo Tian, who had disappeared without a trace. At this moment, there was another group of people behind Yi Luo Tian. There were not many people in this group. There were only 13 of them in total. However, the appearance of these 13 people caused Xiaoyan's expression to abruptly change drastically. The rock in his heart also instantly fell to the bottom of the valley. Other than the leader, Yi Luo Tian, this group of 14 also had 10 high-class Dodi and 2 origin transformation experts. As for the black-robed person closest to Yi Luo Tian, the strength of his cultivation caused Xiaoyan to feel a dense uneasiness in his heart. Returnant's realm, Xiaoyan had clearly sensed this special feeling from Xinggan of the Alchemist Alliance. It was a special feeling that surpassed that of an origin transformation expert. There was no need to doubt that the person who had come was a returnance expert. As for these 13 people, there was no doubt that they were all from the Ghost Palace. At the place where they landed, other than the swirling black mist, there was also a wide black robe that covered their bodies, as well as a strange mask that was exposed to the air. It really is the Ghost Hall. On a mountain peak far away from the Sand River, Xingan and Han Dong were standing there, staring at the three forces in the city from afar. When the two of them saw the dozen or so black-robed men appear, their expressions became gloomy. President, the cultivation of the person at the front, it can't be wrong. He's also a returnance expert. Xingan was stern as he slowly replied. Then should we take action? Han Dong's face tightened slightly when he heard that. He placed great importance on Xiaoyan. If he could help, he hoped that he could help him through this crisis. Let's watch first. Unless we have no other choice, let's not take action so easily. With that, Han Dong also nodded sternly. He fell silent and continued to stare at the situation in the city in the distance. At the same time, a group of black-robed people, whose appearances could not be clearly seen, were also standing on another mountain peak to the north. Many pairs of golden eyes under the black robes were observing the scene in the city at this moment. They were constantly vigilant. On the chest area of their black robes, all of them wore a badge with the word heaven written on it without exception. Following the appearance of these 10+ people in the arena, the expressions of everyone on Xiaoyan's side changed drastically. 10 high-class Dodi and 3 origin transformation experts had appeared. There was even a mysterious expert whose cultivation they could not identify among them. Once this lineup was added to the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley, it was equivalent to 60 Dodi, 6 origin transformation experts, and an extremely dangerous person whose strength was unknown. As a result, the difference between the Xiao Gate and the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley had undergone a great reversal in the blink of an eye. The situation that had originally been advantageous to the Xiao Gate had become dangerous in an instant. Xiaoyan's expression was extremely solemn as he looked at the group of human figures standing in the empty space a short distance away from him. This was especially the case when his gaze swept over the black-robed person leading the group. His heart involuntarily trembled. The appearance of a returnance expert had turned the situation around in a single moment. The situation that had originally been advantageous to Xiaoyan's group was no longer present. Although the battle had yet to begin, the outcome of the battle seemed to be extremely obvious from the current situation. Whether it was in terms of origin transformation experts or Dodi, the people from the Maze Valley of the Qin Wastelands were superior to Xiaoyan's group. With such a disadvantage, it was basically impossible for Xiaoyan's group to emerge victorious. Even the people from the Xiao sect behind Xiaoyan could not help but feel their hearts sink when they sensed this. Some of them even began to consider retreating. No matter how precious the pills were, they were not as important as their lives. It was impossible for a group of just over 40 people to fight against a sect that had almost 70 people. Not to mention, the difference in the number of experts between the two sides was extremely obvious. If they continued to fight, it would be no different from throwing their lives away. No matter how much they desired the extreme transformation pill, they would not go so far as to throw their lives away. Xiaoyan, TSK, I've heard of your name like thunder. After staying in the western region for so long, I've finally seen your true appearance. Just as both parties were silent, the black-robed leader beside Yi Luotian suddenly shifted his gaze. A pair of scarlet eyes were revealed from the black fog. They stared intently at Xiaoyan on the opposite side like a poisonous snake. A strange laughter was emitted from his mouth. A group of things that are neither human nor ghost. I've already grown impatient from waiting for this day. I'll start with you first. Xiaoyan's eyes were extremely cold as he stared at the black-robed man. A dense killing intent appeared on his face. The moment his words sounded, his body shook and a pale blue flame soared with a bang, wrapping around Xiaoyan's body. The pair of scarlet eyes under the black robe involuntarily hardened when he saw this scene. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to recognize that the flame that had adhered to Xiaoyan's body was definitely a heavenly flame. However, the thing that surprised him was that the strength of the heavenly flame's aura did not originate from the Doqi continent. Instead, it came from the original heavenly flames on the Yuanwu continent, which had already transformed into spirits. Could it be the spirit of a heavenly flame? The expression of the black-robed man under his mask involuntarily changed when he sensed this. However, he could not help but frown when he once again checked the pale blue flame on Xiaoyan's body. If it was really the spirit of a heavenly flame, why was the color of the heavenly flame on Xiaoyan's body a pale blue color? According to his knowledge, there was no heavenly flame on the heavenly flame ranking that displayed such a color. Moreover, if Xiaoyan really possessed the spirit of a heavenly flame, why would he reveal such an expression when he saw them? That grave expression did not appear to be an act. Although he had guessed that Xiaoyan did not have the protection of a heavenly flame spirit, the black-robed man still felt some fear towards Xiaoyan. Even though Xiaoyan's cultivation was far inferior to his, the black-robed man had long heard of the former's terrifying battle prowess. Fighting against someone of a higher cultivation level was a common occurrence for him. Hence, even with his cultivation level, he could not help but feel somewhat worried when he fought against Xiaoyan this time. Humph, Yi Luo Tian, I never imagined that you would actually mix around with this group of fellows. At this moment, a low and cold snort suddenly sounded from Qin Shua's mouth in another part of the square. As one of the overlords of the western region, Qin Shua had naturally heard of Ghost Palace. When he first saw these black-robed men, he immediately recognized their identities. Ha ha, ha ha. Ha ha ha, Valley Chief's words are wrong. How can we be called messing around? The reason why I have invited these few people here is because we have the same goal. You and I are here for Xiaoyan, and they are also here for Xiaoyan. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. We are currently in a cooperative relationship. Valley Chief's words inevitably cause one to feel a little disappointed. However, Yi Luo Tian merely smiled and shook his head in response to Qin Shua's cold snort. A cold glint flashed across the depths of his sinister old eyes as he laughed sinisterly. What nonsense cooperation! How can I allow others to interfere with the people that I want to deal with? Moreover, you better listen to the old me clearly. The people that the old me wants to kill are Xiaoyan and Lingbing Shuang, not just him. You should also stop comparing the old me with these bastards. TSK. Valley Master Qin, don't tell me you don't understand the situation from before. If we did not step in, do you think that you can deal with Xiaoyan with just a few of you in the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley? If you really think that we are meddling in other people's business, that's fine too. We'll leave now. At that time, let's see how your Qin Wasteland Maze Valley will fight with Xiaoyan. The black-robed person let out a strange laugh the instant Qin Shua's curse sounded. His scarlet eyes swept over Qin Shua's and Xiaoyan's groups while his mouth was filled with a cold smile. Qin Shua's old face involuntarily twitched when he heard the black-robed man's words. Even though he was unwilling to admit it in his heart, this was the truth. Without the help of this group of people, they would not be a match for Xiaoyan's group. After a long while, Qin Shua finally snorted unwillingly. Soon after, Yi Luotian's gaze landed on him as he chuckled. Valley Master, instead of complaining here, why don't we take advantage of this opportunity to work together and eliminate Xiaoyan's group to prevent endless trouble in the future? Qin Shua's ferocious gaze immediately landed on Yi Luotian when he heard these words. At the end of the day, all of this was caused by this fellow. Unfortunately, he had no other choice now. He could only deal with Xiaoyan first before discussing the matter between them. Everyone in the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley, listen up. Kill. Qin Shua waved his hand and pointed at Xiaoyan's group. Soon after, the group from the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley behind him began to shout kill. Their voices filled the sky as wave after wave of powerful auras intertwined in the sky. They were like a tsunami as they viciously pounced towards Xiaoyan's group. In the face of this astonishing scene, the faces of the group behind Xiaoyan turned pale. They were extremely shocked. The battle had only just begun, yet these people had already lost all will to fight, kill. However, it was also at this moment that a large group of people suddenly surged out from behind Xiaoyan's group. Dozens of human figures flew into the sky and charged towards everyone in the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley. Murderous cries sounded from all directions. Their strength was not the least bit inferior to the former. Ha 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 ha. Brother Xiaoyan, back then, you saved us from the sea of bitterness. After that, they took the initiative to look for me. They hope that I can lead them to participate in today's big battle and lend you a hand. When Xiaoyan raised his head and looked over, it was likely that the number of experts who had arrived was no less than 40. While Xiaoyan was searching for the source of the sound, Lu Zhongtian's figure slowly landed in front of him. He cupped his hands together in an extremely respectful manner the moment he saw Xiaoyan. As for the group of people who were charging forward, they were naturally the group of elite Dodi that Xiaoyan had saved in the western valley of Flat Mountain not long ago. However, the group today was clearly much larger than a few days ago. The sudden appearance of Lu Zhongtian and the group of elite Dodi could be said to be timely assistance to Xiaoyan. The originally disadvantageous situation immediately stabilized with the addition of these people. The 40 people fought with the elite Dodi from the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley. It was difficult to determine a victor within a short period of time, and the battle situation immediately stabilized. Ha ha ha, Brother Lu is truly timely assistance. I will remember this matter and will definitely thank everyone after this matter is over. Lu Zhongtian's appearance caused Xiaoyan's heart to immediately relax. The burden on his shoulders seemed to have lightened significantly in an instant. He immediately cupped his hands together towards Lu Zhongtian, his face filled with gratitude. Haha, Brother Zhao's words are too serious. You were the one who saved us first. We are extremely honored to be able to help you. Ever since we left the Mountain Pass Valley that day, they came to find me. I relied on my reputation in the western region to find some friends that I made back then. Unfortunately, I was only able to rope in 11 people. It is really true that a friend in need is a friend indeed. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan involuntarily nodded and sighed. The human heart was like this. Adding flowers to brocade might be valuable, but only by providing timely assistance would one be able to see a person's true feelings. This time around, Lu Zhongtian's actions would undoubtedly change the relationship between Xiaoyan and himself. So it was you, Xiaoyan. No wonder these fellows suddenly disappeared. Without a trace. It was all because of you. After hearing the conversation between Xiaoyan and Lu Zhongtian, Yi Luotian, who was already extremely vexed over this matter, immediately understood. The one who had saved these people from the Mountain Pass Valley was actually Xiaoyan. It was no wonder that his connection with the dry leaf goo in these people's bodies was severed. With the heavenly flame in his body, Xiaoyan could easily remove the dry leaf goo from his body. Xiaoyan and Lu Zhongtian coldly chuckled as they stared at Yi Luotian, who was currently staring at the both of them with an extremely dark expression. Endless murderous intent surged in their eyes. It was likely that everyone present was determined to kill this bastard. At this moment, there might be a chance for the rest of the people present to survive, but Yi Luotian would definitely die. You all should go as well. These people alone are no match for them. In the sky, the black-robed person glanced at the people who were fighting intensely in front of him. An expression of disdain flashed across his eyes. The role of an elite Dodi in this battle was merely cannon fodder. Regardless of how many there were, the final deciding factor was still in the hands of these people. Or perhaps, it could be said that it was in his hands. After all, origin transformation experts were nothing before a returnance expert. The 10 black-robed people nodded in response when the order was given. Their bodies immediately moved, transforming into rays of light that swiftly entered the group of people fighting in front of them. With the addition of these 10 elite Dodi, the situation of the battle at the front immediately turned in favor of the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley. Xiaoyan did not dare to be careless when he saw this scene. He raised his hand and waved it. The members of Xiao Gate behind him also charged forward with renewed confidence at this moment. With the addition of Lu Zhongtian's group, the situation between both parties was instantly leveled. In terms of the number of elite Dodi, the Xiao Gate had over 10 more than the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley. Defeating the other party was merely a matter of time. Next, it was time for the official experts from both sides to fight. Hall Chief Luo, leave this brat to Valley Chief Qin and I to deal with. As long as you are able to, no, I want to personally exchange blows with Xiaoyan. You are not worthy. Before Yi Luotian's words sounded, the black-robed person by the side suddenly let out a cold snort. His words were filled with disdain. Yi Luotian's expression instantly changed when his words sounded. The black-robed person let out a cold snort when he saw this. I advise you not to have any thoughts that you should not have. Don't think that I am looking down on you. Your cultivation may be quite high, but from what I know, Xiaoyan has never been defeated by anyone of the same cultivation level. Even if the two of you join hands, it is impossible for you to be a match for him. Moreover, he also possesses a heavenly flame and has an overwhelming advantage over your own affinity. I will not stop you if you wish to seek death. Even though Yi Luotian was extremely unwilling in his heart, he could only clench his teeth and remain silent after this ridicule. He had once exchanged blows with Xiaoyan and clearly understood just how powerful the latter was. He was definitely no match for him. However, the person in front of him actually said that he and Qin Shua would not be a match for Xiaoyan even if they joined hands. This person was really underestimating the two of them. Unfortunately, the person who was currently in control of the situation was the former and not him, Yi Luotian. Even he had no choice but to lower his head in front of this Hall Chief Luo. Xiaoyan, allow me to deal with you. As for the others, Hall Chief Yan first smiled ferociously as he glanced at Xiaoyan. After which, his gaze swept over the two black-robed people behind him. The two of them immediately nodded. Their bodies flashed and they stood in front of him. Soon after, Yi Luotian, Qin Shua, and the rest followed close behind. 6 origin transformation experts blocked in front of Xiaoyan's group. Other than Xiaoyan, the other 5 all faced off against an origin transformation expert from the Lost Valley of the Qin Wasteland. Kair and the giant ape faced off against the 2 origin transformation experts from the Ghost Hall, while Lu Zhongtian and Murong Xian faced off against the 2 origin transformation experts from the Lost Valley of the Qin Wasteland. As for the Valley Master, he naturally faced off against his old enemy, Lung Bingshuang. At this moment, only Yi Luotian was still alone in the field. Keek, Valley Master, if the two of us work together, we will definitely be able to subdue this woman within 100 moves. Yi Luotian immediately let out a strange laugh when he saw that there was no one else present to obstruct him. His sinister eyes then landed on Lung Bingshuang. Lung Bingshuang's expression immediately darkened when she sensed the gazes of the two. Her heart also became extremely heavy. Lung Bingshuang admitted that she did not possess the strength to face off against 2 experts of the same cultivation level. However, the situation was tense right now, so this was probably the only thing she could do. Boom. However, it was also at this moment that Xiaoyan suddenly waved his sleeve and a black streak of light immediately shot out, heading straight for Yi Luotian. The two had only clashed for a moment before the powerful force sent Yi Luotian flying. When everyone focused their gazes in shock, they saw a purple gold metal body standing in the air. It indifferently stared at Yi Luotian as a murderous aura constantly surged from its body. A puppet. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. With their eyesight, they were naturally able to determine the strength of the puppet. Just from the previous attack, they could tell that its battle prowess was at least at the origin transformation stage. Soon after, everyone's gazes instantly landed on Xiaoyan. An origin transformation stage puppet. It seemed that Xiaoyan was not the only one with a hidden trump card. Even Yi Luotian had been hiding a portion of his strength. An origin transformation stage puppet was enough to change the outcome of the battle to a very large extent. Kill him, Northern King. Soon after, Xiaoyan's extremely cold voice rang out. The hovering Northern King indifferently responded with a hoarse voice. His body suddenly moved, turning into a streak of light that viciously collided with Yi Luotian in the blink of an eye. A great battle was about to erupt. When the Northern King and Yi Luotian clashed, Xiaoyan and the others all looked at their opponents. Very soon, Lung Bingshuang and the others clashed with the origin transformation experts on one side of the Maze Valley. At the same time, the 100 Do Di on the other side engaged in an intense battle as well. At this moment, only Xiaoyan and Hall Master Yun continued to stare at each other. At this moment, the two of them clearly understood that regardless of whether it was the 100 Do Di or the 12 origin transformation experts from both sides, these people were not the core of this big battle. There were only the two of them. The victory or defeat of Xiaoyan or Hall Chief Yun would completely break the stalemate of this big battle. The key to victory or defeat lay with these two people. TSK. Xiaoyan, do you know that I've been impatiently waiting for this day for over 20 years? Ever since I heard about you, I've been tempted to personally capture you. Now that we've finally met, don't worry, I'll definitely bring you back this time. A pair of scarlet eyes stared at Xiaoyan like a venomous snake under the black robes. His voice was filled with viciousness. "Humph, I've heard these words so many times that I've grown calluses. It's just a pity that you've never succeeded." Xiaoyan replied with a cold smile when he heard this. At the same time, he purposely extended his finger and pinched his ear. This scene caused the face under Hall Chief Yun's mask to twitch repeatedly. What shameless boasting. Today, I'd like to see just how capable the legendary Flame Emperor is. With a shout, Hall Master Yun's figure suddenly flashed. His terrifying speed made him seem like a phantom. The moment his figure vanished, Xiaoyan's expression instantly turned grave. Although that was what he said, his opponent was still a returnance expert after all. In terms of overall strength, Hall Master Yun was far superior to him in every aspect. If he dared to face him with a normal attitude, he would definitely have to pay a huge price. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind, and the strength in his body immediately agglomerated. The wing elephant skill followed the momentum, and the sky extinction step was also used without the slightest hesitation. A fierce, heavenly flame spread over Xiaoyan's body and protected him within it. The instant Xiaoyan's figure flashed, a chilling killing intent immediately surged from behind him. The sound of rushing wind rang out in Xiaoyan's ears, piercing his eardrums. In the next moment, a withered claw covered in Genesis Chi viciously tore through the space in front of it. Xiaoyan's figure had already vanished. Under the strange mask, a look of surprise appeared in a pair of scarlet-red eyes. Hall Master Yun had never imagined that an advanced origin transformation expert like Xiaoyan would be able to dodge his attack with his speed. Withdrawing his hand, Hall Master Yun narrowed his eyes as he looked at the trace of blood on the side of his little finger. The killing intent in his eyes grew even sharper. He suddenly turned his head and saw Xiaoyan wiping away the tiny trace of blood on the side of his face. At the same time, their gazes clashed once again. "Humph, you can actually dodge my attack. How surprising. However, it ends here." After Hall Master Yun uttered these words, his body once again disappeared from the spot. However, Xiaoyan did not dodge this time. Instead, he swiftly lifted his hands, and the Genesis Chi within his body rapidly circulated. A ferocious pale blue heavenly flame swiftly gathered above his head, swiftly forming a huge finger. Desolation Finger. Bone Claw. In an instant, Hall Master Yun's body once again appeared a short distance in front of Xiaoyan. At the same time, a layer of solidified Genesis Chi cuticle wrapped around her extended hand. Wave after wave of ruthless killing intent spread from it. A thin layer of blood fog also spread when it was formed. 5 sharp claws easily tore through the invisible space, and the biting cold aura made one's heart tremble. Boom! Soon after, the two powerful Do techniques violently collided together. A soul-stirring explosion immediately spread over the sand river. An energy storm swept over with it. Everyone in the city below had a drastic change in expression because of this soul-stirring attack. Even Leng Bingshuang, Qin Shua, and the others, who were currently engaged in an intense battle, could not help but turn their heads to look at Xiaoyan and Hall Chief Yun. After the storm scattered, the eyes of everyone in the sky and on the ground looked to the middle of the explosion. All they could see was Xiaoyan and Hall Chief Yun's sharp attacks violently colliding with each other. A muffled collision sound spread across the sky. Every punch struck flesh. Each strike was incomparably heavy. This kind of collision did not have too many fancy moves, nor did it require any skills. It was just a head-on collision using the most violent method. The outcome of this battle would depend on who could last the longest. Every part of their bodies that could come into contact with each other became their strongest weapons in such an intense collision. Whether it was their limbs, elbows, knees, chests, or backs, anything that could be used had become the fiercest weapon in the collision. His clothes were like metal, and his skin was like steel. The intense collision lasted for 15 minutes. During the entire process, the expression of the returnance expert under the mask was extremely ugly. The bright light in her scarlet eyes had dimmed slightly because of this. God damn it! Has this kid's body become so tough? My attacks can't harm him at all. When the fists of the two violently collided once again, Hall Chief Yun's body was miserably forced back by over a dozen steps. On the other hand, Xiaoyan's body stood in the empty air without moving. His skinny body hid a frightening dragon-like strength. The moment Hall Master Yun froze, Xiaoyan suddenly approached him. His face was extremely sharp, and he did not hide the killing intent in his eyes at all. He clenched his right hand into a fist, and terrifying force rapidly condensed. He directly threw a punch at Hall Master Yun's head. Even as a returnance expert, Hall Master Yun was not Xiaoyan's opponent in terms of physical strength. He had suffered greatly this time. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan's fist, which had smashed down, was only a couple of inches from Hall Chief Yun's head. The latter's heart trembled. Soon after, a roar that was filled with fury was suddenly emitted. "God damn it, get out of my way, you brat!" A furious roar was emitted as Hall Master Yun suddenly rolled his sleeves. Surging Genesis Chi gathered, causing his black sleeves to become as hard as metal in an instant as they ruthlessly met Xiaoyan's fist that was descending from above. Clang, the sound of metal colliding rang out, and Hall Master Yun's expression turned fierce. However, just as Hall Master Yun was about to attack again, Xiaoyan's fist violently jerked, and an even more terrifying force surged out. Under Hall Master Yun's terrified gaze, the black sleeves wrapped in Genesis Chi were blasted to pieces. The moment the sleeve shattered, Xiaoyan's fist viciously slammed into Hall Master Yun's masked face. Although most of the force had been blocked by the Genesis Chi, the remaining force still distorted Hall Master Yun's face. Strangely, the mask that originally covered his face did not budge at all under Xiaoyan's fist. The mask flew out and was caught by Xiaoyan's hand. Hall Chief Yun's body continued to fly back. Only when he was hundreds of feet away did he stabilize his body while trembling all over. When he raised his head, a slightly distorted dark old face under the black robe was revealed. His deeply sunken eye sockets were scarlet, and the right half of his old face had turned purple. There were even traces of blood flowing out from it. The black robe he wore was already tattered, and his entire person was in a sorry state from the inside out. It was very difficult to believe that a returnance expert would be reduced to such a state from the attacks of an origin transformation expert. If any other person saw this, they would probably doubt the authenticity of his cultivation at returnance. Soon after, Hall Chief Yun's expression changed once again when he saw the mask in Xiaoyan's hand. The left side of his old face, which was filled with wrinkles, involuntarily twitched. The scarlet glow in his eyes, which had originally dimmed, suddenly surged. A ferocious killing intent wildly gathered in his heart. "Xiao Yan, die!" A somewhat hoarse roar was ruthlessly emitted from Hall Master Yun's throat like the roar of a ferocious beast. At the same time, the Genesis Chi within his body began to flow wildly. He waved his large hand and one could hear the ear-piercing sound of chains colliding. Soon after, numerous strange dark black chains suddenly shot out from behind Hall Master Yun. They were just like poisonous snakes as they penetrated through space and ruthlessly pierced toward Xiaoyan with lightning-like speed. Over a dozen chains appeared in front of Xiaoyan in the blink of an eye. Whooshing sounds continuously rang out as the sharp tips of the chains revolved around Xiaoyan, attacking him from every direction. Xiaoyan's expression sank when he saw this scene. He clenched his large hand and the dark black heavy Xian ruler appeared inch by inch under the wrapping of the heavenly flame. The moment the enormous ruler appeared in his hand, the 10+ chains had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan. Quickly following this, Xiaoyan swung his arm and the huge ruler in his hand danced. The wide and thick blade of the ruler violently sent the numerous dark black chains that were shooting toward him flying. Sparks shot out and clear clang-clang sounds of collisions sounded one after another. Within a couple of breaths, the 10+ chains surrounding Xiaoyan's body were all forced back. It was at this moment that Hall Master Yun's figure suddenly appeared behind Xiaoyan like a ghost. A ghostly hand viciously swiped towards Xiaoyan's head. "Die." However, the moment Hall Chief Yun's claw landed, Xiaoyan, who was originally facing him, suddenly turned around in an extremely strange manner. At the same time, a fist, which was covered by purple gold scale armor, was suddenly swung out and violently collided with the former's ghost hand. Bang! The moment the two collided, they separated. The muffled sound of the collision was like muffled thunder. Hall Master Yun's body jerked and forcefully removed the force from his arm. On the other hand, Xiaoyan's figure was miserably pushed back dozens of steps. After which, he stabilized his body with a solemn expression. The moment he lifted his head, the heavenly fire filled his eyes. The heavenly fire in his hand had already disappeared. Huh? Hall Master Yun could not help but exclaim in surprise when he sensed this. How could the heavy Xian ruler, which was clearly in Xiaoyan's hand a moment ago, suddenly disappear? 7-layered sky-breaking ruler. However, at this moment, a stern cry was suddenly heard from behind him. When Hall Master Yun turned his head to look, he saw that there was another Xiaoyan in the empty space not far behind him. This, however, before Hall Master Yun could ponder any further, the startling ruler glow that had merged into one had already arrived in front of him. It was impossible to dodge. However, when the ruler glow ruthlessly struck Hall Master Yun's body, a strange scene suddenly appeared. A large cluster of extremely viscous liquid suddenly appeared in front of Hall Master Yun. At the same time, it formed a huge barrier that blocked Hall Master Yun behind it. The majestic ruler glow was completely blocked by the strange viscous liquid. The incomparably powerful ruler glow ruthlessly struck the cluster of viscous liquid. It was like a huge rock smashing into a swamp. Under Xiaoyan's shocked gaze, the ruler glow sank deeply. In the end, all the energy attached to the ruler glow was actually completely swallowed by the strange viscous liquid. Huff! After withdrawing the strange viscous liquid, Hall Master Yun's gaze landed on Xiaoyan opposite him. At the same time, the surprise in his eyes gradually returned to normal. So it's just a clone, he said with a deep voice. Immediately after, Hall Master Yun's figure flashed and appeared in front of the clone in an instant. She extended her hand and slammed it into the clone's chest. At the same time, Xiaoyan on the other side hurriedly controlled his avatar and detonated the energy within his body. After Xiaoyan's cultivation had broken through to the origin transformation realm, the 9 clones remained at the level of Do Emperors. Even when they fused together, the clone's strength was only at the level of a 9-star Do Emperor. It was impossible for him to face Hall Master Yun, who was a returnance expert, with such strength. The sneak attack from behind was already the limit of what he could do. I'll make you explode. Seeing that the clone in front of her was about to self-destruct, a ruthless look suddenly flashed in Hall Master Yun's eyes. Her attack speed and strength became even more ferocious. Before the clone could react, her attack pierced through the latter's chest. Then, with a sudden jolt, a terrifying power suddenly poured out, shattering the clone. Afterwards, Hall Master Yun slowly turned around. His vicious gaze landed on Xiaoyan once again. Not bad. It's just a pity that your clone's cultivation is too low. Humph, he's not worthy to injure me, he coldly sneered. As he spoke, the strange, viscous liquid from before appeared on the surface of Hall Master Yun's body once again. It crawled like a living creature and covered the surface of Hall Master Yun's body. No wonder. No wonder you were able to counterattack in that situation earlier. So it's because of the power of ways. Xiaoyan's expression also appeared calm when he heard this. However, there was an additional fear in his gaze when he looked at the strange sticky liquid on the surface of the former's body. With his eyesight, he could obviously tell that the strange liquid was a type of power of ways. However, he had never thought that Hall Master Yun's control over the power of ways had already reached such a level. Xiaoyan had to admit that he was unable to control the power of ways so well that he could wield them like an extension of his body. He had to admit that as a returnance expert, Hall Master Yun did have something he could be proud of. Humph, you're the first origin transformation expert I've seen to be able to make me use the power of ways. However, this is where it ends, because my grand Tao of darkness will definitely engulf you in boundless darkness. In an instant, when Hall Master Yun's words left her mouth, a pitch-black viscous liquid spread out like a tide, completely enveloping the battlefield where the two of them were. The world around the two of them also became dark. In a strange dark space, a figure wrapped in light blue flames was standing in the middle. The blazing flames released bright light and scorching heat, causing the space around him to distort. Beneath the flames, a pair of eyes that also shone with light blue flames was carefully observing the space he was in. Surging soul power gushed out from his mind and spread out in all directions like a tide. He carefully explored the surrounding world inch by inch. The dark black space appeared like a night without any stars or moon. Wherever Xiaoyan's spiritual strength passed, there would be an endless darkness. The strangest thing was that the endless darkness contained an extremely strange strength. If Xiaoyan did not possess the protection of the heavenly flame, it was likely that an ordinary person would have difficulty barely surviving in this place, much less using their spiritual strength. This is the great way of darkness? Beneath the flames, a pair of eyes flickered. A fierce look flashed in the depths of his eyes. It was indeed the great way of darkness. This great way of darkness was probably the most tyrannical great way of darkness that Xiaoyan had ever seen. Even his void great way was definitely inferior to it. Of course, a large part of the reason was due to the difference in cultivation between them. If it wasn't so, Xiaoyan definitely wouldn't be afraid of Hall Master Huang. However, the thing that surprised Xiaoyan the most was that after using his spiritual strength to investigate earlier, he was unable to find traces of Hall Qifyun within this darkness. It was as though he had completely disappeared from this place. However, Xiaoyan clearly understood that it was impossible for Hall Qifyun to leave this place if he wanted to use this method to unleash the strength of the Great Tao. Otherwise, the Great Tao of darkness that had trapped him would also disappear. However, since Hall Master Huang was in this strange space, why couldn't he sense his aura at all? This point caused Xiaoyan's heart to be extremely surprised. TSK. Xiaoyan, welcome to my domain of darkness. Here, I'll let you experience the full power of the Great Way of Darkness. However, it was also at this moment that Hall Master Yun's dark and sorrowful strange laughter suddenly sounded beside Xiaoyan's ear. The voice was so close that it appeared as though it was right next to his ear, causing Xiaoyan's mind to suddenly tremble. He subconsciously dodged to one side. At the same time, he flipped his hand and violently threw a punch in the opposite direction. The powerful force forcefully squeezed out a vacuum in this dense space. Qi. However, it was also at the next moment when Xiaoyan's fist was swung forward that a qi sound that penetrated through space suddenly sounded behind him. At the same time, a sharp, dark black spear tip that was as sharp as ink violently pierced toward Xiaoyan's waist from an extremely tricky angle. At such a close distance, Xiaoyan was unable to dodge it given his current condition. What? This sudden attack caused Xiaoyan's heart to be greatly startled. He did not have the time to do much. A thought passed through his mind and the flame on the surface of his body moved as he wished. It agglomerated into a heavenly flame armor in an instant. At the same time, the golden elephant skill was unleashed under the armor. A golden light protected his body. Adding the dragon phoenix ancient armor, this attack of Hall Qifyun was blocked regardless of how tricky it was. Clang! When the heavy collision sounded, Xiaoyan's body couldn't help but tremble. His figure flew forward in a sorry state. Although the defense on his body had successfully blocked the impact of the strange spear tip, the tyrannical force still caused Xiaoyan's body, which was under the armor, to tremble in pain. Heh, a ghost that only knows how to secretly play tricks. What, is this all your so-called Great Tao of Darkness has? It seems that I have overestimated you. His body jerked, and as the Genesis Qi in his body circulated, the pain in Xiaoyan's body lessened significantly. Then, under the flames, a pair of ice-cold eyes swept across the strange space in front of him, and the corners of his mouth curved into a sinister smile. As his voice faded, Xiaoyan quickly lifted his hands. He clenched and released his hands, and two flames of completely different colors appeared in his palms. They were the bone-chilling fire and the sea heart flame. Then, under Hall Master Huang's horrified gaze, Xiaoyan fiercely clapped his hands together, and the two balls of flames in his hands were kneaded together. From the looks of it, Xiaoyan was preparing to condense the angry Buddha lotus flame. It was difficult for an ordinary attack to be effective against an opponent like Hall Qifyun. Moreover, they were in this strange space that was covered by the Great Way of Darkness. Only by quickly resolving the Great Way of Darkness would Xiaoyan have more opportunities to exchange blows with Hall Qifyun. Only by doing so would Xiaoyan be able to defeat him. Humph, kid, don't underestimate others. I have specially prepared the Great Tao of Darkness for you. How can I let you easily condense that strange fire lotus? At this moment, the low and deep voice of Hall Qifyun was once again transmitted over from the surrounding space. Soon after, a countless number of chi-chi air-splitting sounds appeared in the dark black space around Xiaoyan. Numerous energy forces violently pierced toward Xiaoyan. The powerful attacks caused one's eyes to be dazzled. It was difficult to imagine. Within a couple of breaths, the fire glow on the heavenly flame armor on Xiaoyan's body had become much dimmer. Great Tao of Darkness, swallow those flames. Hall Master Huang's sharp cry sounded. Waves of viscous liquid like Great Tao of Darkness followed and covered the armor that Xiaoyan was wearing. Immediately, a sizzling sound was emitted from the flames. At the same time, a dense fog accompanied the sizzling sound. Adding the continuous attacks from the energy pillars, only a thin layer of the heavenly flame armor remained on Xiaoyan's body. It looked as though it would break apart at any moment. As for the flame between Xiaoyan's hands, it appeared that it was still an intense merger. However, it appeared that there was still a very long distance before it could truly merge. This point was completely different from the merger process that Xiaoyan had experienced in the past. Qi. At a certain moment, when the flame armor on Xiaoyan's body broke apart, Hall Master Huang's figure suddenly appeared in front of Xiaoyan in an extremely strange manner. One of his hands turned into a claw and forcefully separated Xiaoyan's hands from his. The two types of flames between his palms also dissipated without any backlash. Let's see what other tricks you have without the fire lotus. However, before Hall Master Huang could finish his last word, a heart-wrenching pain instantly caused his face to distort uncontrollably. An extremely terrifying force was viciously twisting his arm. Under that force, his entire arm seemed to be twisting violently, as though his bones were about to be broken. Ah! An extremely miserable roar erupted from Hall Master Yun's mouth. His other hand viciously grabbed the wrist of his injured arm, as if he wanted to resist the terrifying power. However, the more he exerted force, the more terrified he felt from the pain brought about by the twisting power. When Hall Master Yun forcefully endured the pain and looked over, he only saw a strange black steel needle in his injured palm. It was mercilessly stabbed deep into his palm and arm. The terrifying twisting power came from this needle. Xiaoyan, you, don't think that the power of the Great Tao only belongs to you. I know that you understand my means very well, but that is only limited to the Doqi continent. Don't forget that this is the Yuanwu continent. I have more than one way to deal with you. Xiaoyan's body abruptly disappeared from the spot the moment his voice sounded. In the next moment, Xiaoyan's figure once again appeared in front of Hall Master Yun under Hall Master Yun's terrified gaze. His hand, which was covered by a layer of Genesis Qi, ruthlessly landed on Hall Master Yun's chest. Intent Class Do Technique, Heart-Shattering Palm. Wonderful Book House Intent Tier Battle Technique, Heart-Shattering Palm. The instant the cry from Xiaoyan's mouth sounded, his hand, which was covered in Genesis Qi, mercilessly pressed against Hall Master Yun's chest. The powerful force caused Hall Master Yun's heart to rapidly tremble. A deep fear uncontrollably rose from the bottom of his heart. It was difficult to imagine that Xiaoyan, whose cultivation was clearly much weaker than his, was able to unleash such a powerful force. Although he was already aware of Xiaoyan's strength, he was only able to clearly understand just how frightening Xiaoyan was after personally facing it. However, he was still a returnance expert after all. Even if Xiaoyan possessed extraordinary battle prowess, there was still a chance for Hall Master Yun to retaliate if he used his full strength. Tao of Darkness, Tao Materialization. The moment Xiaoyan's hand pressed against Hall Master Yun's chest, the sticky, pitch-black power of the Great Tao rapidly enveloped the area. At the same time, all the power of the Great Tao in the surroundings began to churn violently as if they were alive. They twisted and twisted, turning into pitch-black vines that rapidly wrapped around Xiaoyan's body in an attempt to stop Xiaoyan's movements. With the obstruction of the power of the Great Tao, Xiaoyan's body began to rapidly slow down. In the end, he was basically unable to move at all. The pitch-black liquid wrapped around his golden body and even covered his face. Bzz. Finally, Xiaoyan's entire body was wrapped into an enormous cocoon under the unreasonable entanglement and tearing of the Great Tao of Darkness. The strength that had been imprinted on Hall Chief Yun's chest and was about to erupt was forcefully stopped. It was even pulled apart by a couple of inches. This caused Hall Chief Yun, whose heart was pounding wildly, to exhale a long breath at this moment. Bean-sized droplets of perspiration gathered and fell from his old face. After which, they were swallowed by the endless darkness. Xiaoyan, no matter how strong you are, you still can't change the fact that you're only at the origin transformation stage. The difference between cultivation levels can't be changed with brute force alone. A mocking voice was spat out from Hall Master Yun's mouth when his expression returned to normal. By relying on his powerful cultivation, he had ultimately managed to stop Xiaoyan. Although his earlier action had exhausted a lot of Genesis Qi in his body, he was still quite satisfied with the result. However, the answer to everything was not as simple as one imagined. The moment Hall Qifan uttered these words, Xiaoyan, who had been wrapped by the great Tao of darkness, suddenly moved. Chi-chi-chi, with a series of intense sizzling sounds, wisps of fire suddenly shot out from under the power of the great Tao. At the same time, they were mixed with golden light. What? Hall Master Yun cried out in alarm. The power of the great Tao wrapping around Xiaoyan's body was swiftly devoured by the fierce flames burning on Xiaoyan's body. From this point, it wasn't difficult to see that even the power of the great Tao was inferior to the mysterious flames. Heart-shattering palm. Then, Xiaoyan's palm, which didn't weaken in the slightest, slammed into Hall Master Yun's chest. Puchi, ferocious destructive power invaded Hall Master Feng's body in an instant, and powerful Genesis Qi attacked his internal organs. Most importantly, one of the most powerful forces was attacking his heart, making his chest feel as though it was about to be torn apart. Ah! The indescribable pain caused Hall Master Yun to involuntarily emit a heart-wrenching cry. Her voice became hoarse, and the red light in her scarlet eyes gradually dimmed. Her face was filled with disbelief. Her body twitched, and mouthful after mouthful of fresh blood was spat out from her mouth. Her aura had become much weaker in an instant. Boom! Soon after, another low and deep muffled sound appeared. The strength contained within the heart-shattering palm was completely unleashed within Hall Qifyan's body at this moment. Despite her trying her best to resist, she was destined to be injured by Xiaoyan's heart-shattering palm. Then, Hall Master Yun's body was sent flying backwards uncontrollably. The black mist shrouding his body dissipated, and his skinny body was blasted out of the domain of darkness by Xiaoyan. At the same time, the domain of darkness also dissipated. Xiaoyan's face was pale, and the flames on his body gradually faded away. His chest was heaving up and down, and his heavy breathing indicated his current situation. While the heart-shattering palm was powerful, it also consumed a tremendous amount of Genesis Qi. Xiaoyan had consumed more than half of his Genesis Qi with this attack, and it was impossible for him to use any of his other trump cards. At this moment, Xiaoyan could only hope that this attack didn't waste the majority of his Genesis Qi. The sudden unexpected change in the sky caused the many experts who were fighting in the battleground to turn their eyes over. Numerous gazes that were filled with various emotions swiftly landed on Xiaoyan and Hall Qifyan. Immediately, the expressions of everyone present changed. As a returnance expert, Hall Master Yun was in a horrible shape. Large patches of blood covered his body, which completely displayed his current situation to everyone. The hearts of the experts from the Lost Valley of the Qin Wastelands could not help but sink at this sight. They never thought that even a returnance expert like Hall Master Yun would be unable to do anything to Xiaoyan. Of course, while Hall Qifyan was seriously injured, Xiaoyan was not in a much better state at this moment. His clothes were in tatters and his hair was in a mess. His face appeared extremely pale without the slightest trace of blood. His aura was extremely weak. His body, which was standing in the air, involuntarily swayed. It was as though he would fall from the sky at any moment. Xiaoyan, Lung Bingshuang immediately became slightly surprised when she saw this. She could not help but charge toward Xiaoyan, but she was stopped by Qin Shua. Qin Shua stared at Lung Bingshuang with his venomous eyes filled with killing intent. With a sudden movement, he charged toward Lung Bingshuang viciously. At the same time, he said in a chilling voice, "Bitch, do you still have the time to worry about others at a time like this? You better worry about yourself first." With that, he collided with Lung Bingshuang once again under her extremely cold gaze. This time, the collision between the two of them was much more brutal than before. On the other side, Yi Luotian narrowed his eyes as he stared at the miserable-looking Hall Qifyan. His heart involuntarily felt shocked. At the same time, he rejoiced that he was not the one facing Xiaoyan. Otherwise, his fate would likely be even more miserable than Hall Qifyan's. Cough, cough, cough. In the sky, Xiaoyan and Hall Master Yun raised their heads at the same time. Their eyes met, and a cold killing intent appeared in their eyes. I have underestimated you. As expected, this chief has still underestimated your ability. After not seeing you for a few years, you have already grasped even more information than us. You are actually able to grasp something as frightening as an E-class Do technique. It must be said that this is our miscalculation. It is our fault for allowing you to live until now. However, this chief has also said that this time around, I will definitely bring you back, even if I have to pay a great price. A crazed expression that caused one's heart to turn cold surfaced on Hall Master Yun's face when he reached the end of his words. After which, he violently bit the tip of his tongue and a blood arrow shot out. Under his control, it floated in the air in front of him and turned into a thumb-sized blood droplet. After this blood droplet shot out, Hall Master Yun's originally pale face instantly turned completely white. His originally skinny old face appeared to have aged by dozens of years in an instant. His entire person was like a withered tree, appearing extremely horrifying. However, when one looked at his eyes again, there was not the slightest dimness. Instead, there was an even brighter glow and he appeared to be filled with energy. From this, one could see that spitting out this cluster of blood was a great price for Hall Master Yun. However, he did not hesitate in order to capture Xiaoyan today. Xiaoyan, no matter what happens today, I will definitely bring you back. His hoarse voice resounded throughout the area. At the same time, Hall Master Yun rapidly formed a seal with his hands and the blood droplet floating in front of him began to churn violently. Spirit devouring Yin. Suddenly, Hall Master Yun slammed his palm on the blood droplet that had condensed into a strange blood-colored rune. The blood immediately burst open and turned into a large blood fog. Waves of dense black fog also spread out at an alarming speed. The black fog churned and strange cries that sounded like ferocious ghosts constantly emitted from it, causing one to shudder in fear. Before Xiaoyan could do anything, the black fog had already spread to a large area of several hundred feet. It was like a small dark cloud that shrouded the sky above Shahi Pai. As for the people in the city below, they looked at the scene in the sky curiously. Other than a few people who were surprised, most of them looked on from the side as if it had nothing to do with them. However, they did not know that when Hall Master Yun's gaze swept past these people, it was as if he had seen a delicacy. Savagery and greed involuntarily flowed out from his eyes. These busybodies had unknowingly become the sacrifices of this battle. They could only blame themselves for this. These fearless busybodies would pay with their lives in the end. Xiaoyan, you used an intent tier Do skill earlier. You must not have much Genesis Chi left in your body. Turning his head, Hall Master Yun stared at Xiaoyan with a vicious smile. He clearly knew that they were on par with each other if they did not use any external methods. However, as a returnance expert, he did not accept the fact that he had lost. His current craziness was not only for the mission from above but also to prove to Xiaoyan the difference between them. Xiaoyan was non-committal in the face of this. His pair of dark black eyes were filled with uneasiness as they stared at the strange dark cloud in the sky. He could sense an extremely dense bloody aura from it. That kind of strength that was filled with cruelty caused even him to feel a wave of coldness. Keek keek. Fiendish Yin devour spirit, devour the world, devour. At Hall Master Huang's command, a strange squeaking sound suddenly came from the depths of the dark clouds in the sky. Immediately after, under the horrified gazes of the people in the city, huge balls of black fog fell from the sky like meteorites. Their target was the people who were watching the great battle in the Sand River at this moment. Immediately, the expressions of everyone in the city changed drastically. Doqi rapidly surged out from their bodies in an attempt to block the black mist falling from the sky. Of course, there were some strong-willed people in the crowd who wanted to use their own strength to forcefully collide with the black fog. However, the moment the black fog came into contact with their bodies, it seemed to have turned into a large amount of viscous liquid that rapidly spread across their bodies. The most terrifying thing was that as it spread, it actually emitted a terrifying sound of teeth grinding and chewing. At the same time, the experts who were wrapped in the black fog couldn't help but let out extremely miserable screams one after another. The black mist was actually devouring the bodies of these experts. It was not just their bodies. Even their doqi and souls were being mercilessly devoured by the strange black mist. This kind of method could be called inhumane. In an instant, the Sand River, which had been calm a moment ago, had become chaotic. Regardless of whether one flew in the sky or on the ground, as long as one was in contact with the black mist, there would be a miserable painful cry being emitted. At the same time, the strength that the black mist had devoured was completely absorbed by Hall Master Yun. Hall Master Yun involuntarily raised her head and exhaled a long breath as she sensed the strength that was swiftly filling her body. Xiao Yan, who was in the empty space on the opposite side, watched this scene in the city below. His heart suddenly sank. After which, his eyes paused on Hall Master Yun's body. He held his breath and focused before speaking in a deep voice. Your race really treats human lives as less valuable than grass. Tsk, you can't put it this way. There is no free lunch in this world. They have come to watch a show, so they should leave something behind. Being able to be of use to me can be considered as not wasting their lives. Hall Master Yun's reply was merely a cold sneer in the face of Xiao Yan's words. Soon after, a low cry was emitted from her mouth. The black mist that filled the sky once again smashed into the city like dense raindrops. Hall Master Yun's aura swiftly rose amidst a series of painful cries. Although it could not be compared to when she was at her peak, she could still be described as powerful. If Hall Master Yun were to attack Xiao Yan at this moment, it was likely that the latter would not even be able to last one exchange. Unfortunately, he did not. Without being affected by the unexpected change in the city, Xiao Yan minded his own business and closed his eyes. His aura gradually recovered its calmness. The golden light that covered his body flickered slightly. The intense battle between the Shao Gate and the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley continued. As time went on, the stalemate gradually became clear. There were close to 200 Dou fighting on both sides. At this moment, the originally balanced situation had begun to shift in the Shao Gate's favor. Even in the battle between the origin transformation experts on the other side, the heaven-reaching ape had already defeated his opponent with lightning-like speed. Qin Shua, who was battling Lin Bingshuang, was also surprised to find that Lin Bingshuang's strength had risen to a whole new level in less than 10 days. He was no longer Lin Bingshuang's match when he used his full strength. Amongst these individuals, the one who felt the most unbearable pain was undoubtedly Yi Luotian. He had spent his entire life cultivating poison, and after many years of training, not only had his qi techniques completely fused with his body, even the Genesis qi he absorbed and refined had become incomparably toxic. Although he would not easily display it, his opponents would definitely complain incessantly once he made a move. However, he had run into a tough nut to crack today. As a puppet, no matter how he collided with the Northern King with poison, even if he wanted to use poison to corrode the puppet, it was all to no avail. Not only was the Northern King not afraid of his poison, it was even completely unaffected by it. No matter how he attacked, it was all to no avail. On the other hand, if the Northern King's fist touched his body, it would definitely cause him serious injuries. Although both of them were at the origin transformation stage, the gap between them was truly unbearable. It was precisely because of this that Yi Luotian was in danger of being heavily injured by the Northern King from the very beginning of their clash. As a result, there were already dozens of wounds of various sizes on his body, and many of his bones were broken. As for Kai Morongxian and the others, although they had yet to defeat their opponents, they were not at a disadvantage. With the giant ape by their side, defeating the origin transformation experts in the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley was only a matter of time. Of course, the battle that attracted the most attention was still the one between Xiao Yan and Hall Master Luo. The painful and miserable cries in the city lasted for nearly 15 minutes. During this time, Hall Master Luo frantically devoured the Douqi energy that had been stolen. Clumps of black mist became incomparably viscous after being devoured and returned to Hall Master Luo's body with a tremendous amount of energy. As the viscous black mist entered Hall Master Luo's body, his body began to squirm strangely. His originally skinny body gradually swelled up. First, it was his abdomen, then his chest, his limbs, and finally his entire head. As Temple Master Yun's body began to swell, the expression on his face also began to distort. It was clear that he was in great pain at this time. In order to obtain power, he had resorted to such extreme means. The undead that he had devoured would eventually become the cause of his own death. In just a few minutes, Hall Master Yun's body had swelled to several times its original size. His entire body had become abnormally bloated, and he looked like a monster. His puffed-up chest wriggled involuntarily, as if there was another life beneath it. Hall Master Yun could not help but open his mouth and let out an extremely strange cry. However, the power in his body was still increasing at an extremely fast rate. Xiaoyan's face was still pale. His eyes were closed, and his hands were behind his back. His black robes fluttered without any wind, and the golden light on his body had stopped flickering. He was extremely calm, as if everything before him had nothing to do with him. His presence was completely concealed within his body. If it were not for the fact that he was still breathing through his nose, people would have mistaken him for a dead person. This situation continued until Hall Master Luo finished absorbing the black mist. Xiaoyan's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, and a fierce look appeared on his pale face. The moment his pitch-black eyes opened, his gaze fell on Hall Master Luo. As he glanced at the latter, who had completely turned into a monster, a mocking look flashed across Xiaoyan's eyes. Luo's pursuit of power had resulted in him becoming a monster that was neither human nor ghost. Was it all worth it? He, Xiaoyan, prepare to die. Noticing Xiaoyan's gaze, Hall Master Luo once again let out a strange laugh. This time even his voice had become extremely strange. It was as if countless ferocious ghosts were roaring at the same time, causing one to tremble in fear upon hearing it. After Hall Master Luo spoke, his enormous body suddenly charged toward Xiaoyan. His enormous body charged forward in a tyrannical manner, and powerful energy condensed in front of him. His entire body charged forward like a wild bull. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan. Hall Master Luo waved his enormous fist, which was several times larger than Xiaoyan's body, and viciously smashed it down on Xiaoyan. However, Xiaoyan remained indifferent to all of the actions of Hall Chief Yun. His eyes were icy cold as he looked at Hall Chief Yun, who was already in front of him. The enormous fist was swiftly magnified in his dark black eyes. After which, bang! The fist that came in a ferocious manner finally smashed heavily into the empty space in front of Xiaoyan. There seemed to be an invisible wall in this empty space that had forcefully blocked Hall Master Luo's punch, which could instantly kill a 9-star Dodi. What? The appearance of this scene caused Hall Master Luo's eyes to suddenly shrink. His mouth involuntarily let out an exclamation. How could his attack be blocked? Did Xiaoyan, who had already reached such a state, still have a trump card? Withdraw. In the next moment, Xiaoyan, whose eyes were ice-cold, suddenly uttered a word. At the same time, an extremely powerful and invisible force suddenly charged out from Xiaoyan's body. It was like a hurricane that whistled out with the force of a mountain. Without giving the other party any chance to react, it violently smashed into Hall Master Luo's body and instantly forced his body back. Hall Master Luo raised his head with a face of disbelief. He saw that at this moment, there was an enormous illusory figure standing outside of Xiaoyan's body. The appearance of that illusory figure was undoubtedly Xiaoyan himself. When Hall Master Luo's gaze swept over, Xiaoyan finally slowly raised his hand. The movement of the illusory figure was also synchronized with the movement of his hand. Under Hall Master Luo's surprised gaze, Xiaoyan's hand suddenly clenched. One could hear the sound of metal colliding. At the spot where the hand of the illusory figure had clenched, a layer of golden light suddenly appeared on the originally invisible body. It was like a ripple that swiftly spread throughout his entire body. Finally, it transformed into an enormous golden illusory figure that stood in front of Hall Master Luo with an imposing manner. This was the final move of the Four Saint Manifestation skill, the Giant Elephant skill. In order to use the Giant Elephant skill, one must learn the first 3 moves in succession. Not only must one complete the practice, but one must also master the 3 moves and borrow the strength of the 3 moves to use the Giant Elephant skill. After forcing Hall Master Luo back, Xiaoyan turned his attention back to himself. Xiaoyan sensed that the muscles and bones all over his body were filled with an explosive strength that appeared to be burning. His heart involuntarily exclaimed in surprise at the strength of this Giant Elephant skill. Compared to the first 3 skills of the 4 Sacred Elephant Display skill, the strength that the Giant Elephant skill gave Xiaoyan was even greater. That kind of strength had more than doubled compared to before. It was far from what any of the three sacred elephant skill could compare with. But on second thought, it made sense. The giant elephant art was the product of the integration of the three arts, and it combined all the characteristics and advantages of the three arts. How could its power be the same, then? Xiaoyan's gaze shifted to the giant illusory image formed from pure force around his body. It was likely that the illusory image was the essence of the giant elephant art. Although it looked illusory on the surface, the heavy oppressive force it gave off was unique, and even the diamond glass body couldn't compare to it. Although the first three formulas could agglomerate an illusory image after practicing them, the usage of each formula was different. Naturally, the effect would be different. After merging the three formulas with the giant elephant skill, Xiaoyan would be able to achieve a perfect attack and defense with the giant elephant skill. Xiaoyan even had complete confidence in his own speed. He would definitely not be inferior in any way. The advantage of the wing elephant art was that it could increase a practitioner's speed in all aspects. Coupled with the heaven annihilation step and the formation of the giant elephant art, Xiaoyan's overall strength had risen to a whole new level in an instant. Even without the protection of Genesis Qi, Xiaoyan's strength couldn't be underestimated. Hall Master Luo wasn't in a hurry to kill Xiaoyan at the most critical moment. This would most likely become the mistake he would regret the most in his life. So you still have the strength to resist. But so what? You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. Let's see how big of a wave you can stir up. After a moment of surprise, Hall Master Luo relaxed a lot when he realized that Xiaoyan wasn't using Genesis Qi. After all, Genesis Qi was the true representation of power in this world, and brute force alone wouldn't be able to support it for long. This wasn't a threat to Hall Master Luo at all. Ghost Seal. Soon after, Hall Qian's hand swiftly formed a seal. The black fog that lingered around her body also began to churn intensely. Soon, it agglomerated into a cluster of black fog the size of a soccer ball in front of her. The strangest thing was that a strange human face had appeared in front of the black fog. That human face was still struggling and wiggling at this moment. Its mouth was wide open and its face was filled with an extremely painful expression. Soon after, Hall Qian forcefully pushed forward and this cluster of strange black fog violently charged toward Xiaoyan. Seeing the painful expression on Master Black Fog's face, Xiaoyan didn't need to think too much to know that the face belonged to one of the experts that Hall Master Luo had swallowed earlier. He didn't expect Hall Master Luo to be so insidious. Not only had he swallowed someone alive, but he had even used the spirit that had yet to dissipate as a Do skill. In this world, only people like Ghost Hall could do such a thing. To think that you won't even let off a dead person. What a bunch of inhumane beasts. With a furious curse, Xiaoyan's gaze swiftly landed on the cluster of black fog that was heading toward him. His eyes were sharp as he spread his right hand. His arm was extended and raised in front of him before slamming it down heavily. At the same time, he opened his mouth and said, "As for you, let me free you." Bang! The moment Xiaoyan's words faded, the huge illusory hand abruptly slammed down and smashed the ball of black fog to pieces. Even the power and spirit within was instantly blasted into nothingness. Hall Master Luo's attack had been forcibly destroyed by Xiaoyan in the most domineering manner possible. Damn it! Shock involuntarily flashed across Hall Master Luo's scarlet eyes when he saw the scene. He cursed under his breath. After which, his body abruptly turned and his feet stomped heavily on empty space. The invisible space instantly shattered and Hall Master Luo's body instantly turned into a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Xiaoyan. He raised his hand and smashed heavily at Xiaoyan. Bang! However, Hall Qian's attack was once again blocked by Xiaoyan. Hall Qian's large fist was firmly grabbed by Xiaoyan's giant elephant skill in front of Hall Qian's disbelieving eyes. Regardless of how the latter struggled, it was to no avail. On the other hand, Xiaoyan's hand, which was grabbing Hall Qian's fist, violently exerted force. Hall Qian's wrist was immediately broken by this powerful force. A painful roar was emitted from Hall Qian's mouth. Soon after, Xiaoyan once again pulled back with great force, pulling Hall Qian's body in front of him. His right leg was lifted in a lightning-like manner and heavily smashed into Hall Qian's chest with a lightning-like momentum. Bang! With a loud bang, Hall Master Yun's chest instantly caved in. Her face instantly turned red, and a pair of scarlet eyes almost popped out of her eye sockets. Before she could struggle again, the powerful force sent Hall Master Yun flying. Phew! After sending Hall Master Luo flying, Xiaoyan could not help but exhale deeply. His chest heaved uncontrollably as he lifted his gaze and looked in the direction Hall Master Luo had been sent flying. Fierce killing intent flashed in his eyes. Roar! That wretched guy! Very quickly, Hall Master Yun's furious curses came from the distant sky once again. His crazy killing intent caused a chill to rise in everyone's hearts even though they were far away. A wave of rushing wind sound appeared in the sky. It was sharp and ear-piercing, but Xiaoyan was indifferent to it. While he focused his attention, Hall Chief Yun's body, which had just been sent flying, had once again charged over. She came in a ferocious manner. Compared to earlier, she was undoubtedly even stronger, causing one to not dare underestimate her. Even though this was the case, Xiaoyan still clenched his fist at a steady pace. The firm, fierce, and overbearing strength that filled the muscles all over his body began to be maneuvered at this moment. At the same time, the little remaining Genesis chi in his body was gathered in his right fist. Even though he had yet to unleash the powerful force, it still caused the invisible space to tremble slightly, forming circular ripples. When Hall Chief Yun once again arrived in front of Xiaoyan, his aura was like that of a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. It appeared as though he wanted to swallow Xiaoyan in one gulp. Wave after wave of powerful doqi agglomerated in front of him. His entire body had transformed into the strongest weapon. In this kind of condition, any do skill was superfluous. Only a direct collision would be able to swiftly produce the result that he wanted. At the same time, Xiaoyan's bent right arm bounced back like a spring. The speed of his punch was unimaginable. Just as his fist, which was filled with strength, was about to collide with Hall Chief Yun, Xiaoyan's mouth once again emitted a thunder-like explosive cry. Level 8 smash. Bang! The sound of a heavy collision sounded in the sky. The moment the two collided, a terrifying energy wave swiftly spread out with the two of them at the center. Wherever it passed, the invisible space shattered an inch at a time. In the blink of an eye, the space 1,000 feet around the two of them had turned into an endless darkness. The powerful Do Qi, which was wrapped by the black fog, launched a violent attack on Xiaoyan's body. Although most of the strength was blocked by the giant elephant skill, the remaining portion also forced Xiaoyan back. Of course, compared to Xiaoyan, Hall Master Yun's aura churned within his body under the powerful hidden force of the eighth collapse. His condition had deteriorated greatly. Even the remnant souls of those people whom he had suppressed earlier had borrowed the strength of the eighth collapse to wildly struggle within his body. Damn it! Hall Master Yun's expression involuntarily changed when she sensed the rebellion of the remnant souls in her body. She cursed quietly and hurriedly maneuvered the Do Qi in her body. Only then did she manage to suppress them with great difficulty. Soon after, Xiaoyan's body once again charged forward. The strong illusory figure nimbly flashed as Xiaoyan's body rotated. The enormous illusory figure directly arrived in front of Hall Master Yun. It lifted its right leg high and carried a boundless force as it violently chopped down from above. By the time Hall Master Yun discovered it, it was already too late to avoid it. She could only use all her strength to meet it once again. There were a few consecutive intense collisions. Each of Xiaoyan's attacks was incomparably vicious and ruthless. Although Hall Master Yun still had quite a bit of energy left in her body, she could only endure with great difficulty under Xiaoyan's wild bombardment. This continued until Xiaoyan once again forced her back. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan had already arrived above Hall Master Yun's head and stepped heavily on her. In a moment of desperation, Hall Master Yun only had time to raise her arms to block before Xiaoyan's foot heavily stepped on her thick arms. Bang! However, the moment the two collided, Hall Master Yun's expression changed drastically. An incomparably powerful force poured out like a dragon, emerging from the sea. Even she was unable to block such a powerful force. As a result, Hall Master Yun's body was blown away without any resistance the moment Xiaoyan collided with it. Even the bones in her arms, which she had used to block Xiaoyan's attack, were broken. The Do Qi that had originally gathered around her body had completely collapsed from Xiaoyan's attack. Hall Master Yun did not have the ability to face Xiao Yan in a head-on clash. Xiao Yan was able to fight Hall Master Yun to a draw when she was at her peak. Given Hall Master Yun's current cultivation, she was at most at the advanced origin transformation stage after devouring all the experts in the city. If that was the case, Xiao Yan was completely confident that he could suppress her with the strength of the giant elephant skill. Xiao Yan did not hesitate after sending Hall Master Yun flying with a single strike. Before he could stabilize his body, he appeared once again. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared directly below Hall Master Yun, who was rapidly descending. Xiao Yan twisted his body and all the strength in his body gathered on his right leg. The moment he bent his leg, it shot out like lightning and heavily stomped on Hall Master Yun's back. Ugh! Hall Master Yun's body arched upwards in an instant. His mouth was wide open as fresh blood spurted out. There was even a blood pillar that broke out of his chest. Behind it, countless remnant souls continuously charged out like ants leaving their nest. They turned into numerous crazy vengeful spirits that flew around Hall Master Yun's body. They continuously roared at him, as though they were expressing their hatred for him. Many of them had even charged onto Hall Master Yun's body and forcefully tore off his flesh with their mouths before mercilessly swallowing it. Immediately, miserable cries rang out in the sky once again. However, the target had suddenly changed this time. Hall Master Yun, who had caused all of this, had become the target of the vengeful spirits' bites and devouring. A pitiful expression involuntarily flashed across Xiao Yan's face as he watched the scene unfold before him. Although these vengeful spirits were not necessarily good people when they were alive, they should not have been involved in this war and should not have become the sacrificial lambs of this war. Unfortunately, Hall Master Yun's appearance had caused these people to become like this. However, from the looks of it, Hall Master Yun had paid the price for the evil he had sowed. Roar! You damn things, how dare you betray me? All of you, die! Hall Master Yun, who had caught his breath, immediately turned his attention to the vengeful spirits that were constantly biting his body. After noticing that Xiao Yan did not attack again, Hall Master Yun's face was filled with rage as he twisted his body. His hands turned into claws and mercilessly swept across the heads of the vengeful spirits. In just a moment, they had all been reduced to nothingness. After Hall Master Yun had forcefully killed the last vengeful spirit, his originally huge body had once again become thin and weak. After losing the replenishment of his energy from the vengeful spirits, Hall Master Yun's aura had once again become weak. As for using the devouring fiend like before, it was clearly impossible. He really did not have that much essence blood to use. Furthermore, with the little bit of energy left in his body, it was completely insufficient for him to use it again. Cough cough cough, Hall Master Yun coughed as his condition plummeted. Even standing in the air was extremely difficult, but even with that being the case, there was still a sliver of struggle in his eyes. He had never thought that he would lose to Xiao Yan with his cultivation at returnance, and he would lose so miserably. When Xiao Yan had completely erupted with his true strength earlier, he had already understood that Xiao Yan was not someone he could deal with. His plan this time had clearly failed. If he wanted to capture Xiao Yan, he could only send out even more powerful people from the hall, or even experts at returnance. Only then would he have a chance. He had to bring this news back, a thought flashed through Hall Master Yun's head. Afterwards, his resentful gaze landed on Xiao Yan again. He forced himself to endure. I admit that I have underestimated you. I will remember what happened today. I will definitely make you pay for it all in the future. With that, Hall Master Yun used the last sliver of energy in his body to form another seal. Hee hee, do you think you can still leave today? Xiao Yan sneered when he heard that. He stared at Hall Master Yun coldly and sneered. I know that your spiritual strength is very powerful, but no matter how powerful your spiritual strength is, you can forget about keeping me here as long as it hasn't surpassed Class 7 with the secret techniques of my ghost hall. Hall Master Luo's body emitted a bang after she spoke. She suddenly exploded and turned into a strange black fog that swiftly spread. Do you really think you can escape? Xiao Yan coldly smiled and shook his head when he saw this. His hand swiftly formed a seal. At the same time, that heavenly flame, which had been withdrawn into his body, once again charged out of his body. Moreover, it swiftly surrounded the cluster of black fog in the sky, which had yet to scatter. The vicious heavenly flame rapidly withdrew. Very soon, Hall Master Yun's figure reappeared with a miserable howl. However, this time, he had been controlled by Xiaoyan's heavenly flame. How can this be? Hall Master Yun, who had been surrounded and controlled by the heavenly flame, had a physical body that had been destroyed in the explosion earlier. At this moment, only a wisp of her soul remained. When the heavenly flame shrank, her soul was grabbed by Xiaoyan's hand. Humph, do you think you're the only ones who understand me? I've seen your little escape techniques countless times. The best weapon to deal with you damned things is a heavenly flame. Your strange techniques are nothing in front of a heavenly flame. You think too highly of yourself if you think you can escape. Only after Xiaoyan's words faded did Hall Master Yun realize in horror that his escape technique, which he thought was unbreakable, had already been seen through by Xiaoyan. However, what surprised him the most was that Xiaoyan, who had also exhausted his Genesis Qi, still had the ability to circulate his Genesis Qi. Why? Are you curious? As if seeing through Hall Master Yun's doubts, Xiaoyan grinned and teased, you seem to have forgotten that I'm an alchemist. Looks like you've really forgotten that I'm an alchemist. Not only is refining medicinal pills my specialty, eating medicinal pills is also my specialty. Hall Master Yun immediately understood in his heart the moment these words were spoken. No wonder Xiaoyan was still able to maneuver his Genesis Qi at this moment. No wonder this fellow in front of him became increasingly valiant as he fought without showing the slightest sign of fatigue. It was because of the medicinal pill's strength. Unfortunately, it was already too late by the time he understood this point. Since he had already been captured by Xiaoyan, it would be easy for him to kill him. However, contrary to his expectations, Xiaoyan took out a jade bottle and sealed Hall Master Yun inside with the help of a heavenly flame. He then casually tossed the bottle into his storage ring and turned to look at the other origin transformation experts' battle. At this moment, Lung Bingshuang's group had already lost an origin transformation expert, so the heaven-piercing giant ape had quickly gone to support Kai and Murong Xian. Lung Bingshuang and the North King both held the upper hand, so there was no need to worry. Hence, Xiaoyan's gaze shifted to the other side where the 100 Dodi were still locked in an intense battle. Compared to the battle on Lung Bingshuang's side, the situation here was much more stalemate. After all, they were all Dodi experts and there were many of them. Even though the Shao clan's side held the upper hand, it was very difficult for them to end the battle in a short period of time. If there was no absolute power suppressing them, the battle would definitely drag on. An icy-cold expression immediately surfaced on Xiaoyan's face when he saw this scene. His body moved and a huge illusory figure rapidly flashed through the sky. It quickly charged into the group of people, charging left and right as it swiftly defeated the dozen or so Dodi experts from the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley. When everyone saw that Xiaoyan had actually killed over a dozen Dodi experts in the blink of an eye, a dense fear swiftly rose from the bottom of their hearts. There were even some people who immediately thought of fleeing when they saw Xiaoyan attack. On the other hand, the people from the Shao clan were surprised when they saw Xiaoyan display his invincible might. Numerous gazes filled with shock and respect landed on Xiaoyan in an orderly manner. Afterward, under Xiaoyan's lead, all the Dodi experts from the Shao clan's side moved together and defeated the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley. In just a few minutes, all the Dodi experts on the other side had either died or fled. In the blink of an eye, the entire Qin Wasteland Maze Valley was completely deserted. Other than the valley chief, Qin Shua, and the other two origin transformation experts, everyone else had been finished off by Xiaoyan. In other words, from this moment on, only Qin Shua and the other two were left in the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley. However, after this battle, the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley would definitely be removed from the western region. The Shao clan would become another huge existence in the western region. Very soon, under the continuous attacks of Kai and the others, the two origin transformation experts from the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley were defeated one after another. They lost the ability to fight and fell into the city below. At this moment, other than Yi Luo Tian and Qin Shua, there were only the two origin transformation experts from the Ghost Hall who were bitterly holding on. This continued until a certain moment when the two of them were finally unable to endure the attacks from Xiaoyan and the others. Just as they wanted to flee, one of them was killed by the sky-piercing ape. The other person took advantage of the self-destruction of the sky-piercing ape before he died to break out of the encirclement and quickly flee the sand river. Just when Kai and the others wanted to give chase, they were stopped by Xiaoyan. Soon after, their gazes landed on the last two people. When Leng Bingshuang and the Northern King had retreated a certain distance away, Xiaoyan's group of 7 origin transformation experts blocked the two of them from all directions, completely surrounding them. Yi Luotian and Qin Shua could not help but glance at each other in despair as they faced the encirclement of 7 origin transformation experts. They had never thought that the final outcome would be like this. Everything they had planned out, including the people from the Ghost Hall, should have been a perfect plan. However, they had never thought that even with the assistance of a returnance expert, they would still fail to deal with Xiaoyan. What do we do? It's basically impossible to break out of this encirclement. Looking around, Qin Shua pitifully discovered that no matter which direction or angle he looked from, the other party had no blind spots at all. Could it be that they could only be trapped here and die? Dali Master, we have no path of retreat now that things have developed to this point. Let's risk it all. As long as we break out, we'll still have a chance. A gleam of light flashed in the depths of Yi Luotian's eyes when he heard Qin Shua's words. Qin Shua clenched his teeth with great dissatisfaction when he heard this. Not only had he lost 2 origin transformation experts in today's battle, but he had also lost the entire Qin Wasteland Mysterious Valley. This battle could be said to be a complete defeat. However, it was also because of this that he felt even more dissatisfied in his heart. If he could charge out and leave this place, he would definitely take revenge for today's grudge to Xiaoyan in the future. Pfft. However, just as Qin Shua was gritting his teeth and pondering, a hand suddenly pierced into his lower abdomen. At the same time, a medicinal pill was also placed in his stomach. The moment Qin Shua raised his head, he saw Yi Luotian's savage face. He had never imagined that Yi Luotian, who was on the same boat as him, would actually attack him at such a critical moment. Dali Master, since you're going to die anyway, why not grant me my wish and use your death to keep me safe? Isn't that even better? Although Qin Shua did not understand the meaning behind Yi Luotian's words, he could clearly feel a strange plant rapidly growing in the vortex in his body. He was also extremely alarmed to discover that the Genesis Qi in his body was no longer under his control. With a thought from Yi Luotian, all the remaining Genesis Qi in the vortex in Qin Shua's body began to frantically surge. From the looks of it, it was about to self-destruct. Unfortunately, even if it was going to self-destruct, it was not Qin Shua's own will. Not good, retreat quickly. He's going to self-destruct. On the other side, Xiaoyan's group finally recovered from their shock. In an instant, the few people present did not have the time to do anything else. Their expressions changed drastically as their bodies swiftly pulled back. At the same time, the remaining Genesis Qi in their bodies poured out without any reservation. They intertwined with each other and completely sealed the space where the two of them were located. Then, boom, an earth-shaking explosion suddenly sounded. An extremely frightening energy storm also swept apart in an instant. The powerful strength violently smashed onto the energy barrier that Xiaoyan and the others had formed together. The expressions of the 7 of them turned pale at the same time. Their faces were filled with solemnness. After a couple of breaths, one could hear a ka-cha sound. The energy barrier that the 7 of them had formed together was immediately shattered. The remaining strength also sent the 7 of them flying in an instant. Soon after, before the energy storm in the sky had completely dissipated, a miserable figure covered in blood suddenly staggered out from within. Moreover, he hurriedly flew out of the Sand River shop without stopping. This person was Yi Luotian. Yi Luotian's face involuntarily revealed an extremely cold smile as he glanced at Xiaoyan's group, who had been sent flying a great distance away. Although he had paid quite a great price this time around, he had finally been saved. Without Xiaoyan's group blocking him, he could safely leave this place. At the same time, Xiaoyan and the others unwillingly wanted to chase after Yi Luotian when they saw that he was about to escape. Unfortunately, the Genesis Qi in their bodies had been completely exhausted in the energy storm earlier and they did not have the strength to chase after him. They could only watch helplessly as Yi Luotian left. God damn it! Xiaoyan cursed in his heart. He had never imagined that Yi Luotian would be so vicious and merciless as to not even spare his own partners. Just when Xiaoyan's group thought that Yi Luotian would flee, over 20 elite Dodi rushed over from all directions a short distance in front of Yi Luotian. They blocked Yi Luotian's path. All of these people were elite Dodi who had been imprisoned by Yi Luotian in the western col of Flat Mountain. With a series of painful cries, Yi Luotian was finally killed by the encirclement of the Dodi. This person who had single-handedly caused all of this to happen, who could be described as a great traitor, had ultimately suffered the consequences of his own actions. With Yi Luotian's death, the battle at Shahapu could be said to have come to an end. The Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley, a great overlord of the western region, was destroyed just like that. Many of the subordinate organizations under it had ended as a result. Not only had the Shao clan defeated the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley in this battle, but they had also killed Yi Luotian. To Xiaoyan, the most important thing was that they had successfully captured the hall master of the Ghost Hall. Xiaoyan was certain that this person was a returnance expert. He was definitely the leader of all the ghost halls in the western region. Since Hall Master Luo had been dealt with by him, the others were even less of a problem. In other words, even the ghost hall could no longer pose any threat to him in the current western region. The battle ended. The battle ended. Other than the origin transformation expert from the Ghost Hall who had taken the opportunity to flee, all the experts at the origin transformation realm and above from the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley had been killed. The Dodi had even killed dozens of people. This battle result could be considered terrifying, of course, although the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley had been completely dealt with, the people from the Shao clan had also suffered quite a few casualties. However, overall, this was only a drop in the ocean. Afterwards, Xiaoyan and the others relied on medicinal pills to recover some of their strength. After cleaning up the battlefield, they decided to rest in the city. Below. Everyone present had expended quite a lot of energy in this battle. They could no longer endure any more exhaustion. What they needed the most at this moment was rest. Ignoring the others, at the very least, Xiaoyan was completely exhausted. During the battle earlier, all the nerves in his body had been stretched taut. The strength in his body had reached a high explosive level. Using it at such a high intensity for a long period of time had already exhausted him. He was already extremely lucky that he had not fainted immediately after the battle had ended. While all the members of Shao Gate were resting in the city, on the other side, a group of black-robed human figures suddenly appeared in front of the expert from the Ghost Hall, who had escaped from the tiger's mouth with great difficulty. They swiftly surrounded him. Seeing these human figures that had suddenly appeared, a pair of scarlet eyes under the black fog involuntarily revealed a deep fear. With his strength, he was actually unable to discover when these people had appeared. This also meant that the cultivations of this group of people were at least 9-star Dodi or above. It was even extremely likely that this was a group made up of origin transformation experts. How dare you block my path? As of them. In his current state. Cuckoo, the Ghost Hall. Who on the continent doesn't know about it? However, the people we are killing are people from the Ghost Hall. The leader of the black-robed people coldly laughed when he heard the words that carried a warning from the black fog. He immediately raised his head, revealing a pair of golden eyes under it. He stared at the people from the Ghost Hall on the other side and coldly said, "Kill." His voice had just sounded when the two black-robed people beside him suddenly flashed. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared in front of the cluster of black fog. 2 hands were extended from under their sleeves. A flickering golden light swiftly rotated in their palms before they heavily slammed down on the black fog in front of them. The sudden attack of the other party caused the person in the black fog to be startled. He was just about to withdraw when he was suddenly horrified to discover that a golden light formation had unknowingly formed under his feet. His body was firmly locked onto by the light formation. He was unable to dodge. While being controlled, the pair of scarlet eyes in the black fog finally noticed the special badge on the chests of the 2 black-robed people in front of him in an instant. In an instant, the black-robed person's heart was filled with endless fear. He could not help but involuntarily cry out, "You are the heavens." However, before the words could be completely spat out from his mouth, the 2 hands had already landed on his head. In the blink of an eye, he was killed on the spot. After killing the origin transformation expert from the Ghost Hall with a single strike, one of the black-robed people extended his hand once again. He took out a strangely shaped mask from the black fog that had yet to disperse and handed it over to the black-robed person who was the leader. Let's go. With this ghost face, it will be easier for us to report when we return. Otherwise, the higher-ups will definitely grumble once they see that we did not take action. Putting away the mask, a helpless sigh was emitted from under the black robe. Immediately, he led the group of people and quickly disappeared from this place. On the other side, two human figures swiftly left the city one after the other in Shahapu. When they left, a few storage rings had mysteriously appeared in their hands. In the blink of an eye, half a month had already passed. Following the end of the battle at Shahapu, the Qin Wasteland Labyrinth quickly disappeared from the western region. Even the people and things related to the Qin Wasteland Labyrinth also disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, at the same time, news related to the Shao clan also quickly spread throughout the western region within half a month. The end of one generation of power also simultaneously announced the rise of another great power. The Shao clan would certainly become another colossus in the western region. Even though he had yet to do so, in reality, in the hearts of everyone in the western region, they already understood this point. Of course, as the name of the Shao Gate became even more popular, there was no doubt that the sect master of the Shao Gate, Xiaoyan, had become an origin transformation expert at such a young age. Not only did he possess a great cultivation, he had also eliminated two great disasters for the western region, unknowingly saving the lives of countless people. Currently, he was the idol of many people in the western region. There were even quite a few people who treated Xiaoyan as the person they chased after for the rest of their lives. As a result, they madly cultivated for him. It was also because of these various reasons that the sect masters of no less than 100 large and small factions in the western region gathered in the Shilin mountain range in just half a month. Their goal was to join the Shao Gate and personally see Xiaoyan. Even when the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley was threatened with death, there were not many factions who agreed with such a scene. It was also because the leaders of these factions had all gathered in the Shilin mountain range that all the magical beasts in the Shilin mountain range became restless. If it were not for Lin Bingshuang's appearance to suppress them, the leaders of these factions would not have been able to enter the Shilin mountain range so easily no matter how powerful they were. Although there were indeed quite a few leaders of factions who had entered the Shilin mountain range, only a third of the total number of people managed to remain after passing through the various obstacles set up by Lin Bingshuang and the little fairy doctor. This caused the people from the other factions to be rather unwilling, but they could only leave in disappointment in the end. As for those people who had successfully stayed behind, they did not succeed in seeing Xiaoyan as they had imagined. The little fairy doctor and Lin Bingshuang's answers were unanimous in the face of their questions. The latter was in a retreat and no one knew when he would exit his retreat. With regards to this, the leaders of those factions could only helplessly withdraw their curious thoughts. Finally, they left the Shilin mountain range after the arrangements of the little fairy doctor and the rest. This was after all the territory of the magical beasts. Once a large number of humans gathered here for a long period of time, those magical beasts would inevitably become restless even with the suppression of Lin Bingshuang. After dismissing these incessant fellows, the little fairy doctor and Lin Bingshuang quickly dismissed Lu Qing and the rest. These fellows' injuries had already completely recovered in half a month's time. The reason why they continued to stay here was undoubtedly because of the reward that Xiaoyan had promised them. The little fairy doctor and Lin Bingshuang were naturally very clear about this point. At the beginning, when they were asked to leave, these fellows were all unwilling, afraid that Xiaoyan would get rid of them after they had outlived their usefulness. They were only willing to leave when Lin Bingshuang and the towering giant ape pressured them with their imposing manner. Of course, before leaving, the little fairy doctor had specially sworn on the lightning penalty oath. Seeing that the little fairy doctor was actually willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath for Xiaoyan, even with Lin Bingshuang's character, she could not help but feel a little surprised in her heart. At the same time, there was a trace of indescribable jealousy and unwillingness at the bottom of her heart. It was as if the person who should swear on the lightning penalty oath should be her. Following the retreat of the various factions, the Shilin mountain range temporarily regained its peace. Although the injuries that the Dodi had suffered had all been healed, as origin transformation experts, the injuries within their bodies were not as simple as they appeared on the surface. They needed a large amount of time to completely recover. Therefore, in the following period of time, everyone entered their own secluded cultivation. Only Morong Xian rested for a moment after the big battle ended before hurrying back to the clan. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months had passed. Lung Bingshuang and the rest had already exited their secluded cultivation. However, they still had not seen Xiaoyan appear. This involuntarily caused them to feel a little worried. However, at this very moment, Xiaoyan was no longer in the Shilin mountain range. On the contrary, a few days before Lung Bingshuang and the rest had exited their secluded cultivation, he had arrived in the western wastelands without anyone knowing. Xiaoyan had already awakened from his secluded cultivation a few days ago. This time, not only had he recovered from all his injuries, even his cultivation had completely stabilized at the late origin transformation realm. His personal battle prowess had also increased. Although the increase could not be seen right now, as long as the day came when he truly needed to use it, this strength would bring endless benefits to Xiaoyan. After Xiaoyan had awakened, he was in no hurry to appear. Instead, he took out the jade bottle that contained the soul of Hall Master Yun. After a long period of interrogation, this fellow finally revealed the locations of the few ghost halls in the western wastelands. Unfortunately, this fellow did not know any of the detailed information regarding Sunair. Right now, Xiaoyan had come to the western wastelands for the sake of destroying the branches of the ghost halls that had been established here. According to the information provided by Hall Master Yun, Xiaoyan very quickly arrived at a barren region called the Sand Lake Swamp. The environment of this place was just like its name. All that entered one's eyes was a vast expanse of yellow sand. However, what was different from other places was that the sand here did not form sand dunes like other places. Instead, it was as calm and quiet as the surface of a lake. A cold wind that was filled with sand blew past the sky. Xiaoyan could clearly see that the surface of the sand lake in front of him actually had a layer of ripple that was just like the surface of a lake. This sand lake is really strange. Upon seeing such a strange scene, even with Xiaoyan's experience, he could not help but exclaim in surprise. In order to satisfy the curiosity in his heart, Xiaoyan even shot out an energy pillar with his hand and shot it directly at the sand lake in front of him. However, immediately after, a strange scene appeared once again. The energy pillar that Xiaoyan shot out seemed to have hit water as it deeply sank into the sand lake. It even stirred up a wave that was completely formed from sand. Upon seeing this scene, Xiaoyan's heart was even more shocked by the strangeness of this sand lake. It was no wonder that the ghost hall would choose to set up camp in such a place. With such a strange geographical environment, it was likely that no one would be willing to come here. Hence, this place had become the best place for them to set up camp. After sweeping across the surface of the sand lake for a few minutes, the sight in front of Xiaoyan gradually darkened. Immediately after, a towering mountain-like pitch-black building appeared in front of Xiaoyan. This was also the location of the first ghost hall that Hall Master Yun had given him. Without any hesitation, Xiaoyan forcefully broke the special restriction at the entrance in a few moves. Subsequently, he charged into the hall. At the same time that he alarmed all the experts in the hall, he also killed all the people from the ghost hall that he could see in the shortest amount of time. Even those who he could not see, but could sense with his spiritual strength, were all killed by him. Faced with Xiaoyan's attack, these so-called experts from the ghost hall could not even block a single punch from him. In a short few minutes, all the experts from the ghost hall within the large hall had been killed by Xiaoyan. Even the pitch-black magnificent building had been forcefully razed to the ground by Xiaoyan with a single punch. In the end, the ruins of the large hall that had lost all its support sank into the sand lake. After that, it was the other 2 ghost halls in the other 2 areas. In the next few days, Xiaoyan had practically walked through the entire western wastelands. The other 2 halls had also been completely destroyed by Xiaoyan using the same method. In this way, all the remaining ghost hall forces in the western wastelands had been completely cleaned up by Xiaoyan. After settling these matters, Xiaoyan naturally returned to the Shilin mountain range. However, it was also at this moment that Morong Xian, who had originally left earlier, suddenly returned and once again arrived at the Shilin mountain range. This time, his target was Lung Bingshuang. In the Shilin mountain range, when Lung Bingshuang found out the reason and purpose of Murong Xian's visit, an ice-cold murderous intent immediately surfaced on her beautiful face. Her two fair, jade-like hands involuntarily clenched tightly. In her heart, a fury that had been suppressed for many years once again rose. They actually have the face to come here. Standing on top of the cliff, Lung Bingshuang's beautiful eyes stared intently at the empty space in front of her. The aura in her body churned, and even the energy between heaven and earth began to riot uncontrollably. The mountain peak she stood on trembled slightly, and an extremely terrifying aura and pressure had invisibly enveloped the entire Shilin mountain range. This also caused countless magical beasts in the forest to curl up on the ground in extreme fear at this moment. Their mouths emitted low whimpers, indicating the fear in their hearts. At this very moment, even Tianing and the others were intimidated by this terrifying pressure. Their bodies trembled as they knelt on a distant mountain peak, their hearts filled with endless fear. Even Murong Xian, who had a very good relationship with Lung Bingshuang, turned pale in the face of Lung Bingshuang's pressure. His body involuntarily half-knelt on the ground as he revealed a respectful expression to Lung Bingshuang. Meanwhile, outside the Shilin mountain range, Xiaoyan had rushed over from the western wilderness. However, as soon as he arrived, he immediately sensed something strange in the Shilin mountain range. This is Lung Bingshuang. Did something happen? Xiaoyan's expression immediately changed drastically when he sensed the anger that filled the qi. Could it be that someone had come to the Shilin mountain range to create trouble during these few days that he had been away? You're courting death. With this thought, killing intent abruptly erupted in Xiaoyan's heart. With a low roar, the Genesis qi in his body frantically circulated. The Sky Extinction Step and Wing Elephant art were instantly activated to the limit. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the outskirts of the Shilin mountain range. "My lord, they have come to the western region this time with the intention of bringing you back to the clan. It seems that they hope that you can acknowledge your roots and return to the clan instead of continuing to wander outside. Father and I have discussed this, and we both believe that rather than staying in this desolate western region, it is better for you to return to the clan. After all, that is your true home." After a long while, when Lung Bingshuang gradually restrained her emotions, Murong Xian cautiously opened his mouth. However, the instant the words left his mouth, Lung Bingshuang's extremely cold gaze instantly landed on his body. "Humph, you're really stupid. What real home? Have you forgotten how they mercilessly drove us out of the clan and killed so many of our clansmen? Now you're actually advising me to go back? You've really disappointed me." A bitter expression involuntarily appeared on Murong Xian's face. He of course knew that Lung Bingshuang would not agree to return no matter what, and he certainly did not want to influence Lung Bingshuang's choice. However, he had no choice but to do so. Those people were threatening him with the lives of their clan. They would either bring Lung Bingshuang to them or erase their entire clan from the history of the continent. Of course, other than today, the last time he came to the Shilin mountain range was also for the same purpose. However, at that time, he was unable to speak because of the Shao Gate and the Qin desolate Maze Valley. However, it was different this time. Those people had already given the order that if they were unable to bring Lun Bingshuang back, they would start a massacre in the clan. As a last resort, Murong Xian had rushed to the Shilin mountain range in an attempt to invite Lun Bingshuang back. Unfortunately, he had already expected Lun Bingshuang's unruly attitude. Before he left, his father had already told him that if Lung Bingshuang was unwilling, he should not force her. Furthermore, he could not use the clan's crisis as an excuse to tie her up. Hence, after hearing Lung Bingshuang's reply, Murong Xian smiled bitterly. He bowed to Lung Bingshuang and turned around to leave. As the clan's young master, he must stay with the clan no matter what when the clan was facing such a crisis. The only thing that made him feel fortunate was that Murong Xianxian was not in the clan. Otherwise, if the latter was also involved, he would not be satisfied even if he were to die. However, just as Murong Xian was about to turn around and leave, a sharp rushing wind sound was heard. In an instant, a ghost-like human figure suddenly appeared in front of him. A hand claw that was filled with power almost landed on his throat. Fortunately, this person had recognized the former's identity the moment he appeared. Otherwise, Murong Xian would have died here today even before he could return to the clan. Huff, in an instant, Morong Xian's clothes were completely drenched in cold sweat. When he raised his head with a heart filled with fear, he only saw a young face that was covered in sweat. At this moment, the young man was looking at him with a face that did not know whether to laugh or cry. Morong Xian's mouth was still heavily panting. His face was filled with joy and helplessness. Xiaoyan did not expect that the fierce battle that he had imagined would actually appear in such an awkward manner in front of him. Withdrawing his hand, Xiaoyan revealed an awkward smile. At the same time, the aura of death that enveloped Morong Xian's heart also quietly dissipated at this moment. In that instant just now, he did not even sense a trace of Xiaoyan's aura. He did not even know when Xiaoyan had appeared in front of him. The other party's speed had actually reached such a level. At the same time, Lung Bingshuang's gaze also fell on Xiaoyan. Seeing that the latter had actually returned from outside, Lung Bingshuang's eyes were filled with shock. At the same time, the anger in her heart also unknowingly calmed down. This point was also clearly noticed by Xiaoyan, who was paying attention to the former's emotions. He immediately turned his head slightly and frowned at Lung Bingshuang. He asked curiously, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Hearing this, Lung Bingshuang's pair of beautiful eyes flashed slightly. However, she avoided Xiaoyan's gaze and quickly left the place. Only Xiaoyan and Morong Xian were left at the original spot. Since Lung Bingshuang did not say anything, Xiaoyan could only turn his gaze back to the person in front of him. When the latter saw this, his expression could not help but be slightly startled. Looking at Xiaoyan's curious eyes, a strange feeling involuntarily rose in Morong Xian's heart. Perhaps, the Xiaoyan in front of him could help him. Although this feeling came abruptly without any warning or reason, at this point, Lung Bingshuang's matter was already related to the rise and fall of their entire clan. How could he care so much? After which, he told Xiaoyan the purpose of his trip. However, when Morong Xian spat out the first sentence, the expression on Xiaoyan's face suddenly froze. "You mean, the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe?" A long while later, Morong Xian finally told Xiaoyan the reason why he had come to the Shilin mountain range this time around. During this entire process, Xiaoyan's expression was solemn. This was especially the case toward the end when his face even revealed a dark and solemn expression. The Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe is one of the supreme overlords of the magical beast world. Why would they look for her? After listening to Morong Xian's narration, Xiaoyan pondered for a long while before opening his mouth to speak. Compared to Morong Xian's narration, Xiaoyan was more curious as to why they would be interested in Lung Bingshuang, a woman who lived far away in the western region. When Xiaoyan's words came out, Morong Xian's expression immediately froze. In the blink of an eye, he regained his senses. After thinking about it carefully, Xiaoyan's question was not strange at all. If there was nothing special about Lung Bingshuang, the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe would not have looked for her. After hesitating for a long while, Morong Xian raised his eyes again and stared at Xiaoyan in front of him. He slowly said, "Mr. Xiaoyan, I'm afraid that you will be shocked when you hear the first sentence I'm about to say." Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. His heart was filled with doubt. At the same time, he became even more curious about Lung Bingshuang's true identity. In fact, Lung Bingshuang is also a member of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. Buzz. Morong Xian's words were like an invisible bomb that instantly exploded in Xiaoyan's mind. His words were astonishing, and a shocking storm raged wildly in Xiaoyan's mind. After a long while, Xiaoyan raised his head with an expression of disbelief. His gaze was firmly fixed on Morong Xian, as if he was afraid that he had misheard. When he saw Morong Xian nod his head in affirmation, his entire body suddenly froze, as if he had turned into a statue in an instant. Xiaoyan had never thought that Lung Bingshuang, who lived in the barren western region, would be a member of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. However, since that was the case, how could she possibly stay here? According to Xiaoyan's knowledge, the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe had always had strict rules. It was very rare for the tribe members to leave the tribe. Even if they died, most of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe members had to die in the tribe. Even if they died in the outside world, they had to bring their corpses back. However, why was Lung Bingshuang, a member of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe, living in the barren western region of the continent? Seeing Xiaoyan's surprised and suspicious expression, Morong Xian could only helplessly sigh. He raised his head and asked Xiaoyan, "What's the matter? I wonder if Mr. Xiaoyan has heard of the Ice Phoenix?" Hearing this, Xiaoyan was slightly startled. In the end, he shook his head awkwardly. Even with his experience, he had never heard of the Ice Phoenix. Seeing this, Morongxian smiled bitterly and nodded. Lung Bingshuang is from the Ice Phoenix tribe. Lung Bingshuang belongs to the Ice Phoenix clan. Back then, the Ice Phoenix was one of the two great clans of the Heaven Demon Phoenix clan. Then, Morongxian told Xiaoyan about the Ice Phoenix tribe and Lung Bingshuang's exact identity. It turned out that in the ancient times, there were two tribes in the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. One of them was the Fire Phoenix tribe, which was the current Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. The other was the Ice Phoenix tribe. Although the two tribes were both Heaven Demon Phoenixes, the relationship between the two tribes was not friendly. The continuous war caused the two tribes to completely break apart. After countless years, the Ice Phoenix tribe was finally defeated. Less than 10 people from the originally huge tribe were killed in the end. Even the subordinate tribes behind them were implicated and were almost exterminated. In the end, if the remaining experts of the Ice Phoenix tribe did not save them at the cost of their lives, the subordinate tribes behind them would have been completely exterminated. This subordinate tribe was Morongxian's tribe, the Cyan Phoenix tribe. Under the lead of the few remaining experts of the Ice Phoenix tribe, the Cyan Phoenix tribe fled the central region and came to the desolate western region to settle down. After countless years, only Lung Bingshuang was left of the original Ice Phoenix tribe. As for the Cyan Phoenix tribe, although the tribe still existed, its foundation and strength were no longer as strong as before. They could only submit themselves to the depths of the western wastelands and continue to guard the place where the experts of the Ice Phoenix tribe had fallen. Now, the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe had once again descended and used the fate of the Cyan Phoenix tribe as a bargaining chip to threaten them. They demanded that they must bring Lung Bingshuang back and leave with them. However, Morongxian was also clear about Lung Bingshuang's character. For the fate of the entire tribe, he had no choice but to come here. However, this outcome did not seem to be important. Huff, after exhaling a long breath, Xiaoyan nodded with a calm expression. He extended his hand and gently patted Morongxian's shoulder. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, she will go, right?" As his voice fell, Xiaoyan's gaze turned and looked at the void not far away from them. When Xiaoyan looked over, the void that was originally empty suddenly distorted slightly. Then, the graceful figure of Lung Bingshuang appeared in front of them again. She glanced at Xiaoyan, then her gaze fell on Morongxian. She frowned and said in a deep voice, "Why didn't you say such a big thing just now?" Hearing this, Morongxian's face suddenly revealed an embarrassed expression. After a long while, he said helplessly, "It was my father. He only asked me to ask if you are willing to go back. If you are not willing, then you must not be forced to go back for any reason. He said that the tribe is small, and your choice is the most important." Ridiculous. What do you mean the tribe is small? Do you want me to feel guilty for the rest of my life? And those guys, they are a group of despicable people. In order to achieve their goals, they actually use such despicable means. How despicable. Now, you and I will go to the western wasteland region. This king wants to see how arrogant and despotic they are. After speaking, Lung Bingshuang was about to move, but she saw Xiaoyan's figure move and follow closely beside her. "What are you doing?" Lung Bingshuang frowned and said. "Haha, someone wants to take my woman away. Then I have to go and meet them personally." In response, Xiaoyan curled his lips and smiled. Just as Lung Bingshuang was about to flare up, under the latter's stunned gaze, he snatched her jade-like hand and held it in his palm. He even stared at her with a domineering expression. In an instant, for some reason, the anger that should have risen in Lung Bingshuang's heart was extinguished the moment it was grabbed by Xiaoyan's large hand. She did not even dare to look directly at Xiaoyan's eyes. Behind the two of them, Morongxian was also extremely shocked as he looked at the two people in front of him. This was especially so when he saw the crimson redness involuntarily appear on Lung Bingshuang's pretty face. His heart immediately seemed to have understood something. He opened his mouth but was speechless. He could only quietly follow behind the two of them. The group swiftly left the Shilin mountain range and swiftly headed towards the western wasteland region. Tianning and the rest exchanged glances with each other when they saw Xiaoyan and Ling Bingshuang leave. They shrugged their shoulders and left one after another. At the same time, on another mountain peak, the white-dressed little fairy doctor was also watching Xiaoyan and Ling Bingshuang leave with a complicated expression. 2 days later, Xiaoyan's group, led by Murongxian, arrived at the depths of the western wilderness region. They arrived outside a city called Blue Eagle City. When Xiaoyan heard the words Blue Eagle City, his mind immediately recalled the scene when Xianxia had been taken away back then. That middle-aged man had clearly told him about the Blue Eagle City before he left. It was just that it was unexpected that the middle-aged man's casual words back then had actually come true. Outside Blue Eagle City, Xiaoyan and the other two hovered in the air and looked into the distance. Although they were outside the city, they could clearly see that in the depths of Blue Eagle City, there were 3 gigantic birds circling in the sky above a splendid building. Although these gigantic birds were not heaven demon phoenixes, Xiaoyan could tell that these magical beasts were not ordinary magical beasts. Furthermore, just from the pressure that enveloped the entire Blue Eagle City, these 3 magical beasts were probably of an extremely high rank. These 3 fellows are from a subsidiary tribe of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. They are called goshawks. During the war between the 2 tribes, they did not even have the right to participate in it. They always followed behind my tribe. Who would have thought that they would have developed to this stage now? When he finished speaking, Murongxian could not help but reveal an unresigned expression. Thinking back, his Qingluan tribe and its glory were extremely important even in the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. Who would have thought that they would be suppressed by these bastards now? Let's go and meet them. In response, Xiaoyan could only sigh softly in his heart. He then gently waved his hand, indicating for Murongxian to lead the way. Xiaoyan held Ling Bingshuang's hand, who had an unnatural expression. The 3 of them quickly entered the city and flew towards the city center. Very quickly, the 3 figures arrived at the center of the city. When they raised their heads, they saw the 3 gigantic beasts circling in the sky. Huge shadows descended from the sky and enveloped the entire city. It was like a thick layer of dark clouds. Combined with the heavy pressure, one could not help but feel an extremely heavy atmosphere. This is the Goshawk Castle. The clansmen of my clan usually live here. Other than some necessary clan properties and going out to gain experience, many people live and cultivate here since they were young. Of course, we also have our own space, so what we know and learn won't be any less than the people in the outside world. Murongxian wore a smile as he spoke to the surprised Xiaoyan. As for Ling Bingshuang, she indifferently glanced at the huge ancient castle below. A nostalgic look flashed across the depths of her beautiful eyes. After so many years, she had finally returned to this place. Xiaoyan's heart did not feel anything strange when he first saw this ancient castle outside the city earlier. It was merely a little more majestic than the buildings he had seen in the past. However, when he arrived at the top of the Goshawk Castle at this moment, he was shocked to realize that what he had seen earlier was merely the tip of the iceberg of this ancient castle. The huge ancient castle was like a strange city that could not be seen inside. As far as the eye could see, there were no main doors or entrances. The only thing that could lead to the inside was the door-like windows that were set up at the top of the ancient castle. Only from there could one reach the outside of the ancient castle. It was the first time that Xiaoyan had seen such a strange building. Haha, Mr. Xiaoyan, there is no need to be surprised. My Cyan Phoenix tribe has always been good at flying. Those structures that are suitable for humans do not exist for us. However, like this, on one hand, it can ensure the safety of our tribe members, and it can also be used for our tribe, saving us some unnecessary trouble. Only when he heard this did Xiaoyan understand. At the same time, he felt some admiration for this tribe. Even though he had already transformed into a human, they were still able to follow their own wishes and set up their own rules without being affected by the majority. Such an unruly tribe was really surprising. At the same time, in the guest hall of the Goshawk Castle, a few middle-aged men were smiling as they chatted with the people sitting opposite them. Their words were rather polite, but there was a faint smell of gunpowder in the air. Patriarch Murong, young master, has already left for almost 5 days. Why hasn't he returned yet? Could it be that he couldn't bring anyone back, so he ran away himself? On the left side of the hall, a yellow-robed old man at the very front raised his head and stared at the middle-aged man on the main seat as he spoke with a slightly heavy tone. The middle-aged man was the current patriarch of the Xian Phoenix clan, Morong Sun. The white-haired young man to the side immediately frowned when those words were spoken. A look of displeasure quickly flitted across his icy blue eyes. At the same time, the middle-aged man on the main seat also noticed the change in the young man's expression. His eyes spun as he immediately said, "Elder Xianxia, don't worry. Hehe, please don't be in such a hurry, Elder Xianxia. Lung Bingshuang's location is quite a distance away from my castle. Even though Xian'er has reached the origin transformation stage, he will still need some time to reach her. Therefore, I hope that the two of you can wait patiently for a little while longer. Since clan leader Morong has said so, we will wait for a while longer. However, I must remind clan leader Morong that Lung Bingshuang is a member of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. The reason why we have come here is because our tribe values this matter greatly. They have ordered me to bring Lung Bingshuang back to acknowledge her ancestors. Therefore, if young clan leader is unable to bring her back, I'm afraid that you will have to bear the consequences." Hearing the words spat out from the mouth of the middle-aged man on the head seat, the old man sitting below the stage hesitated for a moment before speaking with a threatening tone. "Of course. Since Xian'er is personally handling this matter, it will definitely be handled properly. Don't worry, Elder Xianxian. However, there's still something I don't understand. I hope Elder Xianxian can tell me. Why did the Heaven Demon Phoenix clan suddenly request for Lung Bingshuang to return to acknowledge her ancestors?" Morong Sun's question caused old Xianxian's expression to instantly change. Dissatisfaction immediately emerged on his face. However, before he could speak, the white-haired young man next to him suddenly sneered and said, "That's right. It seems that the Xian Phoenix clan has left the Heaven Demon Phoenix clan for too long. You've actually forgotten about this. Could it be that you don't know that Lung Bingshuang's ancestor had an expert with an extreme body? Although her ancestor's cultivation talent wasn't outstanding, it's said that after they successfully controlled the extreme body through the clan's secret technique, they became one of the few experts in the Ice Phoenix clan. However, for some unknown reason, the extreme body affected the next generation, causing all of the direct descendants of her branch to possess the extreme body. Looking at the time, the extreme body hidden in Lung Bingshuang's body should be nearing maturity. The reason why we're bringing her back to the clan this time is to help her resolve her extreme body. You should understand now, right?" After the white-haired young man spoke those words, Morong Sun's expression immediately changed. Naturally, he knew about the extreme body. He also knew about the dangers within. The extreme body was indeed an extremely powerful special body in this world. However, everyone in this world knew that it was a strange body that harmed others and oneself. If there was any way to help Lung Bingshuang resolve the problem of her body, then of course, he would be extremely happy. However, just as Morong Sun was pondering with a heart full of suspicion, three figures suddenly arrived outside the guest hall. It was Xiao Yan and the other two. The sudden arrival of Xiao Yan and the other two immediately drew the gazes of both Morong Sun and Song Xian. When Morong Sun saw Morong Xian bring Lung Bingshuang here, shock first emerged in his eyes, then he breathed a sigh of relief inside. If what the white-haired young man said was true, then perhaps Lung Bingshuang's arrival could not only resolve the crisis for his Azure Phoenix clan, it could also help her remove the hidden danger in her body. If that was the case, this deal was not a loss. While Morong Sun was quietly relaxing in his heart, the gazes of Song Xian and the others below the stage had similarly landed on Xiao Yan's group. Seeing that Morong Xian had returned and had even brought someone back, their hearts were naturally filled with joy. A couple of gazes swiftly observed Lung Bingshuang's lovely body beside Morong Xian. Their brows were immediately knit together when they noticed the black-robed young man who was similarly standing beside her. They could clearly sense the enmity that this black-robed young man's eyes revealed when he looked at them. When the three of them stepped into this place, Xiao Yan had already heard everything the white-haired young man said. Others did not know, but Xiao Yan knew very well that if he wanted to resolve the problem of Lung Bingshuang's extreme body, he had to have intercourse with her. No matter if it was her body or her soul, they had to completely merge with her. In other words, unless Lung Bingshuang married someone, her extreme body could not be resolved. But right now, Lung Bingshuang was one of his people, yet the young man said such clear words in front of him. How could he possibly not be moved? This is a human. Why did a human enter this place? Is the Goshawk Castle a human market? Why aren't you kicking him out? Ignoring the enmity in Xiaoyan's eyes, Song Xian frowned and opened his mouth in a deep voice. However, the two guards from the Murong clan standing in front of the door to the guest hall did not move in the slightest. This caused Song Xian's face to instantly become embarrassed. His old face twitched slightly. After which, his dissatisfied gaze landed on Murong Sun. The latter involuntarily knit his brows together when he saw this. Just as he was about to open his mouth, another middle-aged man among the few Murong clan elders seated on the right side of the stage suddenly stood up. His gaze, which was filled with surprise, was thrown onto Xiaoyan's body. You're Xiaoyan? As the words were spat out from this middle-aged man's mouth, the gazes of everyone present once again landed on him. Numerous gazes swept back and forth between the middle-aged man and Xiaoyan. It was very difficult to imagine that these two people, who did not appear to have met each other no matter how one looked at it, actually knew each other. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Xiaoyan's gaze immediately landed on him as well. His expression was first taken aback, then he immediately thought of a person who looked similar to the middle-aged man. A warm smile appeared on his face, and he said with a clear voice, "Senior Murong, we meet again." This Murong was the fourth uncle who took Murong Xianxian away from Xiaoyan, Murong Hao. It really is you. Who would have thought, who would have thought? When we meet again, the half-step emperor kid from back then has already become an origin transformation expert. Kid, your rate of growth is truly shocking. Xiaoyan could not help but smile awkwardly when he heard that. He did not say anything more on the topic. On the other hand, the people from Songxian immediately raised their eyebrows when they heard Xiaoyan's name. Even they, as passers-by, had heard of this name that had recently become extremely famous in the western region. He had actually forcefully killed a returnance expert with his cultivation at the origin transformation realm. Even they were extremely shocked by such a battle achievement. However, when they saw that this legendary Xiaoyan was actually just a young man with such a young appearance, a surprise involuntarily flashed across the eyes of that white-haired young man despite his character. Alright. Since you know each other, I won't interfere. However, since you've come, Lung Bingshuang, that means you're willing to return with us. The elders of the clan have already been waiting for a long time. Let's not waste any more words. We'll immediately set off for the central region. He stood up as he spoke. The white-haired young man by his side also stood up. His gaze, which had landed on Xiaoyan's body, shifted to Lin Bingshuang's beautiful face. His gaze repeatedly swept over the latter's proud lovely body. A greedy expression flashed deep within his eyes. Of course we'll set off. However, I'm afraid that you'll be the only ones returning. At this moment, the calm-faced Xiaoyan suddenly stood up. His eyes swept over the white-haired young man before looking at Song Xian, who was leading the group, and spoke in a faint voice. What did you say? The expressions on the faces of Song Xian and the white-haired young man beside him immediately changed when Xiaoyan's words sounded. Two gazes that were filled with displeasure landed on Xiaoyan's body at the same time. At the same time, an invisible aura and pressure spread out from the air. It immediately descended on Xiaoyan's head. The heavy pressure caused Xiaoyan's body to bend down in an instant. Half of his knees had nearly landed on the ground. Surprise involuntarily flashed across Song Xian's eyes when he saw that Xiaoyan was actually able to block his aura. He was just about to increase the pressure when another aura that was not inferior to his was suddenly unleashed from behind him. It easily resolved his aura and pressure. Even the aura that was suppressing Xiaoyan's body was also removed. Elder Song Xian, Xiaoyan is our guest. We cannot allow our guest to be bullied in our territory. Murong Sun stood up from the main seat and indifferently spoke. Song Xian's sinister eyes slowly narrowed. He turned his head and shot a glance at Murong Sun, then returned his gaze to Xiaoyan. With an icy tone, he said, "You heard what this brat said just now. You don't want us to take Lung Bingshuang away? That depends on whether you have the qualifications to say such words." Song Xian's gaze then looked back at Lung Bingshuang. He said with a deep voice, Lung Bingshuang, since you've come today, you must return with us. No. The reason I've come here is to tell you that I will absolutely not return to that place. Even if I do, I will be going there to take back what belongs to us. Song Xian tightly furrowed his brows. He didn't expect Lung Bingshuang to still be unwilling to return with them even with the lives of the Azure Phoenix clan as a threat. Helpless, he could only cast his gaze towards Murong Sun again. Murong Sun, don't you want to say something? After all, we're doing this for her own good. However, if she doesn't appreciate it, then she will have to bear the consequences herself. Murong Sun felt extremely helpless in his heart when he heard those words. He hesitated for a moment before finally opening his mouth. Unfortunately, before the words in his mouth could be completely spat out, they were interrupted by Xiaoyan. Lung Bingshuang, you should know that the extremine body, I'm sorry. If it's about the extremine body, then there's no need for you to worry. The moment the words left Xiaoyan's mouth in the guest hall, the gazes of everyone present from both parties instantly landed on him in an orderly manner. Their gazes contained both surprise and bewilderment. On the other hand, Lung Bingshuang, who stood next to Xiaoyan, couldn't help but feel her face burn up when she heard Xiaoyan's words. As the person involved, she naturally knew what Xiaoyan was referring to. However, thinking back to it now, there was no longer any scarlet-red fury in her eyes. Instead, they were pink. I wonder what Mr. Xiaoyan means by that. This matter is of great importance to my clan, so I hope you won't boast so carelessly. On the main seat, Murong Sun was also looking at Xiaoyan with a serious expression. He knew very well the weight of Xiaoyan's words. If he wasn't careful, it would likely cause the two sides to immediately clash. So, he had to be careful. I've heard of you before. Brat, this old man has heard of you. It's only because you have some foundation that you can make a name for yourself in this barren land. However, this old man still advises you to know your own limits. The extremine body is a strange physique that has troubled countless experts of the entire continent. Many top experts of the continent have studied it for countless years without any progress. Now, you actually say that we don't need to worry about it. What, do you have a solution? Song Xian's sinister eyes narrowed into a straight line as he stared at Xiaoyan. The formless pressure once again spread outwards. Compared to before, the current Murong Sun didn't do anything to stop it. Although Song Xian wasn't a righteous person, his words were not exaggerated in the slightest. The extremine body was special to begin with. According to legends, it was a strange constitution on par with the woeful poison body. In this world, there was almost no one who could control it. Even if they could forcefully suppress it, it would still cause an even greater disaster due to the backlash of the constitution. Therefore, Murong Sun would not allow any mistakes to occur in this matter. Even if the Xiaoyan in front of him was not an ordinary person, it was just as Song Xian had said. He was, after all, merely a person from this remote western region. Although his training talent was not bad, he was merely ordinary when placed in the entire continent. Without Murong Sun blocking him, Xiaoyan alone faced Song Xian's frightening aura and pressure that he could not match. His firm body only endured for a short few seconds before it was forcefully pressed down by the powerful pressure. His body emitted a bang as it knelt on the ground. This time around, even the ground under his body cracked because of this powerful aura and pressure. An inch-deep pit was smashed into the ground. The sudden change caused Lung Bingshuang's and Murong Xian's expressions to change. Although Lung Bingshuang wanted to help Xiaoyan, who was half kneeling on the ground, up, facing Song Xian's pressure, how could the two of them fight back with their strength? Immediately, their faces sank. Lung Bingshuang glared with her extremely cold eyes. Her gaze instantly swept past Song Xian's body, and the chilliness that shot over made Song Xian's heart slightly chill. Then, Lung Bingshuang spoke to Murong Sun, and coldly sneered. Murong Sun, everything he said is true. The problem of the extremine body has been solved. There won't be any problems in the future. What? It's really solved? Hearing Lung Bingshuang admit it herself, Murong Sun's heart was also filled with shock. Naturally, he wouldn't have any doubts about the former's words. However, what he didn't expect was what method they used to solve the extremine body that no one could solve. Was there truly a way to solve such a horrifying constitution? Why aren't you saving him? Just as Morong Sun was feeling shocked by Lin Bingshuang's words, the latter suddenly shouted, causing Morong Sun to instantly come back to his senses. With a face full of cold sweat, he quickly made his move, removing Xianxia's pressure in one go. He didn't pay attention to Xianxia's extremely ugly expression, and instead, suspiciously looked back and forth between Lin Bingshuang and Xiaoyan, who was breathing roughly. With Lin Bingshuang's prideful nature, when had she ever cared so much about a person? She even furiously roared at him for Xiaoyan. Ever since he met Lin Bingshuang, it was the second time he saw such a scene. Almost at the same time, in Xianxia's group, the white-haired young man's icy blue eyes kept on looking back and forth between Xiaoyan and Lin Bingshuang after Xiaoyan's words. His heart was filled with bewilderment. It wasn't until Lin Bingshuang personally confirmed it for Xiaoyan, and even revealed the crimson color that only a little girl would have on her face, that he immediately understood how Lin Bingshuang's extreme body was solved. This adulterous couple, they truly deserve to die. They actually ruined my plan just like that. When the white-haired young man fully understood this point, the rage in his heart immediately could not be suppressed. His standing body trembled slightly uncontrollably, the muscles on his face twitched, and a pair of ice blue eyes surged with killing intent. Although their goal in coming to the western region was indeed to bring Lin Bingshuang back to the clan and solve the hidden danger of her extreme body, their final goal was to transfer the extreme body into his body through a special secret method, creating a fake extreme body. In addition to his own ice attribute Genesis Chi, once the two were combined, his cultivation speed would definitely rise to a whole new level, and his future would be filled with limitless possibilities. However, the prerequisite for this was that Lin Bingshuang's extreme body had not fully matured, and her body had to be a virgin. He had waited for this day for a very long time. He never imagined that all his efforts would be in vain in the end. Thinking back, when he was still young, the elders of the white-haired young man had once mentioned Lin Bingshuang to him. The reason why they did not bring Lin Bingshuang back early was because they hoped to suppress Lin Bingshuang's cultivation speed, allowing the young man to completely suppress the extreme body's rampage when he absorbed it. In this way, the process of the young man fusing with it would naturally be much easier. According to their estimates, the extreme body should not have fully matured by now. If they brought Lin Bingshuang back at this time, their plan would have been absolutely foolproof. Unfortunately, plans could never keep up with changes. Who could have imagined that Lin Bingshuang would forcefully consume the extreme Arctic ice soul when the Shilin mountain range was in danger, causing the extreme body to erupt prematurely? It was also because of this that she had such a relationship with Xiaoyan. The many years of waiting of this young man had all turned into bubbles in a few words. Since the matter has been resolved, Elder Xianxia, I believe you all should be able to return, right? Knowing that the extreme body had been completely resolved, the rock that had been hanging in Morong Sun's heart finally fell to the ground. He quickly plastered a smile on his face as he looked towards Xianxia and the others. With a wave of his sleeve, he made an inviting gesture as he quietly waited for them to leave. Humph! Xianxia coldly snorted in displeasure when he heard this, and was about to leave with the people behind him. However, the instant he moved, the white-haired young man beside him suddenly made a move. He coldly snorted, and the instant he raised his head, his gaze landed on Lin Bingshuang as he said in a deep voice, "Even so, Lin Bingshuang, you are still a member of my Heaven Demon Phoenix clan. You must follow the rules of my Heaven Demon Phoenix clan. So, no matter what, I must bring you back today." The instant his words left his mouth, the white-haired young man's foot fiercely stomped on the ground. A powerful force instantly burst forth, and a basin-sized pit was immediately created. At the same time, the white-haired young man's figure instantly disappeared. However, he had already arrived in front of Lin Bingshuang in the blink of an eye, and grabbed towards her shoulder. Scram! The white-haired young man's sudden attack caught Lin Bingshuang off guard for a moment. However, Xiaoyan, who had been paying attention to her, abruptly jerked the instant the white-haired young man arrived. He instantly activated the giant elephant art, and the Genesis Chi in the vortex in his body rapidly circulated. In a flash, he appeared in front of Lin Bingshuang like a ghost. His hand clenched into a fist, and under the condensation of Genesis Chi and force, he viciously met the white-haired young man's palm. Humph, I knew you would attack. The white-haired young man seemed to have expected this. In the blink of an eye, powerful force instantly multiplied in the palm that he had extended forward. The instant it collided with Xiaoyan's fist, it viciously sent Xiaoyan flying with an unstoppable force. As an advanced origin transformation expert, Xiaoyan had been mercilessly sent flying by a single punch from the white-haired young man. Faced with someone of similar age, Xiaoyan's attack was actually unable to withstand a single blow. How is this possible? To the side, Morone Xian blankly stared at Xiaoyan as he was sent flying. Disbelief filled his face as he glanced between the two. Soon after, an extremely terrifying presence radiated from the white-haired young man's body. Only then did Morone Xian and Ling Bingshuang understand why the white-haired young man could send Xiaoyan flying with a single palm strike. His cultivation had already reached the returnance realm, and if they were not mistaken, he was probably a powerful late returnance expert. The difference of an entire level of cultivation was not something that could be made up for with battle prowess. Even though Xiaoyan had defeated a returnance expert before, that was only an early returnance expert in the end. However, it was completely different this time. Even if Xiaoyan used his full strength, he would not be the opponent of a late returnance expert. However, Ling Bingshuang was in no mood to pay attention to the young man's cultivation. All she could think about right now was Xiaoyan's current situation. Tens of seconds later, Xiaoyan, who had been sent flying by a punch from the white-haired young man, once again stepped into the guest hall from outside. Dust permeated the air. As his footsteps moved forward, an invisible wind swept away the dust fog. "Xiaoyan, are you all right?" Seeing Xiaoyan step forward, Ling Bingshuang's pretty face immediately carried an anxious expression as she stepped forward to inquire. Xiaoyan merely grinned at her in response, revealing a row of teeth that were dyed with fresh blood. After which, his gaze continued to look at the white-haired man. His tongue violently licked his lips, revealing a bloodthirsty manner. "I never thought that your cultivation would have already reached late returnance. I'm at the peak of late returnance. Kid, since you've touched something that doesn't belong to you, I'll make you understand the price of your actions today." The white-haired young man let out a furious snort. His body immediately flashed. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan. After which, he began to violently slap Xiaoyan's head. However, it was also at this moment that Ling Bingshuang suddenly moved. She arrived before Xiaoyan and used her full strength to receive the white-haired young man's strike. Boom! However, the huge gap between their cultivations caused Ling Bingshuang's lovely body to be instantly sent flying. At the same time, a mouthful of bright red fresh blood was spat out from her mouth, transforming into a blood fog that scattered onto Xiaoyan's face. The trace of coolness brought an extremely furious emotion to Xiaoyan. He had never thought that he would allow his woman to be bullied in front of him. At this very moment, the action of this white-haired young man had undoubtedly infuriated Xiaoyan in an instant. However, the white-haired young man had no idea that he had infuriated Xiaoyan. After sending Ling Bingshuang flying with a single strike, he directly changed his target and looked at Ling Bingshuang instead. Ling Bingshuang. On the other side, the patriarch and other elders of the Cyan Phoenix clan were enraged when they saw this scene, but they were immediately blocked by the experts brought by Xianxia. "Humph, bitch. You're actually interested in trash like him. Since you insist on blocking for him, I'll send you on your way first. Then I'll kill that trash and make you two a pair of lovebirds." Arriving in front of Ling Bingshuang, the white-haired youth scolded with a ferocious expression. Then, he slowly raised his right hand, and with an extremely fast speed, mixed with an extremely tyrannical strength, he ruthlessly hit Ling Bingshuang's pale face. Boom! However, in the next instant, a hand that was filled with power suddenly grabbed the wrist of the white-haired young man and forcefully stopped his movement. At the same time, a powerful force actually firmly held onto his wrist like a metal clamp, causing him to be unable to move at all. "What? You trash, get out of my way." The moment the white-haired young man turned his head, the expression on his face involuntarily became startled when he saw that it was actually Xiaoyan. Soon after, a furious emotion suddenly rose within the white-haired young man's heart. His other hand was suddenly clenched into a fist and violently smashed toward Xiaoyan's lowered head. Once this fist landed on Xiaoyan's head, it was likely that even with the strength of his physical body, he would be unable to endure it. Boom! However, a strange scene appeared once again. The white-haired young man's punch, which contained quite a bit of strength, was once again blocked by Xiaoyan's other hand. Soon after, under the white-haired young man's shocked gaze, Xiaoyan slowly raised his head, revealing a face that was filled with a wild killing intent. After which, one could hear an extremely heavy muffled sound. The white-haired young man's body uncontrollably shot backwards and actually forcefully penetrated through the dome of the guest hall. The sudden turn of events attracted the gazes of everyone in the hall. When they saw the white-haired young man being sent flying by Xiaoyan's attack, everyone on the Xianxia side could not help but reveal shocked expressions. Given the white-haired young man's cultivation, they did not dare to believe that Xiaoyan, who was at the advanced origin transformation stage, would be able to force him back. However, when these people's gazes landed on Xiaoyan, they were surprised to discover that Xiaoyan's aura had undergone an extremely great change in the blink of an eye. His original late origin transformation cultivation had actually skyrocketed, reaching mid-returnance and even approaching late returnance. Compared to the white-haired young man, Xiaoyan's current cultivation was no different from his. Is this a secret technique? No, it's not a secret technique. It's a pill. No wonder. No wonder this kid can defeat a returnance expert with his cultivation at the origin transformation realm. So he's using a pill that can temporarily increase his cultivation. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be the opponent of a returnance expert with his measly strength. How can the difference in cultivation be made up for so easily? However, if we let him continue like this, it's very likely that his cultivation will surpass Feng Xianyu's. Steward, should we stop this kid? These people were indeed worthy of being members of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. With just a glance, they were able to see some clues on Xiaoyan's body. However, while these people were hesitating on whether they should intervene, Feng Xianyu's body suddenly flashed above the dome that had been penetrated by his body. He arrived in front of Xiaoyan in the blink of an eye. His face was ferocious as his claw violently smashed toward Xiaoyan's head. I was careless and actually forgot about you. Looks like you're even more trash than I imagined. You actually relied on pills to increase your strength. Die. Feng Xianyu's attack was fierce. His sharp claw was wrapped in Genesis Chi and forcefully tore through space. Wherever it passed, space collapsed as a sharp sonic boom rang out in the hall. In an instant, Feng Xianyu's curved claw had already approached Xiaoyan's face. It seemed like it would land on Xiaoyan's face in the next moment. However, Xiaoyan did not panic in the face of Feng Xianyu's attack. He bent down and picked up Lung Bingshuang before Feng Xianyu could reach him. When he lowered his head and saw the trace of blood at the corner of Lun Bingshuang's mouth, the killing intent in Xiaoyan's eyes became even sharper. You're courting death. Seeing that Xiaoyan actually dared to ignore his attack, Feng Xianyu's expression changed. At the same time, he could not help but curse angrily. Since he was young, other than a few people in the clan, no one had dared to treat him with such contempt. Xiaoyan could be said to be the first, but he would definitely be the last. With this thought in mind, Feng Xianyu's attack became even fiercer. In an instant, Xiaoyan's head was torn to shreds. Feng Xianyu did not even turn his head to look as his claw swept past. He was confident that Xiaoyan had no chance of survival under his attack. Humph, you overestimate yourself. You think you can fight me by relying on pills. Really? Feng Xianyu lowered his head and sneered. At the same time, he glanced at his hand that had just grabbed Xiaoyan's head. When he saw that his hand was not stained with the slightest bit of blood, his eyes were slightly startled. Following that, the expression on his face became interesting. There was not the slightest trace of blood in his fair palm, and the attack just now seemed incomparably easy. It was as if Xiaoyan had exploded into nothingness under his claw. However, Feng Xianyu also knew that even if Xiaoyan had died, it was impossible for there not to be any traces of blood left behind. Xiaoyan turned his head to take a look. Indeed, behind Feng Xianyu, there was a broken illusionary figure that was quietly dispersing. The thing that he had pierced through was merely the head of this illusionary figure. As for Xiaoyan's actual body, he had already left the spot with Lung Bingshuang when Feng Xianyu's claw landed. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Feng Xianyu was even more shocked. He originally thought that he had killed Xiaoyan, but it was only an afterimage. Shua. Immediately after, Feng Xiangyu quickly felt an aura filled with killing intent. He immediately turned around and saw Xiaoyan, who was at a corner of the hall, gently placing Lin Bingshuang's delicate body on a table and feeding her a pill. Only then did he slowly raise his head. A pair of indifferent pitch-black eyes stared calmly at Feng Xiangyu, as if nothing had happened. However, every time this happened, Xiaoyan would be the most terrifying. Feng Xiangyu's heart involuntarily felt a chill spread when he noticed Xiaoyan's calm, dark black eyes. Although those eyes appeared calm, they contained a kind of annihilation feeling that appeared to be about to swallow everything. The invisible might that it gave others was likely even more dangerous than the ferocious aura that Feng Xiangyu was currently emitting. Humph, Feng Xiangyu coldly snorted. This time, even with his temperament, he didn't dare to act rashly. He could clearly feel that Xiaoyan's strength was no longer inferior to his own. In fact, it was even faintly showing signs of being superior. Although this strength was only temporary, as long as Xiaoyan possessed it, it meant that Xiaoyan had the strength to fight on par with him. In fact, he might even be able to suppress him. Therefore, even Feng Xiangyu couldn't act rashly before he had a complete chance of winning. Just as the people on Song Xian's side were about to intervene, they were stopped by the people led by Murong Xian. Murong Xian knew that his father needed to face Song Xian. Therefore, the remaining people could only be left to him to deal with. As for Xiaoyan's side, after seeing Xiaoyan's current condition, Murong Xian was certain that the one called Feng Xiangyu was going to suffer. Since there was no one on either side who could interfere in the battle between the two, Xiaoyan could naturally wholeheartedly deal with the white-haired young man before him. Hee, I didn't expect a trash from the western region like you to possess a pill that can greatly increase one's cultivation. Feng Xiangyu's face carried ridicule as he stared at Xiaoyan opposite him. His mouth repeatedly sneered. At the same time, his gaze was constantly observing Xiaoyan's expression. If he could affect Xiaoyan's mental state at this moment, it would undoubtedly be a good thing for him. However, Xiaoyan didn't comment on Feng Xiangyu's words. His indifferent gaze swept across the former's body as he sneered. You keep calling me trash. Since you look down on me so much, aren't you still standing here with me? You. The flesh on Feng Xiangyu's face involuntarily twitched when these words were uttered. He was just about to open his mouth to curse when Xiaoyan on the opposite side let out a cold laugh. Xiaoyan's feet heavily stomped on the ground. A wild and violent force suddenly poured out like a volcano eruption. Xiaoyan's body also disappeared from the original spot in an instant. Soon after, he had already arrived in front of Feng Xiangyu. A fist violently smashed toward Feng Xiangyu's face. Although Feng Xiangyu wanted to take the opportunity to affect Xiaoyan's state of mind, he did not expect that he would be used by the latter. Even if it was only for a moment, with the sky extinction step and the wing elephant art, in addition to the close distance between them, it was enough for him to launch a fierce attack on Feng Xiangyu. All that Xiaoyan needed to do was to cause Feng Xiangyu's state of mind to fluctuate for an instant when he executed this attack. In the end, he succeeded. Xiaoyan's lightning-like speed did not give Feng Xiangyu any opportunity to attack. By the time he lifted his head, a powerful wind pressure had already descended from above his head. His entire body appeared to be pressed under a mountain, making it difficult for him to move. Hence, this punch of Xiaoyan's could be said to have completely smashed into Feng Xiangyu's face without holding back. Bang! As the punch landed, Feng Xiangyu's entire face was distorted in an instant. Fresh blood spurted out from his entire face. His mouth full of teeth were all knocked out by Xiaoyan's punch. The thoughts in his mind also became blank under Xiaoyan's punch. A feeling of dizziness appeared in his mind. His entire body flew backwards uncontrollably, like a broken sack. He heavily smashed onto the stone pillar in the hall, smashing it into pieces. Bastard, you're courting death. Seeing that Feng Xiangyu was actually sent flying by Xiaoyan's punch without holding back, a few of the experts from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe could no longer maintain their composure. As they cursed, their figures rushed forward, wanting to take down Xiaoyan. However, the moment these people moved, Murong Hao and a group of elders from the Murong family in front of them immediately stepped forward and stopped these people. At the same time, Xiaoyan did not stop. Before Feng Xiangyu regained his senses, Xiaoyan's figure once again appeared in front of him. He waved his fists and ruthlessly smashed Feng Xiangyu's body in front of the broken stone pillar, one punch after another. In the hall, the sound of the tremors did not stop. Feng Xiangyu's body was buried deep in the ruins of the hall under Xiaoyan's fists. Every time Xiaoyan's fist landed, there would be a dull collision sound. The hall in front of everyone present was also trembling slightly. At this very moment, everyone from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe had their hearts in their throats. The higher-ups had sent them here to ensure Feng Xiangyu's safety, but now, Feng Xiangyu was being violently attacked by a human right in front of them. They could only watch helplessly. This made them feel extremely helpless. At this very moment, they could only hope that the medicinal effect of the pill in Xiaoyan's body would quickly wear off. Otherwise, if anything happened to Feng Xiangyu, it was likely that everyone present would pay the price with their lives. Bang! 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 Heavy explosions continuously sounded. Every time Xiaoyan's fist landed, it was as if it was smashing into their hearts. At a certain moment, even the calm and unmoving Song Xian finally could not maintain the expression on his face. It was indeed a good thing for a person to experience some setbacks. However, he never expected that Feng Xiangyu would not get up after being hit by Xiaoyan's fist. Although Xiaoyan played a part in this, it was mostly due to Feng Xiangyu's own intelligence. Just from this point alone, the human called Xiaoyan had already far surpassed him. Otherwise, the person lying on the ground would not be him, Feng Xiangyu. Quickly after, Song Xian's lips and teeth opened slightly. A soundless murmur was quietly sent into Feng Xiangyu's mind, instantly waking up the dizzy Feng Xiangyu from his unconscious state. On the main seat, Morong Sun naturally sensed Song Xian's actions. However, he also knew Feng Xiangyu's identity. If something truly happened to Feng Xiangyu here, it would likely bring a true calamity to the current Cyan Phoenix clan. So, before that happened, he absolutely could not allow anything to happen to Feng Xiangyu. As for Xiaoyan's violent beating, he would just treat it as a lesson. If Xiaoyan really wanted to kill Feng Xiangyu, it was not something that could be done with a mere punch. Given Xiaoyan's temperament, even if fury had already filled his heart, he still clearly understood that he absolutely could not bring a calamity to the Morong clan for any unnecessary reason. After roaming the continent for so many years, his temperament and experience were already incomparable to ordinary people. He was very clear on this point. This made Morong Sun feel much more at ease. It was also one of the reasons why Song Xian did not stop Xiaoyan when he saw Feng Xiangyu's violent beating. Bang! The instant Feng Xiangyu's consciousness recovered, Xiaoyan's fist was instantly blocked by a single hand. The frantically circulating Genesis Qi in his body immediately turned into a protective barrier, causing his aura to rise madly in an instant. Bastard, give, bang! However, even though Feng Xiangyu had already recovered his strength, Xiaoyan's other fist landed heavily with an even more ferocious momentum before he could finish spitting out the curse in his mouth. It completely smashed Feng Xiangyu's body into the ground. When Xiaoyan stood up with an expressionless face, the entire hall became completely silent. The atmosphere appeared strange and solemn. Everyone's gazes gathered on Xiaoyan's body in unison. Boom! Suddenly, the hall's ground was torn apart by a terrifying force. Rays of golden light shot out from the cracks, and with an earth-shaking cry, an enormous bird abruptly flew out, swallowing Xiaoyan in a single gulp. Then, it completely destroyed the hall's dome and rushed out of the Goshawk castle. Human! Today, I will completely devour you. As the cry rang out again, Feng Xiangyu, who had reverted to his original form, fiercely bit down, intending to crush Xiaoyan in his mouth. However, reality was not as simple as he had imagined. Clang! Dazzling golden light enveloped Xiaoyan's body as powerful Genesis Qi surged out wave after wave. The effects of the dragon bone pill continued to seep out. Although the power was not enough for Xiaoyan's cultivation to break through the shackles of the Returnance realm, it was enough to make him invincible in the Returnance realm. Coupled with his own battle prowess, Feng Xiangyu was no longer a threat to him. Ignoring Feng Xiangyu's attack, Xiaoyan used all his strength to display the giant elephant skill. An enormous illusory figure stood between the sky and the earth like Mount Tai. Soon after, in front of Feng Xiangyu's enormous beast eyes that were filled with terror, both of Xiaoyan's hands lifted Feng Xiangyu's body from the neck as though he was carrying a dead chicken. Xiaoyan used all his strength to violently smash Feng Xiangyu's body into a huge open ground in the city below. Boom! In Blue Eagle City, Feng Xiangyu, who had transformed into his actual body, was heavily smashed down by Xiaoyan, who had used the giant elephant skill. His enormous body was like a falling star as it heavily smashed into an enormous square in the city below. The frightening impact smashed the entire square into a deep pit in an instant. Feng Xiangyu's enormous body was also buried deep within the enormous pit. No trace of him could be seen. Huff! Xiaoyan exhaled a long breath of turbid air from his mouth as he stood in the sky. His chest rose and fell as he gently clenched his hands. He sensed the surging strength within his body and a surprised expression involuntarily surfaced on his face. This dragon bone pill was indeed worthy of being a tier 6 medicinal pill. Such a continuous and surging strength was still able to cause his overall condition to be at its peak even at this moment. They were both at the peak of late returnance, but Feng Xiangyu was not Xiaoyan's opponent at all. Logically speaking, a pill was still a pill after all. Whether it was in terms of control or circulation, a huge difference existed between a pill and a pill that relied on external sources of energy. However, even with that being the case, Feng Xiangyu was still not Xiaoyan's opponent. The fact that Xiaoyan could achieve this was proof of Xiaoyan's strength. Just think, if Xiaoyan had relied on his true strength, how could Feng Xiangyu have the chance to fight back? Cough cough cough, at the bottom of the huge pit, the golden light dissipated and Feng Xiangyu returned to his human form. However, he looked like a beggar at this time. His clothes were torn, his hair was disheveled, and his face was dirty. His entire body was twisted and broken. Countless bones in his body were broken, and even his chest was completely caved in. Conspicuous huge fist marks appeared on his body, and blood was already stained all over his body. His distorted face made it impossible to recognize his identity. Feng Xiangyu had really been beaten to the point where even his mother would not be able to recognize him. However, Xiaoyan did not seem to have any intentions of stopping. The giant elephant skill quietly disappeared, turning into a golden light that filled the sky and disappeared from the world. Following the disappearance of the golden light, Xiaoyan's body also strangely disappeared from the spot. Almost at the same time, the skinny body of Xiaoyan suddenly appeared in front of Feng Xiangyu in the huge pit. At this moment, no one dared to look down on this black-robed, young man, whose body appeared thin and weak. The swollen flesh on Feng Xiangyu's face covered his eyes, preventing him from seeing what was happening. However, he was still a returnance expert after all, so he could still sense the appearance of the person before him. However, he was unable to respond in his current state. He did not have any strength to retaliate in the face of Xiaoyan's storm-like attacks. Even if he managed to struggle for an instant, he would be defeated by a single attack. Only at this moment did he sense just how frightening this black-robed, young man in front of him was. Only then did he clearly recognize his own powerlessness. Yes, whether it was pills or secret techniques, as long as it was a power that could be controlled, it belonged to him and was also a part of his strength. In the past, he had really missed this point. Soon afterwards, Xiaoyan swung his fist again, smashing it viciously at Feng Xiangyu's face. "Human, don't you dare!" It was also in the next moment that a sharp, vicious cry boomed through Blue Eagle City. It was like the cry of an eagle, but also like thunder. The moment this voice was emitted, Xiaoyan's raised fist suddenly paused. His entire body was out of control in an instant. There seemed to be a strength in this world that could not be disobeyed controlling his actions. Even though he had used all his strength, he was still unable to control his body. Bzz, in an instant, Xiaoyan's mind buzzed as shock surged in his heart. He could feel the strength of this person. The power he possessed was likely even greater than that of Xianxia. Even the patriarch of the Azure Phoenix clan, Morong Sun, could not compare to him. What terrifying power! On top of the shock in Xiaoyan's heart, a feather drifted down from the sky above his head. An extremely powerful force suddenly descended and pressed down on Xiaoyan's head. "Humph, you dare to touch my clan's guest in my Blue Eagle City? You really don't put my Azure Phoenix clan in your eyes." Just as the pressure was about to land on Xiaoyan's head, an ancient and hoarse voice suddenly rang out from the goshawk castle. It echoed in Blue Eagle City like the ringing of a bell. The pressure that was about to land on Xiaoyan's head was also invisibly dispersed. You're going to stand up for this human brat?" A fierce cry was once again transmitted from the sky. Xiaoyan's heart was filled with shock as he lifted his head and looked over. He was surprised to discover that the place where the voice had originated from was one of the 3 enormous birds that were lingering in the sky. "Humph, Blue Eagle City is not a place where you can behave atrociously. If you dare to attack again, BZZ." The old voice faintly rang out. Almost at the same time, an invisible energy wave suddenly swept out from the goshawk castle. Its target was the 3 giant birds in the sky. The 3 big fellows instantly retreated into the distance as if they had been frightened. Clearly, even they did not dare to easily deal with such an attack. A shocked expression involuntarily surfaced on Xiaoyan's face when he saw the 3 huge birds hurriedly pulling back. To be able to rely on an invisible energy ripple to force back these 3 fellows, just how frightening was the cultivation of this mysterious strong person. It was a long while later before Xiaoyan, who was in the city below, finally turned his head around with some lingering fear. He really did not expect that he would be able to repeatedly meet such frightening experts in this seemingly barren western region. This Yuanwu continent was really a place with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Even the barren western region of the continent was like this. It was difficult to imagine just what kind of shocking scene there would be in the mysterious middle region. The moment Xiaoyan turned around, he realized that Feng Xiangyu had already disappeared. He focused his gaze and saw that Feng Xiangyu was currently sitting cross-legged on a street in the distance. A surging energy was swiftly dispersing within his body. In the blink of an eye, most of the injuries on his body had already recovered. Surging medicinal strength continued to surge out of his body, healing the injuries on his body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan could not help but raise his eyebrows. He did not expect Feng Xiangyu to calm down so quickly. Feng Xiangyu did not take advantage of Xiaoyan's absent-mindedness to madly retaliate. Instead, Feng Xiangyu tactfully retreated a distance and used this short period of time to heal his injuries. It seemed that Feng Xiangyu was not an idiot. He had actually comprehended something during the battle. Sensing Xiaoyan's gaze, Feng Xiangyu, whose face was still a little distorted, finally opened his pair of icy cold eyes. An extremely cold glint flashed deep within his eyes. Soon after, a dazzling golden light that was like the sun shot out from his eyes. "Xiaoyan, use all your strength and fight me head-on." As soon as he finished speaking, waves of powerful bloodline pressure spread out from his body, transforming into a seemingly material aura that enveloped Feng Xiangyu's body. Xiaoyan's heart skipped a beat when he felt the bloodline aura that was bursting out from Feng Xiangyu's body. At the same time, he could not help but look elsewhere. After confirming that there was nothing out of the ordinary, he turned his gaze back to Feng Xiangyu. Bloodline power, Xiaoyan was naturally very clear about this special demonic beast bloodline. It was similar to the bloodline power of the Xiao clan. Once it was used, it could also bring about a great increase in one's strength in a short period of time. In a battle of this level, once the bloodline power was activated, the battle would undoubtedly be raised to another level. However, this was where the problem lay. In order to not be discovered by the other members of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe, Xiaoyan had thought of all ways to hide the Dragon Phoenix bloodline in his body before he came here. This was because once the bloodline power of the Dragon Phoenix bloodline was discovered by them, it would definitely bring about a devastating disaster to Xiaoyan. Therefore, throughout the battle, regardless of whether it was Xiaoyan or Feng Xiangyu, if either of them activated the bloodline power, it could possibly expose the fact that Xiaoyan had the Dragon Phoenix bloodline in his body. However, at this moment, Feng Xiangyu had already activated the bloodline power in his body. Xiaoyan could only hope that this guy would not discover anything. Phew, Feng Xiangyu exhaled faintly and slowly stood up from the ground. Waves of icy aura were released from his body and froze the ground around him. Great Way of Ice Domain, activate. As Feng Xiangyu uttered the last word, the tip of his foot tapped lightly on the ground that was covered in ice. At the same time, his body flew forward. At the same time, a layer of cold ice spread rapidly above the huge pit. In the blink of an eye, it had already covered Xiaoyan's feet. At the same time, the temperature between heaven and earth dropped abruptly. Snowflakes of ice crystals floated in the sky. The originally gentle breeze was now like an invisible sharp blade that scraped against one's skin painfully. Immediately after, Feng Xiangyu, who was flying forward, clenched his fist tightly. The great way of ice immediately condensed and turned into an ice halberd in his hand. His body circled in midair, and the halberd immediately spun crazily and stabbed towards Xiaoyan. Mammoth art, activate. Xiaoyan frowned slightly in response to Feng Xiangyu's powerful attack. He then abruptly clenched his fists, and the Genesis Qi and power in his body began to circulate at the same time. In the blink of an eye, a giant metal giant once again stood tall in the area. Clang! Sparks burst forth as the halberd ruthlessly pierced into the Vajra giant that was completely condensed from the virtual image. However, it was as if it had really collided with an iron wall. Dazzling sparks continuously burst forth as the powerful force finally pushed Xiaoyan back a little. However, that was all. During this entire process, Xiaoyan did not take the initiative to launch an attack. He completely relied on the strength of the mammoth tactic to directly resist Feng Xiangyu's attacks. What? Feng Xiangyu had clearly activated the power of his bloodline. However, he discovered that he was still unable to defeat Xiaoyan. He was even unable to break through the latter's defense. Such a strange scene caused Feng Xiangyu to be extremely shocked. Damn it! Ice-breaking kill. Seeing that his attack had failed, Feng Xiangyu could only look for another method. The halberd violently jerked, once again pushing Xiaoyan back. He then immediately stabbed the tip of the halberd into the ice in front of him and fiercely twisted. A clear sound of breaking ice was heard as sharp icicles filled with Genesis Qi slowly floated up, hovering around Feng Xiangyu. With a furious roar from Feng Xiangyu, countless icicles viciously pierced towards Xiaoyan with the power to break bamboo. Ding 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 ding, countless crisp sounds of collisions rang out. After those icicles touched the giant elephant art, other than leaving a shallow white mark on its surface, they immediately shattered into pieces of ice shards and fell to the ground. However, these ice shards strangely landed on the surface of the body formed by the giant elephant art. In the end, countless pieces of ice finally sealed Xiaoyan's entire body. A thick layer of ice completely sealed the mammoth tactic and Xiaoyan within, making it impossible for him to move, let alone break free. My ice-breaking kill doesn't rely on the power of these ice shards. Instead, it uses these shards of ice to freeze the opponent. Then, I will break the ice from the outside. If the ice is broken, your golden body will be broken as well. As these words left his mouth, Feng Xiangyu's body had already arrived in front of Bingfeng's mammoth tactic. The tip of the halberd touched the ice, and with a little force, the entire layer of ice completely shattered. At the same time, Xiaoyan's mammoth tactic was also broken. Kill. With the mammoth tactic broken, the power contained in the ice halberd was unreservedly thrust forward. In a flash, it had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan and was about to pierce his chest. At that time, even if Xiaoyan did not die, his body would be seriously injured in an instant. Bang! However, in the next moment, when the halberd was only a few inches away from Xiaoyan's chest, Xiaoyan clasped his hands together and a powerful force firmly controlled the tip of the halberd between his two hands, causing it to be unable to advance any further. At the same time, ferocious flames abruptly ignited on Xiaoyan's body. The two hands that grabbed the halberd fiercely squeezed. In addition to the raging flames of the heavenly flame, even if it was formed by the power of the great Tao, it was still ruthlessly broken by Xiaoyan. Soon after, Xiaoyan finally raised his head. He stared at Feng Xiangyu's dull face in front of him and smiled coldly. His body suddenly leaned forward. Soon after, his hand, which was covered by the heavenly flame, gently pressed against Feng Xiangyu's chest. Bang! A powerful force pierced through Feng Xiangyu's chest and back in an instant, causing blood to spurt out like a fountain. Feng Xiangyu's complexion, which had just taken a turn for the better, once again turned deathly white. The little bit of confidence and courage he had gathered in his patience had also been destroyed by Xiaoyan in the most merciless manner possible. Feng Xiangyu's body was sent flying uncontrollably as the Genesis Qi he had painstakingly gathered in his body instantly dissipated. Feng Xiangyu's mind was completely blank as despair filled his heart. He did not dare to imagine that his all-out attack was actually no match for Xiaoyan's palm. Just why was this? Xiaoyan did not follow up with another attack after sending Feng Xianyu flying with his palm. This was because he had already clearly sensed 3 ferocious gazes that wanted to devour him. If he were to continue, it was likely that the 3 fellows in the sky would not be able to endure any longer before Feng Xianyu breathed his last. Feng Xianyu was naturally not a problem for him. In today's battle, Xiaoyan had repeatedly destroyed Feng Xianyu's confidence, which would likely affect his future cultivation. A mere origin transformation expert from the western regions would likely become a demon in Feng Xianyu's heart in the future, making it difficult for Feng Xianyu to make any further progress. As such, not only had Xiaoyan not killed Feng Xianyu, he had also eliminated an enemy that could potentially become a problem in the future. Was this not a good idea? After which, Xiaoyan no longer bothered about Feng Xianyu. Instead, his body flashed and returned to the goshawk castle. It was only at this moment that the enormous strength within Xiaoyan's body began to swiftly disappear. Finally, when Xiaoyan supported his body and arrived in front of the still unconscious Leng Bingshuang, the sight in front of him suddenly turned black. His entire body immediately fell uncontrollably onto Leng Bingshuang's body. By the time Xiaoyan woke up from his unconscious state, Feng Xianyu's group had already left. With Morong Sun and that mysterious expert blocking them, they could only leave angrily regardless of how furious they were in their hearts. Only a messy Blue Eagle city was left behind. Of course, the members of the Morong clan were unconcerned about this. What they were concerned about was the matter that had happened to Leng Bingshuang. When they saw Xiaoyan angrily attack Feng Xianyu because of Leng Bingshuang, the upper echelons of the Morong family had already begun to suspect the relationship between the two of them. Only when Song Xian and the others left and they saw Leng Bingshuang's worried expression after she woke up did they become even more certain of their relationship. The overflowing feelings that surpassed the boundaries of friendship made them immediately understand the importance of Xiaoyan in Leng Bingshuang's heart. Of course, Xiaoyan's actions earlier had already proven this woman's identity to them. Such a domineering and irrefutable attitude was rarely seen in the world. Which origin transformation expert would be like Xiaoyan, able to utter such retorting words in the face of Song Xian, whose strength far surpassed his own, like that of Xiaoyan? Most of the time, a person's seemingly foolish action could actually reflect his bravery and worth. If Xiaoyan was embarrassed to speak today because of the difference in strength between him and his opponent, then it was likely that both the Morong clan and Lin Bingshuang would be disappointed in him, especially Lin Bingshuang. However, Xiaoyan had used his actions to break something that most people would not do. Not lowering his head to the strong, not giving up due to fear. After the effects of the dragon bone pill wore off, Xiaoyan still fell before Leng Bingshuang in the end. His slightly skinny body fell onto Leng Bingshuang's body. In the final moment before Xiaoyan completely lost consciousness, he could only smell a faint fragrance. He clearly remembered that it was the unique scent of Leng Bingshuang. In a beautiful boudoir within the goshawk castle, Xiaoyan's breathing was calm as he lay on the bed in a deep sleep. Beside him, Leng Bingshuang's soft, boneless lovely body was lying on the side of the bed. She frowned slightly as her pretty eyes stared at the sight of Xiaoyan's face. She was completely entranced and no one knew what she was thinking in her mind. After Morong Sun's personal investigation, he confirmed that Xiaoyan was fine. He had only fainted because the energy in his body had been exhausted. Even so, Leng Bingshuang couldn't help but worry. 2 hours had already passed, yet Xiaoyan still hadn't woken up. Leng Bingshuang stared at Xiaoyan's face in a daze. At a certain moment, Leng Bingshuang, who was absent-minded, suddenly felt an abnormal gaze on her. She immediately came back to her senses, and as she focused her gaze, she saw Xiaoyan staring at her with a smile. His face was filled with an intoxicated expression. Instantly, a crimson color surged onto her cheeks. Leng Bingshuang couldn't help but avoid Xiaoyan's gaze. She lowered her head slightly, and just as she was about to stand up and leave, Xiaoyan suddenly wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Then, he lightly lifted, and amidst a surprised cry, Leng Bingshuang's light body was carried onto the bed by Xiaoyan. At the same time, Xiaoyan abruptly flipped over, and put the beauty on top of him onto the bed. Then, he pressed her under him. The two of them faced each other. One was like an enraged wild beast, while the other was like a frightened deer that was curled up together. She didn't know what to do. Her beautiful eyes kept on flickering as she looked at the man in front of her. She could clearly feel the uncontrollable raging flames in the man's body. It was as if they were going to devour her alive. It made her both shocked and terrified. "What are you doing?" Lung Bingshuang's heart rapidly jumped as she cried out. At the same time, her body kept on twisting, wanting to escape from Xiaoyan's imprisonment. However, the woman's actions instead caused the man's emotions to rise. He grinned, and said with a loud laugh, "What are you doing? What do you think I'm doing? At a time like this, of course I have to do what a man should do." After speaking, Xiaoyan abruptly lowered his head, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. He didn't allow Lung Bingshuang to say anything else as he lowered his head and pressed her down. Immediately after, in the boudoir, there was boundless spring. After a long time, outside the door, Xian slowly walked in from the end of the corridor. A relaxed smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Just as he arrived in front of Lung Bingshuang's door and was about to raise his hand to knock on the door, a faint moving sound came from the boudoir, causing Xian's movements to suddenly stop. His old face couldn't help but flush. It was also at this moment that a few maids from the family walked in. When they saw Xian, they immediately opened their mouths to greet him. However, they were immediately stopped by Xian with a wave of his hand. His body blocked the door, as if he wanted to cover up the movements in the room. At the same time, he sent the maids away with a smile on his face. Seeing the graceful backs of the several people leaving, Xian shook his head with a strange expression. After attentively listening for a while, his face reddened as he hurriedly left. Only after the sky darkened did a maid come and respectfully invite the two of them. Only then did Xiaoyan hold Lung Bingshuang's hand and walk out of the room. When the two of them saw Sun and the other people from the clan again, they discovered that everyone's gazes involuntarily looked at Lung Bingshuang. Then, their gazes returned to Xiaoyan. Within their gazes, there was a hint of faintly discernible teasing. Xiaoyan was aghast, while Lung Bingshuang had returned to her hometown. Because of that, Xian specially prepared a banquet to welcome the two of them. However, after the two of them sat down, for some unknown reason, as they chatted and laughed, their words were all focused on Xiaoyan. On the other hand, Lung Bingshuang, a person who was originally of great importance to the Azure Phoenix clan, was mysteriously ignored. During that entire process, Lung Bingshuang's face reddened. Naturally, she understood some things from the gazes of those people. Other than feeling shame and anger in her heart, she could only vent her anger onto Xiaoyan. Taking advantage of the time when he was happily chatting and drinking with the people at the table, Xiaoyan's thigh had already turned purple. Everyone pretended as if nothing had happened. Even when the banquet was over, there were still happy smiles on their faces. Only Xiaoyan, as he helplessly smiled, he couldn't help hugging his swollen thigh. Right now, even walking had become a problem. In the end, only with Lung Bingshuang's support did Xiaoyan return to the room as if he was drunk. In the next few days, Xiaoyan stayed in Blue Eagle City. Naturally, the Morong family treated him with incomparable warmth. Xiaoyan was naturally very happy. In that period of time, Xiaoyan and Lung Bingshuang had quite a bit of fun as well. Only 4 days later did the two of them receive news from the Xiling region. Within the news, there weren't too many descriptions, only 4 simple words. Luo Jin has arrived. Xiaoyan's heart was immediately filled with joy when he received the news that Luo Jin had sent over. Back then, he had not met Luo Jin since the Tianju ancient tomb. He did not know just what kind of cultivation that fellow had become after these years. If they were to meet this time around, he would definitely have a good drink with Luo Jin. Carrying the surprise in his heart, Xiaoyan led Lun Bingshuang to bid farewell to the Mu Rong clan and hurried towards the Xiling region. 3 days later, the two of them returned to the Xiling mountain range. Luo Jin was waiting for Xiaoyan's return. Obviously, there would be a lot of small talk when brothers met. Ha 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 ha, brother Luo Jin, I never thought that you would have already reached the peak of late origin transformation after a few years. You're probably only a step away from returnance. As they approached, the two men gave each other a big hug. Both of their faces revealed heroic smiles. After not seeing each other for several years, not only did their relationship not fade, it had instead deepened with the passage of time. The relationship between men was like a jar of aged wine. It did not need any seasoning. Time was the best winemaker. Hee, I can't compare to you. You're basically a monster. I've only just returned to the Western region, and I've already heard that you can even kill returnance experts. I really have no idea how you cultivate, Xianxia laughed. Hearing this, Xiaoyan innocently shrugged his shoulders and did not say anything else. Seeing this, Luo Jin also understood that Xiaoyan had some difficulties in his heart. He laughed out loud and did not say anything more on this issue. Since you've already returned to the Western region, I wonder if old man Luo has come as well? Xiaoyan was naturally asking about Luo Ao. Until now, he still remembered the words that Luo Ao had told him back then. If he wanted to completely repair the heavy Xian ruler and the Luo Tian cauldron, he would need some special ingredients. Only Luo Ao was aware of these ingredients. Xiaoyan involuntarily wanted to inquire about them after seeing Luo Jin return this time around. However, to Xiaoyan's disappointment, Luo Ao had already returned to the central region. Now, only Luo Jin remained in the western region. If not for his relationship with Xiaoyan, he would have returned to the central region long ago. After learning that Luo Ao had already returned to the central region, Xiaoyan nodded, but he could not help but feel suspicious. A few months ago, Xinggan of the Alchemist Alliance had also said that he would be going out on a trip, and the hall master of the Ghost Hall had died at his hands in order to capture him. Now, even Luo Ao, a force from the central region, had returned to the central region. Why was this? Unknowingly, these forces from the central territory had actually retracted their main forces. Could this be a coincidence? However, just as Xiaoyan was harboring suspicions in his heart, Luo Jin, who was originally laughing with him, gradually withdrew the smile on his face. His expression turned serious as he solemnly said, "Xiaoyan, meeting you is only one of my reasons for returning to the western regions this time. The main reason is because of another matter." Hearing this, Xiaoyan immediately raised his eyebrows. A bad premonition quietly rose in his heart. On my way back, I heard that the Sea Cloud Palace, one of the major factions in the southern region, is preparing to annex some of the factions in the southwest border. This includes a city, the Qingyang city. However, according to what I know, the Lu clan in the Qingyang city insists on not submitting to the Sea Cloud Palace. Therefore, the Sea Cloud Palace seems to be planning to act against them. I know that the Lu clan has quite a deep relationship with you, so I hurriedly came to find you. Swoosh! Xiaoyan's expression immediately darkened when Luo Jin said this. Qingyang City. Wasn't that the Lu clan's territory? Other than him, Bai Hua was also there. Moreover, there was also that little girl called Lian. She was another one with the woeful poison body. He had originally planned to find her as a disciple for the fairy doctor. Moreover, he had promised Lu Feng that he would help him protect the Lu clan. Now that they were about to be annihilated, how could he sit by and do nothing? Thank you. This information is extremely important to me. If you hadn't told me today, I'm afraid that I would have to bear this regret for the rest of my life. Xiaoyan clasped his hands towards Luo Jin with a solemn expression. Seeing this, Luo Jin didn't have any intention to stop him. He could understand the meaning behind Xiaoyan's expression. If it wasn't something extremely important, it was impossible for him to completely express the emotions in his heart on his face. That Sea Cloud Palace had really angered Xiaoyan this time. What should we do now? Seeing the expression on Xiaoyan's face, Leng Bingshuang, who was following by the side, also asked with a worried expression. It was only at this moment that Luo Jin noticed the beautiful woman beside Xiaoyan. Feeling the powerful aura within the latter's body that was not inferior to his own, Luo Jin's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. He didn't expect that in just a few years, not only had Xiaoyan become so tyrannical, even the cultivation of the people around him had also reached such a powerful level. Moreover, looking at the way Leng Bingshuang was holding on to Xiaoyan's arm, as long as anyone saw it, they would be able to immediately recognize the relationship between the two. This guy is really, sensing this, even with Luo Jin's mental state, he couldn't help but feel a trace of envy rise in his heart. Let's go. Let's go to the southern region. Without any hesitation, Xiaoyan straightforwardly spat out these words without even thinking. With one hand holding on to Leng Bingshuang, he turned around and brought Lung Bingshuang towards Lung Chui City. The latter obediently followed beside Xiaoyan, allowing him to hold on to her jade-like hand. The two of them swiftly flew out of the Shilin mountain range. Behind them, Luo Jin hesitated for a moment before hurriedly following. On a mountain peak in the distance, the little fairy doctor, who was wearing a long white dress, gazed at the back of the person who had bitterly waited for his return, only to leave in the blink of an eye. The depths of her beautiful eyes were filled with desolation. It seemed like he no longer needed her by his side. An hour later, Xiaoyan's group swiftly arrived at Linchui City. This place was where the formation that connected the western region and the southern region was located. In the entire western region, only through this place could they enter the southern region. However, when the three of them arrived at this place, the scene in front of them instantly caused their faces to become dull. The originally prosperous Linchui City was actually a mess at this very moment. The entire city was strangely deathly silent, as if it had just experienced a huge battle. Other than corpses and broken walls that littered the ground, there was nothing left in the entire city. The once prosperous Linchui City had now become a dead city. Moreover, what shocked Xiaoyan's group the most was that the transportation formation at the center of the city had actually been forcefully destroyed by some unknown force. In other words, the current them had no way of entering the western region. The faces of Xiaoyan's group involuntarily revealed a shocked expression when they saw the scene in front of them. It was difficult to imagine why Green Jade City had suddenly turned into such a state. Just who was it that committed such a violent act in the city? They were so cruel to the point of massacring the entire city. Moreover, they had even destroyed the most important transportation formation in the city. Damn it! Who the hell did this? Once the teleportation formation was destroyed, Xiaoyan's journey would be blocked. He would not be able to reach the southern region and would not be able to save the Lu family. Could it be him? Just as Xiaoyan was cursing in a deep voice, Luo Jin suddenly thought of something. His gaze suddenly turned and landed on the loft where the Yuning Pavilion was located. At this moment, the Yuning Pavilion had long been reduced to ruins. Naturally, it was impossible to find out anything. However, Luo Jin could guess that the person who had caused all this was probably the person who had been in the loft. Zhang Yi. Before parting ways with Luo Ao on this trip to the western region, the latter had warned Luo Jin to be careful of Zhang Yi in Emerald City. Even though Luo Jin did not understand the meaning of Luo Ao's words, he could not help but place all his suspicions on Zhang Yi when he saw the current state of the city. A person whom Luo Ao had specifically warned was probably not a simple person. Soon after, Xiaoyan relied on his enormous spiritual energy to gather wisps of extremely weak black qi in the ruined city. Instantly, his expression became extremely gloomy. Ghost Palace. Luo Jin immediately understood the reason why Luo Ao had warned him to be careful of Zhang Yi. It was likely that Zhang Yi had used his true identity as a member of the Ghost Hall and had borrowed Zhang Yi's body to hide by their side and keep an eye on their movements. Unfortunately, even though they now knew the other party's identity, it was already too late. The entire Emerald City had been destroyed and the teleportation formation had been destroyed. They would not be able to leave the western region. Ghost Palace, it's Ghost Palace again. Even though he had already recognized the other party's identity, Xiaoyan could only grit his teeth and curse angrily since the formation had been destroyed. What should we do now? The teleportation array has been destroyed. We can't enter the southern region. Lung Bingshuang, who was beside Xiaoyan, also clearly felt the rage in Xiaoyan's heart at this moment. While she was worried about this, she could only try her best to calm Xiaoyan's emotions. The more it was at such a moment, the more one had to suppress their inner emotions. Otherwise, once they lost their rationality, they would lose even more. I can try to repair this formation, but it will take a few days. Luo Jin furrowed his brows. Speaking of which, this could be considered as his own negligence. Now that Emerald Green City had been destroyed, the only thing he could do was to try his best to repair the teleportation array. No, I can't wait that long. I have to leave immediately. Otherwise, the Lu clan will be in danger of being exterminated for even a second longer. After being comforted by Lin Bingshuang, Xiaoyan's emotions were temporarily suppressed. However, he did not place his hopes on the teleportation array. A few days' time was enough to determine the outcome. He had to rush to the Lu clan before all of this happened. Xiaoyan could not wait any longer. Xiaoyan's reply left Luo Jin and Leng Bingshuang speechless. Without the help of the formation, how were they going to reach the southern region? Phew, Xiaoyan let out a long breath. He seemed to have made up his mind. If they had to reach the southern region without the help of the teleportation array, it was not completely impossible. However, there were very few people who could use this method. That was, to destroy the regional boundary. As long as they used the purest strength to directly destroy the regional boundary, Xiaoyan and the others would be able to freely enter and exit the two regions before it gathered the energy of heaven and earth to restore itself. However, it was practically impossible for Xiaoyan to achieve this with his current cultivation. Even if he used the void path, it was impossible to pass through the boundary without any obstructions. Since ancient times, all those who had attempted to pass through the barrier of a region could only rely on their great strength to forcefully shatter a hole in the barrier of a region other than relying on a formation. Now, Xiaoyan needed to use this method in order to enter the southern region. Brother Xiao, don't tell me you. When he thought of that, even with Luo Jin's temperament, he could not help but reveal an expression of shock. Let alone others, even if he used everything he had, he would not be able to destroy the regional boundary. However, if it was Xiaoyan, even though his heart was unwilling to believe it, Luo Jin's subconscious still had an indescribable feeling. It was as though all the impossible things that were placed in front of Xiaoyan would present a chance. Perhaps, Xiaoyan could really do it. At the same time, Leng Bingshuang by the side also tightly clenched her white hands. Her pretty eyes were filled with worry as she looked at Xiaoyan. She was clearly aware of Xiaoyan's character. Once he had decided on something, it would be very difficult for him to change his mind. The thing that she was most worried about was that it was fine if the region barrier could be successfully broken. However, if it failed, it was likely that Xiaoyan would suffer an even greater backlash. Afterwards, Xiaoyan did not say anything else. He turned around and flew towards the south. I'll go as well. Seeing Xiaoyan turn around and leave, Leng Bingshuang hurriedly moved to follow him. However, she was stopped by Xiaoyan. You and Luo Jin stay here. He'll repair the teleportation formation. You need to be on guard against people from the ghost hall. I'll go alone. Once he said those words, Xiaoyan exchanged glances with Luo Jin. The latter immediately nodded heavily upon seeing this. After which, Xiaoyan swiftly left this place with a lightning-like speed. Leng Bingshuang watched Xiaoyan's back as he left from where she stood. Even though her heart was extremely anxious, she could only obediently remain there. Soon after, Luo Jin also placed his attention on the destroyed transportation formation in front of him. Although the teleportation formation had been destroyed, its original formation was still there. As long as the damaged part was repaired, the teleportation formation could still be used. However, with Luo Jin's current strength, it would take several days to repair the teleportation formation. On the other side, Xiaoyan was using his fastest speed to fly to the south. In less than 15 minutes, he had arrived in front of a natural golden energy barrier. When he raised his head and looked over, he could see no end to the golden barrier. It stood between the sky and the earth. It was just like a wall that connected the sky and the earth, separating the southern and southern regions from each other. This was the so-called Zhou region boundary. Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with determination as he gazed at the golden wall before him. In reality, the western and southern regions were not as far apart as he had imagined. However, due to the barrier, the distance between the two regions was like the distance between heaven and earth. No one could travel back and forth between the two regions without the use of a teleportation formation. Of course, this was only a saying that had been passed down by most people. Even without the assistance of a teleportation formation, it was not impossible to pass through the barrier by relying on one's strength. However, this was dependent on one's strength. This point seemed to have imperceptibly once again explained the importance of strength on this continent to everyone. Powerful strength was the pass that every place on the continent would definitely acknowledge. Even something as powerful as the force of the heavens and the earth would be unable to stop it if it was sufficiently powerful. Huff, Xiaoyan slowly exhaled as he looked at the dense energy barrier in front of him. At this moment, a ripple involuntarily rose in the bottom of Xiaoyan's heart despite his mental fortitude when he personally faced the Zhou region barrier. In the eyes of many experts, the provincial domain barrier was an existence that could not be broken. It had stood in the world for countless years. No one knew how it had been formed, but everyone knew that it was powerful. It was not something that anyone could touch. Anyone who wanted to challenge the might of the provincial domain barrier would definitely have to pay a great price. Even so, Xiaoyan was determined to set foot in the southern region today. Even the force of the heavens and the earth would not be able to stop him from going over. On the other side of the golden barrier, the land that could be vaguely seen was the southern region. How could the so-called force of the heavens and the earth make him retreat so easily? If he did not fight, he would never be able to break through it. Mammoth technique, activate. In the next moment, a world-shaking roar burst out from Xiaoyan's mouth. Raging flames burned in the depths of Xiaoyan's eyes, and a huge golden figure stood between the heavens and the earth. Facing the golden barrier, Xiaoyan suddenly clenched his fist, and a terrifying force rapidly condensed in his palm. It had the power to shatter the heavens and the earth. Ferocious heavenly flames burned vigorously on his fist, melting everything. Even space would be incinerated into nothingness. Level 8 collapse. A thunderous roar came from his throat. At the same time, his huge fist heavily smashed down, ruthlessly smashing into the golden barrier in front of him. The powerful force immediately turned into circles of seemingly solid energy ripples that rapidly spread out. Just as Xiaoyan's fist was about to leave a dent on the golden barrier, before Xiaoyan could catch his breath, an even more ferocious force suddenly shot out from within the barrier like a volcanic eruption and ruthlessly smashed into Xiaoyan's body. Bam! With a loud muffled sound, Xiaoyan's body was immediately sent flying. The mammoth technique dissipated in an instant, and a mouthful of blood involuntarily spurted out from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan's face turned deathly pale. Cough 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 cough. After a series of violent coughs, Xiaoyan crawled out of the huge pit that was smashed out with some difficulty. He coughed out a few more mouthfuls of blood and hurriedly swallowed a pill. Only then did his expression become extremely grave as his gaze once again landed on the golden barrier that had returned to its original state. It must be said that this Zhou region barrier was much stronger than Xiaoyan had imagined. Originally, he thought that with just his punch earlier, even if he was unable to shatter the barrier, he should at least be able to penetrate half of the barrier's thickness. However, after this attempt, Xiaoyan finally understood that he had greatly underestimated the toughness of this barrier. It was impossible for him to shatter it by relying on brute force alone. Instead, he would end up receiving a barrage of attacks from this barrier. It could be said that the losses outweighed the gains. In the end, there was only one method that Xiaoyan could think of. Unless he could shatter this region's barrier in one strike, he could only continue like this without knowing the foundation. It was simply not a solution to wait and see. A full-force attack was Xiaoyan's only choice now. With this thought in mind, Xiaoyan wiped off the bloodstain on the corner of his mouth. As he refined the pill in his body to heal his injuries, he freed up his hands. With a pu sound, each of his hands held a type of heavenly flame. After which, under Xiaoyan's control, the two types of heavenly flames began to slowly merge. And this move was Xiaoyan's trump card, the Angry Buddha Lotus Flame. Other than this move, Xiaoyan could not think of any other Do technique that could possess such might. He only had one chance. If he did not use his full force, the price was definitely not something that he could bear. Therefore, using the Angry Buddha Lotus Flame was also imperative. A moment later, an extremely exquisite fire lotus was agglomerated and formed between Xiaoyan's hands. As it floated and rotated, the invisible space was easily torn apart. Under this seemingly harmless and exquisite appearance, there was a terrifying destructive force that caused one's courage to shatter, after which, under Xiaoyan's expectations, the fire lotus slowly floated out from his palm. It was like a butterfly that had just broken out of its cocoon as it gently flew towards the region's barrier. During this process, Xiaoyan's heart was incomparably nervous. He was naturally extremely clear about the might of the Angry Buddha Lotus Flame. If even this attack was unable to break the region's barrier, it was likely that not only would he be unable to enter the southern region, even his life would be in danger. Under Xiaoyan's anxious gaze, the fire lotus and the golden barrier slowly came into contact. Boom. An extremely terrifying storm of destruction swept out. powerful energy viciously slammed against the region's barrier. In the blink of an eye, the region was reduced to endless darkness. Everything in the surroundings was destroyed. Even the majestic region's barrier shook violently. The powerful force had clearly succeeded in shaking the power of the world. Xiaoyan could not help but reveal an excited smile when he saw this. This continued until the powerful storm of energy completely dispersed. As the storm swept out, Xiaoyan's vision cleared up. Half of the world had been destroyed beyond recognition. On the other hand, the region's barrier actually remained the same. This, in an instant, Xiaoyan's entire body solidified on the spot like a stone statue. It was unexpected that even his greatest trump card was unable to shatter the barrier of this region. However, soon after, just as Xiaoyan was filled with disappointment, a gentle crack suddenly rang out from the region's barrier. Afterwards, with a bang, the thick region's barrier suddenly exploded, revealing a gap that was just large enough for a person to pass through. In this way, the path to the southern region was completely laid out in front of Xiaoyan. While Xiaoyan's side had broken the boundary of the region and was preparing to enter the southern region, a group of people from the southern region were using an extremely fast speed to fly to the southwestern border. The leader of the group was an old man with long, gray hair. His face was somewhat shady, and his sunken, turbid eyes contained specks of golden light, giving him a somewhat strange appearance. The most shocking thing was that this old man's cultivation was clearly only that of a 9-star Dodi. However, the auras of the other two old men behind him had already reached the origin transformation realm. The remaining people behind them might not be able to compare with the 3 people in the front row, but they were all top experts among the Dodi class. Their strength could not be underestimated. The group flew in the sky for a long time until an origin transformation expert behind the old man curiously asked, "Master, there's a group of people in Blue Sun City. It's not bad that there's an origin transformation expert in Azure Sun City, but there doesn't seem to be a need for so many of us. With me and Qinyan working together, we'll definitely be able to deal with all of them." "That's right, Master Mu. The palace master seems to be making a big fuss this time. Haha, it's not like we've never met an origin transformation expert before. With the 2 of us working together, what can't we deal with?" To the side, the old man called Qinyan laughed. His face was filled with confidence, as if the operation this time did not put any pressure on him at all. If it's just killing them all, it'll naturally be fine if it's just the 2 of you. However, the palace master has already given the order that one of the people in Azure Sun City must be brought back alive. That person is that origin transformation expert. Do you think you can bring him back alive?" Hearing the words of the 2 people behind him, the gray-haired old man coldly snorted. His words caused the 2 of them to become speechless. If the other party did not intend to self-destruct, they might be able to do so, but if that person intended to self-destruct, it would be very difficult for them to stop him. Very quickly, this group of people arrived outside Qingyang City. At the same time, the Lu family in the city had already noticed the arrival of this group of people. All the experts in the family moved out and flew into the sky to confront the group of people outside the city. The person in the lead was Bai Hua. These fellows really don't know when to stop. Lu Huabai, who was standing next to Bai Hua, looked at the group of people in front of him with a gloomy expression. All these years, the Azure Cloud Mansion had constantly sent powerhouses to attack his Green Sun City. However, due to Bai Hua, in addition to the arrival of Qin Zhong and the others, the Azure Cloud Mansion's powerhouses were defeated time and time again. Due to this reason, the Green Sun City's reputation had spread rapidly in the surrounding cities. The first result of this phenomenon was that the Lu clan's external businesses were extremely profitable, allowing the Lu clan to become even more prosperous than before. But half a year ago, this state of affairs was finally broken by an even more terrifying force. It was Sea Cloud Palace. As the greatest organization in the southwest, Sea Cloud Palace had begun to expand their territory without any limit since a year and a half ago. Sea Cloud Palace originally only occupied a portion of the prosperous cities, but in just a few short months, they had swallowed up over a dozen cities in the surroundings. Their methods were so ruthless that it was despicable. Unfortunately, faced with Sea Cloud Palace's brutality, the original clans and organizations in the cities could only surrender or die. In order to survive, many powers on the southwest border could only choose to endure or surrender. There was no such thing as spectators, because everyone was powerless to protect themselves. Even passers-by on the side of the road could be sentenced to death by Sea Cloud Palace in the next moment for a groundless crime. For a moment, the entire Southwest seemed to have fallen into hell. However, among the many organizations, only the Lu clan of Qingyang City was able to remain unscathed. This was because the Lu clan possessed a super expert at the late stage of the origin transformation realm. Because of Bai Hua, the few groups that Sea Cloud Palace had sent had all been mercilessly beaten back. The successive defeats had alarmed the upper echelons of Sea Cloud Palace. As a result, they were able to send out 2 origin transformation experts this time, as well as the leader, a gray-haired old man who was only a 9-star Dodi. Be careful. Our opponents this time are much stronger than the previous few waves. Bai Hua frowned as he glanced at the 2 origin transformation experts. Even he would find it extremely difficult to fight against 2 alone. Moreover, there seemed to be someone even more difficult to deal with in this group. Bai Hua's expression was somewhat ugly as she stared at the gray-haired old man. Although this fellow's aura was only that of a 9-star Dodi, the strange aura that was faintly emitted from his body caused her to be extremely shocked. There's something strange about this fellow. Bai Hua quietly spoke in her heart. She turned her gaze and immediately collided with Zhongli, whose expression was similarly ugly. Clearly, the other party had also sensed the strength of the few people on the other side. Adding this to the group of elite Dodi behind them, it was likely that this battle would be even more difficult than they had imagined. If Xiao Yan was here, these old bastards would be nothing. However, at this moment, a cute little head suddenly climbed up from Bai Hua's shoulder. Under the sunlight, an exquisite and pretty face was revealed. A pair of crystal-like bright eyes coldly stared at the group of people on the other side. The words that came out of her mouth caused everyone present to involuntarily recall the person who had not been heard of for many years. Xiao Yan, ah. Haha, I wonder how much he has grown. If he was here, there might still be a chance to turn things around. Qin Zhong's face was filled with disappointment as he recalled Xiao Yan in his heart. He involuntarily recalled the scene when Xiao Yan had saved him back then. Although he was still a young man, the strength that was contained in that body was something that many of the older generation, who had been famous for a long time, could not compare with. It's not a possibility, it's a certainty. If Xiao Yan was here, this group of people would definitely not be able to withstand even one of his attacks. The young lady was unwilling to give up as she opened her mouth. On the other hand, Bai Hua gently pressed the young lady's exquisite little head down. Alright, Xianxia, quickly go back. Remember to look after that girl, Lian Er. Leave the matters here to us. This young lady was surprisingly the one who had left the Mu Rong family alone back then and traveled far to the southwest border. Morong Xianxian. Haha, I believe you must be Bai Hua. For the past half a year, your name has resounded like thunder in my ears. With your own strength, you have repeatedly repelled several waves of my Sea Cloud Palace teams. You already possess such strength at such a young age. Kid, in my entire life, I have only seen 2 people like you. You are the second. At this moment, the Sea Cloud Palace team outside the city slowly walked forward, arriving in the air less than 100 feet away from Bai Hua and the others. The 2 sides stared at each other from a distance. When the gray-haired old man's words rang out, he involuntarily lifted his hand and stroked his left arm. A ruthless look flashed in the depths of his eyes. Oh? Is that so? Then I think it's time for you to stop here. I will make sure that your memory is forever fixed at this moment. Bai Hua coldly snorted when she heard this. At the same time, the Genesis Chi in the vortex in her body abruptly gushed out of her body. A powerful aura turned into an invisible storm with Bai Hua at the center, oppressing the gray-haired old man and the others. The curtains to the Battle of the Qingyang City began. The 2 groups, which had a total of nearly 30 people, began an intense collision in the sky above Qingyang City. Bai Hua relied on her own strength to fight against 2 origin transformation experts. With her advanced origin transformation cultivation, she was not at a disadvantage for a short period of time. As for Qin Zhong and the others, they each faced an elite Dodi from the Sea Cloud Palace. Among them, Zhongli faced the gray-haired, old man. Ha ha ha, Zhongli, it has been many years since we last met. It is unexpected that you have actually come here. Zhongli, who was also a 9-star Dodi, violently collided with the gray-haired, old man. The two of them immediately separated. However, the moment the two of them separated, the gray-haired, old man spat out an extremely strange sentence from his mouth. Zhongli immediately frowned when he heard these words. Although the person in front of him was filled with a strange aura, he did not seem to have come into contact with him. What did he mean by saying these words? It seems like we have never met before. Today's battle will definitely be the first time we have clashed. How can there be such a thing as meeting again? You have chosen the wrong person if you want to disturb my mind. Zhongli hesitated for an instant before letting out a cold snort. His body flashed and he arrived in front of the gray-haired, old man in the blink of an eye. He raised his hand and viciously slammed it down on the other party's chest. Ha ha ha, as expected, you don't even recognize me now. Following a strange laugh, the gray-haired, old man's body wiggled strangely. He actually used an extremely strange posture to dodge Zhongli's attack. Zhongli's face did not show any surprise when he saw this. His hand swept through empty space as his body suddenly twisted. He turned around and kicked out once again. However, at the critical moment, the gray-haired, old man used his left hand to firmly grab his ankle. The powerful force was actually forcefully dispersed by him. What? Zhongli was startled. Before he could react, the person in front of him pulled forcefully pulling his body in front of him. Soon after, his right hand flashed with a golden light and arrived in front of him. A palm imprinted itself on his chest. Boom! Zhongli was immediately blown away by the palm strike. Strangely, while Zhongli's left hand was filled with power, his right hand seemed weak and powerless. It was very difficult to injure him. As a result, the gray-haired old man's palm strike only caused his vital energy and blood to churn. If it were anyone else, even if they were not heavily injured, they would definitely suffer from the palm strike. Damn it. Seeing that Zhongli was fine, the gray-haired old man cursed angrily with an unwillingness in his heart. Soon after, his right hand was swiftly raised. A mysterious golden formation was suddenly formed in his palm. Zhongli, I'll make you remember who I am soon. Zhongli spat out a venomous voice. In the next moment, golden light flickered around him at some unknown time. It quickly turned into a cylindrical barrier of light, trapping him within. This is... When Zhongli attempted to break this strange formation, he was shocked to discover that he was unable to break this strange formation with his strength. No matter how he attacked, this formation did not break at all. Instead, a portion of its strength was reflected back to him. The appearance of this scene caused him to involuntarily recall a certain person in the past. It was also because of this formation that he had once fallen into endless pain. He. God-trapping formation. Zhongli, do you still remember? In the ancient savage city, Buzz. The moment the gray-haired old man uttered these words, the scenes from back then immediately surfaced deep within Zhongli's mind. Soon after, he involuntarily cried out involuntarily. Muhan. You are Muhan. How is this possible? Muhan was one of the top figures in the ancient savage city back then. Unfortunately, he met Xiaoyan and fell into dire straits. In fact, he even lost an arm because of Xiaoyan. Back then, Muhan had lost an arm because of Xiaoyan in the ancient savage city, causing him to become a cripple. However, not only did he change his appearance, he even regained his lost left arm. He, you didn't expect it, right? I'm back. Not only is my left arm back, even my cultivation has become even more powerful than before. Zhongli, Lu Du, and Qin Zhong, I'll start with the three of you. Today. As for Guli and the rest, I'll sooner or later return to take revenge on them. After revealing his identity, Muhan's face immediately revealed a ferocious expression. His pair of shady old eyes were filled with the flames of revenge. Back then, he had lost an arm because of Xiaoyan and was almost a cripple. In order to survive and take revenge, he left the ancient savage city. After a few twists and turns, he joined the Sea Cloud Palace. Due to certain reasons, he even borrowed this body to be reborn. His left arm could once again be used and its strength was even greater than before. Unfortunately, the price he had to pay was that his right arm would lose a large portion of its strength. Other than using a battle formation, he would not be able to use any Do techniques. However, in order to take revenge and obtain greater strength, he was willing to do anything. He was even willing to betray himself in order to obtain more strength. No one was aware of the pain during this process. Muhan treated all of this as a calamity that Xiaoyan had brought him. It was also because of this that he felt an even greater hatred for everyone within the ancient city. He. Today, other than him, everyone else in this Qingyang city will die. Muhan's face was ferocious as he pointed at Bai Hua. Although his hatred had almost drowned out his consciousness, he was still quite fearful of that palace master. Hence, he had no choice but to hold back. Waves of powerful spiritual strength immediately surged out of Muhan's body after these words left his mouth. It formed a turbulent energy wave that instantly shattered the invisible empty space. As this spiritual strength surged out, many huge golden light pillars swiftly shot out and formed a strange formation that covered everyone in the battle circle. When one looked at Muhan again, a palm-sized white formation plate had appeared in his hand. The reason why those light pillars were able to spread so quickly was mainly because of this formation plate in the middle. Otherwise, with Muhan's current ability, it would be insufficient for him to swiftly form such a large formation. When the formation was completely formed, Ling Tian's light engulfed the entire Qingyang city. Beams of energy intertwined with each other, forming a huge 8-pointed star. Every node in the star was filled with surging energy. As long as Muhan willed it, the huge killing formation would be activated immediately. Ancient Heaven-Killing Spirit Formation, activate. Following Muhan's explosive roar, Ling Tian's enormous formation suddenly began to revolve at this moment. Within the enormous 8-sided star, there was a small 7-sided star as well as a couple of small star-shaped formations. The layers of formations surrounded each other. When the outermost 8-sided star began to revolve, the formations within it also began to revolve. Golden light blossomed and it was even more dazzling than the sun in the sky. Even the color of the sky changed. After the ancient heaven soul slaying array began to operate, waves of surging natural energy between the heavens and the earth were drawn by the array and continuously gathered within it. A frightening murderous aura also spread along with the gathering of these energies, forming an invisible barrier that enveloped the entire sky above Qingyang city. Bai Hua and the rest in the sky noticed the change in the situation and immediately gathered their gazes. They raised their heads and saw the Ling Tian killing formation that was filled with a murderous aura. The expressions on everyone's faces immediately changed. Soon after, Bai Hua's gaze shifted to Zhongli, who was trapped by Muhan. Zhongli had no chance of breaking through the latter's formation no matter how hard he tried. In other words, based on the current situation, they had already lost Zhongli. The only person left on the battlefield who could contend against the two origin transformation experts and Muhan was Bai Hua. Once Bai Hua was defeated, Qingyang city would completely collapse. However, just as Bai Hua was thinking about how to delay the battle, balls of golden energy balls suddenly fell from the sky like meteorites from the astonishing killing array in the sky. They smashed into the city below without any target. Instantly, countless people who were watching the battle and the Liu family's residence were caught in the crossfire in the blink of an eye. Under the bombardment of the countless energy balls, the countless spectators in the city lost their lives under the bombardment of the array. The originally bustling Qingyang city was turned into ruins in just a few minutes. Corpses were strewn all over the place, and dilapidated fences and walls were in shambles. It could be said to be a miserable sight. Even Lu Huabai and the others, who were fighting intensely in the sky, had also fallen into the city due to the chaotic bombardment. Although they were not seriously injured, they had suffered quite a lot. Additionally, the other party's elite Do Di continued to give chase. The battle quickly fell into a disadvantage. Clearly, they would not be able to endure for long. Damn it! Bai Hua couldn't help but grit her teeth and curse in her heart when she saw this scene. The killing formation in the sky was truly troublesome. If it was allowed to continue operating, then even he would be unable to avoid being heavily injured. Even though the cultivation of Qin Zhong and the others were above Lu Huabai's group, they themselves were surrounded by danger when faced with such a situation. It was already barely possible for them to take care of themselves, let alone rescue Zhongli. As such, the only person who still had a chance to save Zhongli was Bai Hua. However, just as Bai Hua was about to move, the two origin transformation experts appeared in front of her in a flash. At the same time, Mu Han also stood between the two of them, staring at her with a sneer on his face. Ha 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 ha, you want to save people? I think you should think about yourself first. With a sneer, Mu Han waved his hand and the two beside him immediately shot towards Bai Hua. Their figures were just like phantoms as they arrived in front of Bai Hua in the blink of an eye. They formed a pincer attack from the left and right, viciously bombarding the important parts of Bai Hua's body. Even with Bai Hua's cultivation, she did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in the face of these two powerful attacks. Genesis Chi surged from her body as she blocked the attacks. While the three separated, Mu Han's figure had unknowingly appeared behind Bai Hua. Golden light blossomed from his right hand as it viciously slammed down on Bai Hua's back. Scram! Bai Hua's expression darkened as her body violently jerked. Her body twisted in an extremely strange manner as her palm violently collided with the golden light. Boom! As the attack landed, Bai Hua's figure retreated in a miserable manner. Mu Han was also sent flying by Bai Hua's palm. Even though Bai Hua's cultivation in the Tao of Arrays was rather high, he was no match for Bai Hua in a head-on confrontation. Bai Hua's expression was grave as she lowered her head and looked at her charred palm. After clashing with the golden light, she realized that even she was unable to completely block the powerful force contained within. Mu Han's fighting strength was likely not below her own. Furthermore, with the addition of the other two fellows, her life would be in danger in this battle. Bai Hua sighed helplessly. At this moment, he could only hope that Murong Xianxia would quickly leave with Lian. If not, it would not be a problem for him to fall into a desperate situation, but for Murong Xianxia and Lian, one was extremely important to him, while the other was someone Xiao Yan had entrusted to him to take care of. He could not allow anything to happen to them. As long as the two of them were fine, there was nothing else he had to worry about. Die. Just as Bai Hua was in a daze, the two origin transformation experts charged forward once again. They viciously slammed their palms towards Bai Hua's head one after another. The wind from their palms was so sharp that it was impossible to dodge. Since you guys want my life so much, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Returning to her senses, Bai Hua coldly snorted and no longer hesitated. After receiving the two palms head-on, she could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. When she raised her head, Mu Han's figure had appeared once again. However, this time, Bai Hua did not have any intention of dodging Mu Han's attack. She faced it head-on and viciously slammed her palm towards Mu Han's chest, as if she was willing to trade her life for his. Sensing her opponent's intentions, Mu Han's expression immediately changed slightly. The formation that was originally about to land on Bai Hua's head could only change its direction and collide with Bai Hua's attack once again. Soon after, the two origin transformation experts charged forward once again. As Bai Hua retreated, they each slammed their palms into his chest. Immediately, large mouthfuls of blood spurted out uncontrollably. Bai Hua's face also became deathly pale in an instant. His body heavily smashed into the city below, but even so, he did not show any fear. His mouth was filled with blood as he loudly laughed with a vicious expression. Ha ha ha, a group of trash. Is this all you've got? Come again if you have the ability. Bai Hua laughed as he climbed up from the ruins with great difficulty. The three people in the sky also descended before Bai Hua at this moment and stared down at him from above. At this moment, the huge formation in the sky had already dispersed. However, the Qingyang city had already been reduced to ruins. More than half of the Lu clan's people were dead or injured. Even the patriarch and grand elder were heavily injured. As for the others, they had all lost the ability to fight. Seeing Bai Hua fall, the Lu clan of the Qingyang city was finished. Although it's not bad to deal with someone like you as soon as possible, the palace master has already instructed us to keep you alive before we set off. Thus, we can only trouble you to come with us. Mu Han gently smiled. At the same time, the formation condensed in his palm once again. You want me alive? Ha ha ha, I won't let you have your wish. With a sinister laugh, the remaining energy in Bai Hua's body instantly went berserk. His pale face instantly turned red as a powerful energy rapidly flowed within his body. It was as if he was about to self-destruct. You want to self-destruct? Humph, a faint sneer was heard. Seeing that Mu Han was about to attack, an anxious shout was heard. Then, a beautiful figure immediately entered Mu Han and the other's line of sight. She threw herself into Bai Hua's bosom. No. You can't die. I don't want you to die. We still have to wait for Xiaoyan to return. Nothing must happen to you before he returns. Hearing this familiar crying voice, Bai Hua's heart trembled. The owner of this voice was Xianxia. That's right. Originally, he had asked Xianxia to leave with Lian. However, he did not expect her to return. Wasn't this like a lamb entering the tiger's den? I didn't expect another one to come. It seems like the relationship between the two of you isn't ordinary. This way, things will be much simpler. Seeing this scene, a sinister expression immediately appeared on Mu Han's face. He gave a signal to the two people beside him. The two of them immediately nodded and charged forward. Ignoring Bai Hua's struggles, they forcefully grabbed Xianxia and restrained her. Facing two origin transformation experts, Xianxia naturally did not have any chance of breaking free. Bai Hua also cursed with a face full of hatred. However, the other party did not care about her at all. No matter how she roared, the other party remained indifferent. Looks like you're quite fond of this girl. This way, you won't be willing to see her suffer even the slightest harm, right? Mu Han said with a sneer. When he saw the furious expression on Bai Hua's face, he felt extremely carefree. When Bai Hua struggled and pounced forward, Mu Han sent her flying with a slap. Dark red blood sprayed out once again. Xianxia could not help but cry out loudly. However, everything seemed so powerless. You want to save her? With your current strength, I'm afraid you don't even have the strength to stand up, let alone save her. If you want her to live, it's best if you obediently follow me. Otherwise, with a strange laugh, Mu Han's dark eyes landed on Xianxia. He extended a bamboo-like finger and the sharp tip of his finger gently brushed past the latter's smooth face. Bai Hua was unable to endure it and a panicked expression immediately appeared on her face. As she screamed, she hurriedly agreed to Mu Han's request without any hesitation. If you had agreed earlier, all this wouldn't have happened. Mu Han sneered as he raised his hand and gently stroked Xianxia's small head. His old face was filled with malevolence. Whoosh! However, in the next instant, an ear-piercing sound rang out. Xianxia, who was under the control of the two origin transformation experts, suddenly disappeared. At the same time, Mu Han suddenly let out an extremely miserable shriek. This was because his extended left arm had disappeared along with Xianxia. At this moment, a miserable shriek that pierced the sky suddenly rang out in the ruined Xingyang city. On the side of the street, two origin transformation experts were stunned as they stared at the woman who had suddenly disappeared. They could not help but be startled. Soon after, a painful shriek came from Mu Han's mouth. Only then did the two of them notice the latter. Immediately, shock appeared on their faces. At this moment, Mu Han's left hand that was originally caressing Xianxia, along with his entire arm, had disappeared. Only charred black traces could be seen on his arm. All of the blood that was about to flow out from his arm had been forcibly stopped. However, Mu Han's complexion had turned deathly pale. The pain that reached his soul was unbearable. Even though his spiritual strength was far greater than ordinary people, the pain of losing an arm was something that he could not endure no matter what. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that he would suffer the same sin and the same pain twice. Furthermore, the most ironic thing was that even his missing arm was his left arm again. He had paid an enormous price in order to obtain his powerful left arm. Yet, he had lost it again. At the same time as this brought Mu Han endless pain, he also felt anger and resentment. Who are you? Mu Han's old face was distorted. The moment he raised his head, two streams of blood flowed out from his eyes. However, the pain in his heart far exceeded this. Today, he would make the person who had caused him to lose an arm pay a painful price no matter what. Not far away, a black-robed figure had his back facing the three people. Morong Xianxia, who was in his embrace, had fainted due to the stimulation from before. However, Bai Hua, who was in front of him, was currently stiffly raising her head to stare at the person in front of her. Her face was filled with disbelief. At the same time, there was an indescribable joy at the corner of her mouth. It was as if she was rejoicing that she did not self-destruct earlier. It was also as if she was rejoicing that she was able to see the person in front of her again. The moment he saw the black-robed person in front of him, he understood that since he had returned, the trouble that Qingyang City had encountered today would naturally be easily resolved. He had always believed in this point. Just as Bai Hua was about to say something, the black-robed man extended his hand and handed Bai Hua a pill. Without any hesitation, Bai Hua opened her mouth and swallowed it. On the other side, when Mu Han saw the back of the black-robed man, an indescribable feeling of déjà vu flashed across his heart. At the same time, his furious heart trembled uncontrollably as fear uncontrollably emerged from the depths of his heart. The mysterious black-robed man before him, whom he had yet to see, was actually able to instill fear in him under such circumstances. This caused Mu Han's heart to involuntarily shudder. At the same time, an even greater curiosity rose within him. The more he felt this inexplicable danger, the more he wanted to explore it. Human nature was on full display at this moment. "Who are you?" Mu Han enunciated each word clearly. Even so, he could still feel the tremor in his voice. Following Mu Han's words, the black-robed person in front of Bai Hua slowly turned around. The face that was covered by the black robe was slowly illuminated by the sunlight. It was Xiaoyan. Buzz. However, the moment Mu Han saw Xiaoyan, his pair of shady old eyes instantly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. Even his heart became sluggish at this moment. His entire person appeared to have turned into a stone statue in an instant. His heart was both shocked and terrified. No matter what, he had never imagined that he would meet Yi Shiwen again at a time like this. Mu Han had imagined the scene of him meeting Xiaoyan again countless times. However, he had never imagined that it would be in such a situation. Based on the speed of Xiaoyan's attack earlier, it was likely that the other party's cultivation had also reached the origin transformation stage. Moreover, it was definitely superior to Bai Hua. Moreover, Mu Han had personally sensed Xiaoyan's frightening fighting strength, which far exceeded his own cultivation. If they were to meet again now, even with Mu Han's current cultivation, he did not have the confidence to defeat Xiaoyan. Fortunately, other than him, there were still the 2 origin transformation realm experts beside him and over 10 Do-D experts on the battlefield today. If these people were added together with his formation, it might not be difficult to kill the person in front of him. Who? Xiaoyan. It is unexpected. It is really unexpected. It is actually you. Mu Han's tone was extremely low as he spoke. His pale face was immediately covered by a dark haze. A savage killing intent crazily gathered at this moment. Xiaoyan could not help but frown slightly as he stared at the unfamiliar face of the gray-haired old man. Although this person's appearance was unfamiliar, Xiaoyan could sense from the other party's words, his gaze, and the strange aura from his body. He had definitely met this fellow somewhere before. Of course, their relationship was definitely not good. Otherwise, this fellow would not have said such resentful words. Although I still do not know who you are, it is a fact that you have destroyed this place and injured them. Therefore, today, you and them will all stay behind. A faint sentence slowly drifted out from Xiaoyan's mouth. However, just as the last sentence left his mouth, the ground beneath his feet suddenly exploded, forming a hole. Large cracks spread out like a spider web. Xiaoyan's figure also strangely disappeared from the spot. Bang! Almost at the same time, the elite Do-D from the Sea Cloud Palace, who were following closely behind, appeared to have suddenly received a heavy blow. Numerous figures smashed heavily into the city below like meteorites falling from the sky and were buried deep under the ground. With just one strike, the dozen or so Do-D from Sea Cloud Palace had lost their ability to fight in an instant. Even their bodies had received heavy injuries. Their auras were extremely weak, as if they could die at any moment. Moreover, the most shocking thing was that all of this had happened in an instant. By the time Muhan and the two origin transformation experts behind him recovered, Xiaoyan had already returned to his original position. His indifferent gaze was still watching them, as if he had never left. Gulp, at this moment, the two origin transformation experts involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Such a frightening speed was something that even they were unable to catch up to. It was very difficult to imagine that if Xiaoyan had chosen to attack them, it was likely that their current situation would not be any better than the dozen dodis. Now that I've dealt with those small fries, it's your turn. Raising his head, Xiaoyan's gaze landed on the three people in front of him. Killing intent surged within his calm, pitch-black eyes. If he had not arrived in time, it was likely that the entire Qingyang city would have been destroyed. Even Bai Hua and Morong Xianxian's lives would have been threatened as a result. This kind of thing was something that Xiaoyan could not tolerate. Bai Hua was extremely important to Xiaoyan. Naturally, he would not ignore her. Morong Xianxian was the pearl of the Morong clan. Although she had been stolen from the clan, this matter was related to him. Finding her was within the scope of his responsibility. If anything happened to Morong Xianxian, he would not be able to absolve himself of the blame even if he died 10,000 times. Fortunately, Xiaoyan's arrival had put an end to all of this trouble. Humph, Xiaoyan, don't be too happy yet. Even if those people are dead, we still have two origin transformation experts here. Including me, you won't be able to escape from us alone. Forcefully suppressing the hatred in his heart, Muhan spoke with a cold expression. At the same time, he quickly raised his right hand. The storage ring on his finger flickered and another formation disc appeared in his hand. Although ordinary formations were quick to set up, their power would be limited to a certain extent. If a powerful formation was set up on the spot, it would definitely consume a large amount of time, which would be extremely disadvantageous to a battle. However, the formation disc perfectly combined these two factors. While being able to set up a powerful formation, the formation disc that was engraved on it could also greatly reduce the time needed to set up the formation. Coupled with the unique convenience of formations, it had become a must-have item for many experts on the continent when they went out to train. However, compared to ordinary people, only in the hands of a true formation master would a formation disc be able to display its brilliance. Xiaoyan, today, I'll let you experience the power of a fifth-tier formation master. As Muhan let out a low roar, a large amount of spiritual force poured into the formation disc in his hand. In an instant, golden light shot out like a miniature sun. At almost the same time, mysterious golden inscriptions condensed under Muhan's feet, forming a semicircular formation that enveloped Muhan's body. Soon after, the mysterious formation once again appeared in the air above Xiaoyan's head. This time around, a large, strange thundercloud gathered from all directions and covered Xiaoyan's head. It was impossible for him to dodge it. Xiaoyan's face was covered by the thundercloud. He was not able to dodge it. Xiaoyan, this is a fifth-tier formation that I have specially prepared for you, 9-layered lightning formation. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to dodge it. Coupled with the two beside me, he. Forget about them, even you will have to die today. Muhan's face immediately revealed a ferocious expression when he saw that the formation in his hand had been successfully formed. These 9 types of lightning formations were a rank 5 formation that he had spent a great amount of time to research. He had even borrowed the help of heavenly lightning a couple of times in order to create it. The strength that it possessed was definitely among the top of the middle class even if it could not be ranked among the top of all the rank 5 formations. Hence, he believed that he would be able to deal with Xiaoyan by relying on this 9-layered lightning formation. Muhan was very clear that Xiaoyan was of the fire attribute. Coupled with the assistance of the heavenly flame, the strength that he possessed far exceeded that of an ordinary person. As for the lightning attribute, it was also known for its offensive power. The destructive power that it possessed was also extremely terrifying. Hence, Muhan wanted to use the lightning formation to temporarily suppress Xiaoyan's heavenly flame. Coupled with the 2 origin transformation experts beside him, dealing with Xiaoyan would be a piece of cake. Rumble. Thunderclouds churned in all directions in the sky above Xiaoyan's head. Numerous bolts of lightning that contained a golden glow repeatedly flowed within the thunderclouds. A powerful pressure descended from the sky, causing Xiaoyan to feel a faint pressure. TSK, Is this a 5th-tier formation? Its presence is truly shocking. Probably even regular returnance experts wouldn't dare to be careless with the power of this formation. Master Mu, I never thought that your comprehension of formations would have reached such a level, Xianxia said with a smile. Even with the cultivation of the 2 origin transformation experts, they could not help but inwardly gasp as they stared at the oppressive thunderclouds in the sky. This formation was only at the middle tier of Class 5 formations. Just how powerful would an even more powerful formation be? This old man has waited for this day for a very long time. Since he has delivered himself to me today, I'll settle the old and new debts together. Hearing this, Muhan's old face could not help but reveal an arrogant smile. As a 5th-tier formation master, he had the right to be arrogant. Once he broke through to the 6th tier in the future, let alone origin transformation experts, even origin kings and origin emperors would have to be wary of him. Now that the 9-fold lightning formation has been activated, I still need to control the formation disc. So, I'll have to rely on the 2 of you to deal with Xiaoyan. Don't worry, Master Mu. No matter how fast this brat is, he is currently within the lightning formation. There is no way for him to dodge. With the 2 of us working together, there definitely won't be any problems dealing with him. The 2 of them laughed heartily. Seeing Muhan take out such a powerful formation, the 2 of them naturally felt more confident. If they were still shocked by Xiaoyan's speed before, then with the assistance of the 9-fold lightning formation, their fear of Xiaoyan instantly decreased by half. Naturally, they no longer had any misgivings in their hearts. Soon after, the 2 of them charged toward Xiaoyan, who was within the lightning formation. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had already entered the lightning formation. They were only a few dozen meters away from Xiaoyan. At the same time, under Muhan's control, bolts of lightning in the sky viciously smashed down on Xiaoyan. The powerful force even shattered the invisible space. The powerful destructive force was like a golden spear that could destroy the world as it descended from the sky, aiming directly at Xiaoyan's head. However, in the face of the lightning above his head, Xiaoyan ignored it. His gaze landed on the 2 people in front of him. While he sneered, his body shook as he instantly used the giant elephant art. His hands opened into 2 palms as he faced the incoming lightning head-on. He's actually not taking any action to block the 9-fold lightning formation. He's really courting death. The faces of the 2 involuntarily revealed a surprised expression when they saw this scene. Soon after, the palms of both parties collided. At the same time, the soul-stirring thunderbolt above Xiaoyan's head instantly entered his body. What? Seeing that the thunderbolt had actually entered Xiaoyan's body without causing any splashes, Muhan and the 2 origin transformation experts revealed shocked expressions on their faces. This was especially the case for Muhan. The moment the thunderbolt entered Xiaoyan's body, not only did it not cause any splashes, but the connection between him and the thunderbolt had also been severed in an instant. Soon after, Xiaoyan let out a cold laugh while Muhan and the other 2 were feeling shocked by this situation that had suddenly appeared. His mouth suddenly let out a loud cry. Sorry, your lightning is useless against me, so I'll return it to you right now. With that, Xiaoyan's palms shook, forcing the 2 people in front of him back. At the same time, 2 bolts of lightning suddenly shot out from his palms and heavily struck the chests of the 2 origin transformation experts. Puchi! When the 2 palms landed heavily on the 2 origin transformation experts, the powerful force of lightning immediately surged into their bodies like a volcanic eruption and began to wreak havoc. A powerful force violently rampaged within their bodies. Even though they had already done their best to resist the lightning energy, their internal organs were still injured in the end. They could not help but spit out blood from their mouths, and their faces quickly turned pale. The situation that had suddenly occurred in front of them was something that the 2 of them and Muhan had never expected. After the thunderbolt strength had entered Xiaoyan's body without holding back, not only did it not cause any harm to Xiaoyan, but it had also taken away his control as its master and used that strength on the 2 origin transformation experts. Although the force of lightning was greatly reduced after being split into 2, the terrifying destructive force coupled with the fact that the 2 of them did not have any extra defensive measures allowed the force of lightning to erupt with its full strength. After suffering this attack, even with the Qianyan duo's cultivation, even if they did not end up seriously injured, their fighting strength would definitely be reduced by over half. In this way, their chances of victory against Xiaoyan would be even lower. Currently, the 9-layered lightning formation was no longer of any use to Xiaoyan. Stubbornly borrowing the strength of the lightning formation would only cause them to end up in trouble for no reason. God damn it. Why is it like this? In the distance, Mu Han stared at the scene before him in disbelief. When he thought back to what had happened after the lightning had entered Xiaoyan's body, he felt even more disbelief. Xiaoyan was clearly of the fire attribute, so why was the force of lightning completely ineffective against him after entering his body? Instead, it was being used by him. Mu Han had never imagined such a result. No matter how powerful Xiaoyan was, it was impossible for him to be so heaven-defying. After all, he was still an origin transformation expert. It was a pity that Mu Han did not know that Xiaoyan had been using the force of lightning to cleanse his body. His body already possessed a certain degree of immunity to the force of lightning. On the other hand, the lightning that Mu Han had used was only the most common type of heavenly lightning. No matter how much lightning he gathered, its power was still limited. It was impossible for him to use it to harm Xiaoyan. As for the connection between the force of lightning and Mu Han, it had been easily erased by Xiaoyan with the help of the heavenly flame. As a Class 5 soul, it was not difficult for Xiaoyan to accomplish this, not to mention that the battlefield was within his body. Thus, from the looks of it, the Class 5 9-layered lightning formation had already lost its original use to Xiaoyan. Using such a level of lightning before Xiaoyan was completely useless. Only after Xiaoyan withdrew his hand did the bodies of Qianyan's duo climb up from the ruins below them. At this moment, the auras of the two of them had been damaged. Their fighting strength had also been greatly reduced. However, they were after all origin transformation experts. Even so, the two of them still possessed some confidence when facing Xiaoyan with their strength. Cough cough cough. Brat, we will remember this debt. In the future, we will definitely make you pay back several times over. Qianyan clenched his teeth as he spat out these words. After exchanging glances with the other person, he quickly retreated while facing Xiaoyan. Haha, it seems like the two of you did not understand what I just said. When I said that I want the two of you to stay here forever, it means that the two of you must die today. Upon seeing this, Xiaoyan curled his lips and sneered, his eyes filled with mockery. The expressions of Qianyan's duo suddenly changed when these words were uttered. Their pale white faces immediately became gloomy. By taking the initiative to withdraw, they had already admitted their defeat today. However, from the looks of Xiaoyan's intention, it appeared that he did not intend to allow them to leave. Brat, don't be too arrogant. Even if the two of us brothers are injured, it is impossible for you to easily kill the two of us with your cultivation. If you dare to use force, be careful that even you will not be able to bear the consequences. A life and death struggle is not a good choice. Qianyan's expression was extremely stormy as he slowly spoke. The Genesis Qi in his body began to circulate once again. When the Genesis Qi flowed through the injured meridians, waves of intense pain immediately spread, causing the two to grit their teeth in anger as hatred filled their hearts. Teacher Mu, help me. Qianyan continued to gather the Genesis Qi in his body as he turned his head and shouted at Mu Han, who was still within the golden light barrier. He clearly understood just how terrifying Xiaoyan was. If they really charged forward without any preparation, the two of them would very likely end up in the same predicament as before. As a precaution, they had no choice but to seek help from Mu Han. They believed that with the aid of this rank 5 formation master, it would be much easier for them to deal with Xiaoyan. Mu Han hesitated for a moment upon hearing their pleas, before taking out 2 more formation discs with a strange expression on his face. He continuously poured the Genesis Qi and spirit power in his body into them. Golden light blossomed, transforming into 2 formation barriers that protected the Qianyan duo's bodies. With the protection of the formation, the Qianyan duo seemed to have donned a thick layer of armor. Light swirled around them, making them look like golden immortals descending into the world. However, everyone knew that these 2 individuals who seemed to be the embodiment of justice were actually the cause of the deathly stillness and murderous aura in the city. Humph, brat, do you still dare to repeat what you just said? With the formation around them, the duo's condition seemed to improve along with it. At the same time, their confidence also increased significantly. What's done can't be undone. I never take back anything I've said. I've already said that the two of you must stay here today. No matter how much you stubbornly resist, my will never change. Xiaoyan's expression was solemn in the face of the duo's provocation. As his words rang out, his figure abruptly disappeared from the spot. His hands were tightly clenched into fists as he activated the giant elephant art. When he reappeared, a giant fist viciously slammed into the duo's bodies. Light immediately blossomed from the golden formation. The majority of the power behind Xiaoyan's punch was blocked by the formation. From this, one could tell that this formation was no ordinary object. A rank 4 formation, the Diamond Bodhi formation. It was one of the most powerful rank 4 formations, and even an origin transformation expert would not be able to easily destroy it. Ha 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 ha. You can't even break through my defenses, how can you possibly kill me? Xiaoyan's fruitless punch was met with mockery from Qinyan and the rest. The duo twirled their hands as powerful Genesis Qi immediately gathered in their palms, before they each sent a vicious attack towards Xiaoyan's body. Boom! The attacks of the two of them were blocked by Xiaoyan's crossed arms. At the same time, his body swiftly withdrew. He frowned slightly as he stared at the golden formation that the two of them were wearing. He hesitated for an instant before a killing intent suddenly surged within his eyes. When Xiaoyan once again arrived in front of the two of them, he did not dodge or evade their combined attacks. By relying on the strength of the giant elephant's skill, Xiaoyan was completely able to block their attacks. However, whether the two of them could block him was another matter altogether. Boom! Xiaoyan's expression did not change in the slightest as he forcefully endured the attacks of two origin transformation experts. His body blocked the two of them as he slowly extended his large hands. A pitch-black steel needle floated in each of his palms. Genesis Breaker Needle. At the same time that Xiaoyan let out an explosive cry in his heart, two dark black steel needles were ruthlessly pierced by Xiaoyan into the formation on the surface of the Qinyan duo's body. The Genesis Breaker needles were in truth the 10 special needles Xiaoyan had condensed from the great Tao of the Void. After witnessing their ability to pierce through Genesis Qi, Xiaoyan had given them this name for convenience. Ha 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 ha, it doesn't hurt at all. With this formation, your attacks to us, however, before the laughter from the Qinyan duo could fade, their originally ferocious smiles suddenly distorted intensely. One could see that the formation that originally covered their bodies had suddenly turned into golden light that scattered all over the sky. Soon after, Xiaoyan's fist firmly landed on their backs. Boom! The duo's bodies were like two shooting stars, instantly smashing into the ground below. The terrifying force instantly shattered all the bones in their bodies, and even many of the meridians in their bodies were severed. Let alone standing up, even the most basic movement of Genesis Qi was no longer possible. Without any fancy moves, a single punch was all it took to knock the two of them down once again. The more powerful a battle was, the simpler it would be. The difference in strength was already very obvious at this point in time. Once a battle began, there was no need for too many tactics. As long as one could use the most direct and violent method to knock down one's opponent, the outcome of the battle would immediately become clear. No matter how fancy it was just a feint. As long as he was serious, he would be able to shatter all illusions. This once again proved that strength was the only thing in this world. As long as one had enough strength, any tricks would be useless. When Xiaoyan grabbed the duo from the rubble, endless fear immediately shrouded their hearts. A strong feeling of death also enveloped their hearts at this moment. No matter how they thought about it, they did not expect Xiaoyan to be able to shatter the golden formation in such an easy manner. His strength had already reached such an extent. They had indeed underestimated Xiaoyan's terror. In the distance, when Mu Han saw Xiaoyan grab the duo in his hands, fear surfaced in his heart. He quickly turned around and fled in the direction he came from, not daring to look back. I say, since things have already come to this point, do you still think that you can leave this place alive? Mu Han? Although the first half of Xiaoyan's sentence was cold, other than fear, Mu Han did not have many other emotions. However, when he heard Xiaoyan personally call out his name, the fear that had been Suppressed in the bottom of Muhan's heart finally gushed out uncontrollably. Ah! With a scream, Muhan's body involuntarily retreated. After which, he fell miserably on the ground. His entire body trembled and he wanted to stand up. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he was unable to get up from the ground. It was as if his two legs had lost all feeling and he was unable to move an inch. He was unable to use any strength and could only watch as Xiaoyan continuously approached him. I never expected that after not seeing you for so many years, you have actually turned into this state. If you did not use a large amount of spiritual strength previously, I would not have realized it. Although you have changed your appearance, your soul is an unchangeable fact. However, I never expected that you would actually forcefully merge with another person's body and even devour the other person's soul. Is that why you are able to occupy this body? Humph, the person who caused me to be in this state today is none other than you. You killed my disciple, broke one of my arms, destroyed all my savings, and nearly caused me to become a cripple. All of this is because of you, Xiaoyan. Ever since the day I left the ancient savage city, I swore that regardless of the method, as long as it allows me to recover my broken arm and possess an even greater strength, as long as it allows me to take revenge on you, I am willing to accept it regardless of the price. Muhan did not know where his strength came from when he mentioned the pain of the past. He supported his body and stood up. At the same time, a thought passed through his mind and the doqi within his body began to wildly surge. His entire body also began to swiftly swell. Xiaoyan, die. Today, even if I have to risk my life, I will definitely make you pay a terrible price for what you did back then. Suddenly, Muhan's entire state began to become crazy. Waves of strange black air began to flow out of his 7 orifices at the same time that the doqi within his body began to surge, lingering around his body. Xiaoyan's expression changed slightly when he saw the few wisps of strange black air. No wonder. No wonder Muhan was able to use such an inhumane method to recover his body. It was actually because of this reason. This body of Muhan's was created by the people from the ghost hall. At this moment, if Muhan were to self-destruct, the black vapor within it would definitely transmit the entire process and details of Xiaoyan's appearance and the big battle between them to the hands of that group of people. This would be a great trouble for Xiaoyan. The current situation was still unclear. He was still unclear about the exact strength of these people. Hence, before this, he must not reveal too much of his situation and strength. Otherwise, it would definitely bring him endless trouble. However, the thing that caused Xiaoyan to be most surprised was that the hands of these people had actually extended to this place. It was not just the western region. Even the southern region had been invaded by the ghost hall. The border of the continent was actually already under the control of the ghost hall. However, the most important thing now was still this Muhan. Although the fact that you have come into contact with them has indeed caused me to be extremely surprised, it will end here. Xiaoyan coldly uttered. Soon after, Muhan's body began to swell intensely and was about to explode. Soon after, he suddenly raised his hand. A wisp of heavenly flame surfaced in his palm. Immediately, he slammed it heavily onto Muhan's head. In an instant, the powerful strength caused Muhan to immediately lose all consciousness. His pair of shady old eyes, which were filled with madness, swiftly dimmed. Even his swiftly swelling body came to a halt because of this. Reincarnated Flame Emperor Reincarnated Flame Emperor. After finishing off Muhan, the danger of Qingyang this time around could be considered to have come to an end. Although they had suffered a great loss, it was fortunate that the worst outcome in Xiaoyan's heart did not occur. This could be considered a blessing amidst the misfortune. With Muhan's death, the 9-layered lightning array that enveloped the heavens and the earth dissipated. Zhongli, who was trapped by the array in the sky, was also freed. When he arrived in front of Xiaoyan and saw that the latter was dressed the same as before, he could not help but feel surprised. After so many years, even this group of people had gained quite a lot of white hair. On the other hand, this appearance of Xiaoyan in front of him, which had not changed at all, involuntarily caused him to recall the scene back at the ancient savage city. Everything seemed to have happened yesterday. Haha, I didn't expect that even brother Zhongli would come. Only after seeing Zhongli escape did Xiaoyan become aware that Zhongli had been here all along. This was something that he had not expected. It's not just me. Qin Zhong is here too. Even Lu Du, who was defeated by you back then, is here. Hearing Lu Du's name, Xiaoyan could not help but secretly ponder for a moment. After all, it was something that happened many years ago. There were some things that he could not remember clearly. However, after rummaging through his memories, he roughly remembered that Lu Du had indeed fought with him for the Void Lightning Pool in the ancient Savage City. Unfortunately, Lu Du was defeated by him. He did not expect that Lu Du would also appear here. Soon, Qin Zhong and Lu Du dragged their heavily injured bodies and arrived in front of Xiaoyan, supporting each other. The two of them had already noticed Xiaoyan's arrival. Unfortunately, they could not move their bodies. Otherwise, they would have already rushed over. Now that they had rested for a while, they could barely endure the pain and walk. Even so, when the two of them arrived in front of Xiaoyan, they could not hide the excitement in their hearts. Brother Xiaoyan, I have failed to live up to your expectations. The Lu clan actually, brother Qin Zhong, you don't have to worry about it. These opponents are not something you can handle. Xiaoyan is already very grateful that you can persist until now. Now, you should focus on recuperating. Leave everything to me. Xiaoyan helped the ashamed old Qin Zhong up. After throwing a comforting smile at the latter, he handed a rank 5 medicinal pill to Qin Zhong. Only then did his gaze land on Lu Du by the side. If one were to say that Qin Zhong had helped him protect the Lu clan because of the agreement between the two of them, then Lu Du's appearance was a little strange. He was someone who had been defeated by Xiaoyan. The two of them should have been at each other's throats. It was unexpected that he would actually help Xiaoyan protect the Lu clan. However, since it had already come to this, Xiaoyan naturally wouldn't delve into the reason. He also smiled and said a word of gratitude, and handed the latter a tier 5 medicinal pill without hesitation. When they received the medicinal pill in their hands, everyone's eyes couldn't help but show a strong shock. With their eyesight, even if they were stupid, they could see that this was a tier 5 medicinal pill. Suddenly, Qin Zhong and others couldn't help but show shock on their faces. Although they also knew that Xiaoyan was an alchemist, when they witnessed Xiaoyan's powerful strength, they really couldn't imagine that his alchemy skills could be so powerful. No one could cultivate cultivation and alchemy to such a level at the same time. At least, they didn't dare to imagine so. Brother Xiaoyan, this medicinal pill, brother, don't worry about it. This is what I refined when I had nothing to do before. I still have a lot here. These unintentional words caused these fellows, who were already seriously injured, to spit out a mouthful of blood. Xiaoyan's words had undoubtedly admitted his identity as a tier 5 alchemist to them. This made them feel even more shocked. They had spent most of their lives in order to train to their current level. However, Xiaoyan in front of them had trained both the way of alchemy and the way of alchemy to such a powerful level. Regardless of whether it was in terms of cultivation or alchemy skills, Xiaoyan could be considered strong. If the Xiaoyan back then could only make them look at him in a different light, then the current Xiaoyan already possessed strength that they could only look up to. He was able to kill 2 origin transformation experts by himself, including a tier 5 formation master. With such strength, Xiaoyan could definitely be regarded as one of the best among all the origin transformation experts. It was even possible that Xiaoyan was an invincible existence among the origin transformation experts. Soon after, Lu Huabai and Lu Xingqing also saw Xiaoyan. When they saw Xiaoyan again, every single one of them revealed a smile as if they had just survived a disaster. Even though they had just barely escaped with their lives, the moment they saw Xiaoyan, the haze in their hearts was instantly swept away. Their originally heavy hearts immediately relaxed. Xiaoyan's appearance was like the sun that had emerged from the dark clouds, sweeping away all the haze. It was as if as long as he was present, all dangers would be easily resolved. Soon after, under Zhongli's lead, the group of people temporarily entered a relatively intact courtyard in the city. Other than Zhongli and Bai Hua, the rest of the people went to the side and began to refine the medicinal pills in their bodies. Morong Xianxia was resting in a room in the courtyard. After the stimulation just now, this girl had completely fainted. It would probably take a while for her to wake up. Mr. Xiaoyan, I never would have thought that after so many years, you would have already become so powerful. It really makes me feel ashamed. Xiaoyan and the two others were seated opposite each other in the courtyard. Now that they were close, Zhongli was able to clearly sense the faint aura and pressure that seeped out of Xiaoyan's body. Xiaoyan did not release or withdraw it. He simply allowed it to spread in such a calm manner, causing one's heart to be extremely shocked. It's just good luck. There's nothing to feel ashamed about. Hearing this, Xiaoyan smiled faintly. After saying a few words of comfort, his gaze once again landed on Bai Hua, who was beside him, and asked her about the situation of the Lu clan over the years. Bai Hua also explained everything to Xiaoyan in detail, including how the relationship between Sea Cloud Palace and Qingyang City had deteriorated to such an extent. On the other side, while Bai Hua was still describing the development of the Lu clan to Xiaoyan in detail, somewhere in the southwest border, in a magnificent large hall, 3 broken jade plates were lying in the palm of a black-haired middle-aged man. At this moment, the middle-aged man's face was unusually gloomy. Chen Yan, Wu Xinglong, and Mu Han, they actually all died. After Wu Kui's departure, the cold-faced Fu Yulong sat down on the steps behind him with a thump. His face sank once again. He had never thought that even Wu Kui would come knocking on his door at a time like this. Was he looking down on him? There was also the death of Mu Han and the other two. The Green Sun City had not been conquered even after attacking for a long time. This time, they had even lost 3 mainstays of the Sea Cloud Palace. This also meant that there was probably an extremely powerful person hiding in the Green Sun City. Just from the fact that the person was able to kill 2 origin transformation experts and a Class 5 formation master, their cultivation had probably reached returnance. If that was the case, nothing would have been strange. Otherwise, he really would have refused to believe that a single origin transformation expert would have been able to kill off an entire group of people. Returnance, huh? It looks like I need to pay a personal visit to Azure Sun City. Fu Yulong could not help but exhale deeply when he thought up to there. Sharp killing intent flashed through the depths of his eyes. It did not matter whether there were returnance experts in Azure Sun City or not. This time, no one could stop his determination to take Azure Sun City. Anyone who tried to stop him would die, even if they were returnance experts. While Fu Yulong was preparing to leave for Qingyang City, 2 figures rushed out of the Southern Region Alchemist Alliance one after the other. They swiftly flew towards the southwest border. On the other side of Qingyang City, some of the people who had left the city had once again returned following the cessation of the battle. After the joint effort of the people from the Lu clan, Qingyang City had once again returned to its original state within a short couple of days. Of course, the person who had contributed the most was undoubtedly Xiaoyan. By relying on Xiaoyan's enormous cultivation, it was extremely easy for him to build a city on flat land. It was also because of Xiaoyan's intervention that those people who had returned to the city felt a great shock at his tactics. While feeling curious about this strong person who had suddenly appeared, just as Qingyang City was restored to its original appearance, a tall middle-aged man in a brocade robe rushed over from a place far away from Qingyang City and appeared in the sky above Qingyang City. When this person arrived, Xiaoyan, Bai Hua, and the others who had just rested in the Lu family were alarmed once again. Soon after, a few streaks of light shot into the sky, attracting the attention of the people below. Gazes filled with surprise and annoyance constantly swept past the people in the sky. They had already become rather impatient from the endless battle and the constant destruction of the city. If it were not for the fact that their cultivations were lacking, they probably would have charged up long ago. The person leading the group from Qingyang City in the sky was surprisingly Xiaoyan. Behind him were Bai Hua, Zhongli, and the others in that order. The group of people approached menacingly and stood before the middle-aged man, and their gazes that were filled with solemn expressions ceaselessly swept the middle-aged man up and down. Zhongli and the others actually noticed to their shock that even with their cultivations, they were actually unable to see through the cultivation of this person before them. It should be known that other than Xiaoyan, who was a little special, he was even able to clearly sense Bai Hua's cultivation. However, the arrival of this fellow actually caused him to be unable to see through his qi. In other words, his cultivation was definitely much stronger than Bai Hua's. A returnance expert. When he thought of this, Zhongli could not help but cry out in surprise. When Lu Huabai and the others behind him heard the words that came out of Zhongli's mouth, their faces instantly revealed extremely shocked expressions. A returnance expert. Is he also a member of the Sea Cloud Palace? According to what I know, the Sea Cloud Palace only has one returnance expert, and that's their palace master, Xianxia sighed. Then wouldn't this person be, ha 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 ha, looks like even the rural Azure Sun City knows about the great reputation of my Sea Cloud Palace. That's right, I'm the palace master of the Sea Cloud Palace, Fu Yulong. The reason why I personally come to the Azure Sun City today is to reclaim our lost territory as well as to avenge my loyal subordinates who died. Fu Yulong could not help but grin when he heard what Lu Huabai and the others said. It was an extremely cold smile. He glanced past the group of people before stopping on Xiaoyan in the end. He squinted his eyes slightly and stared at him deeply before slowly saying, "Kid, I can feel that you're different from me. Boy, I can feel that you are different from them. Although I can't explain why, you are the first person to make me feel this way in so many years. If you are willing to join my Sea Cloud Palace, then today, this palace lord can spare your life and even give you great benefits. How about it?" Xiaoyan could not help but raise an eyebrow when he heard Fu Yulong's words. Clearly, Fu Yulong's intentions were the same as the people from before. They had all come to cause trouble, yet he was actually trying to rope him in right in front of them. Was he not just a little too stupid? I don't think that's necessary. I don't have a habit of betraying my friends. Ugh, Xiaoyan's straightforward reply caused Fu Yulong to be momentarily stunned. He immediately laughed dryly and said, "It's fine. You're a young man after all. It's good that you have such thoughts and actions, but I still want you to consider it carefully. However, the person I'm looking for right now isn't you, but the returnance expert who has been hiding in Azure Sun City all this time." Fu Yulong smiled confidently as he slowly scanned the city below. However, he failed to notice the stunned expressions of the people around him. Since when had a returnance expert appeared in Azure Sun City? Very soon, Fu Yulong's face gradually sank. After searching for a while, he actually failed to sense the presence of the returnance expert who had killed the three of them. He found this hard to believe. How is this possible? He killed the three of them, so how is it possible that he didn't leave behind any traces at all? There's only their presence in the city. Haha, of course it's impossible for there to be anyone else's presence because those three bastards died to our hands in the first place. Bai Hua could not help but snicker when she heard Fu Yulong's words. Her voice was filled with mockery. The three of them had clearly died to Xiaoyan, yet this guy actually believed that someone else had killed them. He was just stupid. When Bai Hua said these words, Fu Yulong's expression abruptly changed. He instantly lifted his gaze and looked at Bai Hua. With a face full of disbelief, he said in a deep voice, "What did you say?" Under Xiaoyan's probing, the poison in Lian Er's body had already spread throughout her entire body. The powerful poison was almost solid, and even his heavenly flame was unable to easily disperse it. Lian Er's condition was much worse than he had imagined. How can this be? Not only did the poison invade the qi vortex, it even borrowed the girl's do qi to become stronger. I can't believe such a thing happened. Ch. The poison in Lian Er's body suddenly agglomerated just as Xiaoyan quietly sensed that something was wrong in his heart. It forcefully swallowed the heavenly flame that Xiaoyan had inserted into Lian Er's body. It even moved along their palms and invaded Xiaoyan's body, causing Xiaoyan to immediately release his hand, which was holding Lian Er's hand. At the same time, his other hand hurriedly grabbed the wrist of his left hand. A ferocious heavenly flame immediately surged and incinerated the poison that had invaded his palm. God damn it! How can this be? Xiaoyan never imagined that the poison would take the initiative to attack his heavenly flame. Moreover, the poison was so powerful that even he found it difficult to deal with it. The expressions of Bai Hua and Zhou Tai by the side involuntarily changed when they saw Xiaoyan suddenly being forced back. The two of them hurriedly shifted their gazes to Xiaoyan as the Genesis Qi in their bodies instantly rose as a precaution. However, the seemingly absent-minded Xiaoyan had placed all his attention on Lian Er. To be more precise, he was focused on the terrifying poison in her body. He had no time to pay attention to the two people whose expressions had abruptly changed. Plop. After being quiet for a moment, Xiaoyan once again attacked. A puff sound was heard as a pale blue flame suddenly rose from his right palm. The fierce high temperature instantly incinerated the poison fog that was a little closer. Even the temperature within the dark room had been raised significantly at this moment. Zhou Tai's eyes revealed a look of surprise as he gazed at the rising flame in Xiaoyan's palm. He had not paid much attention to it before, but now that the flame was bursting with power, he finally noticed that Xiaoyan's heavenly flame seemed to be very different from the one he had seen before. Whether it was in terms of aura, power, or the domineering degree of the flame, it was no longer the same as the one he had seen before. Even its color had changed greatly, as if the entire heavenly flame had undergone some sort of transformation. What has this kid been through all these years? Xiaoyan quietly said in his heart. Soon after, he controlled the pale blue-colored flame in his palm. His palm faced downward as it slowly approached the smooth forehead of Lian Er, who was lying on the ice bed. Bzz. The moment Xiaoyan's palm made contact with Lian Er's forehead, Lian Er's body uncontrollably trembled. At the same time, a circle of purple-black poison qi violently spread in all directions with her body at the center. Bzz. Soon after, however, the 4 flames that were suspended at the 4 corners of the ice bed suddenly emitted a dazzling glow as the poison gas swept over. Blazing high temperatures instantly intertwined from the 4 corners. The pale blue flames transformed into an enormous fire net that forcefully burned and swallowed the poison gas that was spreading outwards. What a domineering willful poison body. If not for Xiaoyan's heavenly flame having a natural restraining effect, it would not have been so easy to suppress it. Sensing the strength of the poison qi, Zhou Tai's expression could not help but change slightly. At the same time, his gaze once again swept across the ice bed that was enveloped in flames. His gaze paused on Lian Er's body. He could not help but ask Bai Hua in confusion. What is he trying to do? The flame did not look like a formation and did not have any suppressive effect. At most, it could only block the poison qi released from Lian Er's body. But what did this mean? Detoxification. Bai Hua narrowed her eyes and slowly swept her gaze across Lian Er, who was lying on the ice bed in front of her. A look of hope surged in her eyes. She believed that with Xiaoyan's help, Lian Er would definitely be able to wake up. When Zhou Tai heard Bai Hua's words, an expression of disbelief immediately appeared on his old face. The willful poison body was an innate constitution and there was no cure for it. How could a heavenly flame be used to detoxify it? However, although Zhou Tai was unwilling to admit it, when he saw the serious expression on Xiaoyan's face, his heart gradually calmed down. He could understand that Xiaoyan would never do anything that he was not confident in. Furthermore, hadn't Xiaoyan always been breaking his understanding of this world? Perhaps, it was time for the old ideas in his heart to change. Bzz. Lian Er's delicate body was still trembling violently uncontrollably. Waves of extremely terrifying poison qi surged out from her body, especially on her delicate and pretty face. The dense poison qi turned her entire face into a dense black color. Lian Er's delicate lips, which had already turned purple-black in color, opened uncontrollably. Her throat emitted a strange hoarse cry. The poison wildly agglomerated together, appearing just like a black-colored poisonous snake that pounced toward Xiaoyan's hand, which was imprinted on Lian Er's forehead. This thing actually has self-awareness. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan's pupils suddenly shrank. Then, he clenched his teeth and the light blue flame suddenly became even more ferocious. As it rapidly spread, it seemed to have turned into a flaming lion and fiercely tore at the poison qi. Extinguish. Soon, the flames completely enveloped Lian Er's delicate body. The heavenly flame rose, releasing a high temperature that dispelled the surrounding poison qi. The flames almost filled the entire dark room. In a moment, the poison qi that originally filled the dark room dissipated, and the strange smell in the air also gradually disappeared. Invisibly, there seemed to be an additional breath of life. Bang! After a short exchange, Xiaoyan crushed the black poisonous snake. The raging flames quickly rushed up like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, completely refining this ball of poison qi. Even though this was the case, the emotions in Xiaoyan's heart did not relax. This poison force already possessed its own consciousness. This was the first time that he had seen such a thing. If he did not treat it carefully, it was likely that it would cause quite a great harm to Lian Er. This was something that he did not wish to see. When Xiaoyan's heavenly flame was once again injected into Lian Er's body, the previous scene happened again. The poison qi in Lianer's body seemed to become even more ferocious. Facing Xiaoyan's heavenly flame, it was not afraid at all. Under the repeated attacks, even Xiaoyan felt quite uncomfortable. After a long while, the heavenly flame was still unable to expel the poison qi in Lianer's body. This inevitably caused Xiaoyan to frown. If he forcefully expelled it, Xiaoyan was worried that it would harm Lianer's body. However, if he let it go like this, he would definitely not be able to expel the poison. This caused Xiaoyan to be in a dilemma. His icy gaze caused Bai Hua's body to stiffen as an icy chill rose from the bottom of her heart. Even the circulating Genesis qi in her body could not help but turn sluggish. Only then did she remember that the other party was a returnance expert. There's no need to look for them. I'm the one who killed them. If you plan on taking revenge, feel free to come find me. I'll accompany you to the end. Xiaoyan's expression immediately sank when he sensed that something was amiss. He stepped in front of Bai Hua, blocking Fu Yulong's path. At the same time, the Genesis qi in his body rapidly circulated, ready to defend against the person before him at all times. You're saying that you killed the three of them? Fu Yulong's expression involuntarily changed when he heard Xiaoyan's words. Although the Xiaoyan in front of him felt a little different from an ordinary origin transformation expert, he was ultimately still an advanced origin transformation expert. It was impossible for him to kill Muhan and the other two by himself. Just you? Fu Yulong suspiciously narrowed his eyes as he stared at Xiaoyan. Killing intent abruptly flashed in the depths of his eyes when he saw the latter's calm and steady face. Swish. Since you're the one who killed them, you'll have to pay the price for what you've done. Fu Yulong's icy voice suddenly rang out. Almost at the same time, his hand had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan's face, viciously swatting it down. The wind from his palm caused a numbing sensation to appear on Xiaoyan's face. Soon after, the hand viciously passed through the center of Xiaoyan's head. An afterimage. When his palm passed through Xiaoyan's afterimage, Fu Yulong could not help but cry out in surprise. Soon after, his body abruptly turned around on the spot and his palm violently slammed toward an empty space where there was no one. The powerful strength caused the empty space to tremble. Boom! As the palm fell, a large piece of pitch-black long robe suddenly appeared in the originally formless space. Soon after, it was violently shattered by the palm. The figure behind it hurriedly retreated once again, barely dodging Fu Yulong's attack. You really do have some skills. No wonder you dare to say such words. However, if this is all you have, it's still far from enough. Surprise could not help but flash through Fu Yulong's eyes when he saw Xiaoyan dodge his attacks twice. Xiaoyan's strength was extraordinary to be able to dodge the attacks of a returnance expert as an origin transformation expert. However, a returnance expert was still a returnance expert after all. The difference in strength between the two of them was not just a matter of a few moves. Qi. Following the sound of breaking air, when Xiaoyan's figure once again stood in the air, Fu Yulong's figure strangely appeared again. Moreover, the speed at which he appeared was actually faster than Xiaoyan. Dysentery palm. Under such a close distance, even Xiaoyan was unable to dodge Fu Yulong's palm. With no other choice, he could only display the giant elephant skill with all his strength and rely on the golden body of the giant elephant skill to block Fu Yulong's palm. Bang! The heavy palm strike landed on Xiaoyan's crossed arms. The heavy force directly blew Xiaoyan away. Even with the power of the giant elephant technique, a shallow imprint still appeared on the golden avatar. That's a pretty good do skill. It can actually block my dysentery palm. Looks like you really are quite capable. There's even less reason for me to let you live. Fu Yulong cried out in surprise. Soon after, his attack became even more swift and violent. His body flashed like a ghost as he repeatedly flashed and flew around Xiaoyan's body. He used all his strength to repeatedly send Xiaoyan's body flying and smashing down. Although Bai Hua and the others wanted to go forward and help, with their agility and speed, they were unable to participate in a battle of this level. Thus, they could only helplessly stand in their original spots and bitterly watch. Bang! 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 In the sky, Xiaoyan's golden avatar was constantly blown away by Fu Yulong. He did not even have the opportunity to fight back. Fu Yulong was different from Hall Master Chong. He had reached mid-returnance and was so powerful that Hall Master Chong could not compare to him. Once he took action, even with Xiaoyan's strength, he would not be Fu Yulong's opponent if he could not find an opportunity. However, Xiaoyan did not seem to be able to find an opportunity to fight back. Bang! Fu Yulong sneered after sending Xiaoyan flying with another punch. He did not even need to use his full strength against an opponent like Xiaoyan. This was the difference between origin transformation and returnance experts. Brat, since you are the one who killed Muhan and the other two, even if you are quite talented, I have no choice but to kill you today. You sure have a lot to say. Xiaoyan had already accumulated quite a lot of anger after being punched so many times. Now that he finally had a chance to catch his breath, he obviously would not let it slip by so easily. Xiaoyan's feet stomped heavily on empty air as the explosive cry was emitted from his mouth. His body instantly transformed into a black ray of light and arrived in front of Fu Yulong in the blink of an eye. From top to bottom, a fist violently smashed toward Fu Yulong's head. Heh, you actually still have the strength to fight back? Fu Yulong sneered when he saw this. He was filled with disdain inside. He gently raised his right hand and met Xiaoyan's punch with his palm. Swish. However, the instant a black-colored light curtain suddenly appeared, Xiaoyan's body appeared behind Fu Yulong in a ghost-like manner. His steel-like fist heavily smashed into Fu Yulong's head. Bang! Fu Yulong's body was thrown back 1,000 feet by Xiaoyan's punch after the attack landed. At the same time, his heart was filled with a rich shock. This brat, before he had even finished speaking, Xiaoyan's fist landed again, blowing Fu Yulong away once more. Bang! 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 The same thing happened again, except this time, the hunter and the prey had swapped places. The several hundred intense collisions did not improve Xiaoyan's mood at all. Instead, it became even heavier. This was because Xiaoyan could clearly sense that Fu Yulong had not received any substantial damage from the several hundred collisions. His iron fist, which had never failed before, had lost most of its brilliance against Fu Yulong, a mid-returnance expert. Clang! Finally, Fu Yulong struck out again. The huge, golden fist was stopped by Fu Yulong's hand. Fu Yulong's expression did not change at all as he allowed the powerful force to erupt from his hand. His lips curled into a sneer, and soon, an even more powerful force surged out from his hand. Bang! The vicious force turned into a pillar of energy in a single moment, forcefully dispersing Xiaoyan's mammoth technique. This was also the first time someone had managed to destroy Xiaoyan's mammoth technique in a direct confrontation. Boom! At the same time that the giant elephant's skill was broken, Xiaoyan's body was also violently sent flying by the remaining force. The powerful shockwave violently collided with Xiaoyan's body. At this moment, Xiaoyan felt an unbearable intense pain from every part of his body. It was as if all the bones in his body were about to be broken. Soon after, Xiaoyan fell like a meteor. In the end, Bai Hua caught him in time when he was about to hit the ground. Bai Hua's heart sank when she saw the pale-faced Xiaoyan. She never thought that even with Xiaoyan's strength, he was unable to fend off Fu Yulong. Fu Yulong was just too powerful. The difference between origin transformation and mid-returnance was just too great. It was not something that could be made up for with battle prowess alone. Although Xiaoyan's strength was enough for him to face early returnance opponents, it was only enough to keep him undefeatable. Defeating his opponents was extremely difficult. The reason why Xiaoyan was able to kill the returnance Hall Master Yun back then was because of the suppressive effects of the heavenly flame. Coupled with the fact that the Hall Master was careless and did not pay attention to Xiaoyan's way of the void, she was suppressed by Xiaoyan the entire time. However, it was different this time around. Regardless of whether it was in terms of cultivation or other aspects, this Fu Yulong was stronger than Xiaoyan. All of Xiaoyan's attacks were blocked by Fu Yulong's powerful cultivation. Even the giant elephant skill was unable to do anything to him. The speed that Xiaoyan was so proud of in the past was not even worth mentioning in front of Fu Yulong. In short, the gap between Xiaoyan and Fu Yulong's cultivation was so large that it was shocking. Xiaoyan was destined to have no chance of winning this battle. Hee, kid, you really are a surprising person. Not only is your battle prowess far greater than your current cultivation, you even possess the way of the void. If it weren't for the enmity between us, I really would be willing to befriend you. Once you continue to grow, you'll definitely become one of the most powerful experts on the continent in the future. It's just a pity that you won't be able to live to that day, Fu Yulong said indifferently. Fu Yulong said faintly. There was a tinge of pity in his tone. Even a ruthless person would have a heart of love for talent. However, this kind of love could only be placed on his own people. Since the other party was an enemy, no matter how outstanding the other party's talent was, he was destined not to let him go. As the saying goes, being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. Fu Yulong had a deep understanding of this sentence. Swish, in the blink of an eye, Fu Yulong had already appeared in front of Bai Hua. The latter was currently supporting Xiaoyan in her arms. Fu Yulong's appearance instantly made Bai Hua's expression darken. Genesis Qi frantically surged in her body as she viciously sent a palm strike towards the person before her. Fu Yulong did not even glance at Bai Hua's attack. He flipped his hand and sent a slap flying. Surging Genesis Qi immediately appeared out of nowhere, easily sending Bai Hua flying like a storm. Fu Yulong's eyes never left Xiaoyan from the beginning to the end. Kid, I can feel that there should be even more secrets in your body. Since you don't have the chance to use them, I'll personally unearth them. With an icy chuckle, a look of mockery flitted across Fu Yulong's eyes. The 5 fingers of his right hand came together like a knife as sharp Genesis Qi gathered at his fingertips. It tore through the air and viciously stabbed towards Xiaoyan's chest. If this attack landed, Xiaoyan's chest would be split open on the spot, and he would undoubtedly die. Bzz, however, Xiaoyan's faintly shut eyes abruptly opened in anger a split second later. Raging flames immediately rose from the surface of his body as blazing heat spread, causing even the surrounding space to distort and crack from the heat. At almost the same time, astonishment was revealed on Fu Yulong's face once again as he watched the flames in front of him transform into a fire dragon and charge towards him. His sleeve swept out as Genesis Qi surged out as his figure rapidly retreated several dozen feet away. Only when he saw the fire dragon and Genesis Qi destroy each other did his gaze land back on Xiaoyan's body, which had already turned into a flaming figure. The astonishment in Fu Yulong's heart grew as he stared intently at the raging flames rising from Xiaoyan's body. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to tell that these flames were undoubtedly a heavenly flame. It's actually a heavenly flame. This brat is really extraordinary. He can even obtain such a shocking thing. Looks like, humph, I can't let you live today. The greed in Fu Yulong's heart immediately soared when he saw the heavenly flame. The attractiveness of this thing was much more sought after than most training resources. If he was able to obtain the heavenly flame on Xiaoyan's body, he would have the hope of raising his strength once again. At that time, he might not even need to be afraid of the fellow behind Wu Kuei. At that time, he could treat any agreement or whatever dogshit faction as nothing. You want my heavenly flame? That'll depend on whether you can take it or not. The moment he raised his head, purple gold light immediately flickered in Xiaoyan's flame-filled eyes. At almost the same time, a faint, strange pressure was released from Xiaoyan's body. Even Xiaoyan's cultivation rose once again. He was only a step away from the returnant stage. This is the unique bloodline pressure of the magical beast clan? How does this kid possess it? Fu Yulong's face could not help but change once again when he sensed the strange pressure. He had never thought that Xiaoyan, as a human, would be able to release a bloodline pressure that only the magical beast clan possessed. It was just too shocking. However, following that, something even more shocking happened. Xiaoyan's presence had actually broken through to returnants in a single stroke. Why has this kid's presence suddenly? Fu Yulong became even more shocked by the sudden change. First, it was the appearance of the heavenly flame. Then, it was the unique bloodline pressure of the magical beast clan. Now, even Xiaoyan's presence had strangely risen to returnants. Even if it was a secret technique, it should not be so exaggerated. You want to know my secret? Then I'll tell you right now. A fiery glow rose from Xiaoyan's eyes as his body suddenly flashed. The instant his feet stepped on the air, his body had already disappeared. When he reappeared, a fist wrapped in Genesis Qi had already arrived in front of Fu Yulong. Such frightening speed caused even someone of Fu Yulong's cultivation to be involuntarily shocked in his heart. Boom! The punch landed. This time, Fu Yulong, who had remained calm the entire time, was finally blown away by Xiaoyan's punch. He could not help but reveal a grave expression. Although the Genesis Chi had been completely blocked and neutralized by Xiaoyan's punch, the frightening strength had caused his right arm, which he had used to block, to instantly lose all feeling. It was impossible for him to even lift it for a short period of time. The strength that Xiaoyan had displayed at this moment finally caused him to feel a heavy pressure. Just as Fu Yulong's body paused and before he could do anything, Xiaoyan's body once again appeared in front of him in a ghost-like manner. A pair of eyes that were filled with flames stared at him with an icy coldness. Looking down from above, the killing intent in his eyes was not hidden at all. Arrogant expert, accept the baptism of my insignificant power. The merciless bombardment mercilessly slammed into Fu Yulong's body, and the powerful force shattered the surrounding space in an instant. Fu Yulong's body was smashed into the city below, and the streets that had just been repaired a few days ago were instantly destroyed. Wide cracks rapidly spread like a spider web, and the pedestrians in the city were forced to flee. Dust rose in all directions, enveloping a small region within the city. No one could clearly see the situation within. However, they could sense that there was an extremely furious fellow within the dust cloud. Waves of terrifying energy were being released from his body, causing the surrounding land to tremble slightly. Phew, boy, the power you possess is indeed much stronger than I imagined, but I still say the same thing. You killed the people of my sea cloud palace, so you must die today. Fu Yulong's deep voice sounded from within the dust cloud. At the same time, the sound of bones colliding could be heard. Surging Genesis Chi abruptly unfurled from within, instantly sweeping away the dust cloud. At the same time, Fu Yulong's body shot out from the ruins like a cannonball. With a bang, he arrived in front of Xiaoyan in the blink of an eye and ruthlessly collided with him. Xiaoyan similarly did not show any weakness in the face of Fu Yulong's attack. Both of his fists swung as the Genesis Chi in his body surged out without reservation. Genesis Chi shot out from his palms as earth-shaking explosions continuously sounded. They were like waves of thunder as they reverberated across the land. Even the city below faintly trembled because of these loud noises. In the sky, the battle between Xiaoyan and Fu Yulong grew increasingly intense. As they clashed, Fu Yulong clenched his fist and surging Genesis Chi immediately gathered, transforming into a large blade in the blink of an eye. With a flip of his hand, he repeatedly slashed at various parts of Xiaoyan's body. Clang, the broad blade landed on Xiaoyan's waist, and the blade, which was mostly blocked by the heavenly fire, finally slashed at Xiaoyan's body with a powerful force. However, what was exchanged was a crisp sound like metal colliding. Even Fu Yulong's hand, which was holding the hilt of the blade, couldn't help but tremble. Startled, Fu Yulong cast a sideways glance and saw a layer of strange purple-gold snake-like scales. It was these scales that had blocked the blade in his hand, and the power contained in the blade couldn't fully erupt. What? What the hell is this thing? Fu Yulong's heart was immediately startled when he saw the scene. By the time he recovered, a large black-colored ruler had appeared in Xiaoyan's hand at an unknown time. When the large ruler violently swept in front of Xiaoyan, its heavy strength sent the large blade in Fu Yulong's hand flying. It even shattered a portion of the blade. The remaining strength on the ruler even forcefully cracked the web between Fu Yulong's thumb and index finger. Fu Yulong's expression sank. His heart immediately felt a kind of pressure that he had never felt before. The strangeness of Xiaoyan in front of him was something that he had never seen before in his life. Even the faction behind Wu Kuei was not like this. Not only did Xiaoyan possess great training talent, but every single thing that he possessed was so powerful that it caused others to be afraid. Great Way of Cloud Water, activate. Fu Yulong let out a low cry from his mouth and immediately flew backwards. He rotated his hand and a green-white Great Way power immediately agglomerated in his palm, completely wrapping around the blade in his hand. After which, the blade swept up and down and swung to the left and right. Immediately, two energy pillars that were agglomerated from the Great Way power shot out and violently collided with the giant ruler in Xiaoyan's hand. However, just as the two energy pillars landed on the giant ruler, a strange energy suddenly appeared. The two energy pillars that were agglomerated from the Great Way power seemed to have charged into the endless void and instantly disappeared. The appearance of this scene caused Fu Yulong's heart to be aghast. He had always had great confidence in his Great Way of cloud water. It was like cloud or water, light but tough. Not only did it possess an extraordinary attacking strength, it was also able to erode most Do techniques. Once it came into contact with an opponent's body, it would bring about great trouble for the opponent. If it were to land on a weapon, it could even erode the weapon. However, this was the first time in history that a situation like today had occurred. Is it the Great Way of the Void again? In the blink of an eye, Fu Yulong thought of this. At the same time, he was surprised that Xiaoyan's usage of the Great Way power had reached such a level. Normally speaking, there was a portion of origin transformation experts who were unable to comprehend the power of laws. However, even those who had comprehended the power of laws would have an extremely shallow understanding of the power of laws. At the very most, they would be able to borrow the energy from the laws to assist themselves. However, Xiaoyan's ability to freely manipulate and gather the power of laws was something that even the current Fu Yulong was unable to do for a long period of time. Of course, Fu Yulong did not know that Xiaoyan was not like most people who only comprehended the Great Way power after reaching the Do Emperor realm. He had already begun to come into contact with the Great Way power when he was still a half-emperor. Coupled with the fact that he had been using it for a long time, his control over the Great Way power had far surpassed Fu Yulong's. Although the current Xiaoyan was unable to use the Great Way of the Void to block a few powerful high-class Do techniques, it was more than enough to deal with these few attacks. 7-layer heaven-breaking ruler. Xiaoyan ignored the surprise on Fu Yulong's face. He lifted the enormous ruler in his hand high up. His arms waved and the enormous ruler flipped. It was like a huge wheel that swiftly rotated around Xiaoyan's body. In the blink of an eye, 7 startling ruler glows shot out one after another. After which, they merged into one and carried an even greater strength as they violently charged toward Fu Yulong. So what? I don't believe that your Great Way of the Void can be maintained like this forever. Prepare to accept your fate. Water and skyline. Fu Yulong's expression darkened at the sight of the majestic ruler light shooting towards him. A fierce look flashed in his eyes as he swung the broadsword in his hand. Genesis Chi violently surged as the Great Way of the cloud and water gathered on the broadsword. His left hand viciously swept across the back of the broadsword, leaving behind a faint line in the air. It was like a ray of light as it collided with the startling attack. Bzz, soon after, the world shook. In front of Xiaoyan's shocked eyes, that thread cut through his 7-layer sky-breaking ruler. It was just like a sharp blade cutting through a thick piece of paper. Its powerful strength had actually broken his 7-layer sky-breaking ruler. In front of Xiaoyan's shocked eyes, the majestic ruler glow formed by the 7-layered heaven-breaking ruler was split into two by this thin filament-like line. Even the invisible empty space was torn apart. However, due to the part that was cut being too small, it was difficult to distinguish it with one's naked eye. Boom! Soon after, the power contained in the two-house of the majestic ruler light was no longer under Xiaoyan's control. It suddenly exploded in the sky, turning into waves of hot energy hurricanes that swept out. In this storm, the thin thread did not slow down at all as it rapidly flew forward. Its target was Xiaoyan. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan's expression could not help but change once again. This so-called water sky-breaking ruler had merged with the power of the Great Way. Its might was not something that an ordinary Do skill could compare with. Even the 7-layer sky-breaking ruler had been broken by this thing. Its destructive power was naturally self-evident. Source-breaking needle. With Xiaoyan's current skill, it was likely that the only thing that could contend with this thing was his breaking source needle. With a fierce pinch of his hands, 10 source-breaking needles immediately landed in his palm. Subsequently, under Xiaoyan's control, the 10 steel needles immediately flew forward. They were as fast as lightning. In an instant, they had already collided with the water sky-breaking needle. The moment the sharp tip of the needle collided with the tiny blade, the space around the two instantly crumbled. Numerous spiderweb-like cracks appeared out of nowhere, and the entire space became extremely distorted. Soon after, with a bang, it shattered into a pitch-black endless space. This is the Great Way solidification. You are actually able to achieve the Great Way solidification. Fu Yulong's expression immediately changed when he sensed the special power from the source-breaking needle. He could clearly sense that it was the presence of the power of the ways. To no surprise, the strange, black steel needle was a product of the Great Way solidification. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for a weapon to possess the power of the ways. Since it was the Great Way solidification, Fu Yulong became even more shocked. With his comprehension of the power of the ways, he could only achieve the Great Way solidification after breaking through to returnance. Even though that was the case, it still made him even more arrogant before others. After all, even if he could comprehend the power of the ways, it would still be extremely difficult to use it like an extension of his body. Since he could succeed, it obviously gave him something to be proud of. However, just from how condensed the 10 pitch-black steel needles were, Xiaoyan's control over the Great Way solidification was extremely proficient. This was not something that could be achieved in a single day, nor was it something that someone who had temporarily reached returnance with the help of a secret technique could achieve. As a result, Xiaoyan's comprehension of the power of the ways had probably exceeded Fu Yulong's imagination. This kid is much more terrifying than I imagined him to be. While feeling shocked by Xiaoyan's true battle prowess, Fu Yulong dared not to be careless. He was afraid that the kid would take out something even more terrifying. If that happened, it would truly be a disaster. Unknowingly, the mid-returnance Fu Yulong began to treat Xiaoyan seriously, as if he was not facing an origin transformation kid but a returnance expert who was no weaker than him. The frightening fighting strength that Xiaoyan had displayed was already sufficient to cause him to be shocked. It had even reached the point where he had to face Xiaoyan head-on. At this moment, even Fu Yulong's heart appeared to be repeatedly warning himself. If he really dared to treat this black-robed, young man in front of him with an ordinary heart, he would definitely pay an extremely painful price. The cost of the 10 needles was finally enough to break through the barrier. The remaining 3 steel needles continued towards Fu Yulong with great force. Fu Yulong's eyes immediately narrowed when he saw this. He raised his right hand and twisted his palm. Surging Genesis Chi immediately condensed in his palm, forming a Genesis Chi barrier in an attempt to block the needles. Clang! 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 Fu Yulong's expression changed once again as 3 clanging sounds rang out. He suddenly felt a piercing pain in his palm, and when he looked over, he was shocked to see that the 3 needles had pierced straight into the Genesis Chi shield he had condensed in his palm. Even the tips of the needles had pierced into his palm, causing a small piece of flesh to be crushed by the power contained in the needles. Fu Yulong never imagined that something that had basically been destroyed would be able to injure him. While he was shocked, he also felt anger. He was a mid-returnance expert, yet he had actually suffered at the hands of an origin transformation kid time and time again. He had not even managed to defeat the kid even now. This was an utter humiliation. Boom! Fu Yulong clenched his hand and green veins protruded. A powerful force actually forcefully shattered the 3 steel needles in his hand. After which, Fu Yulong lifted his pair of extremely icy cold eyes. His gaze stared at Xiaoyan in front of him. A killing intent appeared deep within his eyes. Kid, you're the most peculiar person I've ever seen in my life. At the same time, you're also someone I must kill. Today, whether it's to avenge the experts of my Sea Cloud Palace or for other reasons, you must die. A low and deep voice was spat out from Fu Yulong's mouth. At the same time, his body suddenly flashed. When the sound of rushing wind appeared, Fu Yulong's body had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan. The broadsword in his hand was waved horizontally. The sharp blade appeared to be about to cut the invisible space into 2. The sharp wind blew until one's face felt a little painful despite being a great distance away. Xiaoyan naturally did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in the face of this ferocious attack of Fu Yulong. He waved the enormous ruler in his hand at the same time as his body pulled back. The heavenly flame swiftly covered the ruler's body and lifted the broadsword that was coming at him from below, causing Fu Yulong's attack to miss. Soon after, he flipped his hand and swung it horizontally. As Xiaoyan's body flipped, he dodged a couple of Fu Yulong's attacks. Finally, both parties raised their weapons and began to collide intensely. Sparks flew and ear-shaking collision sounds repeatedly sounded. The invisible space collapsed repeatedly. However, the stalemate between the two of them did not appear to have an end. Bang! When the two of them put away their weapons, each of them assumed a fighting stance and fiercely clashed with each other. Bai Hua and the others could only watch from the side with dumbfounded expressions. The extremely fast movements of the two were so fast that even they could not see them clearly. Bang 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 bang. The heavy collision sounds were like muffled thunder. Wave after wave of turbulent energy ripples continuously swept across the empty space. The battle became more and more intense, causing people to be unable to see clearly. In the end, everyone, including Bai Hua and the rest in the sky, could only hear a series of intense collision sounds. However, they could not see any figures. Occasionally, they could only see two afterimages left behind by the intense collision between the two of them. One could imagine how intense the collision between the two of them was. This intense battle continued for nearly 4 hours. Until a certain moment, the two of them, who were fiercely colliding in the sky, suddenly stopped. The two of them each retreated 100 feet and faced each other from a distance. Their gazes intertwined and continued to clash in the empty space, as if an invisible battle was taking place. Ugh! Quickly following this, the two of them paused for over 10 seconds before Xiaoyan's flushed face suddenly bent his body. A mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. His entire face had also turned pale at this moment. The long battle had ultimately exhausted all of the power in his body. At this moment, there was not much Genesis Qi left in Xiaoyan's body that could be used. His aura was extremely weak, and he no longer had the same domineering attitude as before. Instead, he looked like an arrow at the end of its flight. Cough cough cough. After Xiaoyan's expression changed, Fu Yulong finally couldn't help coughing violently. A fishy and sweet smell surged up from his throat, and it was only when blood dyed his lips red that he forcefully swallowed it back down. Although Xiaoyan's condition had become increasingly weak due to the delay of time in the earlier collision, he was still able to cause Fu Yulong to suffer quite a lot of pain by relying on the great strength of his physical body. Not only were more than half of the ribs on his upper body broken, but even the bones on his back had also suffered quite a lot of damage. The joints of his fingers had been forcefully broken. The bones in his left leg had also been shaken and broken because of the head-on collision with Xiaoyan. Even the bones in his head had also suffered varying degrees of damage. Of course, Xiaoyan was naturally even more miserable than him. When the Genesis Qi in his body was completely exhausted, he should have been captured by Fu Yulong. But with his powerful physical strength, he managed to break free from Fu Yulong's control, causing him to fall into a seriously injured state. Xiaoyan, who was seriously injured, and Fu Yulong, whose condition had declined greatly at this moment. This battle could really be described as tragic. It could also be considered a grand battle. Xiaoyan had used his late origin transformation cultivation to fight the mid-returnance expert Fu Yulong to such a state. He had traded his heavy injuries for Fu Yulong's wounds. This was enough to make Xiaoyan feel proud. On the other hand, Fu Yulong was filled with reluctance. He had never imagined that a mere origin transformation brat would be able to injure him, a returnance expert, to such a state. The two remained hovering in the air, but Fu Yulong's condition was clearly better than Xiaoyan's. If they continued fighting, Xiaoyan would definitely not be his opponent. Ha ha ha. Brat, you'll still die by my hands in the end. Fu Yulong panted heavily as he slowly circulated his Genesis Qi. His body swayed in the air as he made his way towards Xiaoyan. Since they had already reached such a crucial moment, he would be able to save himself a great deal of trouble if he could land another blow. However, it was also at this moment that Bai Hua and the people from the Lu family rapidly moved forward. They stood in front of Xiaoyan as they stared at Fu Yulong with eyes filled with killing intent. They rapidly circulated their dou qi, ready to attack Fu Yulong at any time under Bai Hua's lead. Fu Yulong was a returnance expert after all. His cultivation was far greater than theirs, so even with Bai Hua at the front, they were still uncertain. Even Bai Hua could not guarantee that she could stop Fu Yulong. However, if they were forced to do so, they would definitely fight for Xiaoyan even if it meant risking their lives. They would not hesitate even if their enemy was a returnance expert. Seeing this group of people suddenly flying over in front of him, Fu Yulong's pale face involuntarily revealed a shocked expression. It was unexpected that they actually dared to intervene for Xiaoyan even after things had already reached this stage. This point did indeed cause people to raise their eyebrows. At the very least, Fu Yulong had never seen or heard of anyone on the entire continent who would go to such lengths for someone else. Hee, your courage is commendable, but do you really think that you can stop me just like that? The difference in cultivation isn't something that can be easily made up for with numbers. Even if you have twice as many people, you still won't be a match for me. He was a returnance expert after all. His pride gave him the strength and right to say something like that. Of course, if there were someone as terrifying as Xiaoyan in the group, everything would be different. Unfortunately, there was no such person. However, it was also at this moment that Fu Yulong, whose victory was in sight, suddenly had a drastic change in expression. His footsteps paused slightly, and then he quickly retreated. At the same time, he hurriedly raised his head and looked at a certain spot in the sky. The sunlight shone down, causing the people below to raise their heads and look up. Other than a black shadow, they could not see anything else. At this moment, Fu Yulong's face was solemn. His eyes narrowed as his gaze locked onto the figure in the sky. He had long since seen that aura, but what he did not expect was that this fellow would actually appear here. Ha, Fu Yulong, long time no see. I never thought that you'd reach such a state. Isn't it enough that you've caused trouble for them time and time again for the sake of Azure Sun City? You've actually come personally this time. You've even reduced yourself to such a horrible state for the sake of a city. Is it worth it? A laughter that was filled with boldness was transmitted over. When it landed in Fu Yulong's ears, it caused his face to involuntarily turn slightly green. On the other side, Zhongli and the rest frowned suspiciously when they heard this laughter. They seemed to have heard this voice somewhere before. However, they could only hear the voice at this moment. Hence, they were unable to recall the identity of this person for a moment. Since when did you have the right to interrupt me? I'd advise you not to interfere in today's matters, or I don't care if you're an elder of the Alchemist Alliance or not. I won't let you go. Ha, Fu Yulong, your tone is not small. No matter how big your Sea Cloud Palace is, how can it be bigger than the Alchemist Alliance? The actions of your Sea Cloud Palace over the past few years have been clearly seen by the other factions in the southern region. Before you prepare how to deal with me, I advise you to properly think about how to protect yourself. If it weren't for the Alchemist Alliance's rule not to easily intervene in the matters between the factions in the province, I'm afraid that your Sea Cloud Palace would have been annihilated long ago. High up in the sky, a loud laughter that contained a sneer sounded once again. Those words also caused Fu Yulong's expression to change. Although he was unwilling to admit it, there was no doubt that what this person said was the truth. In the past few years, the actions of Sea Cloud Palace had already affected the interests of the other factions in the southern region. Many factions hated Sea Cloud Palace to the core. However, due to the mutual restraint between the various factions, Sea Cloud Palace was temporarily in a stable state. However, Fu Yulong was also very clear in his heart that this so-called stability was only temporary. If he could not take advantage of the fact that those factions had yet to launch an attack on him to make himself stronger, then Sea Cloud Palace would have to face a storm-like attack in the future, or even destruction. Moreover, what was even more frightening than these factions was the person behind Wu Kuei. Compared to the other factions in the southern region, the person behind Wu Kuei could be said to be truly powerful. It was also because of this reason that even though Fu Yulong wished he could skin Wu Kuei alive, he still could not do so. Once he provoked the faction behind Wu Kuei, his fate would be even more miserable. Just thinking about that kind of result caused a chill to run down Fu Yulong's spine. Therefore, regardless of whether it was for his own survival or for the Sea Cloud Palace behind him, Fu Yulong could only continue to move forward. At this point, he already had no other choice. In front of him were the various great powers of the southern territory, but behind him was a colossus that he couldn't afford to offend no matter what. Unknowingly, Fu Yulong had already fallen into a bottomless abyss. Even he himself didn't know whether what awaited him in the future would be life or death. A ship that went out to sea would only travel further and further, and would no longer be able to see the path from which it came. If he did not continue to move forward, he would end up here before tomorrow. So, you're here today to stop me? After being silent for a long time, Fu Yulong finally let out a deep sigh. His body trembled slightly, before he slowly raised his head and spoke with a solemn expression. Haha, if you're attacking other people, I might be able to sit and watch. But since you're targeting Green City, then I have no choice but to come. The laughter once again sounded. At the same time, a powerful aura suddenly swept out from the human figure in the sky. After which, it swiftly enveloped the entire place. Immediately, an extremely frightening aura descended on the city below. When Bai Hua felt the pressure of this aura, a look of surprise flashed across her face. This person's cultivation was clearly similar to hers, but this aura was actually so tyrannical. It contained a domineering aura that caused people to feel fear in their hearts. If an expert of the same level were to fight, having fear in his heart would be extremely disadvantageous to the battle. Would be it if. What kind of secret does this Qingyang city have that even you would be attracted here? Fu Yulong's heart sank when he felt the pressure of the aura that descended from the sky. Even though he was aware of the tyrannical aura of the other party, the strange thing was that even though he was on guard, he could not help but feel fearful. As a result, the tone of his voice became much softer. This aura is. At the same time, when Zhongli and the rest felt the tyrannical aura of the aura, they were shocked. They quickly searched through the memories in their minds. Soon, a bald man with a burly body appeared in their memories. Cough cough, so it's Senior Zhou Tai. I didn't expect that you would come as well. Xiaoyan's face was pale as he stood on the ground. One of his hands was supporting Bai Hua, who had come over. He lifted his head and eyed the black human figure in the sky. At this moment, the latter's body was swiftly descending and had arrived in front of Fu Yulong. Sunlight shone on the burly, bald figure wearing black alchemist robes. An old but familiar face was revealed. It was the former chief alchemist of the Alchemist Guild that Xiaoyan had met in the ancient city of Wilderness, Zhou Tai. However, Zhou Tai was very different from before. His aura had already reached the late origin transformation realm. Even his spiritual strength was abnormally powerful. It was likely that he would not lose out to Xiaoyan. This fellow was now a Tier 5 alchemist. A Tier 5 alchemist was a status that was quite high even in the Alchemist Guild. It was no wonder that Fu Yulong would reveal such an expression when he saw Zhou Tai. Zhou Tai, Fu Yulong's tone was extremely low and deep as he muttered. Fu Yulong coldly laughed when he heard this. His gaze swept over everyone on the ground below and involuntarily felt a little surprised when he saw Zhongli's group. This continued until his gaze landed on Xiaoyan's body. When he saw that familiar face, Fu Yulong's eyes suddenly shrank. His entire body's movements instantly stilled. Even his breathing suddenly became sluggish. Immediately afterward, the color of ecstasy in his old eyes suddenly gushed out uncontrollably, and an uncontrollable smile appeared on his face. Xiaoyan, ha 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 ha. I'm not mistaken, right? It really is you. When Guli and the rest found out about Xiaoyan's true identity, Zhou Tai naturally found out as well. Moreover, through them, Zhou Tai also found out about the relationship between Xiaoyan and Azure Sun City. It was also because of this that he had left the Alchemist Guild to come here when Azure Sun City was in trouble. Ha ha ha, you left the ancient Wildlands city without a word back then. When I returned, I only heard that you had brought people to beat up Muhan. It's a pity that he was no longer in the ancient Wildlands city. Otherwise, I would definitely give him a proper greeting. Ignoring Fu Yulong, Zhou Tai only cared about himself as he laughed with Xiaoyan. Although he saw Fu Yulong's miserable appearance, there was not the slightest worry on his face. He believed that Fu Yulong, who could safely retreat from the lightning pool, would not be in trouble so easily. Cough cough. I'm really sorry. As for Muhan, I already killed him a few days ago. Xiaoyan could not help but let out a dry chuckle when he heard Zhou Tai's words, a tired look appearing on his face. Since Zhou Tai had already appeared, there was no need for him to be overly worried. In addition, Bai Hua was also here, and he believed that they would be more than enough to deal with the similarly injured Fu Yulong. Surprise involuntarily flashed across Zhou Tai's face when he heard that Xiaoyan had already killed Muhan. It was unexpected that the grudge from back then would actually be resolved so many years later. Moreover, some of the other matters from back then would once again collide with each other. The word fate was really difficult to find. Zhou Tai's eyes swiveled in thought as a faint smile emerged on his face. Soon after, he turned his head back, his gaze returning to Fu Yulong as he slowly said, "Originally, I should have given Xiaoyan a big present after seeing him, but after some thought, I think I should get rid of you first." "You want to kill me?" "I'm afraid that you don't have the strength to do so." Fu Yulong's expression darkened when he saw Zhou Tai's gaze shoot towards him. As he retreated, all the remaining Genesis Qi in his body swiftly circulated as he cautiously stared at Zhou Tai. "Hee, it's true that I can't kill you, but there's no need for me to do so. My goal is only to chase you away. I won't stop you if you want to return home, but don't blame me for taking action if you want to do something else." Zhou Tai's expression was frosty. His body jerked as Genesis Qi immediately surged out from his body, transforming into a wave of energy that churned in the air around him. The vast and mighty presence was enough to make one's heart tremble. Fu Yulong's heart sank at the sight of this. There was naturally no need for him to be afraid of facing two advanced origin transformation stage experts at the same time. If he was at his peak. However, he was currently injured and his strength had been reduced by more than half. Although the remaining power would allow him to deal with these people before him, the price he would have to pay would be extremely heavy. However, if he did not take action, it would be even more difficult to deal with Xiaoyan the next time. If Xiaoyan counterattacked, Zhou Tai would likely be the one to be injured. The thought of Xiaoyan's strange methods made Zhou Tai feel an invisible pressure in his heart. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that there was no benefit to him no matter what he did. This made Fu Yulong feel troubled. After a moment of thought, a cold light flashed in Fu Yulong's eyes. He turned around and retreated with an ashen face. At the same time, the Genesis Qi in his body began to circulate. Zhou Tai secretly let out a sigh of relief when he saw Fu Yulong turn around and leave. Fu Yulong was a returnance expert after all. Even though he was quite injured, his cultivation was still there. If Zhou Tai insisted on fighting, it would be quite troublesome. Zhou Tai only withdrew his gaze when Fu Yulong's figure vanished from his sight. At the same time, Xiaoyan secretly relaxed his fingers that had been rubbing his storage ring. He was prepared at all times. The moment Fu Yulong launched a counterattack, Zhou Tai would definitely be his target. In order to guard against Fu Yulong's sneak attack, Xiaoyan was prepared to release the Northern King from his storage ring at all times. He believed that with the Northern King present, even if he could not deal with Fu Yulong, he would definitely be able to stop Fu Yulong's sneak attack. At the very least, he would be able to wait for Zhou Tai and the others to take action. Soon after, Xiaoyan directly sat down on the ground. He had already swallowed a pill earlier, but because he had always been on guard against Fu Yulong, the pill's medicinal effects had not completely spread. Only now could he finally relax and begin to refine the pill in his body. As the medicinal effects of the pill spread, the injuries within Xiaoyan's body also began to swiftly recover. Other than some of the more serious injuries that required more time to heal, the external injuries all over his body and the damaged qi paths within his body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bai Hua's anxious mood finally began to gradually relax when she saw this. Zhou Tai, on the other hand, smiled as he stared at Xiaoyan for a moment. After which, he turned his gaze and looked in the direction outside of the city. At this moment, a human figure was flying over at an extremely fast speed. Very quickly, he arrived in front of everyone. When he saw Zhou Tai, he immediately bowed respectfully. This person who had arrived had the appearance of a young man. His cultivation was only that of a 3-star Dodi. From the way he addressed Zhou Tai, everyone knew that this young man was actually Zhou Tai's disciple. This caused Zhongli and the others to feel curious. Zhou Tai's temper was not very good. He would be happy at one moment and then awkward at the next. It was difficult to understand him. There was actually someone who dared to be his disciple? Hee, brat, aren't you looking forward to being able to see your benefactor again? Today, teacher will fulfill your wish. Zhou Tai ignored the strange expressions of the people around him as he spoke to the young man by himself. At the same time, he extended a finger and pointed at Xiaoyan, who was seated cross-legged on the ground a short distance away. The young man's gaze followed and looked over. Soon after, he saw the familiar face that he could not erase from deep within his memory. Back then, it was Zhou Tai who had helped him regain his dignity and allowed him to gain a deeper understanding of the way of alchemy. Even though Xiaoyan had only said one sentence to him back then, just this point alone had caused him to enjoy an endless amount of benefits. Back then, he had already treated Xiaoyan as his teacher. If he had not met Zhou Tai later on and been persuaded by the latter and inadvertently mentioned Xiaoyan, it was likely that he would not have become Zhou Tai's disciple. Although he now had a teacher, the young man still held a heart of respect for Xiaoyan in front of him. Even if he was not his teacher, he was still more respectful than his teacher. After a long while, Xiaoyan exited from his cultivation state. The instant he opened his eyes, he saw the somewhat unfamiliar face of the young man in front of him. After which, he turned around and saw the suspicious faces of Bai Hua and the rest. In addition, there was also Zhou Tai, who had a mocking expression on his face. This fellow clearly knew the reason behind this but had not told them. Bang. However, just as Xiaoyan's expression was stupefied, the young man in front of him actually knelt down in front of Xiaoyan in front of everyone present and did not hesitate to perform a great junior's greeting. When this scene appeared, not only was the rest of the people present stunned, even Xiaoyan himself was completely stunned. The sudden scene in front of him had really caught him off guard. He did not even know who this fellow was, but he actually knelt down in front of him. Even if he wanted to become Xiaoyan's disciple, he should at least announce his name. Junior Mu Ling thanks Senior for enlightening me back then. Mu Ling? Xiaoyan's mind did not have any impression of this name when he heard it. Instead, he felt that it was increasingly unfamiliar. He had really met too many people along the way. There were many people whom he could not remember clearly. Those who could leave a deep impression in his mind were those whom he had a strong relationship with. As for someone like this young man in front of him, he was unable to recall just when and where he had met such a person. The expression deep within Mu Ling's eyes dimmed slightly when he saw Xiaoyan reveal such an expression. Although he felt a little disappointed in his heart, his face did not reveal any surprise. After all, such a thing was merely a casual action by Xiaoyan back then. How could he have known that a casual sentence he had uttered back then would actually create a genius with such outstanding alchemist skills? However, just as Mu Ling was about to speak up for Xiaoyan, who was sitting cross-legged in front of him, suddenly seemed to have recalled something. His eyes suddenly lit up and he said in surprise, "You are the kid that I met in Yanluo City back then?" When these words came out, Mu Ling's eyes, which had just dimmed, suddenly revealed a little ecstasy. He did not expect that after so many years, the person in front of him would actually remember such a small matter from back then. No matter what, this had already made Mu Ling more confident of his own value. At the same time, he could not help but respect Xiaoyan even more in his heart. Back then, he was merely an inconspicuous little alchemist. It was incomparably difficult for him to even refine an ordinary medicinal pill. However, after experiencing that incident, his understanding of the way of alchemy had greatly soared. This was not merely because of his own talent. More importantly, it was because of the pride that Xiaoyan, that incomparably strong figure, had given him. To be recognized by an expert, this was probably the dream of every young man. I did not expect that after so many years, Elder would actually still remember me. I am Mu Ling. It is all thanks to Elder's guidance that I am able to achieve what I have today. This junior will never forget Elder's kindness. Tears of excitement continuously flowed in Mu Ling's eyes. In the blink of an eye, his entire face had turned red. After so many years, the person in front of him had already become an even more powerful existence. In fact, he could faintly feel that even his current teacher, Zhou Tai, was far inferior to him. Even so, he was still able to remember a small matter from back then. This really caused him to be pleasantly surprised. Being able to see Xiaoyan again was already considered as fulfilling his wish. How could Mu Ling dare to have extravagant hopes that Xiaoyan would still remember him? However, while he was astonished, he could barely suppress the emotions in his heart. However, when he saw Mu Ling, who was kneeling in front of him, revealing such a shocking appearance, Xiaoyan's old face turned red as he rubbed his nose. To be honest, he did not have much of an impression of Mu Ling. The reason why he was able to recall that incident was because of the Luotian cauldron in his storage ring. The Luotian cauldron was obtained from Yanluo City. This naturally left a deep impression on Xiao. Yan. Now that he thought about it, he also remembered the mysterious expert that he met back then. That fellow from the middle region was also the reason why Xiaoyan was curious about Lian Er's true identity. That little girl, who looked like an ordinary girl, seemed to have a secret that no one knew about. It was just that the current Lian Er, Xiaoyan, stood up. Mu Ling, who was kneeling respectfully in front of him, was also helped up by Xiaoyan. After which, the group of people chatted and laughed as they returned to the Lu clan's mansion. With Zhou Tai's presence, the atmosphere among the group involuntarily became lively. As they chatted and laughed, they seemed to have forgotten about the great battle that had occurred in the city. They did not even mention it. After which, Mu Ling also introduced himself to the group. He was a rank 3 alchemist and one of the core disciples of the Southern Region Alchemist Alliance. If he was successful in the future, he even had the chance to enter the Pill Tower headquarters in the Middle Region. This was an unparalleled honor for them. Even Zhou Tai's eyes were filled with excitement when he mentioned this matter. Mu Ling also had a longing expression. After the rest of the people heard this, their faces were filled with shock as they gathered their gazes on Mu Ling. They could not help but feel slightly shocked by the excellence of this young man in front of them. However, when they thought about how Mu Ling was able to reach such heights with just a little guidance from Xiaoyan, the shock in their hearts immediately shifted to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan did not pay attention to the crowd's gazes. When he heard the familiar title that came from Mu Ling's mouth, there was only some curiosity and excitement in his heart. With regards to that place, Xiaoyan did not have any longing. However, if there was a chance, he would not hesitate to compete with the alchemist experts of the Pill Tower. As for treating the Pill Tower as a place of honor and yearning like the others, this was something that Xiaoyan could not do. He'd experienced too much, and he didn't care about fame and glory a long time ago. Instead of thinking about it, it was better to place all his energy on cultivation. After all, so long as his strength was sufficient, then wouldn't fame and glory come knocking on his door obediently? As the saying goes, it is better to rely on oneself than to rely on others. This was the principle behind it. After a few exchanges of greetings, the rest of the people in the hall gradually left. Only Bai Hua and Zhou Tai stayed behind. Of course, the reason why they stayed behind was naturally because of Xiaoyan. This time, I have to thank Elder Zhou for being able to force Fu Yulong to retreat. If it was not for you, I'm afraid that this matter would have been worse than I expected. After everyone left, Xiaoyan stood up and respectfully cupped his hands towards Zhou Tai. With a sincere expression on his face, Bai Hua did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent when she saw this. She hurriedly bowed towards Zhou Tai. Haha, we are all family. There is no need to be so polite. In recent years, Fu Yulong's actions have been unusually eccentric. Many people in the southern region see him as a thorn in their side. However, due to this fellow's tyrannical strength, no one dares to stand up for him. The words that I said to that fellow today were actually the intentions of those old fellows in the Alchemist Alliance. Furthermore, if it was not for you, I'm afraid that I would not have been able to find such an outstanding disciple like Mu Ling. If there is anyone to thank, I should be the one thanking you. When these words were spoken, the three of them instantly looked at each other. Soon after, they burst into laughter. After a few exchanges of laughter, Zhou Tai finally found out that Xiaoyan had already joined the Alchemist Alliance in the Western region. This meant that they belonged to the same faction. Their relationship with each other had unknowingly become even closer. After chatting for a while, Xiaoyan's gaze turned back and landed on Bai Hua. In the past few days, Xiaoyan had been busy with the reorganization of the Lu family. There were still some things that he had not asked Bai Hua clearly. Now that the trouble had been resolved, it was time to ask. After a series of general inquiries, Bai Hua described the overall changes in the Lu family to Xiaoyan over the past few years. Over the past few years, with Bai Hua's protection, the Lu family's overall strength had naturally increased by quite a bit. Even though they had encountered many troubles, the overall strength of the Lu family was much stronger than when Xiaoyan had first met them. This was both within Xiaoyan's expectations and beyond his expectations. In addition to the overall strength of the Lu family, Lu Feng's remnant soul in the golden plaque had completely dissipated a few years ago. Only a strand of spiritual energy that Xiaoyan had left behind was still helping the descendants of the Lu family grow. After learning that Lu Feng's remnant soul had dissipated, while Xiaoyan was shocked, he could not help but feel pity in his heart. At the same time, he felt even more admiration for that fellow. A remnant soul had actually forcefully supported the Lu family to its current state. It must be said that as the former head of the Lu family, Lu Feng was incomparably outstanding. As for Morong Xianxian, Bai Hua had also told Xiaoyan in full detail about how she had arrived at this place. Once he heard that the girl had actually relied on a sentence that he had unintentionally said to find this place, Xiaoyan's heart could not help but feel shocked at this girl's actions. It was fortunate that he did not have the intention to lie to her. If it was someone else who harbored evil intentions, it was likely that this girl would not even know why she had been sold by that person. Fortunately, since this little girl was here, he could at least account to Murong Xian in the future. Additionally, there was Lian Er. Compared to them, Lian Er's current state was not what Xiaoyan had imagined. Wonderful bookhouse. Ever since Xiaoyan came to Qingyang City, he did not have the time to care too much due to the matters of the Lu family. Hence, he did not see Lian Er. Now that the matter was brought up, Xiaoyan knew that Lian Er's willful poison body had completely erupted many years ago. It was only with Bai Hua's intervention that the poison in the girl's body was suppressed. However, Lian Er also fell into a deep slumber because of this. However, as time passed, even with Bai Hua's strength, she gradually felt that she was unable to suppress Lian Er's willful poison body. Since the beginning of the year, when Lian Er's willful poison body erupted, Bai Hua was able to use her cultivation to forcefully suppress it. However, in recent years, every time Lian Er's willful poison body erupted, even with Bai Hua's cultivation, she was no longer able to completely control it. In fact, in order to control Lian Er's body, she did not hesitate to use her own essence blood as the price in order to suppress the willful poison body. When Xiaoyan heard these words, even with his temperament, his heart could not help but sink a little. For Bai Hua to use her own essence blood as the price, the severity of this matter was obvious. Lian Er's current situation was not small. In addition, in order to not cause panic in the Lu family, only the clan leader, Lu Huabai, knew about this matter in the entire Lu family. Even the first elder, Lu Xingqing, did not know about it. As for Zhou Tai, when he heard the words willful poison body, a shocked expression could not help but appear on his old face. There was even a trace of fear in his eyes. The willful poison body was a terrifying body that was rarely seen on the continent. How could Zhou Tai not know about its reputation? However, what he did not expect was that Xiaoyan would actually leave such a person in the small Lu family. Furthermore, when he heard that Bai Hua could actually use her own essence blood to suppress the willful poison body, a trace of surprise involuntarily flashed across the depths of his pair of sharp old eyes. When he first saw Bai Hua, he could sense a familiar scent from the latter. However, he was unable to identify the latter. Now that he heard Bai Hua speak, the curiosity in his heart grew even stronger. Xiaoyan was not surprised that the willful poison body had completely erupted. However, the key point was that its strength was actually this frightening. This caused Xiaoyan to feel surprised. Such a situation had not occurred even with the little fairy doctor back then. From this, one could tell that the constitution that Lian Er possessed was likely much more frightening than the little fairy doctor. A while later, under Bai Hua's lead, Xiaoyan and the other two arrived at a secret underground tunnel in the Lu family. In the depths of the tunnel was the secret room where Lian Er was placed. The secret room was set up 1,000 feet below the Lu clan's residence. The reason for this was because the poison was so strong that it could already infect the space hundreds of feet away from Lian Er. Even though it was deep underground, the power was still enough to cause one's heart to palpitate. Before the three of them arrived at the secret room, Xiaoyan and Zhou Tai, who were alchemists, had already sensed the powerful poison. What a frightening poison! Even the ground has been infected. The three of them gradually walked down the tunnel that was filled with soft light. When Zhou Tai sensed the powerful poison from Lian Er's body, he could not help but exclaim in surprise. This was the first time in his life that he had seen a poison that could even infect the ground. When he heard this, Xiaoyan's expression was a little grave as he nodded his head. The expression in his eyes appeared a little stern. Bai Hua sighed helplessly and frowned slightly as she continued to walk forward. After all, she had watched that girl gradually grow up. Bai Hua's heart could not bear to see her become like this. However, it was fortunate that Xiaoyan had returned. She believed that all the troubles would be easily resolved. Bai Hua's heart was filled with worry. Very quickly, the three of them saw Lian. Many years had passed, and the little guy from back then had already grown into a beautiful young lady. Her beautiful cheeks matched with her tender body that was as soft as water. She could definitely be called a stunning beauty. It was a pity that although the beauty was beautiful, she could only lie on this special ice bed. Her soul was imprisoned by the frightening poison. In the small secret room, a dark purple poison fog slowly spread. An ordinary person's naked eye could not see anything clearly in this place. The luminous pearls that were originally embedded in the wall had also become pitch black because of the poison fog. Even the entire secret room was filled with a rotting smell. Standing in front of the ice bed, Xiaoyan and the other two were surrounded by a light blue flame. When the poison fog around them came into contact with the heavenly flame, it would emit a slight chi-chi sound before disappearing. However, immediately after, more poison fog would surge over. Looking at the pretty girl in front of him, Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with reluctance. At the same time, he could not help but think of the little fairy doctor from back then. Now that he thought about it, the two of them were so similar. They were both weak girls, but they had to endure such inhuman pain. Even though Lian, who had fainted, looked calm, everyone knew that her soul was currently experiencing another torment that ordinary people could not imagine. In this world, there was no physique that could truly experience prosperity. If one could not break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly, one would not be able to escape the fate of a premature death. This little girl is actually the one who possesses such a frightening physique. How pitiful. Zhou Tai was also looking at Lian at the moment. He could not help but feel pity for Lian. She was at the prime of her life, yet she had encountered such a thing. It was like a flower that had just bloomed but was mercilessly plucked just as it was about to bloom. Everything was about to become a thing of the past before it could happen. Puff. Just as the words from Zhou Tai's mouth sounded, a pale blue-colored flame immediately shot out from Xiaoyan's sharp eyes. It turned into two flame light beams that scattered the poison fog in front of him. At the same time, Xiaoyan extended two fingers and received it. The light blue flames covered Xiaoyan's fingers. Flames danced at the tips of his fingers. Then, with a flick of his fingers, a few tiny flames immediately shot out. They were like 4 lanterns that floated at the 4 corners of the ice bed under Lian. They released a faint light and dispersed the poisonous fog. Through the reflection of the light, Xiaoyan and the others could clearly see that the ice bed under Lian had already turned pitch black from the corrosion of the poison. A portion of it had even turned into black water and flowed down the ice bed. The terror of the poison was vividly displayed at this moment. Bai Hua had specially gone out to search for this ice bed in the depths of the mountains. Although it was not a precious treasure, the fact that she had chosen it to suppress the poison in Lian's body was enough to prove that this ice bed was extraordinary. However, it had now been corroded to such a state. This was truly unimaginable. However, Xiaoyan did not have time to care about this at this moment. After dispersing the poisonous fog around the ice bed, Xiaoyan extended his hand and grabbed Lian's white and tender wrist. Light blue flames immediately covered his palm. Traces of flames entered Lian's body from his palm under Xiaoyan's control. After a simple examination, Xiaoyan's face became gloomy. Under Xiaoyan's probing, the poison in Lian's body had already spread throughout her entire body. The powerful poison was almost solid, and even his heavenly flame was unable to easily disperse it. Lian's condition was much worse than he had imagined. How can this be? Not only did the poison invade the chi vortex, it even borrowed the girl's do chi to become stronger. I can't believe such a thing happened. Ch. The poison in Lian's body suddenly agglomerated just as Xiaoyan quietly sensed that something was wrong in his heart. It forcefully swallowed the heavenly flame that Xiaoyan had inserted into Lian's body. It even moved along their palms and invaded Xiaoyan's body, causing Xiaoyan to immediately release his hand that was holding Lian's hand. At the same time, his other hand hurriedly grabbed the wrist of his left hand. A ferocious heavenly flame immediately surged and incinerated the poison that had invaded his palm. God damn it! How can this be? Xiaoyan never imagined that the poison would take the initiative to attack his heavenly flame. Moreover, it was so powerful that even he found it difficult to deal with it. The expressions of Bai Hua and Zhou Tai by the side involuntarily changed when they saw Xiaoyan suddenly being forced back. The two of them hurriedly shifted their gazes to Xiaoyan as the Genesis Qi in their bodies instantly rose as a precaution. However, the seemingly absent-minded Xiaoyan had placed all his attention on Lian Er. To be more precise, he was focused on the terrifying poison in her body. He had no time to pay attention to the two people whose expressions had abruptly changed. Plop. After being quiet for a moment, Xiaoyan once again attacked. A puff sound was heard as a pale blue flame suddenly rose from his right palm. The fierce high temperature instantly incinerated the poison fog that was a little closer. Even the temperature within the dark room had been raised significantly at this moment. Zhou Tai's eyes revealed a look of surprise as he gazed at the rising flame in Xiaoyan's palm. He had not paid much attention to it before, but now that the flame was bursting with power, he finally noticed that Xiaoyan's heavenly flame was very different from the one he had seen before. Whether it was in terms of aura, power, or the domineering degree of the flame, it was no longer the same as the one he had seen before. Even its color had changed greatly, as if the entire heavenly flame had undergone a metamorphosis. What has this kid been through all these years? Xiaoyan quietly said in his heart. Soon after, he controlled the pale blue-colored flame in his palm. His palm faced downward as it slowly approached the smooth forehead of Lian Er, who was lying on the ice bed. Bzz. The moment Xiaoyan's palm touched Lian Er's forehead, the latter's delicate body uncontrollably trembled. At the same time, a circle of purple-black poison qi violently spread out in all directions with Lian Er's body at the center. Bzz. Soon after, however, the four flames that were suspended at the four corners of the ice bed suddenly emitted a dazzling glow when the poison gas swept over. Blazing high temperatures instantly intertwined from the four corners. The pale blue flames transformed into an enormous fire net that forcefully incinerated the poison gas that was spreading outwards until nothing was left. What a domineering willful poison body. If not for Xiaoyan's heavenly flame having a natural restraining effect, it would not have been so easy to suppress it. Zhou Tai's expression could not help but change slightly when he sensed the strength of the poison qi. At the same time, his gaze once again swept across the ice bed that was shrouded in flames. His gaze paused on Lian Er's delicate body. He could not help but ask Bai Hua in confusion. What is he trying to do? The flame did not look like a formation and did not have any suppressive effect. At most, it could only block the poison qi released from Lian Er's body. But what did this mean? Detoxification. Bai Hua narrowed her eyes and slowly swept her gaze across Lian Er, who was lying on the ice bed in front of her. A look of anticipation surged in her eyes. She believed that with Xiaoyan's help, Lian Er would definitely be able to wake up. When Zhou Tai heard Bai Hua's words, an expression of disbelief immediately appeared on his old face. The willful poison body was an innate constitution and there was no cure for it. How could a heavenly flame be used to detoxify it? However, although Zhou Tai was unwilling to admit it, his heart gradually calmed down when he saw the solemn expression on Xiaoyan's face. He could understand that Xiaoyan would never do anything that he was not confident in. Furthermore, hadn't Xiaoyan always been breaking his understanding of this world? Perhaps, it was time for the old ideas in his heart to change. Bzz. Lian Er's delicate body was still trembling violently uncontrollably. Waves of extremely terrifying poison qi surged out of her body, especially on her delicate and pretty face. The dense poison qi had turned her entire face into a dense black color. Lian Er's delicate lips, which had already turned purple-black in color, opened uncontrollably. Her throat emitted a strange hoarse cry. The poison wildly agglomerated together, appearing just like a black-colored poisonous snake that pounced toward Xiaoyan's hand, which was imprinted on Lian Er's forehead. This thing actually has its own consciousness. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan's pupils suddenly shrank. Then, he clenched his teeth and the light blue flame suddenly became even more ferocious. As it rapidly spread, it seemed to have turned into a flaming lion and fiercely tore at the poison qi. Extinguish. Soon, the flames completely enveloped Lian Er's entire body. The heavenly fire rose, releasing a high temperature that dispelled the surrounding poisonous fog. The light of the fire almost filled the entire dark room. In a moment, the poisonous fog that originally filled the dark room dissipated, and the strange smell in the air also gradually disappeared. Invisibly, there seemed to be an additional breath of life. Bang! After a short exchange, Xiaoyan squeezed the black-colored poisonous snake until it exploded. The fierce flame swiftly charged forward like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, completely refining this cluster of poison. Even though this was the case, the emotions in Xiaoyan's heart did not relax. This poison force already possessed its own consciousness. This was the first time that he had seen such a thing. If he did not treat it carefully, it was likely that it would cause quite a great harm to Lian. This was something that he did not wish to see. When Xiaoyan's heavenly flame was once again injected into Lian's body, the previous scene happened again. The poison seemed to have become even more ferocious in Lian's body. Facing Xiaoyan's heavenly flame, it was not afraid at all. Under the repeated attacks, even Xiaoyan felt uncomfortable. After a long while, the heavenly flame was still unable to expel the poison in Lian's body. This inevitably caused Xiaoyan to frown. If he forcefully expelled it, Xiaoyan was worried that it would harm Lian's body. However, if he let it go, he would definitely not be able to expel the poison. This caused Xiaoyan to be in a dilemma. After hesitating for a while, Xiaoyan still chose to act decisively. Based on the current situation, they had no other choice. The poison had already permeated Lian's entire body. If they did not expel it now, it would probably become more and more difficult in the future. If they wanted to expel it now, the chances of success would be even lower. Without any hesitation, Xiaoyan stretched out his hands. Blazing flames curled around his palms as he held Lian's 4 limbs in succession. He injected a large amount of strange fire into her wrists and ankles, and finally the top of her head. He began to expel the thick poison from Lian's body from these 5 places. With his enormous soul power, Xiaoyan controlled the strange fire in 5 different places and began to refine the poison in Lian's body. Due to the different distribution of the poison force in each area, Xiaoyan needed to have a higher requirement when it came to controlling the strength of the heavenly flame. If he was the slightest bit careless, it was possible for him to harm Lian's body. Fortunately, with Xiaoyan's current strength, he could be considered an extremely powerful existence regardless of whether it was his spiritual strength or his flame-controlling skills. Controlling a heavenly flame to refine the poison might be an impossible task for others, but it was not much of a challenge for him. With a thought, the surging soul power between his eyebrows immediately surged out and split into 5 parts to control the strange fire in Lian's body. Next, it was a battle between the strange fire and the woeful poison body. The fierce flame emitted a high temperature as it began to wildly refine the 4 limbs that were filled with poison. It was even possible to see the spots of pale blue glow under Lian's skin. That was the heavenly flame that was currently refining the poison. Wherever a pale blue glow rose from the surface of Lian's body, it meant that the poison under her flesh had been completely dispersed by Xiaoyan's heavenly flame. Chi. Under the refinement of the heavenly flame, the poison that filled Lian's entire palm quickly melted away like ice in the face of fire. First, the poison that filled her fingertips quickly faded away, followed by her 5 fingers. Finally, it was her entire palm, her entire arm, and even her entire body. Of course, the process of expelling the poison was not as easy as Xiaoyan had imagined. The strength of the poison was far from what Xiaoyan had seen in the past. Although the heavenly flame was strong, the retaliation strength of the poison could not be underestimated. This time around, it took a total of 6 hours just to expel the poison that filled Lian's hands. The Genesis Qi within Xiaoyan's body was greatly exhausted. Even a few drops of sweat involuntarily appeared on Xiaoyan's face. Even so, a portion of the poison hidden deep within Lian's bones still remained. The poison had been in Lian's body for many years, and it was already very good that it could be expelled to this extent in a few hours. But it would take more time to completely eradicate the poison. As for now, the most important thing was to expel the poison that had spread throughout Lian's body. Time passed little by little. In the end, Xiaoyan sat cross-legged in front of the ice bed, while Bai Hua and Zhou Tai chose to leave the dark room after some hesitation. If they stayed, they would only interfere with Xiaoyan's expelling process. Only by leaving would he be able to use his full strength. There was no need to worry about the former's safety, After the two of them left, Xiaoyan remained alone in the dark room. This stay lasted for 3 days. 3 days later, the entire process of expelling the poison was finally completed. Only then did Xiaoyan walk out of the dark room. However, his expression was not as comfortable as everyone had imagined when he was exposed under the sunlight. In the discussion hall of the Lu clan's residence, there was no one else besides the Lu clan's higher-ups. Xiaoyan sat on a chair with a tired face, and his expression was a little gloomy, as if he was somewhat disappointed. Bai Hua and Zhou Tai sat on the chairs on his left and right, while Clan Master Lu Huabai and First Elder Lu Xinqing sat opposite him. At this point, Bai Hua no longer hid anything from Lu Xinqing. Instead, she told him the whole story. When Lu Xinqing found out about it, although he was shocked by Lian Er's situation, he did not say much. He also knew that Bai Hua did not say anything because she was worried that the other members of the Lu clan would gossip. After all, the more people who knew about it, the more unnecessary trouble it would cause. Lu Xinqing had lived for many years, and he understood this principle. How is it? Has Lian Er's poison been cured? Beside Xiaoyan, Bai Hua saw the tiredness on Xiaoyan's face. Although she understood that Xiaoyan was tired, she still could not help but ask. Although the surrounding people were silent, they also stared at Xiaoyan with sighs. After all, Lian Er's matter was an extremely troublesome matter in the Lu clan. However, in the face of Bai Hua's somewhat impatient question, Xiaoyan was silent for a while, and then helplessly shook his head, sighed, and slowly said, "This matter is much more complicated than it was before. This matter is much more troublesome than I thought. With my current methods, I still can't completely remove the poison in Lian Er's body, even with the strange flame." "What, even the heavenly flame, can't do anything?" Hearing this, the expressions on the faces of the people present immediately changed. Helplessness was mixed with unwillingness. They had painstakingly protected this girl for so many years. Could it be that this was the result they got in return? With regards to this, Xiaoyan's heart was also extremely helpless. He did not expect that the poison was so strong that it had already invaded Lian Er's spiritual origin. It was using Lian Er's spiritual origin to run amok in her body. It was also because of this that the thing seemed to have its own consciousness in Xiaoyan's probing. After 3 days of refining and expelling, although most of the poison had been expelled, there was still a portion of it that was entrenched in Lian Er's cyclone and spiritual origin. Xiaoyan was unable to touch it with his current methods. Even with Xiaoyan's spiritual energy, he was unable to pull it out. If he forcefully tried, Lian Er's spiritual origin would be destroyed before he could expel the poison. Then what should we do? Don't tell me that we have to leave Lian Er in that dark room forever. That girl has already suffered enough. Lu Huabai could not bear to say this. Although Lian Er was not related to him by blood, he had personally watched her grow up. It was really impossible for him to ignore her. Let's wait a little longer. I will temporarily use the heavenly flame to seal her cyclone. The poison will not spread for a short period of time. In addition, I will find someone. Perhaps she has a way to save Lian Er. With a long sigh, Xiaoyan once again spoke of hope just as the hope in their hearts was about to be extinguished. Just as Xiaoyan was filled with anticipation, Luo Jin and the others finally arrived outside Azure Sun City. Other than Luo Jin and Ling Bingshuang, there was also the heaven-reaching great ape and the narwhal snake. The others remained in the Shilin mountain range in case of any accidents. The sudden appearance of 3 returnance experts and a 9-star Dodi in the sky above Azure Sun City naturally attracted the attention of many people in the city. As the strongest organization in Azure Sun City, the Lu family naturally became extremely cautious the moment they appeared. However, when Xiaoyan sensed the familiar presences, a smile finally appeared on his pale face. Bai Hua's nervousness vanished when she saw this. The people in the hall slowly stood up. With Xiaoyan in the lead, they slowly walked out of the hall. Raising his head to look at the people in the sky, Xiaoyan gently smiled and said, "Come down. If you continue to stay in the sky like this, the people in the city will probably all run away." The Azure Sun City had already been through several battles and could no longer endure such an impact. Once experts descended, the only thing the people in the city could think of was to take everything they had and leave as quickly as possible. The sudden appearance of Ling Bingshuang and the others had already frightened many people in the city. Although the few people in the sky were somewhat at a loss when they heard Xiaoyan's words, they still swiftly descended when they saw the anxious faces of everyone in the city. They landed in the Lu clan's mansion. Only when everyone in the city sensed that there was no big battle between both parties did their anxious feelings gradually relax. The moment the few of them met, Lung Bingshuang immediately sensed the condition of Xiaoyan's body. She ignored the latter's objection and stepped forward to investigate. Only after she confirmed that Xiaoyan was fine did she relax. However, the expressions of the people in the surroundings became rather unnatural when they saw the rather ambiguous scene between the two of them. In particular, Zhou Tai's eyes immediately became filled with shock when he glanced past the four of them. He discovered that aside from a young black-robed person, the others were all origin transformation experts. In particular, the enchanting woman who was checking on Xiaoyan's condition was extremely powerful. She had already reached the peak of late origin transformation. She was probably only a step away from returnance. As for Luo Jin, Zhou Tai had known him for a long time, so there was no need to mention this. Zhou Tai was not surprised by his cultivation. Other than that, there was the bald man. Putting aside his tyrannical cultivation, he could actually feel a faint pressure from the latter's body. That kind of pressure was similar to his innate domineering aura. However, it was even more tyrannical and ferocious. Even he could not help but feel fear in his heart. Although the 9-star Do Di Brat's cultivation seemed ordinary, he was definitely not a simple person since he could be with these people. However, the thing that caused Zhou Tai to feel the most surprised was that this group of people were all Xiaoyan's friends. The relationship between this woman in front of him and Xiaoyan went without saying. Why are all the people around this brat only at this level of cultivation? At this moment, even with Zhou Tai's mental fortitude, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. There was no need to describe the feelings of the surrounding people from the Lu clan. Since they were acquaintances, there was naturally no need to be overly courteous. However, before Xiaoyan could ask about the fairy doctor, Lung Bingshuang had already passed a jade slip to Xiaoyan. At the same time, Lung Bingshuang informed Xiaoyan that the fairy doctor had left alone after coming to the southern region with them. What? How could you let her leave alone? The factions in the southern region are complicated. With her current cultivation, if she were to meet with any mishap, it is because of this that she chose to leave. She did not want to be a burden to you. Without waiting for Xiaoyan's questioning voice to completely fall, Lung Bingshuang interrupted him. The expression on Xiaoyan's face was also immediately startled. No wonder the fairy doctor had been much less talkative recently. Even the expression in her eyes when she looked at him was a little uncomfortable. So this was the reason. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly froze. Everyone held their breaths and focused their minds. They did not dare to act recklessly, afraid that any external factors would lead to unpredictable consequences. Then why didn't you stop her? After being silent for a moment, Xiaoyan opened his mouth and weakly asked. If a person really wants to leave, you will definitely not be able to stop her. After pausing for a moment, Lung Bingshuang stared at Xiaoyan. Every word that came out of her mouth was like a nail that was nailed into his chest, causing his breathing to become increasingly hurried. Where did she go? I don't know. Which direction? Both of them lowered their heads, one asking and one answering. However, Lung Bingshuang fell into silence. She did not know whether she should say it or not. Would it be wrong or right to say it? Would it harm the fairy doctor or save the fairy doctor? Then what about herself? Lung Bingshuang did not know. Which direction did she go? Xiaoyan finally raised his head and stared at Xiaoyan. There was a suppressed emotion in the depths of his eyes that was rioting. When Lung Bingshuang met his gaze, she could not help but recall the way Xiaoyan looked at her. It seemed to be the same. This gaze made it impossible for her to refute. South. Her red lips parted slightly as Lung Bingshuang spat out a word with her beautiful eyes. However, in the next moment, the ground in the hall instantly exploded and the roof was instantly destroyed by a terrifying force. Xiaoyan's body shot out into the sky like an arrow and rushed towards the direction where Luo Jin and the rest came from. Xiaoyan, now that you have become a true expert and there are people like Lung Bingshuang who are willing to give their hearts to you, my existence has already become a burden to you. If I continue to stay here, I'm afraid that I will only cause you more trouble. So, goodbye. I want to go and train alone. If possible, I hope that the next time we meet, I can still stand in front of you like before." Hearing the familiar voice of the fairy doctor in his mind, Xiaoyan's hands tightly clenched into a ball. His body shook violently and his charging figure became much faster. "Fairy doctor, wait for me. I will definitely bring you back." At the same time, in a certain mountain forest in the southern region, the fairy doctor expressionlessly walked towards the south. She had heard that the southern region had a teleportation formation that could lead to the central region. Through there, she could reach the central region. She believed that only in the central region would she be able to increase her cultivation in the shortest amount of time. This was the only way for her to become stronger and help Xiaoyan. However, at the same time that the little fairy doctor arrived at the mountain forest, another person coincidentally discovered her tracks. At this moment, the little fairy doctor, who was wearing a long white dress, was slowly walking forward with an absent-minded expression in a boundless mountain forest in the southern region. The faint aura that was being emitted from her body caused the magic beasts in the forest to not dare to easily approach her. Hence, her journey was considered peaceful. The little fairy doctor's heart was reluctant to leave Xiaoyan and head to the middle region alone. However, no matter how reluctant she had to choose to leave in order to not bring trouble to Xiaoyan and to not become a burden to him. The enemies that Xiaoyan was currently facing were becoming increasingly powerful. Her Dou-Di cultivation alone was no longer sufficient to provide him with any substantial help. The little fairy doctor needed to find an even greater strength in order to truly help Xiaoyan. As she thought in this way, the little fairy doctor's mind involuntarily recalled the days when she was with Xiaoyan in the Black Corner region and the Central Plains. At that time, the opponents that they faced were similarly incomparably powerful. However, at the very least, she was able to be of help to Xiaoyan. Now, however, all of this was too far away from her. Perhaps, in the near future, she would once again be able to stand in front of Xiaoyan with the attitude of a strong person and shock the crowd on his behalf. However, while the little fairy doctor was daydreaming in her heart, a middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe was standing on top of a tree a few thousand feet away from her in the mountain forest. His eyes peered through the countless number of gaps and stared at the listless little fairy doctor. The corner of his thin mouth was lifted into a cold smile. He did not expect that he would actually meet her here after leaving the western region. He also did not expect that the little fairy doctor would actually appear here. If Xiaoyan and Luo Jin were present at this moment, they, who were quite familiar with the latter's appearance, would definitely be able to recognize that this middle-aged man was Zhang Yi, who had destroyed the teleportation formation in Linchui City. His true identity was a member of the Ghost Hall. The little fairy doctor. I remember that she is called by this name. She is one of Xiaoyan's people. A 3-star Dou-Di. No wonder she would appear here. Her cultivation has actually broken through. The corners of Zhang Yi's eyes could not help but curl up. Being able to meet the little fairy doctor here was simply a gift from the heavens. If he was able to capture the little fairy doctor, the higher-ups would definitely reward him quite a lot. At that time, his current 9-star Dou-Di cultivation would be able to advance another step. On the other side, Xiaoyan, who was traveling at full speed, swallowed a lot of elixirs and replenished the Genesis Chi he had consumed. He had already activated the Sky Extinction Step and Wing Elephant Art to their limits, and even used the Great Tao of the Void. In just half an hour, he had arrived near the ancient wilderness city from Qingyang City. Relying on his vast soul energy, Xiaoyan could vaguely sense the remnant aura that the fairy doctor had left behind in this place. Following this trace of aura, Xiaoyan immediately determined the direction in which the fairy doctor had left. While the heavenly flame in the vortex frantically refined the pills, streams of modeled Genesis Chi continued to circulate through the meridians throughout his body. His speed increased to the maximum, and his figure disappeared like a bolt of lightning, disappearing 1,000 miles away in the blink of an eye. Swish, the fairy doctor, who was slowly walking forward, suddenly stopped in her tracks. She had clearly heard a strange sound coming from the surrounding leaves, as if something was approaching her. While uneasiness rose in her heart, the little fairy doctor quietly circulated the Dou Qi in her body. Her lily-white hands gently waved under the cover of her sleeves, and the air around her began to circulate in an imperceptible manner. A faint fragrance rapidly spread around the little fairy doctor. TSK TSK TSK. Little fairy doctor, shouldn't you currently be in the western region? It is unexpected that you have actually come here alone. From the looks of it, Xiaoyan does not appear to be by your side. Did you leave alone? Suddenly, a strange laughter was emitted from the forest beside them. Even the air vibrated slightly. The sharp and unpleasant voice caused one to feel uncontrollably scared. The expression on the fairy doctor's beautiful face instantly changed when she heard this voice. The doqi in her body instantly surged out of her body and shrouded her body. At the same time that she raised her hands, her beautiful eyes swiftly scanned the surrounding environment, remaining alert at all times. Swish swish swish, suddenly, a human figure flickered in front of the little fairy doctor like a ghost. In the end, it stopped around 20 feet away from the little fairy doctor. The little fairy doctor did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent when she saw the face opposite her that could be considered upright. She did not need to think too much to be certain of the other party's identity. You're from the ghost hall. TSK TSK TSK, we are all old friends. Why is there a need to be so cautious? I really did not expect that I would actually meet Xiaoyan's woman in this deep forest. If I were to pass the news of you being in our hands to Xiaoyan, I wonder if he would go crazy because of it. TSK 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 TSK, Zhang Yi parted his mouth and smiled. That smile appeared somewhat ferocious and terrifying. Hearing this, the little fairy doctor lowered her eyelids. An extremely cold expression surfaced in her beautiful eyes. However, there was an even greater seriousness in her heart. This fellow was able to approach her without her noticing. This already indicated that the other party's cultivation was far above hers. If she did not take the opportunity to escape and was captured by him, it would only cause endless trouble for Xiaoyan. It won't be so easy to capture me. The little fairy doctor's eyes swiftly swept over the surrounding environment. After choosing a direction, her mouth immediately emitted a low cry. Her delicate jade-like fingers swiftly formed a seal. At the same time, the elegant fragrance that had spread around her body earlier suddenly began to churn in the next instant. It transformed into a large purple-colored poison fog. In the blink of an eye, it covered nearly 1,000 feet of the mountain forest. In an instant, the forest that was covered by the poison fog had completely transformed into a barren swamp. Wave after wave of dense poison gas floated in the air. Those below the cultivation level of a Dodi were unable to step into this place. The little fairy doctor swiftly flew out of the poison fog while this mountain forest was covered by the poison fog. As for Zhang Yi, although he was covered by the poison fog, it could temporarily block his sight. However, the little fairy doctor clearly understood that this was only for a short period of time. She needed to use this short period of time to swiftly escape from this place. Just as the little fairy doctor had predicted, Zhang Yi, who was unaware of the little fairy doctor's attack, did not have any time to react before he was covered by the poison fog. Regardless of whether it was his sight or spiritual perception, they were all blocked for a short period of time. He was unable to find the little fairy doctor's exact location. Bang! However, the little fairy doctor still missed a trick. After all, the other party was a 9-star Dodi. Relying on his powerful cultivation, Zhang Yi borrowed the energy storm that was created when his doqi erupted and completely swept away the poison fog in the shortest amount of time. After which, his gaze swiftly turned and saw the little fairy doctor who had not run far. Trying to run? In your dreams. A low cry sounded. The doqi within Zhang Yi's body swiftly surged. His feet immediately stepped on empty air. The space under his feet shattered as Zhang Yi's body caught up with the little fairy doctor, who was swiftly fleeing. At this moment, the little fairy doctor's heart involuntarily sank after discovering that her poison fog did not have any effect. The doqi within her body circulated wildly without caring about anything as she attempted to make a final struggle. However, the result was her neck being grabbed by Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi exerted a little force with his wrist and the doqi within the little fairy doctor's body immediately came to a stop. Her entire body was lifted by Zhang Yi. Humph, do you think that you can escape from my palm with just your strength? You should obediently follow me back to receive your reward. Zhang Yi coldly laughed. The force on his wrist gradually increased. However, in the next instant, bang! A black figure was as fast as a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, it cut through the sky. The hand that was still grabbing the little fairy doctor's wrist a moment ago immediately released it. Her entire body suddenly disappeared in midair. The little fairy doctor's body was gently hugged by a pair of hands the moment she landed. When she raised her eyes, the person that the little fairy doctor saw was undoubtedly Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan! The fairy doctor could not help but exclaim. The little fairy doctor involuntarily let out a soft cry of surprise. The moment Xianxia grabbed her neck, she was already prepared to die. However, she did not expect Xiaoyan to rush over at this critical moment. Moreover, he had once again saved her. You are so silly. Who told you that you are a burden to me? You have never been a burden to me. No matter what you become, you are my responsibility. Xiaoyan lowered his head and looked at the fairy doctor, who was close to him. His tired face could not help but reveal a touch of tenderness. There was a hint of reproach in his gentle eyes, as if he was blaming her for leaving him like this. When the fairy doctor heard Xiaoyan's words, a bright red color immediately surfaced on her pale face. This was especially so when Xiaoyan's breath landed on her delicate face. It was as though she had been grilled by fire, causing her entire face to appear incomparably red. Subsequently, Xiaoyan gently let go of the fairy doctor as the beauty in his arms struggled slightly. Then, he looked down at the forest below and saw Xianxia, who had been smashed deep into the ground by the dark heavy buster sword. After receiving Xiaoyan's blow, even with Xianxia's cultivation, Xiaoyan believed that even if Xianxia did not die, he would at least have a few broken ribs. Cough, cough, cough. After a few violent coughs, Xianxia, who was in the deep pit, endured the intense pain in his body and climbed up. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the huge black ruler that was inserted diagonally into the ground beside him. His emotions immediately became tense. How is this possible? I have been following her for so long. I clearly made sure that no one was following her before I made my move. Why did this guy come the moment I made my move? Xianxia's old face involuntarily twitched. How could he have imagined that the period of time when he did not act just in case had coincidentally given Xiaoyan enough time to catch up? Could it be that this guy has been following the fairy doctor all this time with the purpose of luring me into a trap? With that thought in mind, Xianxia became even more terrified. If that was the case, he would be the one in danger. Thinking of this, Xianxia did not dare to stay any longer. He endured the pain in his body and ran away. Boom! However, in the next moment, Xiaoyan's body descended from the sky like a ghost and landed heavily. Both of his feet violently stomped on the ground in front of Xianxia. The terrifying force caused the ground around the both of them to sink. Xianxia felt as though his heart was trembling violently at this moment. His face instantly turned green and white. Xiaoyan casually waved his hand, and the dark heavy buster sword, which was inserted into the ground not far away, quickly flew into his hand. He gently swung the buster sword, and the tip of the buster sword slanted to the ground. The wind pressure turned into a whirlwind that surrounded the buster sword, raising dust and fog all over the ground. Xiaoyan did not speak, nor did he make a move, but Xianxia's back was drenched in cold sweat. Xianxia, although Xiaoyan already knew Xianxia's identity, he still spoke faintly. Xianxia could not help but feel a little happy when he heard this. He quickly laughed dryly and said, Hee, so it's brother Xiaoyan. I didn't expect that after we parted in Green Jade City, boom. However, before Xianxia could finish his words, an indescribably powerful force instantly penetrated his lungs. The wide buster sword ruthlessly bombarded his chest, and the robes on his chest and back were instantly shattered. His entire chest caved in an instant, and Xianxia's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle tip. You should never have had any ideas about her. Boom. Xiaoyan's arm shook gently the moment the soft words sounded from his mouth. An extremely powerful force immediately spat out from the huge ruler and sent Xianxia's body flying into the sky. Swoosh! Although there was still fatigue on his face, Xiaoyan's attack was extremely fierce. It was as overbearing as a long spear, constantly piercing through the sky. Xianxia's body was like a sandbag, being mercilessly bombarded by Xiaoyan in the most overbearing way. In the end, the Buster Sword heavily smashed Zhang Yi's body from top to bottom. With a bang, Zhang Yi's body once again smashed into the forest below, like a pile of mud, lying motionless on the ground. Immediately, Xiaoyan returned to the little fairy doctor's side. After consuming a couple of medicinal pills, he grabbed the latter's wrist with one hand and flew in the direction of Qingyang City. Along the way, the words that Xiaoyan had said to her earlier floated in the little fairy doctor's mind. "You have never been a burden to me. No matter what you become, you are my responsibility." On the way back to the Green Sun City, the two of them took nearly 6 hours. By the time they reached the Green Sun City, it was already late at night. In the entire Lu family, only Lin Bingshuang, Bai Hua and the others were waiting. When they saw that the two of them had returned safely, the worries in their hearts were put to rest. Only Lin Bingshuang could not help but feel wronged when she saw Xiaoyan holding the fairy doctor's wrist. However, when she saw Xiaoyan's tired face, she did not say anything. This night, the entire Lu clan could be considered quiet. Only Lin Bingshuang and the little fairy doctor, who were in different rooms, had somewhat complicated emotions. As for Xiaoyan, after being tired for a few days and nights, in addition to today's crazy journey, his mental strength could no longer be exhausted. The moment he lay on the bed, he could not help but fall into a deep sleep. There was no need to even mention thinking about anything else. The next day, after everyone had rested for the night and woke up, Xiaoyan hurriedly led the fairy doctor into the secret room once again. He believed that the fairy doctor, who also possessed the woeful poison body, would definitely be able to think of a way to save Lian. After the fairy doctor heard about Lian's matter, she naturally understood that this was no small matter. She immediately headed to the secret room with Xiaoyan. Behind them, Lin Bingshuang and the rest also followed curiously, wanting to find out what was going on. Of course, they were more curious about the legendary woeful poison body that had completely erupted. This was especially so for Lin Bingshuang. She herself possessed an extreme body. Until now, she had yet to understand just how frightening this constitution was. Now that she was able to personally witness the complete eruption of the woeful poison body, she naturally felt a little impatient in her heart. However, after the fairy doctor roughly checked the condition of Lian's body, the expression on her face was not what Xiaoyan had initially imagined. Even with the fairy doctor's understanding of poison, she could not help but feel troubled in her heart when faced with Lian's current condition. However, the fairy doctor suddenly raised her own opinion while everyone was feeling confused and helpless in their hearts. Both of them possessed the woeful poison body. The little fairy doctor should have the means to save Lian when faced with such a situation. However, the biggest problem they were currently facing was that Lian's spiritual origin had already been invaded by the poison. In other words, there were two completely different consciousnesses in Lian's current body. If he continued to use ordinary methods to deal with this matter, the chances of Lian being harmed would greatly increase. If he wanted to help Lian suppress the woeful poison body, the first thing he needed to do now was to cleanse Lian's infected soul origin. Cleansing one's spiritual origin was something that could be easily done with the help of the heavenly flame. However, it was not so easy to do so at the moment. The spiritual origin was the foundation of a person. If Lian was not willing, others would not be able to safely expel the poison that had invaded her. However, Lian was currently unconscious. In her unconscious state, she was unable to make any decision. Lian's spiritual origin had already completely fallen under the control of the poison. If Xiaoyan were to forcefully refine it, he would only waste the pure spiritual origin energy. This would still harm Lian. There had to be a way to get rid of the poison without harming any of the pure soul origin. Core body transforming milk. Not long after the little fairy doctor spoke until this point, the eyes of Xiaoyan, who was frowning and pondering, immediately brightened. If this was the case, then there was indeed an item in his mind that could cleanse one's spiritual origin. Not only that, this item could also allow one to be reborn and cleanse one's muscles and marrow. Its effect was so mysterious that it could be said to be heaven-defying. After using it, even a person with ordinary training talent would be able to become a cultivation genius. It was a heaven-defying and fate-changing ability. This core body transforming milk had two predecessors. It was called the core body boosting milk and the core quenching body milk. Although their names were similar, Their ages were different and their effects were also very different. Xiaoyan clearly remembered that he was fortunate enough to use the core-quenching body milk back at the Jianan Academy. His heart involuntarily sighed when he recalled it now. Core body transforming milk? Right, how could I have forgotten? That thing is said to have the ability to defy the heavens and change one's fate. It's capable of cleansing one's meridians and marrows, and it's capable of cleansing all impurities. With that thing, we'll surely be able to expel the poison within this little girl's body. A bright light immediately flashed across Zhou Tai's face when he heard Xiaoyan's words. Clearly, he was also extremely clear about the strength of the core body transformation milk. Only after Zhou Tai spat out these words did everyone present come to an understanding one after another. At the same time, an even greater yearning for the so-called core body transformation milk appeared in their hearts. Just think about it. If everyone present was able to obtain a portion of the core body transformation milk, wouldn't there be an additional batch of top experts in this world from now on? At that time, it would no longer be a fool's dream to roam the continent unhindered. Of course, the first step, the geocentric body milk, was already an extravagant hope for them. However, even if we have a way to save Lianer now, where are we going to find this geocentric body transformation milk? It's impossible to find such a precious treasure so easily. However, immediately after, Lu Xingqing threw out the most difficult question for everyone present. Indeed, they had found a way to save Lianer. However, where were they going to find the most important geocentric body transformation milk? If they were unable to find the geocentric body transformation milk, then wouldn't everything that they had said at this moment be useless? No, perhaps. I know where it is. Just as everyone was feeling troubled in their hearts, Luo Jin suddenly stood up and looked at Xiaoyan with a confident smile. When the latter saw this, his heart was immediately filled with joy. Since Luo Jin was able to say these words, this matter could almost be confirmed. At the same time, Lung Bingshuang and the little fairy doctor, who were standing by the side, looked at each other and their slightly raised state of mind relaxed. Currently, regardless of whether it was the little fairy doctor or Lung Bingshuang, they had unconsciously placed all their thoughts on Xiaoyan. Their mood would also change according to Xiaoyan's state of mind. However, Lung Bingshuang seemed to have never noticed this change. Old Zhou, as an elder of the Southern Region Alchemist Alliance, you should also know about the matter of the 3 sects of the Southern Region. When the gazes of the few people present landed on Luo Jin, the latter nodded gently. Immediately, he looked at Zhou Tai and laughed softly for some reason. Hiss, you are talking about those 3 factions? They are not to be trifled with. Even the Alchemist Alliance has to give them some face. Don't tell me that this geocentric body transformation milk is related to them? Zhou Tai's expression slightly changed when he heard Luo Jin's words. Fear involuntarily flowed out from his eyes. Clearly, even with his temperament, he could not help but feel a sense of pressure in his heart towards the 3 sections. Although the others could imagine the feeling of being like a huge monster in the face of Zhou Tai's somewhat vague words, they could not help but be curious. However, what Xiaoyan was most concerned about was the news regarding the geocentric body transformation milk. As for whether these 3 factions were large or not, that was a matter for later. As long as he was able to obtain the geocentric body transformation milk and help Lian Er suppress the woeful poison body, Xiaoyan had nothing to fear regardless of what faction he faced. The geocentric body transformation milk is not to the extent that it is related to them. It is just that my father once made a deal with them and helped me exchange for the geocentric body transformation milk. Although that was already a very long time ago, if we use other items to exchange with them, we might still have a chance to obtain it. Luo Jin smiled faintly. However, when these words entered the ears of the people present, it caused them to feel a little uncomfortable. The geocentric body transformation milk was such a natural treasure. It was unexpected that Luo Jin had already consumed it a long time ago. It was no wonder that this fellow's cultivation talent was so frightening. However, when the people present looked at Xiaoyan again and compared the two, their hearts were even more shocked. Luo Jin's cultivation talent was already so shocking after consuming the geocentric body transformation milk. If it was Xiaoyan who had not consumed the geocentric body transformation milk, just how shocking would the result be? Then, where exactly is this geocentric body transformation milk? The most crucial question had finally been posed. Now that they knew the method to obtain the geocentric body transformation milk, the most important thing now was to know its exact location. Haha, old Joe, let me ask you. Which faction is the strongest among the three factions? Luo Jin smiled faintly and looked at Zhou Tai once again. You mean, when Luo Jin's words left his mouth, the expression in Zhou Tai's eyes immediately turned serious. He immediately knew the answer in his heart. You are talking about the Burning Flame Valley? Zhou Tai's heart was slightly startled. The thoughts in his mind swiftly rotated. A moment later, he finally understood. No wonder the Burning Flame Valley was able to become the strongest among the three sects of the southern region. There was indeed a reason behind this. Cuckoo, that's right. It is the Burning Flame Valley. Luo Jin nodded. He sighed softly and continued speaking. According to what I know, the Burning Flame Valley had a cave for the core body transformation milk when it was first established. It is because of this and the powerful cultivation of their valley chief that they were able to swiftly establish themselves in the southern region until now. The reason why the Burning Flame Valley was able to grow into the strongest faction among the three sects is because of this core body transformation milk. Luo Jin's face was filled with surprise as he spoke. The few people around were engrossed in listening. Only Xiaoyan's face revealed a shocked expression. Even his entire body shook. The Burning Flame Valley. This familiar name. It was unexpected that he would actually hear it once again in this foreign continent. He did not know if this was a coincidence or if there was really some special reason. By the side, the little fairy doctor's pretty face also revealed a trace of surprise as she looked at Luo Jin. In her heart, she also did not expect that she would actually once again hear the name of the Burning Flame Valley in this place. I remember that my ancestor had once said that the Burning Flame Valley had once produced an elite Dodi when it was at its strongest. Looking at it now, there might really be some kind of connection between the two. Xiao Yan, who had recovered, immediately recalled the words that Xiao Xian had once said to him back then. The Burning Flame Valley had once produced a Dodi class expert when it was at its peak. Back then, the Burning Flame Valley was one of the top 5 factions in the Dochi continent. If everything was as Xiao Yan thought in his heart, this time around, he could finally be considered to have met someone from the same hometown. Brother Luo Jin, how much do you know about this Burning Flame Valley? Just as Luo Jin was speaking frankly to everyone, Xiao Yan's words interrupted him. Everyone's gazes instantly gathered onto Xiao Yan like a spotlight. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Luo Jin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Although Xiao Yan's question didn't sound abnormal, the degree of attention he received surprised him. The three sects of the southern region were the three great superpowers. Logically speaking, Xiao Yan should know all of them. However, he was only talking about the Burning Flame Valley? Even if this was related to the geocentric body elixir, with Xiao Yan's cautious character, he should not have asked such a question. However, although there were some suspicions in his heart, Luo Jin did not think too much about it. He believed in Xiao Yan and believed in his choice even more. Since he only asked about the Burning Flame Valley, it meant that this matter was more important to him than the other two. Naturally, there was no need to ask further. After that, Luo Jin told Xiao Yan everything he knew about the Burning Flame Valley. The Burning Flame Valley had been established a long time ago and there was no way to investigate it. However, one thing was certain. The appearance of the Burning Flame Valley was extremely sudden. According to Luo Jin, before the Burning Flame Valley was established, there was no information about its valley master in the southern region. This person seemed to have jumped out of thin air. Everything about him was unknown. However, it was known that this person's cultivation was extremely deep and his control over flames was especially shocking. Although he was not an alchemist, it was likely that even some high-tier alchemists would not be able to compare with his ability to control flames. By relying on his own cultivation, the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley possessed a frightening fighting strength that far exceeded his own cultivation. Under the same level, there was almost no one who was a match for him. Even if his opponent's cultivation was stronger than his, he also had the ability to fight. The flames all over his body were different from ordinary illusionary flames. Its might was extremely ferocious and overbearing. Over the many years, the Burning Flame Valley had established itself in the southern region. Although the geocentric body elixir had created countless disciples with outstanding talent, the powerful fighting strength of the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley was the true foundation of the Burning Flame Valley. Xiaoyan's heart became a little more confident about the identity of the Valley Chief of the Burning Flame Valley after hearing all of this. Putting aside the fact that his flames were ferocious and overbearing, just based on his ability to control flames, if he were to control heavenly flames for a long time, it would be incomparably easy for him to control ordinary flames. In addition to his sudden appearance, all of these verified the guess in Xiaoyan's heart. What is the name of the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley? After hesitating for a long time, Xiaoyan still asked this question that he should not be able to obtain an answer to. Being a Grandmaster, there might be quite a number of people who knew his name in the southern region. However, if he were to ask for his name, it was likely that even Luo Jin would not know. This? I am not too sure about this. The people of the southern region call him Ancestor Burning Sky. As for his real name, I do not know. However, I seem to have heard my grandfather mention that Ancestor Burning Sky's surname seems to be Tang. Tang. A glint immediately surged into Xiaoyan's eyes after Luo Jin's words sounded. The Valley Chief of the Burning Flame Valley on the Doqi continent, Tang Zhen, was surnamed Tang. In this way, his heart was 70% certain that this Ancestor Burning Sky was the elite Do Di who had appeared in the Burning Flame Valley on the Doqi continent. The relationship between the Burning Flame Valley and the Shao clan was extremely close. With this layer of relationship, it should be much easier for him to obtain the geocentric body elixir. Xiaoyan's face immediately revealed a joyous expression when he thought of this. Since this was the case, all he needed to do next was to hurry to the Burning Flame Valley and obtain the geocentric body elixir. Lian Er could be considered to be saved. After confirming the method to resolve Lian Er's condition, the pressure in Xiaoyan's heart immediately disappeared. Even the mood of everyone around him had become much better. Immediately, Xiaoyan once again deepened the restriction on Lian Er's body. After which, everyone withdrew from the dark room. When this group of people appeared in the courtyard of the Lu clan together, all the members of the Lu clan hurriedly bowed respectfully to them. This was especially the case when some of the men of the Lu clan saw the little fairy doctor and Ling Bingshuang. All of their faces involuntarily revealed a stunned expression. However, they hurriedly withdrew it in the blink of an eye. Lu Huabai and Lu Xingqing involuntarily felt somewhat helpless in their hearts when faced with this. They could only laugh dryly on behalf of these men who had lost face. After which, they followed everyone and walked into the courtyard. However, it was also at this moment that an agile and lovely figure suddenly ran over from an unknown place and appeared in front of everyone present. When the gazes of Xiaoyan's group swept over and saw this person, the originally calm face of Ling Bingshuang within the crowd suddenly stiffened. The expression within her pretty eyes was also instantly startled. This was because the person who had arrived was Murong Xianxian. Xianxian. Due to the successive events that had happened in the past few days, everyone did not have the time to take care of this girl. They were busy everywhere and could only rest today. However, what Ling Bingshuang did not expect was that Murong Xianxian would actually appear here. Back then, she had personally seen this girl reveal such a sad expression for Xiaoyan. In her heart, she knew that this girl Xianxian had some feelings for Xiaoyan. However, right now, she and Xiaoyan had already. And it just so happened that Murong Xianxian had actually appeared in the Lu clan's residence at this time. This time, once the sisters met, how was she going to explain the relationship between them to Xianxian? However, just as Ling Bingshuang was feeling anxious and did not know what to do, she was shocked to see Murong Xianxian actually taking large strides and throwing herself into the embrace of Bai Hua, who was beside Xiaoyan. Her two arms tightly wrapped around the latter's waist. Her face was filled with joy, showing the attitude of a little girl. This? Why is this girl? Ling Bingshuang's heart was slightly startled. She did not expect that Murong Xianxian's target was not Xiaoyan, but Bai Hua, who was beside him. In the next instant, just as Ling Bingshuang was in a daze, she was pulled to the front by Xiaoyan who had been observing her. His other hand circled around her waist and tightly hugged Ling Bingshuang in his embrace. What, are you afraid of being seen by your sister and getting jealous? Xiaoyan curled his lips and smiled. Taking advantage of the time when Ling Bingshuang regained her senses, he gently kissed the latter's snow-white face. When she regained her senses, her cheeks immediately became boiling hot. Only then did she quickly struggle free from Xiaoyan's embrace. Behind them, the little fairy doctor looked at the two pairs in front of her. Although the corner of her lips still hung a smile, it seemed so bitter. In the guest hall, everyone took their seats. After chatting with each other for a while, Lung Bingshuang came. To know that after Morong Xianxia left the clan, she had come here alone. After that, under the care of Bai Hua, she had stayed in the Lu clan. After these years, Morong Xianxia and Bai Hua had developed a deeper relationship with each other. Lung Bingshuang could not help but feel astonished in her heart. She did not expect that the good feelings that the little girl had for Xiaoyan back then would develop into this. While this caused Lung Bingshuang to feel astonished in her heart, she also unconsciously rejoiced. If it was not for this, it was likely that more trouble would have arisen between her and Morong Xianxian. Thinking of this, Lung Bingshuang's heart suddenly jumped. She did not know why, but everything related to Xiaoyan seemed to make her unconsciously nervous. Even her own mood would change along with Xiaoyan. In her heart, Xiaoyan's position seemed to have become more and more unusual. Hehe, Sister Bingshuang, I did not expect that you would actually be together with Xiaoyan. Weren't you quite cold to him back then? So it was all an act. In the hall, Morong Xianxian could not be bothered to listen to the boring conversation between the group of men. She ran behind Lun Bingshuang, bent down and hugged Lun Bingshuang, who was sitting on a chair in front of her. Her charming red lips were close to Lun Bingshuang's pink ears. The playful words from her mouth caused Lun Bingshuang's cheeks to turn red. She could not help but turn her head and snort softly. She extended her hand and was about to pinch Morong Xianxian's willowy waist, but was dodged by the latter. Hehe, Sister Bingshuang, do you often treat Xiaoyan like this? The naughty laughter entered Lung Bingshuang's ears, causing her face to reveal embarrassment and anger. She slapped the girl's soft chest, causing the latter to immediately cry out in surprise. Her body also rapidly retreated. At the same time, Lung Bingshuang's red cheeks could not help but reveal a playful smile. Soon after, the two sisters once again played together. On the other side, Xiaoyan, Luo Jin, and the others continued to discuss the matter of the geocentric body milk. According to what I know, the core body transforming milk can only be formed once every 50 years. I wonder if the core body transforming milk still exists in the current Burning Flame Valley. While everyone was discussing, Luo Jin threw another heavy bomb at everyone present. Hearing this, quite a number of people present revealed a contemplative expression as they nodded their heads. It was indeed not bad. The core body transforming milk was originally a rare treasure of the world. The environmental conditions needed to form it were especially harsh. It was already not easy to form a drop of core body transforming milk in 50 years. If they missed the opportunity to form the core body transforming milk because of this, it could only be said to be the will of the heavens. When Luo Jin said this, the hearts of everyone present sank slightly. The little flame of hope that had just been ignited in their hearts couldn't help but waver. If that's the case, then perhaps we haven't missed the opportunity. While everyone was in deep thought, Zhou Tai opened his mouth once again. With a single sentence, he successfully attracted the gazes of everyone present. After I entered the Alchemist Alliance, I have some understanding of the 3 sects of the southern region. I have seen it in a sect scroll. Every 25 years, the Burning Flame Valley will have a grand event within the sect. It is their great sect competition. This great sect competition is divided into 2 parts. One part is the competition between the top disciples of the sect, while the other part is the competition between the elders of the sect. The Burning Sky Ancestor will choose one person from each of these people to obtain a reward personally given by the ancestor. As for what exactly it is, no one knows. However, from what I think, if our luck isn't bad, that reward might be the core body transforming milk. The nearest great sect competition to us will be in 2 months. When these words were spoken, Xiaoyan and Luo Jin instantly looked at each other. The expression in their eyes was the same. Approximately how long will it take to travel from Qingyang City to the Burning Flame Valley? With our group, we can reach there in at most half a month. Half a month, huh? Xiaoyan nodded his head gently. Finally, he let out a long sigh of relief. Although he could not be certain that this great sect competition was related to the core body transforming milk, He could only make such arrangements since things had developed to this point. The matter with the Sea Cloud Palace had yet to be completely settled. If they were to leave at this moment, Qingyang City would definitely be in danger if the Sea Cloud Palace were to make a comeback. Hence, it was best for them to stay here before they hurried to the Burning Flame Valley. In the next few days, Qingyang City became much more peaceful. Perhaps it was due to the big battle a few days ago, but the human flow in Qingyang City did not decrease. Instead, it increased. This was especially so when quite a number of people in the city learned that the Lu clan had defeated the palace master of the Sea Cloud Palace. The voices of the people in the city toward the Lu clan grew even louder. There were even quite a number of factions from nearby cities that had hurried over in their carriages and gathered in front of the Lu clan's mansion. Their flattering appearances caused one to involuntarily laugh coldly. Usually, these fellows would guard their own territories and would never have any involvement with the Lu clan. They were afraid that the Sea Cloud Palace would find trouble with them. Now that they saw that the palace master of the Sea Cloud Palace had suffered at the hands of the Lu clan, all of them immediately rushed over to flatter him. They would either respectfully agree or complain. There were even some who were willing to lower themselves and scold him in order to show their loyalty. Moreover, looking at their practiced manner, it was likely that they had done such things many times before. The hearts of the members of the Lu clan might be filled with disdain toward these fellows who were adding flowers to the brocade and even wished to kick them. However, they were still stopped by Xiaoyan. Not only did he not shut them out, he had even set up a couple of large courtyards to receive these fellows. Throughout the day, the Lu clan had received quite a number of treasures. Regardless of whether it was high-class qi methods or dou techniques, precious medicinal pills, or some rare and unique treasures that were rarely seen, all of them had been collected by the Lu clan this time around. The valuable treasures in the entire courtyard were piled up into a mountain. These things added together were several times more than the Lu clan's annual profit. According to Xiaoyan's words, going against these people could be understood as being smart. However, if they couldn't go against these treasures, they could only be described as being stupid. Since there were people who were sending money to their doorstep, it would be a waste to not accept it. There was no need to be polite with these fellows. Since they were already here, they naturally had to put down the things before leaving. With these financial support, the overall strength of the Lu clan would likely be able to rise to a new level. While the Qingyang city was boldly collecting the wealth from all over the place, in the Sea Cloud Palace, a resentful Fu Yulong once again met the person who had come here before. Wu Kuei. Humph, are you satisfied now? There is more than one expert in the Qingyang city. There is a brat who possesses a heavenly flame. Even I have to be extremely cautious when dealing with him. His name is Xiaoyan, isn't it? In the dimly lit hall, Fu Yulong stared at the figure below the stage with his head lowered with a dark expression. His words were filled with dissatisfaction. The difficulty of this matter had far exceeded his expectations. He had never thought that even the people of the Alchemist Alliance would participate. If this continued, it would not benefit his Sea Cloud Palace at all. If it was possible, he definitely did not wish to clash with Xiaoyan's group again. An opponent like that was just too terrifying. He possessed such terrifying battle prowess as an origin transformation expert. Once he reached returnance, even he would not be his opponent. However, when he heard Wu Kuei's words, Fu Yulong's eyes immediately became slightly sluggish. He immediately raised his head and stared at the figure below the stage. Are you following me? Hee, I'm not interested. It's just that the person you're talking about just happens to be the person the higher-ups are looking for. If you can capture him, it'll be a great merit. Wu Kuei did not care about what Fu Yulong had said at all. Fu Yulong's face could not help but twitch when he heard that. He cursed and sighed. If he could capture him, would he still be sulking here? Humph, if you want a reward, go get it yourself. I'm not in the mood to play with you right now. Fu Yulong unwillingly cursed and sighed. He stood up and waved his sleeves, turning around to leave. Fu Yulong, you should think this through clearly. As long as you can capture Xiaoyan, I guarantee that your cultivation will definitely be raised to the Yuan King class. If you are able to hand over all the people who are still alive, you might even be able to obtain an even greater reward. Are you really unwilling? Wu Kuei took a step forward and called out to Fu Yulong in a hurry. However, Fu Yulong suddenly turned his head and scoffed. Don't talk to me about such unrealistic things. Am I supposed to provoke the Alchemist Alliance for Origin King strength? You don't fear him, but I still want to keep my life. Before he had even finished speaking, Fu Yulong was about to leave. Wu Kuei's face could not help but change slightly. He knew that he could not use a soft approach now, so he immediately snorted coldly. Fu Yulong, you have to understand that if you're not willing today, then before the Alchemist Alliance can deal with you, someone will come knocking on your door. Fu Yulong's footsteps suddenly paused. Seeing this, Wu Kuei hurriedly continued. You should know that those people are 100 times more terrifying than the Alchemist Alliance. Fu Yulong's throat involuntarily rolled a few times. Cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead, and even his body trembled uncontrollably. When he turned around, his eyes quickly swept across the hall. After confirming that there was no one else here, he secretly sighed in relief. There's no need to look for him. There's no one else here. For some unknown reason, that fellow should have met me a few days ago, but he still hasn't appeared. I don't know if he was delayed by something, or if something really happened. It's better if he dies. Fu Yulong said coldly, venting the anger in his heart. In response, Wu Kuei sneered and said, You'd better not hope for such a thing to happen. Once he dies, the higher-ups will send someone stronger than him here. At that time, I'm afraid you'll have an even harder time. Since he didn't come, then this matter, I've already reported Xiaoyan's situation to the higher-ups. They will send reinforcements tomorrow. As for that fellow, there's no need to wait for him. Once our men arrive, we will immediately rush to Qingyang City. Without waiting for Fu Yulong to finish speaking, Wu Kuei gave the order without the slightest bit of courtesy in the face of the former's ashen face. Humph, there's no need for you to look at me like you want to eat me alive. You and I are only working for others, and I'm only doing my part. Besides, as for the Alchemist Alliance, as long as you capture Xiaoyan and hand him over to them alive, you will no longer be threatened by the Alchemist Alliance. As he spoke, an extremely obscure light flitted across Wu Kuei's eyes. Although he did not say it clearly, it had at least temporarily calmed Fu Yulong's restless heart. In Qingyang City, Xiaoyan sat cross-legged on his bed as the blaze mantra rapidly circulated in his body. Tremendous amounts of Genesis Qi in the surroundings were drawn over and poured into Xiaoyan's body. After several battles, Xiaoyan's aura had reached the peak of the advanced origin transformation stage. He had even touched upon the barrier to the returnant stage long ago. However, the feeling was vague, so Xiaoyan did not want to be too impatient. However, he would have to travel to the Burning Flame Valley in 2 months. Who knew what kind of trouble he would encounter then? Before that, he had to raise his cultivation as much as possible. This would definitely reduce some unnecessary trouble for Xiaoyan. As such, he could not care less about things like naturally occurring at a time like this. As such, Xiaoyan would attempt to break through to the returnant stage tonight. Once he broke through, his overall battle prowess would definitely rise to a whole new level. Although there was a high chance of failure, this was the only way to raise his cultivation as quickly as possible. Huff, as the flame mantra Qi method wildly circulated in his body, the surrounding Genesis Qi swiftly gathered. At the same time, a huge energy vortex was formed behind Xiaoyan. Wave after wave of energy was continuously poured into the vortex, entering the meridians in Xiaoyan's body. After circulating in his meridians for 1 cycle, it was refined by the heavenly flame until it was pure and finally poured into the vortex space. SSS, what is he trying to do? Could it be? In the night sky above the Lu clan, Luo Jin and the rest leaped into the air. Numerous gazes gathered in the air above the room where Xiaoyan was located. There was a huge energy vortex there that was frantically devouring the surrounding Genesis Qi. Isn't he being a little too impatient? The price of trying to break through to the returnant stage with a cultivation of the origin transformation stage is no joke. Isn't he being a little too reckless? Zhou Tai stood beside Bai Hua as he stared at the huge vortex of energy in front of him. He could not help but break out in cold sweat for Xiaoyan. They obviously understood Xiaoyan's cultivation very well. Trying to break through to the returnant stage at a time like this was basically a dream in their eyes. None of them would have done such a thing if they were in his shoes. Even Leng Bingshuang, who was the first to reach the peak of the late origin transformation stage, did not dare to say that she had absolute confidence in breaking through, let alone Xiaoyan. However, a couple of hours later, when the first ray of sunlight on the second day shone on the bodies of these people, the energy vortex actually began to gradually scatter. On the bed, Xiaoyan, who had been crazily training for an entire night, finally slowly opened his eyes. He let out a long sigh and lowered his head to look at the 3 spirit stones that had been completely destroyed. The corner of his mouth revealed a joyful smile. In the courtyard, Luo Jin and the others frowned as they watched the swirl of energy gradually disperse. Their hearts could not help but sink. Leng Bingshuang could not help but want to enter the room to check on the situation, but she was stopped by Bai Hua before she could approach the door. We don't know the exact situation inside. It's best if we don't charge in recklessly. If it's not over yet, I'm afraid, Bai Hua said sternly. She stood in front of the door, blocking Leng Bingshuang. Seeing this, the expression on the latter's fair face became even more anxious. However, immediately after, the fairy doctor suddenly rushed over. How could she care so much? She could not help but retreat away from Bai Hua. Seeing this, Luo Jin did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly stepped forward. Only then did the two of them stop the 2 girls. We all know that you're worried about Xiaoyan, but we're the same. Before we know the exact situation, no one can act recklessly. If we make a huge mistake and affect Xiaoyan's foundation, it'll be fatal for him. Luo Jin grabbed the fairy doctor's snow-white wrist tightly. He pulled her away without harming her. But he's already stopped breaking through to returnants. If something really happens to him, are we supposed to just wait outside? The little fairy doctor angrily rebuked. She struggled in an attempt to shake off Luo Jin's hand. Leng Bingshuang, who was by the side, became agitated once again when she heard these words. When the other people behind saw this scene, although they wanted to step forward and help, it became a huge problem as to how to do so. Helpless, everyone could only stay where they were. Creak, suddenly, the door behind Bai Hua slowly opened. As the sun shone down, a familiar figure appeared in front of everyone. It was Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan. When a voice filled with worry rang out, Bai Hua and Luo Jin's bodies both paused. The 2 women avoided the 2 at almost the same time and quickly arrived in front of Xiaoyan. Leng Bingshuang was just about to throw herself into Xiaoyan's arms when she saw the fairy doctor. Only then did she hurriedly stop. After pushing Bai Hua away, the 2 women stood side by side in front of Xiaoyan. Each of them hugged one of his arms as they worriedly checked on Xiaoyan's condition. Sigh, you brat. You've been too reckless this time. But it's fine as long as you're fine. As for Genesis Chi, you can just cultivate again if you run out. But you must remember not to do something like this next time. The suspended hearts of Zhou Tai and the others finally relaxed when they saw that Xiaoyan was fine. Immediately, they began to softly reprimand Xiaoyan in a serious manner. This caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily feel like laughing. At the same time, after a simple check, Leng Bingshuang and the fairy doctor were surprised to find that not only had the qi in Xiaoyan's body not decreased due to the backlash, it had instead become even denser. In fact, Leng Bingshuang could clearly feel that a faint pressure was being emitted from Xiaoyan's body. You've succeeded. Upon sensing this, Leng Bingshuang could not help but cry out in surprise. In an instant, the breathing of the astonished crowd behind her turned sluggish as their gazes converged on Xiaoyan's body once again. At the same time, they also looked at Leng Bingshuang in astonishment, their voices filled with disbelief. What did you say succeeded? Hee, I've made everyone worried. Although I did encounter some danger along the way, I've fortunately managed to break through. Without waiting for Leng Bingshuang to open her mouth to explain, Xiaoyan took a step forward. He stepped out from between the 2 women and welcomed everyone present with a smile. The instant the words from his mouth sounded, a thought passed through his mind. An incomparably powerful aura instantly spread out from within Xiaoyan's body. The powerful aura caused the expressions of everyone present to instantly change. The qi was so powerful that it far surpassed all the origin transformation experts present. Even with Leng Bingshuang's strength, she felt powerless before the pressure. This was proof of Xiaoyan's current cultivation. Returnance, breaking through from the peak of late origin transformation to returnance in a single night sounded easy. If it were someone else who had been at the peak of late origin transformation for many years, breaking through in a single night would not be difficult at all. However, with Xiaoyan's condition back then, he had only touched the barrier to returnance for a short period of time, yet he had attempted to break through to returnance in such a hurry. Ignoring the probability of failure, just the time required was basically impossible without a few days. However, Xiaoyan had managed to do it in a single night. This was simply unbelievable. This guy. No matter what the reason is, there's no pattern to it at all. I really wonder how he did it. Everyone could only helplessly shake their heads after recovering from their surprise. It seemed like the words of comfort they had thought of were useless now. Of course, they did not know that if it were not for the 3 high-grade spirit stones, it would have been impossible for Xiaoyan to break through. Even with Xiaoyan's mental fortitude, he could not help but feel some lingering fear when he thought back to all the dangers he had encountered. If there was a next time, he would never dare to do something like that again. On the evening after Xiaoyan broke through to returnance, another group of people arrived at the Sea Cloud Palace on the other side. Most of them were around 8-star Do Emperors. There were a total of 3 people, but Fu Yulong could not help but feel secretly surprised when he saw them. Tianlong, Tianxi, Tianting. I never thought they would send you 3 brothers. Fu Yulong narrowed his eyes as he stared at the 3 old men in embroidered robes. His gaze paused on them for a moment before he spoke in a cold voice. Even though that was the case, it was not difficult to hear the surprise in his voice. The sect master places great importance on this matter. The reason why the 3 of us have been sent is to ensure that nothing goes wrong with this mission. The leading old man among the 3 took a step forward. He raised his head and glanced at Fu Yulong as he indifferently said, "It's said that Palace Master Fu is not Xiaoyan's opponent. I never thought that a mighty returnance expert like you would actually be defeated by an origin transformation brat. From what I see, your strength is only SOSO. Hee, how's my strength? Do you want to test it yourself?" Fu Yulong's face immediately became rather green when he heard the old man's words. As anger rose in his heart, his body suddenly flashed and arrived before the old man. He viciously threw a punch at the old man's face. Clang, however, it was also at this moment that a black light flickered in front of the old man. A figure immediately appeared out of nowhere and threw a punch at Fu Yulong. The powerful force actually forcefully blocked Fu Yulong's attack. Clang, at the point where the 2 collided, an invisible energy wind immediately swept out. The powerful force immediately followed Fu Yulong's fist and invaded upwards, causing his body to involuntarily tremble. At the same time, his expression changed, and he hurriedly took a step back. Every step he took left an inch-deep pit under his feet. The powerful force was thus removed, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surrounding ground. Humph! With a muffled snort, Fu Yulong's body immediately straightened up. In front of the other 2 people beside the old man, 2 other figures had appeared out of nowhere. These 3 figures were all covered by large black robes. Although they did not move, the killing aura that was emitted from them caused others to not dare to easily approach them. What troublesome things! Only then did Fu Yulong's expression rapidly change as he looked at the 3 of them again. His sternness disappeared in an instant, and he immediately laughed. "Haha, I only wanted to test your strength. I never thought that you really were as powerful as the rumors say. Without relying on yourselves, just the 3 puppets are enough to rival regular early returnance experts. With you here, nothing will go wrong this time, ha 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 ha." Fu Yulong clasped his hands at the 3 people before him. He glanced past the 3 puppets in fear. He felt both unwilling and greedy inside. The 3 people before him were clearly only 8-star Do Emperors, but the 3 puppets were actually able to match up to returnance experts. He was extremely unwilling to accept this. At the same time, the strength of the 3 puppets did indeed change Fu Yulong's expression. If he could control the 3 returnance puppets, he would be invincible against those at the same level of cultivation, let alone Xiaoyan. He had never taken a mere origin transformation expert seriously. If it were not for the fact that Xiaoyan possessed a heavenly flame, it would have been impossible for him to suffer at Xiaoyan's hands. However, there was no point in saying anything now. Xiaoyan was the most important person right now. Only by capturing him could he borrow his strength and obtain even greater strength. At that time, he would no longer be invincible among returnance experts. All he wanted was even greater strength. However, while Fu Yulong was thinking this, the three people in front of him, and even Wu Kuei, were also thinking the same thing. Wu Kuei had never told them that only one of them would receive all the rewards after capturing Xiaoyan. The best way to obtain all the rewards was to deal with the others after capturing Xiaoyan. The next day, in the quiet Qingyang city, Xiaoyan was slowly training in his room. After his cultivation had broken through, he needed a large amount of time to familiarize himself with the powerful strength within his body. At the same time, this would allow him to quickly stabilize his cultivation within a short period of time. The others all lived their own leisurely days as well. Honestly speaking, during this period of time, they had been living in a tense state of mind. Their mental strength was at its peak. If this continued for a long time, it was likely that no one would be able to endure it. It was only when they followed Xiaoyan to Qingyang City that they finally had the opportunity to catch their breaths. Even though their conflict with the Sea Cloud Palace had not been completely resolved, they were still willing to believe that as long as Xiaoyan was present, nothing would be so difficult to resolve. Not to mention, Xiaoyan had broken through to returnance, so dealing with Fu Yulong would be even easier. Xiaoyan had been able to force Fu Yulong to such a state when he was still at the origin transformation realm. Now that he had broken through to returnance, Xiaoyan's battle prowess had skyrocketed. Dealing with Fu Yulong was even less of a problem. However, it was also at this moment that another group of uninvited guests appeared in Azure Sun City. Suddenly, Xiaoyan's eyes snapped open. The moment he raised his head, his gaze seemed to pass through the wall. He saw a group of people in the distant sky. The person at the front was the palace master of the Sea Cloud Palace, Fu Yulong. Swish swish swish, with a few whooshing sounds, Luo Jin and the others quickly rose into the air. They quickly looked at the 5 people before them. What's this guy trying to do? Bai Hua could not help but ask in surprise, as if she had sensed something was wrong. At this moment, the strongest among the 4 people standing beside Fu Yulong was only at the initial origin transformation stage. Such a lineup could not be considered powerful. Moreover, there were actually 3 8-star Do-D among the 4 of them. This was just like a joke. Could it be that this fellow has gone mad from anger? He actually brought so many people to cause trouble. Zhou Tai, the most hot-tempered of the group, could not help but mock Fu Yulong when he saw this. Fu Yulong is no fool. It's impossible for him to bring so many useless soldiers for no reason. Be careful that there's something fishy going on. It was Luo Jin who was the most cautious. He was well aware of Fu Yulong's strength and knew that it was impossible for him to bring a few Do Emperor-level subordinates to their deaths for no reason. This matter was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Who cares if he's hiding some secret? I'll know once I give it a try. Zhou Tai laughed loudly. The Genesis Chi in his body circulated wildly as he charged forward without any explanation, heading straight for the 3 8-star Do Emperors. Humph, the 3 of them advanced instead of retreating. Cold chuckles were emitted from their mouths as they suddenly waved their sleeves. 3 streaks of light immediately shot out, transforming into 3 phantoms. In the blink of an eye, they had already collided with the charging Zhou Tai. Clang, a powerful force erupted. The moment the 2 sides collided, the unstoppable force immediately poured out, immediately dispersing Zhou Tai's attack. The remaining force landed on Zhou Tai without holding back at all. Ugh! Immediately after, blood spurted out and Zhou Tai's body was immediately sent flying. The 3 fellows wanted to chase after him, but they were saved by Luo Jin, who had followed closely behind. Damn it! Where did these 3 guys come from? Everyone's expressions changed as they hurriedly turned their gazes. They soon discovered that the 3 fellows that had suddenly appeared were puppets. Damn it, we were too careless. To think that they were puppets. No wonder they were so fearless. The expressions of Luo Jin and the rest immediately changed when they saw the 3 puppets standing proudly in the air. The emotions at the bottom of their hearts also became tense at this moment. Swish, just as the expressions of Luo Jin and the others changed, another gust of wind rang out. Soon after, the black-robed Xiaoyan appeared before them. His gaze immediately landed on Zhou Tai. Xiaoyan's expression immediately became gloomy when he saw Zhou Tai's pale face, the corner of his mouth containing blood, and the aura of his body appearing weak. After stepping forward to investigate, Xiaoyan hurriedly took out a medicinal pill from his storage ring and fed it to Zhou Tai. After which, he slowly turned around and looked at the three puppets with a furious expression. Puppets, huh? Xiaoyan's sharp eyes swept over these three puppets. Immediately, his eyes once again turned and looked at the three people who had walked out from behind the three puppets. So it was you who controlled the puppets to injure him? Xiaoyan's face sunk. His gaze at the three of them became even colder. Killing intent had already appeared in his eyes. Humph, that's right. This guy doesn't know his limits. He's only at the origin transformation realm, yet he wants to kill us. We're just casually teaching him a lesson. However, who are you? Do you want to stand up for him as well? Tianlong sneered when he heard Xiaoyan's words. The three brothers looked at each other, and their gazes towards Xiaoyan were filled with disdain and mockery. With the puppets in their hands, they were basically invincible at returnants when they worked together. There was no need for them to treat the young man before them seriously. Haha, the three of you, this kid is Xiaoyan. As long as we deal with him, the others won't be a problem. Although the appearance of Luo Jin and Leng Bingshuang had surprised Fu Yulong slightly, he no longer felt any fear after discovering that they were only origin transformation experts. Oh? He's the origin transformation kid that even you weren't his opponent? Tianlong and the others immediately sneered when they heard Fu Yulong's words. They glanced at Xiaoyan in disdain, but they did not see the pale-faced Fu Yulong to the side. Humph, who would have thought that not only would you be defeated by an origin transformation expert, the one who defeated you would be a brat. Fu Yulong, I'm really curious. How much of your cultivation is real? Tianxi bared his teeth and sneered. He mocked Fu Yulong without fear. The muscles at the corners of Fu Yulong's eyes twitched, and he tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. Haha, you better watch how we brothers teach him a lesson. It can be considered as revenge for you, ha 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 ha. The three of them coldly laughed as they gathered their gazes on Xiaoyan's body at the same time. A ferocious expression was revealed on their wrinkled old faces. The seals in their hands changed and the puppet in front of them immediately shot forward. It swiftly stopped a couple of 100 feet from Xiaoyan. Soon after, the Tian brothers followed close behind. The distance between the three of them and the puppet in front of them was only a couple of 100 feet. Kid, I heard that you have the ability to challenge those above your level. Today, us three brothers will treat you well. The voice that carried some arrogance spread in a vast and mighty manner. The three puppets swiftly stepped forward and surrounded Xiaoyan in a semicircle shape. Behind Xiaoyan, Luo Jin's and Leng Bingshuang's expressions immediately changed at the sight of this. They circulated the Genesis Qi in their bodies and wanted to move forward, but were stopped by Xiaoyan with a wave of his hand. Since their target is me, I'll deal with it myself. You guys should focus on those two fellows. Be careful of their sneak attacks. Although they were unwilling to do so, they still stopped when they heard Xiaoyan's words. They understood Xiaoyan's personality very well. If he was not confident, he would not have stopped them. There was no need for Xiaoyan to put on a brave front against such an opponent. Soon after, Xiaoyan slowly turned his gaze back. His expression did not change, but his gaze swept past the three puppets as he frowned slightly. The three puppets were not weak to be able to injure Zhou Tai to such a state with a single attack. They might even be existences that could rival returnants experts. Xiaoyan, who had been in contact with puppets all year round, naturally understood the fighting strength of this thing in his heart. Even among those of the same class, the fighting strength of a puppet was definitely an extremely powerful existence. The pressure of facing three puppets at the same time naturally went without saying. Not to mention, there was still Fu Yulong and the other person who had yet to take action. If they clashed in a direct battle, Zhou Tai's chances of victory would be slim. With that in mind, Xiaoyan's gaze could not help but fall on the Tian brothers. Although the puppets he controlled were all at the returnant's realm, they were only 8-star Do emperors. If that was the case, swish swish swish, a thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind and two avatars that were no different from his actual body were slowly agglomerated in the space around him. This was the 9-body incantation. After a long period of refinement, the strength of these clones had all reached the peak of the 9-star Do-D class. When they merged into one, their strength was comparable to a middle-level origin transformation expert. Today, Xiaoyan had finally taken them out. Oh? It's actually clones? What a rare Do skill. However, how much of your original strength can mere clones possess? They're just a thin piece of paper before our puppets. The Tian brothers could not help but sneer when they saw Xiaoyan summon clones to the side. Ha ha ha, kid, the three of us will let you understand today that before absolute strength, all fancy techniques are useless. Go. The 3 puppets shot toward Xiaoyan in an instant after the shout. They turned into 3 streaks of light in the blink of an eye, moving as fast as lightning. They appeared before the 3 Xiaoyan in an instant. There were no fancy movements. It was just a punch. But it possessed an aura that could shake the world. It caused the expressions of Luo Jin and the others behind to involuntarily change. Their emotions immediately became tense. Desolation finger. Soon after, the 3 Xiaoyan began to form seals at an extremely fast speed. Vast doqi condensed above their heads. By the time the 3 puppets arrived, the dense doqi had already condensed into 3 huge fingers that held up the sky. Dazzling light was released along with an oppressive aura. Then, the 3 of them pushed forward fiercely, and 3 huge fingers collided fiercely with the 3 oncoming puppets. Boom! At the instant the 2 sides collided, everyone present clearly saw that the 3 desolation fingers were actually shattered by the 3 puppets in a manner that was as easy as crushing dry weeds. The strength that the 3 desolation fingers possessed was only enough to cause the 3 puppets to pause for an instant. With just one attack, Xiaoyan was defeated in a panic without any ability to resist. Xiaoyan. Seeing that Xiaoyan had actually been defeated in an instant, the few people behind him revealed expressions of disbelief. At the same time, Tianlong and the other 2 also had mocking smiles on their faces as they watched this scene. What a reckless brat. He actually wants to rely on his 2 avatars to block our puppets. He is really seeking death. Ha ha ha, a mere origin transformation expert is not worthy of being our opponent. Hey, I originally thought that he would be a difficult opponent to deal with. Unexpectedly, it was actually so easy. He cannot even withstand a single blow. The 3 of them mocked and ridiculed in an unrestrained manner. In their hearts, they looked down on Xiaoyan, who was quickly being defeated in front of them. However, just as the 3 of them finished speaking, a faint voice was transmitted into their ears like a ghost's bewitching whisper. Oh? Is that so? 3 8-star Do-D actually dare to speak so systematically about an origin transformation expert as if he is worthless. I want to know where your courage comes from. Buzz. The low and deep voice was like the sickle of a death god from hell. The instant it was transmitted into the ears of the 3 of them, their souls seemed to tremble. An icy cold feeling instantly spread from the bottom of their feet to the top of their heads. It was as if there was a sharp blade at their throats as a dense, cold air instantly spread throughout their bodies. The space in front of the 3 of them slowly distorted. Soon after, a black-robed, handsome human figure appeared in front of them. No matter how they thought about it, they would never have imagined that Xiaoyan, who had clearly been seriously injured by their puppets, would actually suddenly appear in front of them in a ghost-like manner. How can it be? The eyes of the 3 of them gradually widened. Their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Their pupils had shrunk to the size of a needle tip. The dense disbelief in their eyes, as well as the shock that they contained, was something that anyone could easily see. If you can do it all over again, you must remember that foolish arrogance will cost you your life. At the same time that the cold words were muttered from Xiaoyan's mouth, a pale blue flame fiercely burned on the bodies of the 3 of them without any forewarning. In an instant, the Tian brothers had all fallen and turned into nothingness. At the same time, the 3 puppets behind him also stopped. Without anyone controlling them, the 3 puppets were no different from scrap metal. They crashed heavily into the city below. Then, Xiaoyan slowly turned around with a faint smile on his face as he looked at Luo Jin and the others. When the two of them looked at each other, Luo Jing could not help but laugh. He naturally sensed Xiaoyan's methods, but he did not expose them. On the other hand, Lin Bing and the fairy doctor were the ones who were really nervous. The moment they saw the incarnation shatter, they really thought that something had happened to Xiaoyan. "You rascal, next time before you take action, can't you inform us first so that we won't be frightened together?" Just now, the two of them really thought that something had happened to you. Luo Jing jumped forward and could not help but punch Xiaoyan's shoulder as he ridiculed him. When Xiaoyan looked at Ling Bingshuang and the fairy doctor, the two of them could not help but turn their heads and avoid Xiaoyan's gaze. Haha, the situation just now was not stable. To be on the safe side, I did not tell you. However, don't worry, I will definitely not do this again. Xiaoyan laughed awkwardly. At the end of his words, he deliberately shouted at Ling Bingshuang and the fairy doctor in a loud voice. Although the two of them took these words to heart, they snorted in unison as if they had been wronged, as if they were venting their anger. Oh, that's right. I was so focused on our conversation that I almost forgot that we still have guests. Suddenly, he used his hand to gently pat his forehead as if he had just remembered. He brought everyone back to their senses and turned around. Once again, his gaze landed on Fu Yulong and Wu Kuei, who were not far away. "Fu Yulong, even if you want to find helpers, you should at least find 2 more decent ones next time. For such an arrogant and conceited fellow to be able to live until today, it can really be considered a blessing." After a cold laugh, the expression on Xiaoyan's face quickly recovered. His gaze paused on Wu Kuei for a while before he said, "How is it? Do you still plan to continue?" 3 idiots. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, Fu Yulong's body trembled in anger. His eyes that were filled with anger unconsciously looked at Wu Kuei, who was not far away. This person was called over by him. Now, he was actually killed by Xiaoyan just like that. How should he settle this matter? Humph, why are you looking at me? If they want to go up and court death, that's their business. It's not like I ordered them to do so. Who would have thought that this brat actually had such a method? The most ridiculous thing is that the 3 of them were actually deceived by Xiaoyan from the beginning to the end. They only have themselves to blame for their deaths. Wu Kuei curled his lips, but did not dare to make any extra movements. To be honest, even he did not see any flaws in Xiaoyan's ghostly appearance just now. Wu Kuei did not doubt that even if it was him, those 3 people just now would not have a chance to survive. Now that they were dead, the 2 of them obviously could not do anything to Xiaoyan's group. The only thing they could do now was to leave again. Thinking up to here, Fu Yulong couldn't help but clench his fists tightly together under his sleeves. The expression on his old face was extremely unsightly. Unknowingly, this Jingyang city appeared to have become a tall mountain in front of him that he could not surmount. Regardless of how he used all his strength to resist, he would ultimately be mercilessly beaten back. This was especially the case after Xiaoyan appeared. Everything that happened after that caused him to feel a wave of helplessness. Could it be that he could only return with a face full of dust and dirt? But no matter how unwilling he was in his heart, Fu Yulong still knew that no matter what, he would not be able to do anything to Xiaoyan today. No matter how unwilling he was, what could he do? Fight to the death, with just the 2 of them? The fate of the Tian brothers just now was already a lesson. He believed that Wu Kuei would definitely not joke around with his life. This time, he would definitely not allow his puppet to leave his side. Sigh, the endless fury in Wu Kuei's heart finally transformed into a heavy sigh. Wu Kuei's expression by the side was somewhat unnatural as he glanced at Xiaoyan. After which, he involuntarily glanced at the 3 puppets that had fallen into the city below. Even though he had the intention to retrieve them, he clearly understood that it was impossible. Xiaoyan. We will definitely meet again. In the end, Fu Yulong unwillingly spat out these words. Then, with Wu Kuei beside him, he swiftly flew in the direction they had come from. His sorry figure was a stark contrast to his image, and it was extremely laughable. Only after Fu Yulong and Wu Kuei had left did Xiaoyan turn around and look at the 3 puppets in the city below. 3 returnants puppets were an extremely powerful force. If it were not for the arrogance of the Tian brothers, it would have been impossible for Xiaoyan to stop the attacks of the 3 of them all by himself with his current cultivation. Xiaoyan descended and arrived before the 3 puppets. He used his powerful soul to make one of them stand up. Xiaoyan's eyes immediately narrowed when he sensed the heaviness. Pulling off the black robes, the puppet's entire body was exposed to the air. Its pitch-black skin glowed with a metallic luster. When he placed his hand on it, he felt an icy-cold sensation. Although the puppet seemed bloated, it was possible to discover that its bloated skin was actually as tough as metal. Even Genesis Chi was unable to touch the puppet's body easily. After that, Xiaoyan used the heavenly flame as an experiment. The pale blue heavenly flame adhered to a dagger. When Xiaoyan used all his strength to stab at the puppet in front of him, he ultimately only left a shallow scar on the puppet's body. The dagger in Xiaoyan's hand had already shattered. Gasp, what a tough body. This puppet seems to be a little special. Even with Xiaoyan's mental strength, he involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air when he saw this appearance. Surprise surfaced on his face. The body of this puppet was exceptionally hard. Even though he had used his physical strength to support it, he was unable to leave an obvious wound on this puppet's body. It was likely that even his Northern King was inferior to this puppet on this point. Although the North King possessed an extremely powerful regenerative ability, its defense was nowhere near as tough as the puppet before him. If the North King was a ball of cotton that could be easily restored, the puppet was an indestructible boulder. The puppet's refinement method was very different from the North King's. It had completely abandoned its ability to be regenerative and took a different approach. It used a straightforward diamond body as its strongest defense. At the same time, its explosive power would become even greater as a result. If Xiaoyan's puppet was compared to Xiaoyan's North King, the difference was that the North King could fight for extended periods of time and receive the baptism of heavenly lightning. Not only could it return to its original state, but it could also increase its battle prowess. However, this puppet was different. Its body might be extremely hard and its strength was indeed powerful. However, from this distance, Xiaoyan was able to easily discover that there were quite a number of old scars on the puppet's body. Through those cracks, it was even possible to see the withered yellow bones under it. If he was able to add a couple more slashes to those cracks, this puppet would be completely crippled. However, it was likely that it was because these 3 puppets usually attacked their enemies together that they were able to ensure their survival until now. It was likely that the 3 of them had thought in this manner before they had arrived. With the strength of these 3 puppets, it would be extremely easy for them to join hands and deal with one person. Unfortunately, they did not expect Xiaoyan to borrow the help of his avatars to attack their actual bodies. No matter how powerful a puppet was, as long as its master died, the puppet would naturally stop working. It was like a machine without a controller, unable to operate. This puppet is a product of the Heavenly Puppet sect. While Xiaoyan was pondering over the puppet before him, a somewhat weak voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Xiaoyan turned around and saw that the one who had spoken was Zhou Tai. After consuming the medicinal pill that Xiaoyan had given him, the latter's injuries were no longer a problem although he was still somewhat weak. Heavenly Puppet Sect? What's that? Xiaoyan could not help but ask as he softly repeated Zhou Tai's words. He had never heard of such a faction and could not possibly have provoked them. So why had they come looking for him? Honestly speaking, Xiaoyan did not believe that these people were helpers that Fu Yulong had found. Just by looking at the scene of them conversing with each other earlier, these people did not have as good of a relationship as he had imagined. Perhaps it was due to some special reason that they had come looking for him. But what exactly was the reason? The Heavenly Puppet Sect is one of the 3 great sects of the southern region. According to what I know, they are the ones supporting Sea Cloud Palace. This is why Sea Cloud Palace is so rampant and overbearing, openly expanding their influence in the southern region. I'm afraid that the reason why they have sent people over this time is because Sea Cloud Palace is not doing a good job. In order to subdue Green Sun City, they have done this. Soon after, Luo Jin slowly walked forward from behind, looking straight at Xiaoyan as he slowly said. Before this, Luo Jin was unable to confirm whether this puppet truly belonged to the Heavenly Puppet Sect. Only after Zhou Tai confirmed it did he become certain. The Heavenly Puppet Sect is actually one of the 3 great sects of the southern region. Looks like I will definitely encounter them in the Burning Flame Valley later. Xiaoyan sighed softly. Soon after, he turned his attention back to what had happened today. But, Did they really send experts of this level just for Green Sun City? Xiao Yan could not help but become slightly doubtful when he heard Luo Jin's words. If it really was because Sea Cloud Palace was not doing a good job, the Heavenly Puppet sect would at most harshly reprimand them before ordering Sea Cloud Palace to attack Green Sun City again. It was impossible for them to personally send people to deal with it. At the same time, Xiao Yan found the gazes of the three fellows to be extremely familiar. It was a gaze of greed, just like Yi Luo Tian. However, now that things had progressed to this point, people had either died or fled. If he wanted to know the reason behind this, he could only wait until they met again. Xiao Yan believed that he would definitely meet Fu Yulong and the Heavenly Puppet sect, one of the three great sects of the southern region. Right now, it was best for him to subdue the three puppets first. Once the three returnants puppets were subdued, the battle prowess of Xiao Yan's group would rise once again. At that time, they would be able to easily deal with a lineup like the one they faced today even without resorting to any tricks. Xiao Yan involuntarily smiled when he thought of this in his heart. A thought passed through his mind and an enormous spiritual strength immediately surged out from between his brows. It entered the puppet's body from the back of its head and once again carved a spiritual brand that belonged to him at the spot where the Tian brothers' spiritual brands were originally imprinted. After a simple process, Xiao Yan's thoughts changed once again. An order was issued and the puppet in front of him immediately emitted a clang sound as it knelt on the ground. This puppet could be considered to have been completely subdued. Xiao Yan did not subdue the two remaining puppets. Instead, he gave one of them to the fairy doctor and the other to the patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Huabai. The fairy doctor obviously understood why Xiao Yan had given the puppet to her. With the puppet, she would naturally possess another source of battle prowess. Even if the power did not originate from her, it would be something she could rely on as long as she could control it. That way, the fairy doctor would no longer have a reason to leave Xiao Yan so easily. As for Lu Huabai, when he learned that Xiao Yan actually wanted to give the puppet to the Lu family, the joy on his face was indescribable. His Lu family was originally a small clan that had fallen into dire straits. Because of Xiao Yan's appearance, they had gradually reached their current state. The overall strength of the clan was countless times greater than before. All of this had already made the Lu family extremely grateful to Xiao Yan. However, Xiao Yan had actually given a puppet on par with returnants experts to the Lu family. This was an even greater favor, so how could he not be excited? When Lu Huabai left his soul imprint in the puppet, a subtle connection surged through his mind. Immediately, Lu Huabai led the Grand Elder and everyone from the Lu family to kneel before Xiao Yan. My Lu family will never forget Mr. Xiao Yan's great kindness. From today onwards, my Lu family will follow Mr. Xiao Yan's lead. As long as Mr. Xiao Yan gives the order, my Lu family will not hesitate to carry it out, even if we have to go through a mountain of blades and a sea of flames. As Lu Huabai called out, the people from the Lu family behind him called out as well. Their vast voices shook up the entire Azure Sun City. There's no need for that. The reason why I'm giving the puppet to you is because I'll be leaving Azure Sun City soon. At that time, Bai Hua will be leaving with me. In order to prevent Fu Yulong from coming back to kill me, I'll leave the puppet to you. However, I have a request. Unless you have no other choice, do not let the puppet appear before others so easily. Otherwise, it might bring an even greater disaster to the Lu family. Lu Huabai obviously understood the meaning behind Xiao Yan's words. However, not long after Xiao Yan said that, everyone raised their heads and discovered that the sky above Azure Sun City had actually changed. Rolling black clouds with an extremely dense oppressive feeling condensed above Qingyang City. As it continued to roll, there was a shocking flash of lightning. Then, a mighty rumble of thunder descended from the sky, causing people's hearts to tremble. Rumble, soon after, the thunder descended and the sky changed color. The hearts of everyone in the city suddenly tightened as if their hearts had stopped. They could not help but become nervous. Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly shrank when he saw this scene. Surprise immediately surged into his eyes. The nine heavens divine lightning. What they just swore was a lightning penalty oath. Luo Jin and Zhou Tai immediately revealed shocked expressions. A lightning penalty oath was not a joke. In this world, there were very few people who could swear a lightning penalty oath to others. Those who could do such a thing were usually righteous people. Today, it actually attracted such a shocking commotion. This meant that the entire Lu family had probably swore the lightning penalty oath together. They had tied the fate of an entire family to Xiaoyan. It had to be said that no other faction on the continent would be able to do such a thing. At this moment, even Xiaoyan's expression could not help but become serious. Everyone, Xiaoyan thanks you for your kindness. It was a long while later before Xiaoyan cupped his hands to the members of the Lu clan in front of him. He bowed to everyone in front of him. Behind him, Luo Jin and the others involuntarily revealed an expression of admiration when they saw this manner of Xiaoyan. Without mentioning anything else, just the fact that he valued relationships and righteousness today had already conquered the hearts of everyone present. From this point on, today's battle could be considered to have ended. That day, after everyone had returned to their own rooms, Xiaoyan once again took out the storage rings on the hands of the three brothers. These things had been kept by him ever since he had killed the three of them. At this moment, after investigating them, he realized that other than some rare metal materials and some qi methods and do techniques, there was not even a single spirit stone within the storage rings. However, he did not know if these three fellows were really so poor or if they had used them for other purposes. In the following period of time, the Lu family was indeed peaceful. Fu Yulong had left once again. After 2 failures, it was likely that he would not easily return. This was indeed a good thing. Very quickly, over a month had passed. There were only a few days left until the date that Zhou Tai had calculated back then. However, Xiaoyan did not intend to continue waiting. After all, he did not know what would happen in the following period of his journey. If he were to meet the people from the Heavenly Puppet sect along the way, it would definitely become another source of trouble. Therefore, leaving early was also considered a form of insurance. Other than Xiaoyan, there was also Bai Hua, the little fairy doctor, Luo Jin, the Tong Tian giant ape, Zhou Tai and Mu Ling. There was a total of 7 people in this group. As for Leng Bingshuang, in order to send Murong Qianxian back, Xiaoyan asked her to temporarily stay. After they had left, he would bring Murong Qianxian back to the western region. As for the narwhal snake, after some consideration, it chose to stay in the Lu family. Xiaoyan naturally understood the narwhal snake's actions. It wanted to protect the Lu family for Xiaoyan. Bai Hua expressed her loyalty even more generously. Under Xiaoyan's surprised gaze, she gave a droplet of her essence blood to the narwhal snake. Xiaoyan was certain that the narwhal snake would be able to break through to the origin realm in the shortest amount of time possible with the assistance of the essence blood. Bai Hua's actions could be described as a great favor. The other person was Leng Bingshuang and Murong Qianxian. Although the two of them were rather unwilling towards Xiaoyan's actions, they could only listen obediently under the firm insistence of Xiaoyan and Bai Hua. Of course, there was another reason why Xiaoyan wanted Leng Bingshuang to stay and return to the western region. Recently, Leng Bingshuang's presence had become more and more powerful. Xiaoyan guessed that she was close to breaking through to the returnant's realm. If she returned to the western region now, she would definitely be able to break through successfully with the assistance of the ice soul springs in the depths of the Shilin mountain range. Not only would he be able to ensure that Leng Bingshuang broke through to the returnant's realm successfully, but he would also be able to reduce some unnecessary dangers. Xiaoyan was obviously extremely happy. As for the little fairy doctor, although Xiaoyan was also unwilling to see her get hurt, Xiaoyan clearly understood the former's character. If he insisted on keeping the little fairy doctor in the Lu clan, it was likely that the little fairy doctor would forcefully follow him without caring about anything. Rather than doing something that would hurt her, it was better to keep her by his side. At the very least, he could protect her at all times. The group of 7 left Azure Sun City and headed towards the southeast. At this moment, there was still close to a month's time before the sect competition in the Burning Flame Valley. As a result, the group traveled at a steady pace. The 3 sects of the southern region were located in the southernmost part of the southern region. The group had set off from the southwest border of Azure Sun City and could be said to have passed through the entire southern region. Along the way, they were able to experience the prosperity of the southern region. In particular, the closer they got to the Burning Flame Valley, the more dumbfounded a normal person would be. The first stop of Xiaoyan's group this time around was a city called Lutsong City. They had hurried for a couple of days. Although they had passed by quite a number of cities during this period of time, it was only today that they saw that this Lutsong city was an extremely large city. Just based on the area it occupied, it was likely that it was not inferior to the savage ancient city at the southwestern border. When the group entered the city, they immediately sensed quite a few powerful presences. Lutsong City is truly worthy of being one of the few large cities in the southwest. There are actually no less than 10 origin transformation experts in the city. How surprising. Zhou Tai's eyebrows immediately twitched when he sensed the powerful presences in the city. Although he had never been to Lutsong City, he had heard of its name. Although it was not one of the best cities in the southern region, its strength could not be underestimated. Haha, according to what I know, Lutsong City is one of the few cities in the southwest that has not been swallowed by the Sea Cloud Palace. Luo Jin pursed his lips slightly when he heard Zhou Tai's words. He gazed into the distance and gazed into the depths of the city. With his powerful spiritual strength, he could sense that there was an extremely powerful person in the depths of Lutsong City. It was probably because of his existence that Lutsong City had not been swallowed by the Sea Cloud Palace. Fu Yulong obviously can't swallow it if there's an origin transformation expert present. To one side, Xiaoyan, who had also sensed this, smiled. He had already sensed the owner of the presences when they had entered the city. Let's find a place to rest first. It won't be too late to continue tomorrow. Xiaoyan turned his head and glanced at the exhausted fairy doctor. A sliver of pity appeared in his eyes. The others also nodded in understanding. Then, they walked towards the city. Along the way, the group of 7 people swaggered through the middle of the street, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Especially the existence of the little fairy doctor, it caused the faces of the surrounding men in the crowd to heat up. That kind of moving fairy-like appearance caused many people to secretly swallow a mouthful of saliva. This little girl is really pretty. She's not the slightest bit inferior to the one I saw earlier. Hee, she is indeed beautiful, but she is a little too cold. Her gaze seems to be able to freeze people alive. What do you know? That kind of woman is the best. Buzz, the little fairy doctor merely glanced at the vulgar words in the surrounding crowd and caused their bodies to tremble. The dense killing intent caused their scalps to feel numb and they instantly swallowed the words that were at the tip of their tongues. Let's go. There's no need to bother. Xiaoyan turned his head and spoke gently to the little fairy doctor. His gaze swept across the bodies of those people. Immediately, he turned his head and continued to walk forward. At the same time, a wisp of pale blue flame also disappeared deep within his eyes. Not long after this group of people walked far away, those people who had revealed lustful gazes towards the little fairy doctor were turned into ice sculptures in front of the surrounding people's frightened gazes. Very quickly, the 7 of them stayed in a villa within Lutsong City. At the same time that Xiaoyan and the rest entered the city, in the central area of Lutsong City, an old man who was quietly drinking tea suddenly stood up and raised his head. He looked towards the direction where Xiaoyan and the rest were. Why are there suddenly so many strong people coming to my Lutsong City? He muttered in his mouth. Soon after, the old man's eyes turned and looked at the guard in front of the courtyard. His tone fluctuated slightly as he said, "Quickly go and call the clan head over." When the guard heard this, he immediately bowed and retreated. On the other side, Xiaoyan and the rest who had stayed in the villa were also resting. After a few days of hurrying, Xiaoyan was fine. However, with the little fairy doctors and Mu Ling's current cultivation, following Xiaoyan's group for a long period of time was really a little strenuous. Therefore, today, Xiaoyan chose to temporarily rest in Lutsong City. However, less than an hour after Xiaoyan and the rest had stayed in the villa, outside the villa, a middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe suddenly rushed over. When the people in the villa saw this middle-aged man, everyone's faces instantly revealed a shocked expression. They did not expect that this person would actually appear in a villa within the city. This was really a strange thing. However, when the manager of the villa heard the information that the middle-aged man asked, the manager's face revealed an especially shocked expression. This was because the matter that the middle-aged man asked about was the location of Xiaoyan and the rest. A moment later. Dang dang dang. Following a few knocks on the door, Xiaoyan, who was sitting cross-legged and resting in the room, was immediately awakened. his body, which was sitting cross-legged, leaped onto the ground and appeared in front of the door. When Xiaoyan opened the door, the people standing outside were Luo Jin and the rest. In addition, there was an additional middle-aged man. This person was the middle-aged man who had previously asked the manager of the villa about the location of Xiaoyan and the rest. What's going on? Xiaoyan frowned as he looked at the middle-aged man. Immediately, he looked at Luo Jin and asked suspiciously. Haha, I am really sorry to disturb everyone. I am Lu Chongqing, the clan head of Lutsong City's Lu clan. This time, I have specially come to invite everyone to my Lu clan for a chat. Immediately, the middle-aged man's gaze, which was originally looking at Luo Jin, immediately fell on Xiaoyan. Immediately, he cupped his hands together with a kind smile on his face. Originally, when he saw Luo Jin leading a group of people, he was already extremely surprised in his heart. However, he did not expect that all the people in front of him would actually gather their gazes on the black-robed young man. From the looks of it, he seemed to be the core of this group. If it was just based on appearance, the middle-aged man's heart really could not understand. If it were not for the fact that his father had told him to be polite before coming, he would definitely not have cupped his hands and bowed to a member of the younger generation. Mid-origin transformation stage, Xiaoyan muttered in his heart. Soon after, his eyes flashed and he immediately opened his mouth to speak. Apologies, our group did not come here with the intention of disturbing you. We only wanted to rest here for a night. If there is nothing important, I think it would be better for the Lu clan head to return. There was no need to say more to understand the intentions of this person in front of him. It was nothing more than that the person in front of him felt that his group was too strong and was afraid of causing trouble in the city. Thus, he came to test them. However, since he had already made himself clear, he naturally should return. Wonderful bookhouse, hehe, I think you've misunderstood. Actually, I've only come this time to invite you to my estate. I have no other intentions. The patriarch smiled politely when he heard that. He did not seem surprised by Xiaoyan's words at all. Xiaoyan could not help but frown when he saw this. He met Luo Jin's eyes, and the latter's eyes also contained some impatience. Patriarch Lu, you, hehe, I truly admire you for reaching such a level of cultivation at such a young age. I believe I've seen many young geniuses before, but I've never seen someone as outstanding as you. May I ask if you can give me some face and come to my Lu family for a chat? Xiaoyan had just opened his mouth and was about to say some words of rejection when an old man's voice was suddenly transmitted into his ear. Xiaoyan immediately understood that the person who had truly invited them was not this middle-aged man in front of him but this old man. A returnance expert? So it's a member of the Lu family, thought Jian Chen. Xiaoyan quietly said this in his heart. Immediately, he opened his mouth and said, all right, since Patriarch Lu has invited us so sincerely, there's no harm in us going. With that, he even patted Luo Jin's shoulder. The light in Luo Jin's eyes flickered slightly, and he seemed to understand something. Behind him, the little fairy doctor and the others did not understand. However, since Xiaoyan had spoken, they naturally did not have any doubts. Soon after, this group of 7 people walked forward under the lead of the Lu clan's head until they reached the Lu clan's mansion. Very soon, Xiaoyan saw the returnance expert who had spoken to him before. Beside them, Luo Jin glanced at the old man standing in front of him. His lips curled into a smile. His guess had been confirmed. Luo Jin had already guessed it when Xiaoyan suddenly changed the topic and patted him on the shoulder. Now that he saw the old man, it was just as he had guessed. The only person who could change Xiaoyan's mind was the only returnance expert in Lutsong City. At this moment, the old man was standing in front of Xiaoyan's group. The head of the Lu clan was standing beside him. His face was filled with respect. The old man's figure was somewhat short. His face was skinny, but his eyes were spirited. He held a walking stick in his hand and placed one hand behind his back. He was looking at Xiaoyan, who was close by with a smile on his face. Hehe, I'm Luya, the protector of the Lu family. The old man extended his hands and clasped them together when he saw Xiaoyan. His actions were gentle, but they did not seem unreasonable. After all, he was old, so there were many things that were inconvenient. Even Lu Chongqing could not help but become surprised when he saw the old man's actions. The fact that Luya would bow to a junior was more than enough to show how much importance he placed on the young man. I'm Xiaoyan. This is my first time here. If I've offended you in any way, I hope you can forgive me. Seeing this, Xiaoyan cupped his hands together with a smile on his face. The words that were spat out from his mouth caused the people behind him to feel an inexplicable feeling. Obviously, only Xiaoyan and the old man knew about this matter. Among the people that Xiaoyan had killed with the bone-chilling fire, there were a few who bore the insignia of the Lu clan. Now that the two of them had met, they obviously needed to clarify the matter. Hehe, Mr. Xiaoyan, you're overthinking things. Just treat it as cleaning up the family. Please take a seat. The old man had already ordered people to set up tables and chairs in the courtyard. He was only waiting for Xiaoyan and the others to take a seat. After everyone was seated, the two sides began to chat. After chatting for a while, Luya learned that Xiaoyan's group came from Qingyang City. A glint flashed across the depths of his old eyes. He roughly guessed their identities. Hiss. So you're from Qingyang City. No wonder there's such a scene. I presume that you were the ones who fought with the Sea Cloud Palace Master not long ago? Luya's eyes narrowed as he spoke with a slightly surprised tone. Hehe, that's right. Xiaoyan smiled faintly and did not hide anything. In the Battle of Qingyang City, the one who was defeated was the Sea Cloud Palace Master. This matter would definitely spread throughout the southwest border. It was natural that Luya would know about it. Haha, Mr. Xiaoyan is indeed a young hero. Seeing Xiaoyan nod his head in acknowledgement, Luya suddenly laughed and drank the tea in his cup in one gulp. I don't think that old mister will inform Fu Yulong that we left Qingyang City, right? Xiaoyan's eyes flashed as he carelessly opened his mouth and probed. When Luya heard this, the expression on his old face was immediately startled. He immediately laughed out loud and said, You are right. Mr. Xiaoyan, you must be joking. My Lu family and Sea Cloud Palace have never been on good terms. Fu Yulong has caused trouble for my Lu family several times and was beaten back by me. He must hate my Lu family to the bone. Naturally, I can't tell him about your whereabouts. Hearing this, Xiaoyan nodded and cupped his hands with a smile. Then, thank you, old mister. I wonder where Mr. Xiaoyan is heading to this time. If possible, my Lu family may be able to help you. The extreme south. After hesitating for a moment, Xiaoyan still spoke of the place that his group was heading to. Hiss. The extreme south, the territory of the three sects of the southern mountain range? From here to the extreme south, I'm afraid that it will take quite a long time. Even with your speed. Luya was slightly surprised as he looked at the 7 people present. Soon after, he looked at the little fairy doctor and Mu Ling and continued to say. I'm afraid that without half a month's time, it will be very difficult to reach. With regards to this, Xiaoyan and the rest could only helplessly nod their heads. If it wasn't because of this, they wouldn't have set off nearly a month in advance. But, Mr. Xiaoyan, you have come to my Lutsong city this time. It can be said that you have come to the right place. Immediately after, Luya grinned and said, That's right. To tell you the truth, my Lu family has been known for raising flying beasts for generations in this Lutsong city. Our guests are from all over the southern mountain range. If Mr. is willing, I can use my Lu family's flying beasts to bring you to the extreme south. The time will definitely be much faster. Hearing Luya's words, Xiaoyan's face instantly revealed a joyous expression. It had to be said that before they set off, he had indeed considered using a flying beast. Although he had the intention to forcefully capture one in the forest, due to the magical beast's low cultivation, their speed was not as fast as them. Therefore, he could only helplessly give up on this idea. At this moment, Luya's words brought them another opportunity. If they were able to use a flying beast as a means of transportation, their journey would definitely be much easier. At the same time, they could also use it to avoid some unnecessary trouble. It was an extremely good choice. Since old mister is so enthusiastic, I will respectfully accept. Upon hearing Luya's words, Xiaoyan was delighted. With the help of a flying beast, their journey would definitely be much easier. From a certain point of view, this allowed Xiaoyan to heave a sigh of relief. Cuckoo, Mr. Xiaoyan is too courteous. When one is outside, making things convenient for others is also making things convenient for oneself. It is always good to make more friends. Why don't everyone rest in my mansion for the night? Tomorrow, the old me will bring everyone to choose a flying beast. Each flying beast's cultivation level was different, hence, their traveling speed was naturally different. There was no need for Luya to explain this point. However, Xiaoyan and the rest were still a little hesitant about staying at the Lu family residence. Mr. Xiaoyan, please do not misunderstand. The reason why I want you all to take a look tomorrow is because my Lin family's flying beasts are located outside the city. Everyone is already tired from traveling and this old man has disturbed you all. Therefore, I would like to invite you all to stay at my residence for the night. This can be considered as an apology and also a way to make friends. What do you think, Xiaoyan? Luya's turbid old eyes swept over Luo Jin and the others. Finally, they once again returned to Xiaoyan. He clearly understood that any decision of this group of people in front of him was decided by Xiaoyan. Since old Mr. is so generous, I will thank you in advance. After hesitating for a moment, Xiaoyan stood up from his seat and clasped his hands towards Luya. Immediately, Luo Jin and the rest behind him also stood up and courteously greeted Luya. That day, Xiaoyan and the rest stayed at the Lu family residence. At night, Luya even ordered for a banquet to be prepared and warmly entertained Xiaoyan and the rest. This night could be considered lively. However, what Xiaoyan could not forget the most was the incomparably happy and satisfied smile on Luya's old face before he returned to his room to rest. This smile caused Xiaoyan to secretly feel nervous for the entire night. The next day. At dawn, Xiaoyan and the rest left the city under the lead of Luya and Lu Chongsheng. Not long after, they arrived at a gorge. Before they had even entered the gorge, everyone could already sense a thick stench in the air. This smell was simply nauseating. Haha, please don't be offended. This smell isn't real blood. It's just that we bought some medicinal powder at a high price in order to prevent high-level magical beasts from causing trouble here. We scattered the medicinal powder all over the canyon, which is why it's like this. Luya's words answered Xiaoyan and the group's questions. It was no wonder why the smell of blood was so thick. Magical beasts. Magical beasts. When the group of people stepped into the canyon, it was just as Luya had said. The blood qi only surrounded the periphery of the canyon. After entering the canyon, it completely dispersed. At the same time, within the canyon, numerous tall buildings appeared before the eyes of the people present. The slope on both sides of the gorge was cut into a couple of huge platforms. A huge bridge was hung from the cliff, connecting the two sides of the gorge. What caused Xiaoyan and the others to be surprised was that below the bridge, there were actually pavilions that were suspended horizontally in the air. The roofs of tens of pavilions were joined together to form this huge bridge. At this moment, there were quite a few bird-type magical beasts constantly flying below the bridge. Some of them were being controlled by people, while others were flying freely. They seemed quite carefree. Besides Xiaoyan, Luya giggled as he looked at the surprised expressions on Xiaoyan and the rest's faces. He could not help but reveal a sliver of pride on his old face. Haha, this bridge was built by my Lu family's ancestors. Although the building itself was made of ordinary materials, the ingenious structure between them allowed these buildings to form a bridge. Not only can it allow people to walk, it can even support the weight of our flying magical beasts. When he mentioned the buildings in the air, the old man's voice was filled with pride. However, just as he finished speaking, under the strange gazes of Xiaoyan and the rest, the middle of the bridge suddenly broke apart with a gotcha sound. The bird-type magical beast that had just stopped on it flew up like a startled horse. Pfft! Behind Xiaoyan, the originally calm fairy doctor suddenly could not help but laugh out loud. Even with the fairy doctor's temperament, she was unable to restrain herself from such a comical scene. This bird was called the purple-winged bird. It was the lightest of all the large bird-type magical beasts. Even it could not support the weight of the buildings in the air, let alone the other magical beasts. Cough cough, at this moment, Luya's old face could not help but turn slightly hot as he coughed dryly. The family's business has been pretty good these past few years and has fattened up these fellows. Rubbing his old face, Luya turned his head to look at Lu Chongqing and curled his lips. Chongqing, from today onwards, double the amount of training for these flying magical beasts. With these words, Lu Chongqing was immediately speechless. Xiaoyan and the rest could not help but smile at each other. Soon after, they continued deeper into the canyon under Lu Ye's lead. Just as Xiaoyan's group was about to approach the loft in the sky, Xiaoyan's group saw a young lady wearing a long blue dress pass through the corridor on the cliff wall as the few of them looked around. Seeing this woman, Xiaoyan and Luo Jin's eyebrows immediately twitched. Astonishment involuntarily flashed across their eyes. Late origin transformation realm. She's not old, but her cultivation is very strong. I'm afraid her cultivation is a bit higher than mine. Luo Jin grinned as he looked at the woman's figure that was about to disappear with interest. He shook his head and continued forward. Haha, Mr. Xiaoyan, you should also understand that the flying magical beasts have different cultivations, so their travel speeds are naturally different as well. The strongest flying magical beasts raised by my Lu family are comparable to mid-origin transformation experts. At full speed, it would take around 10 days to travel from my Lutsong city to the south. Are you all willing? Luya led Xiaoyan and the others to a platform. From there, they could overlook the entire canyon. Immediately, the originally huge platforms and magic beasts became much smaller. Since that's the case, I'll have to trouble Mr. Clasping his hands, Xiaoyan smiled gratefully. Haha, Mr. Xiaoyan is too polite. 300 spiritual stones per person. Just as Xiaoyan cupped his hands together with a grateful face, Luya's old face was filled with smiles. With a smiling face, he handed over a storage ring to Xiaoyan with both hands. Immediately, the faces of Xiaoyan and the people behind him froze. Their faces were filled with confusion. When had this old man ever mentioned that the flying magical beasts would cost money? On the huge platform, Xiaoyan and Luo Jin stared at each other with their large eyes and small eyes. Their faces were filled with a stunned expression. The scene in front of them had really caught them off guard. Old sir, you, Mr. Xiaoyan, your stay in my Lu family for a night and a night of banquet will be 200 spiritual stones per person. The origin transformation flying beast will be 300 spiritual stones per person. Seeing that we are fated, I decided to waive the cost of food and accommodation for you. The remaining cost will be 300 spiritual stones per person, totaling up to 2,100 spiritual stones. Before the words from Xiaoyan's mouth sounded, Luya's face was filled with an innocent smile as he began to calculate by himself. Hearing these words, Xiaoyan became even more speechless. He looked at Luo Jin to the side and the latter actually smiled in ridicule. Although this old man seemed to have the intention of swindling them, it was actually not a big deal. At the very least, he did not purposefully harm them. Otherwise, they would not be standing there without doing anything. Seeing that Luo Jin actually did not care about it, Xiaoyan felt even more helpless in his heart. Putting aside whether he would give it to him or not, just based on this amount alone, 2,100 spirit stones were only around 1,800 or so even if all the spirit stones in his storage ring were added together. How could he afford to pay this cheating old man? Turning his head to look at the fairy doctor, Xiaoyan discovered that the latter was currently suppressing a smile as she looked at him, as if she was very pleased that he had been defeated. This awkward situation was truly difficult to deal with. He never imagined that even the fairy doctor would not help him. As for Bai Hua, he had lived and eaten as he pleased in the Lu family. He did not have any spiritual stones on him, so how could he afford it? There are 2,100 spiritual stones in this storage ring. At this moment, Mu Ling, who was at the back of the group, suddenly stepped forward. His hand handed over a storage ring and placed it in Lu Ye's hand. This scene, which was like sending charcoal in snowy weather, immediately caused Xiaoyan to look at him with gratitude. Seeing this, Mu Ling respectfully smiled before turning around and retreating. To the side, Zhou Tai could not help but be secretly speechless as he looked at his disciple. After receiving the money, Luya immediately returned to normal. He counted the number of spiritual stones in the storage ring before dryly laughing and leading Xiaoyan and the rest to where the flying beasts they needed were located. High-class flying beasts were different from ordinary flying beasts. In comparison, they needed quiet cultivation. Although they provided assistance to humans, humans also needed a large amount of resources to raise their cultivation. It was also because of this tacit understanding that both sides had always been at peace. Otherwise, no matter how gentle the magical beasts were, the wildness in their blood would definitely not allow them to be at ease and obey the orders of humans. This time, Xiaoyan and the rest wanted to rent a wind vulture. This fellow was of the same lineage as the griffins and had a gentle temperament. However, unlike the griffins, the wind vulture surpassed the griffins in terms of speed. As a result, the wind vulture was the first choice for long-distance flying beasts in most clans. However, when Xiaoyan's group arrived at this place, they found out from the mouth of the manager that there was only one origin transformation class flying beast left today. Moreover, this flying beast had been chosen by another person first. Since the other party had already made their choice, even if Luya were to step forward, it would be impossible to take it back. Since they were doing business, the first thing they needed was fairness. If Luya were to take back the right to use this flying beast for Xiaoyan's group, it was likely that the reputation of the Lu clan would be greatly affected. What surprised Xiaoyan and Luo Jin was that the person who had taken the right to use the flying beast before them was the beautiful woman they had caught a glimpse of earlier. It's actually her. Following the guidance of the in-charge, Xiaoyan raised his eyes and looked over. At this moment, a lady wearing a long blue dress was standing in front of the huge magical beast that was crawling on the ground, appearing to be in a deep slumber. Her alluring red lips were slightly curled, revealing a satisfied arch. As if she had sensed Xiaoyan's gaze, the woman immediately turned her head. A pair of beautiful eyes filled with sharpness instantly locked onto Xiaoyan's body. Immediately, an indifferent aura that kept people 1,000 miles away was emitted, causing Xiaoyan and Luo Jin's expressions to change slightly. The appearance of this woman was extremely young. Her clear and moving face seemed to have been carefully sculpted. A pair of beautiful eyes that were as dark as a deep pool flickered with a sharp luster, causing people to not dare to look directly at her. Her eyebrows were slightly knitted, and there seemed to be a cold murderous aura between her brows, causing people to not dare to be frivolous. Although her curvaceous body was wrapped in a long dress, it was still enough to cause people's hearts to burn. Even with Luo Jin's calm state of mind, he was still somewhat moved when he saw this woman today. Humph. At this moment, a cold snort that was filled with resentment suddenly sounded from behind them. Xiaoyan's bodies immediately quivered. The two brothers immediately recovered. At the moment when they raised their heads, they subconsciously used their hands to rub their noses. They exchanged glances with one another and their old faces turned red. Only then did the two of them take a step forward, bow to that woman, cupped their hands together and said, "This young lady, the two of us have no intention to offend you. We only wish to ask if you are willing to give this flying beast to us?" "No." After coldly replying, the woman swept her gaze over Xiaoyan and Luo Jin's bodies. After which, she glanced at the little fairy doctor behind them. After which, the tip of her foot gently pressed on the ground. Her delicate body gracefully somersaulted in the air, and she stood steadily on the back of the flying beast. "Young lady, let's go." This time, before Xiaoyan could say anything, the woman standing on the back of the flying beast gave the order. The flying beast under her feet immediately spread its wings and rose. After pausing in midair for a few seconds, it leaped into the sky and flew towards the outside of the canyon. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan felt somewhat helpless in his heart. To the side, Luya looked at the woman who had stood up and left. As he gazed at the wind vulture beast that had swiftly disappeared from his sight, his eyes turned. However, his expression did not change as he first kept the storage ring in his hand. "What do we do now? Without this flying beast, we can only choose other slower beasts." Behind them, the giant ape that had transformed into human form gently scratched his head. He stepped forward and looked at the other flying beasts in the distance. His mouth twitched as a look of disdain surged in his arrogant eyes. Even he looked down on these low-tier magical beasts, let alone Xiaoyan. However, if he really had no other choice, for the sake of the little fairy doctor and Mu Ling's feelings, he could only use this method. Luya helplessly sighed. However, at this moment, Lu Chongqing, who had walked over from the side, rolled his eyes and said, "Actually, there is still one more origin transformation flying beast. However, Actually, our Lu family still has a flying beast above the origin transformation realm. It's just that, at this moment, Lu Chongqing's tone was a little hesitant as he slowly spoke a short distance behind Xiaoyan's group. Chongqing, what's wrong? Luya immediately understood what Lu Chongqing was referring to. He could not help but scold him. What? So you still have an origin transformation realm flying beast? Then why did you say that it was the last one? Glancing at the frowning Luya, Xiaoyan could sense that something was not right. Afterwards, he looked back at Lu Chongqing. He would definitely be able to learn something from him. Mr. Xiaoyan, our Lu family does indeed have another flying beast. It's just that it stopped carrying people many years ago. With a sigh, Lu Chongqing ignored Luya's stern gaze and continued to speak. Oh? Why is that? Is it because it's too old? If that was the case, there was nothing he could ask for. An old flying beast was like an old man past his prime. They needed it and it was worthy of respect. That's not it. It's just that, it's because that fellow is just too stubborn. Even I am unable to control it. However, our Lu family owes its father, which is why we have kept it alive until now. Mr. Xiaoyan, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that no one can control this fellow. Before Lu Chongqing could finish speaking, Luya interrupted him. Luya's somewhat hoarse words revealed a trace of helplessness and a bitter smile. He was a mighty returnance expert, yet he was actually helpless against an origin transformation realm flying beast. If news of this were to spread, he would probably become a laughingstock. Oh? There's actually something like that? Even you can't control it? Luya raised an eyebrow. He had never thought that even a returnance expert like Luya would be unable to control a flying beast. It was no wonder that he had purposefully stopped Lu Chongqing earlier. No one would be able to spread such a shameful matter. Sigh, the little fellow was rather docile in the beginning. However, once it reached adulthood, the viciousness in its bloodline could no longer be suppressed. That's why its personality changed so drastically. No one can do anything to it now. Luya helplessly sighed. He was extremely reluctant to part with the beast. After all, an origin transformation realm flying beast was extremely profitable. Raising it all these years had wasted quite a bit of resources. If it were not for this fellow's ancestor, he probably would not have been able to stop himself from expelling it from the Lu clan. Oh, so that's how it is. Hearing this, Xiaoyan came to a sudden realization. Luya was right. There was indeed a portion of magical beasts with special bloodlines. After they reached adulthood, the bloodline in their bodies would awaken. While it would increase their cultivation, there was also a possibility that it would change their personality. The hostility that was originally suppressed in the bottom of their hearts would gradually appear as the magical beasts matured. Evidently, what Luya said belonged to the latter category. Since that's the case, I'll have to trouble you to take us to see it. Although Luya had already explained the reason, it was also because of this that Xiaoyan became interested. A magical beast that possessed a special bloodline was a species with a relatively high status within the magical beast world. It was naturally difficult to tame it. However, if they could really tame it, Xiaoyan believed that their subsequent journey would definitely be much faster than what they had originally planned. Luya was stunned at first when he heard Xiaoyan's words. He originally planned on persuading the former, but when he thought of the spirit stones in his hand, he swallowed the words that were already at the tip of his tongue. He called for Lu Chongqing to lead the way and Xiaoyan's group followed him into the depths of the gorge. This time, the group of people actually passed through a tunnel and entered the mountain of the canyon. Very quickly, they saw the flying beast that Luya had mentioned. The interior of the huge cave was especially spacious. It was over 100 feet in length and width. Looking up, the dome above their heads was actually a huge patio. Sunlight shone down from above and after a few refractions on the rock walls, the entire cave was lit up. Around the cave, near the walls, one could see countless discarded spirit stones. These spirit stones were piled up like a mountain, but the energy within them had long been sucked dry. At the first sight of these spirit stones, even with Luya's mental fortitude, the muscles on his old face could not help but twitch. To the Lu clan, this amount of spiritual stones was equivalent to several years of profit for the Lu clan. However, in order to feed the giant beast before them, they had no choice. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan's group could not help but reveal a shocked expression. They did not expect that feeding a flying beast would consume such a large amount of spirit stones. Immediately after, everyone's gaze fell on the huge beast that was lying in the middle of the cave and covered in sunlight. The entire body of this flying beast was extremely huge, and the feathers all over its body were as red as blood. Under the reflection of the sunlight, as the giant bird's body rose and fell slightly, it actually looked like a ball of raging flames from afar. The huge bird's eyes were closed and golden feathers were flung out from the corners of its eyes, giving it an invisible domineering aura. What surprised Xiaoyan the most was that on top of this huge bird's crown, there was a bunch of golden feathers that stood up high. Under the surrounding sunlight, it bloomed with a flame-like glow and swayed slightly, making it feel even more real. This is a blood flame bird. It's actually a blood flame bird. When Xiaoyan and the rest saw this huge beast for the first time, they immediately recognized the latter's identity. The blood flame bird had an extremely high status within the magical beast clans. At its peak, even the Azure Phoenix clan had to show some respect to them. Unfortunately, as time passed, the blood flame bird clan had already declined. Traces of the blood flame bird had long disappeared from the continent. Who would have thought that he would actually see one here today? Moreover, the other party was a flying beast. If this was known by the ancestors of the blood flame bird, they would probably jump out of their graves in anger. Buzz. Just as Xiaoyan's group called out the name of this enormous bird, the latter's tightly shut beast eyes were instantly opened. Its blood-like scarlet eyes were filled with a wisp of gold. Its sharp eyes, which were filled with a murderous aura, instantly leaped over Xiaoyan's group and paused on the enormous ape behind them. Roar! Where did this monkey come from? How dare you call me by my name? Bzz. As the blood flame bird let out a low roar, a powerful aura violently unfurled from its body, forming an invisible wave of qi that pressed towards Xiaoyan and the rest. Humph. Your tone is rather overbearing. Your blood flame bird clan was indeed glorious back then, but you've long since fallen. The glorious era that belonged to you has already passed, so please retract your arrogance. Without waiting for Xiaoyan to act, the Tongtian giant ape immediately leapt forward, blocking in front of Xiaoyan and the rest. Its body jerked as a powerful aura immediately unfurled from its body, forcefully blocking the incoming wave of qi. Rumble, the shockwaves unfurled, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Many of the flying beasts and human experts in the outside world were frightened by this. You're courting death. At this moment, the blood flame bird in the cave was enraged by the Tongtian giant ape's roar. Its originally lying body suddenly jerked as it unfurled its wings, causing a fiery hurricane to unfurl. Sand and rocks were immediately sent flying as countless discarded spirit stones were swept up by the hurricane and smashed towards Xiaoyan and the rest. Dazzling sun flames. Accompanied by a roar, the blood flame bird's beak immediately spat out raging flames. The flames covered the stones, and the stones were immediately burned until they were transparent. The blazing flames wrapped around each stone, and it was like a meteor shower that angrily smashed down. Shatter. The Tongtian giant ape was not the slightest bit afraid. Genesis Qi surged out from its body, immediately covering its fists as it waved its arms. Ear-piercing fist winds accompanied it as it shattered the incoming flaming rocks. Bang! However, a pillar of flame quickly pierced through space, ruthlessly slamming into the Tongtian giant ape's body as it recovered from its shock after shattering the last rock. Frighteningly high temperatures instantly incinerated the clothes on the Tongtian giant ape's body, causing his skin to turn charred black in the blink of an eye. Terrifying flames continued to ravage his body. Wild monkey who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, get out. As the shout rang out once again, the fiery light pillar that landed on the giant ape's body grew even stronger. Soon after, with a bang, the giant ape was sent flying. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. However, the blood flame bird did not seem to want to stop here. When the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, a few flaming feathers shot out, chasing after the giant ape that had already been blasted back. Ding ding ding. Soon after, a black figure flashed past and those fire feathers that broke through the air were completely blocked. Everyone raised their heads to take a look. Xiaoyan was standing in the empty air. His hand was holding a black ruler as his gaze stared at the enormous bird in front of him in a somewhat dense manner. Those were just my greetings to you. Now, I only hope that you can cooperate with us. Xiaoyan said faintly. With a flip of his hand, the dark heavy buster sword in his hand was kept into the storage ring. Human? Do you want to meddle in other people's business? Fear immediately appeared in the blood flame bird's eyes when it faced Xiaoyan. Obviously, it could sense that the human before it was at returnance. He was not someone it could compare to. However, it could tell from Xiaoyan's words that the humans before it had clearly come to seek its help. However, since that was the case, Xiaoyan would never kill it. Not to mention, Luya was present as well, so there was nothing for it to fear. He's our friend. If you want to harm him, I obviously have to stop you. Xiaoyan's voice remained indifferent, but a sliver of coldness gradually appeared in his eyes as he stared at the blood flame bird. Swish, soon after, the enormous body of the blood fire bird suddenly disappeared from the empty space. At the same time, an enormous beast claw suddenly appeared in front of Xiaoyan. It tore through the empty space in the blink of an eye and violently grabbed at Xiaoyan's body. If this attack were to land, it was likely that even with Xiaoyan's physical body, he would end up seriously injured. However, the result was that after the beast claw streaked across the sky, it did not touch anything. What? He disappeared? How did he? In the empty void, a cry of disbelief suddenly rang out. Are you trying to say that with my speed, how was I able to dodge your attack? As a mutated species, the blood flame bird possessed a natural advantage when it came to speed. Coupled with its long years of cultivation, even regular late origin transformation experts could match the speed of returnance experts in terms of speed, let alone the blood flame bird that had reached the peak of late origin transformation. Logically speaking, regular returnance experts would not be able to dodge it if they were careless. However, at this moment, boom. Xiaoyan raised his right leg high. A strike from above landed in an instant. Soon after, the originally empty space suddenly caved in. An enormous body also suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Afterward, the blood flame bird's huge body was buried under the rocks of the cave with a great boom. How is this possible? Even now, the blood flame bird was still filled with disbelief. However, Xiaoyan could not be bothered to pay attention to it. He hovered in the air and looked down at the blood flame bird that was buried under the rocks. He slowly said, I'll give you two choices right now. 1. Come with us obediently and take us to the extreme south. 2. I'll beat you until you listen to me obediently and take us to the extreme south yourself. Human, don't you dare, boom. However, before the blood flame bird could finish its rebuttal, a violent bombardment suddenly fell from above its head. The powerful force instantly buried the blood flame bird's body deep into the ground. The entire mountain shook violently, and two huge cracks immediately appeared on the sky well, splitting the mountain into two. Luya and Lu Chongqing couldn't help but swallow their saliva when they saw such an explosive action. This guy, isn't he a little too vicious? Xiaoyan's actions will only make this guy even more violent. It will definitely not listen to him. Moreover, if something really happens to the blood flame bird, then, at this point, Lu Chongqing could not help but cast a fearful gaze at Luya. If something really happened to the blood flame bird, their Lu family would be in trouble. Bang 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 bang, in the cave, Xiaoyan held one of the blood flame bird's claws in one hand. As he waved his arm, a powerful force leaked out. The blood flame bird's huge body was smashed left and right by Xiaoyan like an inanimate object. This caused the entire mountain to tilt to the sides and the empty cave to be completely exposed under the sun. The merciless smashing continued for nearly 2 hours. The blood flame bird was already smashed to the point of dizziness and its consciousness was on the verge of collapse. However, from the beginning to the end, this guy still refused to cooperate with Xiaoyan's request. In the face of this fellow's stubborn character, even Xiaoyan felt somewhat helpless for an instant. It was unexpected that this fellow would rather die than submit. It was also possible that he knew that Xiaoyan would definitely not dare to kill him, which was why his attitude was so firm. Seeing this scene, Luya and Lu Chongqing could not help but sigh in their hearts. Fortunately, the blood flame bird's life was not threatened. Other than that, they did not care about anything else. As long as the blood flame bird did not die, they did not care how Xiaoyan dealt with it. After all, the spirit stones were already in their hands. What Xiaoyan did was to help them deal with this mixed-haired bird. Naturally, he could not kill it. However, if he did not do so, this beast would definitely not obediently cooperate. On top of the anxiety in his heart, a thought suddenly flashed in Xiaoyan's mind. Soon after, a mocking smile surfaced on the corner of his mouth. Damned beast. In the end, you still won't cooperate. Words that were filled with fury leaped out from Xiaoyan's mouth. From this, one could see the fury in his heart. After being repeatedly smashed, this fellow was still unwilling to give in. It was really difficult for one to not get angry. Kid, if you have the ability, then kill Grandpa. Otherwise, Grandpa will definitely make you pay the price. The blood flame bird used the last of its strength to roar. Compared to Xiaoyan, it was truly angry in its heart. Humph, since I can't kill you and you won't cooperate with me, then there is only one way, old Yuan. Come and hold it down for me. Today, I will pluck this mixed-haired bird's feathers. Roar. Following Xiaoyan's low roar, the scorched heaven-reaching ape at the back of the crowd suddenly roared. Its body shook, and in the blink of an eye, it returned to its original form. It waved its arms, and a powerful force shook the heavens, shattering the rocks on both sides. Then, its huge body leapt forward, and in an instant, it covered the sky above everyone's heads. The heaven-reaching ape tightly grabbed the bloody flame bird's claws with one hand, while the other hand mercilessly smashed down. Bang! A powerful force crazily poured down, and the bloody flame bird's body was instantly flattened by this powerful force. Its huge body was once again buried under the rubble. Humph! Without this body of feathers, what difference is there between you and a chicken? Bang! With a low roar, the heaven-reaching ape once again smashed down with its fist, fiercely smashing into the bloody flame bird's body. A loud muffled sound rang out, and the powerful force caused the already shattered mountain to shake violently. At this time, the bloody flame bird had completely lost all strength to resist, and even speaking was extremely difficult. In the distant void, Lu Ye and the rest had already retreated from this battle area. At this moment, they were also watching this explosive battle. From time to time, their faces would reveal expressions of worry and comfort. This bloody flame bird had not done anything in his family all these years, and had even used up a lot of the family's resources. If not for his consideration of his ancestors, Lu Ye really wanted to violently beat this fellow up. Now that he saw the current state in front of him, as long as the bloody flame bird did not die, a little suffering and some external injuries were nothing. From the beginning until now, although Xiaoyan and the heaven-reaching ape's attacks looked incomparably fierce, from the beginning to the end, they had only relied on their physical strength to teach the bloody flame bird a lesson, and had not harmed its life. The resistance of magical beasts was much stronger than that of ordinary humans. This was something that everyone knew. However, before taking action, Xiaoyan seemed to have forgotten that although he was a human, his physical strength was much more terrifying than some magical beasts that specialized in physical strength. After that, Xiaoyan asked the giant ape to lift the bloody flame bird up. At this moment, the bloody flame bird's head was in a daze, and it was on the verge of losing consciousness. It was only because Xiaoyan deliberately held back that it didn't pass out. Xiaoyan stood in the void. His human physique was a stark contrast to the two beasts in front of him. However, everyone present knew very well that this seemingly small body contained a power that made them tremble. Even the great ape, who was as strong as the great ape, had lost its temper in front of Xiaoyan. Mammoth art. Xiaoyan let out a low cry in his heart. A golden light that shot to the sky immediately erupted from within his body. In the blink of an eye, it agglomerated into an enormous golden body that stood between the broken walls. The large body immediately eliminated the feeling of disparity from a moment ago. Soon after, a huge golden hand gently landed on the bloody flame bird's head, grabbing a handful of golden feathers. Even at this moment, the feathers still gave off a golden glow, making them appear especially noble. I'll ask you one last time. Will you obediently lead the way for us, or do you want me to pluck out all the feathers on your body? Xiaoyan opened his mouth once again, his tone deliberately heavier, making the threat even thicker. If he could, he naturally would not pluck out all the feathers on the bloody flame bird. There was definitely a reason why the Lu family had been able to feed the bloody flame bird for so many years. If he really did pluck out all the feathers on the bloody flame bird's body, that old fellow Luya's attitude would immediately change. Sure enough, when Luya saw Xiaoyan place his hand on the bloody flame bird's head, the Genesis chi in the vortex in his body stealthily began to circulate. His eyes were tightly glued to the movements of Xiaoyan's hand, but the words that were already at the tip of his tongue were still stubbornly stuck in his throat. He also hoped that Xiaoyan's words were merely a threat and not an actual attack. Otherwise, no matter how many spirit stones Xiaoyan gave him, he would have no choice but to intercept them. You dare? After panting for a long time, the bloody flame bird finally spat out a sentence with great difficulty. Hee, you'll know whether I dare or not after you try. In response, Xiaoyan merely smiled mockingly. The huge golden hand exerted a little force and the bundle of golden feathers was caught in the palm of his hand. The skin on the bloody flame bird's head was immediately pulled up, a tearing pain immediately causing the bloody flame bird to return to its senses. At this moment, if Xiaoyan exerted even a little more force, the bundle of feathers would likely be viciously ripped off. You. No. Don't, you can't take my feathers. You can't pull them out, if you. Then you're willing to bring us to the extreme south? Sensing that Xiaoyan was actually going to pull off his feather crown, the bloody flame bird's heart was instantly filled with fear. This feather crown was a symbol of his bloody flame bird race's dignity. If it was pulled off by Xiaoyan just like that, wouldn't it be no different from trampling on his dignity? This was something that he absolutely could not accept. While he was anxious in his heart, Xiaoyan slightly increased the strength of his hand. The expression on Luya's old face also became nervous. The bloody flame bird's mood was also extremely anxious. However, while he was still hesitating, he suddenly noticed the main point in Xiaoyan's words. The extreme south. The place that Xiaoyan and his group wanted to go was actually the extreme south. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Immediately, the bloody flame bird, who was originally still struggling, loudly agreed to Xiaoyan's request. Okay. I promise you that I will bring you to the extreme south. Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile finally appeared on Xiaoyan's face as he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Who would have known that several beads of sweat had already appeared on his forehead, which was enveloped by the golden light? If the bloody flame bird still refused to submit at this point, Xiaoyan and the rest would have no choice but to switch to another flying beast. Fortunately, he had finally obtained the answer he wanted. After Xiaoyan withdrew his hand, the giant ape unwillingly threw away the bloody flame bird in its hand. At the same time, the Genesis chi circulating in Luya's meridian channels gradually receded as the tension in his heart finally relaxed. Although he was also a dissolute person, he was very clear-cut about everything. If Xiaoyan's actions would affect his Lu clan's interests, he would not care about the young man's identity or methods. Fortunately, Xiaoyan did not force him to take such a step. After dealing with the flying beast, Xiaoyan turned his gaze back towards Luya and the rest. His gaze paused on Luya's body for a moment before Xiaoyan pursed his lips into a smile. Given his senses, he had naturally sensed the changes in the Genesis chi in Luya's body earlier. However, at this point, nothing else mattered anymore. Everyone, prepare to set off. Although the blood flame bird had been beaten up by Xiaoyan, it was only a superficial wound. It did not cause too much damage to the blood flame bird. As a result, the group did not stay any longer after the blood flame bird agreed to Xiaoyan's request. They all leapt onto the back of the blood flame bird and set off again after bidding farewell to Luya. Sigh, Luya finally let out a long sigh as he gazed in the direction that Xiaoyan's group had left in. At least he's fine. If something had happened to him, I really wouldn't have been able to explain it to his father. Luya's heart palpitated when he thought back to the extremely dangerous scene from before. Ancestor, this Xiaoyan, he's not a simple character. Based on his previous attacks, no matter if it's speed or strength, they're all above mine. He's so young, yet he possesses such terrifying combat strength. I've never heard of such a figure in the southern region before. Lu Chongxing was immediately surprised when he heard his ancestor's evaluation of Xiaoyan. He never thought that Xiaoyan's battle prowess would be so great that even his ancestor would not be his opponent. But if that's the case, why doesn't ancestor allow our clan to interact with him more? Since the other party was a genius with such frightening cultivation talent and combat strength, under normal circumstances, ordinary factions would do their best to befriend him. However, before this, Luya had warned Lu Chongqing not to make too much contact with him. In fact, Luya had initially been rather unwilling regarding the matter of the blood flame bird. I know that you're doing this for the clan, but it's exactly because this kid's talent is just too dazzling that our Lu family needs to distance ourselves from him. You need to understand that he's not just facing the Sea Cloud Palace right now. According to what I know, there seems to be a great hand behind Fu Yulong controlling everything. Otherwise, why would the Sea Cloud Palace expand so recklessly with their strength? There will never be a lack of so-called returnance experts on the continent. Luya squinted his eyes in the air. A sliver of helplessness appeared in the depths of his muddy eyes. Xiaoyan's talent was indeed admirable, but before he truly matured, he did not dare to gamble with the future of the Lu family. Alright, let's go back. Luya slowly turned around and was about to leave. However, when his gaze swept over the area, he saw the mountain peak that had already been destroyed into ruins. The expression on his old face was immediately stunned. The valley had only become like this after hundreds of years of work by the ancestors of the Lu family. However, Xiaoyan's group had turned everything into ruins in just a short moment. This? Half of Luya's old face could not help but twitch. After a long while, he suddenly turned his head and shouted. Chase after him. Get him back and make him pay for it. His roar was like a clap of thunder. Unfortunately, he had already left. It was too late to chase after him now. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had already passed since they had left Lutsong City. With the blood flame bird as a flying beast, Xiaoyan's group could be said to be very relaxed. Using an advanced origin transformation magical beast as a flying beast. This kind of action could be said to be extremely extravagant. Other than a small number of large factions in the southern region, there were hardly anyone who could receive such treatment. Hence, Xiaoyan's group attracted the attention of quite a number of experts when they passed by some of the larger cities along the way. If Xiaoyan had not urged the blood flame bird to leave quickly, it was likely that they would not have been able to avoid some trouble. At this very moment, the blood flame bird was currently unfurling its large wings. It leisurely flew through the clouds. Its wings would gently tremble from time to time, causing its forward speed to suddenly increase by a lot. Xiaoyan and the others were seated cross-legged on the back of the blood flame bird. Both of their eyes were tightly shut, and they were using this short period of time to slowly train. The whistling sound of wind sounded beside their ears, but Xiaoyan acted as though he did not hear it. Although the wind in front of him was extremely strong, it did not even cause the black robe that Xiaoyan was wearing to flutter even a little from the beginning until the end. At this moment, Xiaoyan's entire body seemed like a statue. If it were not for the slight breathing from his nose, it really would have been difficult for others to notice. To one side, the fairy doctor was also completely immersed in her cultivation, working hard to increase her cultivation. Ever since Xiaoyan had brought her back from the mountain forest, the fairy doctor had worked even harder in her cultivation. Her degree of diligence even caused people to involuntarily feel pity for her. Everything she did was because she hoped to use all the time she had to increase her cultivation in order to help Xiaoyan. Even though she currently had the puppet that Xiaoyan had given her, the fairy doctor clearly understood that the puppet was after all an external object. Without sufficient strength, even the puppet would not be able to protect her. On this point, the Tian brothers that Xiaoyan had killed had already perfectly demonstrated this to them. However, at this moment, the most leisurely person among these people was probably Luo Jin. Due to the special nature of his cultivation method, almost all of his strength came from heavenly treasures. Relying on ordinary cultivation methods to obtain strength was much slower than ordinary people. Therefore, rather than doing such boring things, he was more willing to comfortably admire the scenery of this world. At the same time, a person's figure would appear in Luo Jin's mind from time to time. Every frown and every smile, even if it was just a chance encounter, was unforgettable. Standing at the front of the group, Luo Jin turned his head to look at the huge pure white cloud in the distance. The thick cloud layer was like a mountain. Unknowingly, the thick white cloud that was like a mountain had actually transformed into a fair and beautiful face. Foolishly looking at the white cloud that was disappearing into the distance, Luo Jin's face revealed a silly smile. Suddenly, a wave of subtle energy explosion sounded in his ears. As the sound and aura of the energy fluctuation gradually approached, Xiaoyan, Zhou Tai and the rest opened their eyes one after another. When they raised their heads, Xiaoyan saw Luo Jin's silly smile and was slightly startled. He could not help but reveal a strange expression on his face. What, has this guy become stupid from being blown by the wind? Xiaoyan jokingly scolded. The few people behind Xiaoyan immediately laughed out loud. Only the fairy doctor stared at Luo Jin's eyes as if she was deep in thought. Something seems to have happened up ahead. Everyone, fly slower and try to go around them. Xiaoyan was already used to such sudden situations and naturally did not need to pay attention to them. He reminded the blood flame bird before raising his head to look ahead, preparing to go around the battle zone. Boom boom boom, the closer they got, the more obvious the collision sounds in the sky in front of them became. At the same time, cold laughter and angry curses were transmitted into the ears of Xiaoyan's group. However, the expression on Luo Jin's face, which had just recovered its calmness, suddenly became anxious when he heard the sound. The Genesis Chi in the vortex in his body also began to rise. Tens of thousands of feet high in the sky, thick white clouds drifted across the horizon like snowy peaks. Sunlight scattered down, making the vast space above the clouds appear especially spectacular and beautiful. At this current moment, the blood flame bird that Xiaoyan and the rest were riding on was flying forward at a slow pace. Only when they heard the intense energy explosion did the group gradually slow down. Xiaoyan had originally planned on circling around the area. Rather than face the enemy head-on, it was better not to see them at all. However, it was stopped by Luo Jin by the side. Although he did not clearly state the reason, he ordered the blood flame bird to fly toward the battleground in front. This unusual point caused Xiaoyan to be extremely surprised. Luo Jin was usually even more cautious than Zhou Yuan. Why had he become so aggressive today? Despite knowing that there was a huge battle ahead, he chose not to avoid it. This was indeed strange. After a short period of time, the area in front of Xiaoyan's group finally became spacious and empty. Not a single cloud could be seen in the boundless sky. The thick layer of clouds had long been scattered by the energy blasts. At this very moment, 4 figures were rapidly flying through the sky in Xiaoyan's and the rest's line of sight. The occasional collisions caused the land to tremble as wave after wave of astonishing energy unfurled in all directions. When the enormous storm arrived in front of Xiaoyan's group, it was easily dispersed by a low roar from the blood flame bird. 3 of the 4 people were wearing long gray robes. One could tell at a glance that the remaining person was a woman. She was wearing a long blue dress. The thing that surprised Xiaoyan was that this woman was the woman he had seen in the gorge a couple of days ago. It's her. Gasped in surprise. Subsequently, Xiaoyan's gaze involuntarily landed on Luo Jin's body as suspicion grew in his heart. Humph, stinking girl, I advise you not to make any more pointless struggles. If you want to safely leave behind your storage ring and flying beast. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless. In the sky, the 3 middle-aged men in gray robes continuously flashed through the air. Genesis Chi rapidly circulated in their bodies as vicious Do skills were continuously unleashed, viciously smashing towards the woman in blue. Humph. Despicable. If not for the 3 of you joining forces, you will not be my match. The Genesis Chi in her body was still rapidly being exhausted. In the face of the powerful Do skills that were about to reach her, the ice-like crystal clear longsword in her hand swiftly danced. Genesis Chi shot out, barely managing to receive the trio's attacks. At the same time, her graceful body rapidly retreated. With a jerk of her wrist, powerful Genesis Chi was once again frantically poured into the longsword. The sword's edge vibrated and countless deadly sword chi shot out. While the trio's expressions changed, the Genesis Chi in their bodies surged, barely managing to block the sword chi. Soon after, the trio charged towards the girl with even greater ferocity. Haha, stinking girl, I have no choice but to admit that your battle power is indeed not something the 3 of us can compare to. In a one-on-one fight, none of us 3 brothers will be your match. It's just a pity that You're facing the three of us. Therefore, you should obediently accept your fate. After blocking the woman's sword chi, a sinister smile appeared on the trio's faces. They looked at each other, the ruthlessness in their eyes clearly visible. The instant their mocking laughter rang out, even more vigorous Genesis chi gushed out from their bodies. In the face of the trio's ferocious attacks, the already solemn expression on the besieged woman's beautiful face grew even uglier. Beads of sweat had already formed on her forehead after such a long battle, and more than half of the Genesis chi in her body had been consumed. She was already feeling powerless at this point in time, and if this continued for a long time, she would not even have the chance to escape. Boom! While the woman was rapidly retreating, one of the three middle-aged men suddenly flashed over from the side and swung a fist. Just as it was about to land on the woman's soft body, it was blocked by the woman's backhand at the critical moment. As the man was pushed back, the woman could not help but release a muffled groan as a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. God damn it! The woman cursed in a low voice. When she lifted her head, she discovered that the other two had already arrived in front of her, each of them brandishing their fists as they viciously charged at her. At such a close distance, she already had no chance of dodging. However, if she tried to forcefully block, she would likely be seriously injured. While her heart was greatly alarmed, the woman could no longer care about anything else. She hurriedly circulated all the Genesis chi in her body, pouring it out without reservation in an attempt to block the duo's attacks. I say, you three men are all origin transformation experts, and even outsiders would have to address you respectfully when they see you. Who would have thought that the three of you would gang up on a single woman? Had the dignity of an expert been fed to the dogs by the three of you? However, just as the attacks of the two men were about to reach the woman, a cold reprimand that was filled with disdain was suddenly transmitted into their ears. Almost at the same time, a human figure instantly appeared between the two gray-robed men and the woman in a ghost-like manner. Two palms were flipped and each palm met one of the men. Bang! The moment the four palms collided, a powerful force instantly poured out from the man's body. It was like a volcanic eruption, sending the two gray-robed men in front of him flying. The man didn't move an inch after knocking back the two with a single blow. After a few breaths, he slowly withdrew his palm and turned to look at the woman behind him. An elegant smile appeared on his handsome face as he said, "I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. Miss, we meet again." The person who spoke was naturally Luo Jin. Just now, before Xiaoyan had the thought of attacking, this fellow had involuntarily charged out. Seeing that this woman was about to be in danger, his attack became much more ruthless. Only then did he manage to force back the two opponents, who had a similar cultivation as him. Otherwise, it was likely that Luo Jin would not have been able to force back the two of them so easily. "It's you." That means, just as the lady lifted her head to search, another figure streaked across the horizon. Soon after, the two people who were about to charge over were sent flying. As for the other person, when he saw the black-robed young man and Luo Jin appear at this moment, he immediately felt incomparable fear in his heart. Without daring to say anything, he immediately chased after the two people who had been sent flying. "Hee, I never imagined that I would be able to see you 3 times in such a vast world. I have to say that we are truly fated." "That's right. Being able to see you again means that there is fate between us." Not long after Xiaoyan's words sounded, the little fairy doctor, who was beside him, swiftly rushed over. Her pair of beautiful eyes contained a strange color as she stared at the woman in front of her. Her gentle and beautiful smile seemed to contain a feeling that kept people 1,000 miles away. Seeing this situation, the woman immediately laughed softly. Her pair of beautiful eyes swept over Xiaoyan's body. Her gaze flickered slightly as she said, "You must be Xiaoyan. I can feel their aura on your body," she vaguely said. Just as Xiaoyan was shocked that the other party actually knew his name, the woman had already swiftly descended. She landed in the mountain forest below and broke the formation that trapped the wind vulture. She once again stood on the back of the wind vulture and was about to leave. "How do you know my name? Who are the they that you were talking about?" Just as the woman was about to leave, Xiaoyan hurriedly chased after her and blocked the front of the wind vulture. He wanted to clarify the woman's words. "Regarding me, I think that we will meet again very soon. As for them, you should know better than anyone else." Hearing this, the woman in front of him faintly smiled. Her long and narrow eyes glanced at Xiaoyan. She casually wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth and consumed a medicinal pill. After which, she turned her head to look at the blood flame bird in the sky, which was staring at her with its eyes wide open. She softly laughed and ordered the wind vulture to leave. "Miss, haha. I saved your life just now. It seems a little unreasonable for you to leave just like that." The wind vulture was just about to move when Luo Jin, who had a somewhat disappointed expression on his face, once again rushed forward and blocked the front of the wind vulture. He directly stepped forward and faced the woman in front of him as he said with a silly smile. "Did I ask you to save me? Or are you saying that you saw that I was in a situation of certain death?" But Luo Jin was just about to open his mouth to refute, but he immediately saw the confident eyes of the woman in front of him. At this moment, the words that were already at the tip of his tongue were forcefully swallowed back. Following which, the woman gently stomped her feet and the wind vulture beneath her slowly flew forward. Buzz, however, just as the woman was about to leave, Xiaoyan stopped her once again. The powerful aura from his body swept out and filled the area in the blink of an eye. "Miss, I don't mean any harm. I just hope that you can explain what you just said. What do you mean by they, and who are you?" The powerful chief forced the wind vulture beast to not dare to charge forward. Xiaoyan's questioning voice was like a bell that reverberated between the sky and the ground. Even though this was the case, this beautiful woman in front of him was still as calm as usual. "I know that you're very powerful. However, it's not that easy for you to stop me." "Oh? Is that so? Just now you..." Swoosh, without waiting for Xiaoyan's cold laughter to fall, his pupils suddenly shrank. In the void in front of him, there was originally nothing in the void, but in the blink of an eye, a slender and narrow icicle condensed. The sharp light was almost close to his forehead. Even though it was still a few inches away, Xiaoyan could already feel the bone-chilling coldness from it. "Didn't your teacher teach you that no matter what, you should never underestimate your opponent?" The cold and indifferent voice entered Xiaoyan's ears. Only then did the icicle floating in front of him slowly dissipate. This scene of coming and going without a trace made Xiaoyan instantly think that the woman in front of him did not seem to have used the power of the Great Way from beginning to end in the previous battle. At this moment, Xiaoyan seemed to have thought of something. This woman might have been suppressing her strength from the beginning. She did not want to meet the opponent in her best condition. In this way, she tried her best to squeeze out her strength and challenge the limits of her own combat strength. Although this was accompanied by a considerable amount of danger, once she succeeded, the increase in strength that would be brought about by a long period of experience would definitely be extremely terrifying. At the thought of this, Xiaoyan could not help but be secretly shocked. This woman's temperament was really different from ordinary people. It had to be said that this time, Xiaoyan was also confused by his opponent's appearance. If this woman really wanted to kill him just now, Xiaoyan's head would have been separated from his body by now. At the thought of this, Xiaoyan could not help but feel a lingering fear in his heart. Immediately after, Xiaoyan withdrew the aura that he had released and took the initiative to make way for the woman and the beast in front of him. The latter did not stand on ceremony. The wind vulture's huge wings flapped gently and carried the woman slowly towards the south. Looking at the figure that gradually disappeared into the distance, Xiaoyan's heart became more and more suspicious. What exactly was the so-called them referring to? Also, she said that they would meet again soon. What did this mean? All of these made him very curious. "Xiaoyan, remember, my name is Li Bingrui. We will definitely meet again." It was also at this moment that the woman's leisurely cry was suddenly heard from the distant horizon. Xiaoyan softly repeated it twice and memorized the name. On the other hand, Luo Jin widened his eyes and stared in the direction that Li Bingrui had left in. His heart was filled with reluctance as he recalled the domineering and strong demeanor of the latter. However, he had forgotten that the person who had lost was Xiaoyan. High up in the sky, at this time, the blood flame bird also stared at the direction that Li Bingrui left with his eyes wide open. His heart was filled with fear as he recalled the gaze that the latter had when she looked at him. That slightly familiar feeling made him involuntarily recall some things that had happened in the past. "It's her. She actually recognizes me." Recalling some dark times in the past, the blood flame bird's heart could not help but tremble. Everyone said that his character was tyrannical, but how would they know that he had once been beaten up by a little human girl to the point where he had to flee from his family? The most shocking thing was that he actually saw the girl from back then again today. After that, this group of people once again stood on the back of the blood flame bird and continued to head towards the extreme south. Xiaoyan's heart was still thinking about the words that Li Bingrui had just said, but in the end, he still could not think of a reason. At the side, the little fairy doctor silently guarded Xiaoyan's side. Looking at Xiaoyan's appearance of trying to think with all his might, she could not help but feel a little complicated. Even the blood flame bird was secretly worried about something. Fortunately, the following part of the journey was much more stable. There were no accidents along the way, and they did not encounter any more accidents. Perhaps it was because they were getting closer to the extreme south that the people here were even more unwilling to easily provoke those unknown forces. This was because no one knew what kind of terrifying existence they would face next. And in this kind of waiting, after 3 days, Xiaoyan and the others finally arrived at the extreme south, a place called Endless City. Please bookmark the Flame Emperor Nu. The Flame Emperor Nu is the fastest to update. Hopeless City was one of the largest cities in the southernmost region. Reaching this place would mean that they had officially entered the southernmost region. The southernmost region was not a city or a mountain range. Instead, it was a vast region that the 3 sects of the southern region managed together. Compared to the other regions of the southern region, this place was without a doubt much more prosperous. Basically all the experts of the southern region had gathered in the southernmost region. For example, Fu Yulong and Luya, who Xiaoyan's group had encountered on the southwest border, were returnance experts, but they would only be below average in the southernmost region. This was more than enough to demonstrate just how valuable the southernmost region was. Returnance experts were only below average existences. Above them were Origin Kings or even Origin Kings. Xiaoyan's heart immediately tightened slightly when he thought up to this point. Just by looking at the current situation, he could already cause the world to change with his cultivation at the Origin realm. He wondered just how terrifying the strength displayed by an expert at the Origin realm would be. The blood flame bird left by itself after Xiaoyan's group arrived outside of Hopeless City. Before they left, Xiaoyan was not stingy in giving this fellow a couple of tier 5 medicinal pills in order to express his gratitude and apology. Initially, that fellow was extremely dissatisfied with Xiaoyan's actions. His tone even contained some disdain. However, when he saw that the medicinal pills that Xiaoyan had taken out were all rank 5 medicinal pills, a glint immediately shot out from the large beast eyes of that fellow. He snatched the medicinal pills from Xiaoyan's hand without any hesitation, appearing to be afraid that Xiaoyan would go back on his words. The magical beast race was unable to refine medicinal pills to begin with. Other than spending a large sum of money to purchase medicinal pills from human alchemists, most of them could only obtain medicinal pills by killing others and robbing them. However, the medicinal pills that they obtained would be greatly lacking regardless of whether it was in terms of quality or quantity. It was extremely rare for something like Xiaoyan to give away medicinal pills. After accepting the pills, the Bloodfire bird's original hostility towards Xiaoyan's group faded away. However, it still did not completely let go of the matter. The Bloodfire bird was a proud race after all. It was impossible for it to accept orders from others. If it were not for Xiaoyan's coercion and the fact that Xiaoyan's group was heading towards the southernmost region, it probably would not have agreed to lead the way. Humph, Xiaoyan, don't think that the matter of your pills is over. I'll remember this grudge. I'll keep it for now. Just like that woman said, I'll definitely return it to you with interest the next time we meet. After leaving behind these words, the Bloodfire bird turned around and flapped its huge wings. It flew towards a mountain forest southwest of the city. That's right. Although I don't know how you got involved with that woman, I'll still give you a piece of advice. It's best that you don't become enemies with her. This is because the person behind her is someone you can't afford to offend. The Bloodfire bird's warning voice was transmitted from afar. Xiaoyan involuntarily nodded his head when he heard it. Although he did not know the exact identity of Li Bingrui, just from the frightening fighting strength that woman had displayed, she was definitely an extremely difficult opponent to deal with. Additionally, from the words of the Bloodfire bird, Xiaoyan could also tell that this fellow seemed to know the identity of that woman. However, since she had already left, it was impossible for him to inquire further. Let's go into the city. Turning his head around, Xiaoyan raised his head and looked at the huge city in front of him that was like a prehistoric beast. A sigh gradually surfaced in his eyes. I've finally arrived at the extreme south. Burning Flame Valley, geocentric body transformation milk, I'm coming. Xiaoyan muttered in his heart. Immediately, he lifted his foot and led everyone behind him as they walked toward Wuming City. As soon as the group entered the city, the scene before them immediately shocked them. Majestic buildings stood in the city like mountains. The crisscrossing streets were laid out before their eyes. There was an endless flow of people and a hubbub that reached into the sky. Xiaoyan had already sensed quite a few powerful presences in the short amount of time they had spent in the city. The owners of these presences were all returnance experts. It really is the extreme south. Just the number of experts in the city is not something any city in the southwest can compare to. Other than the returnance experts, even the weakest person on the streets was a 5-star Dodi. There were even quite a few origin transformation experts moving about. The origin transformation experts who could rule over an entire region in the western region were only ordinary passers-by here. It was truly surprising. As Xiaoyan's group studied their surroundings, the appearance of this group of people also attracted the attention of quite a few people in the city. After all, aside from the fairy doctor and Mu Ling, everyone else in the group was at the origin transformation realm or above. They even had Xiaoyan, a returnance expert, with them. Their battle prowess could be regarded as terrifying. The most surprising thing was that aside from Zhou Tai and the huge ape, everyone else was a handsome young man. It was very difficult for such a group to not attract the attention of the people in the city. Ignoring the gazes of the surrounding passers-by, the group slowly walked towards the center of the city. Counting the time, it had only been a week since they had left Green Sun City. This was much earlier than their initial estimate. Currently, there was still half a month's time before the Sect Grand Competition of the Burning Flame Valley. During this period of time, it was more than sufficient for them to reach the location of the Burning Flame Valley from Wuwang City. Old Man Zhou, I already know about 2 of the 3 sects of the southern region. May I ask what kind of organization the other one is? Xiaoyan had only been focused on cultivation before. Now that he had arrived in Hopeless City and seen the bustling streets, he only thought of this when he had some free time. He immediately turned his head and asked Zhou Tai. Zhou Tai slowly exhaled when he heard Zhou Tai's question. He sighed and said, the strongest of the 3 sects of the southern region is the Burning Flame Valley. I don't dare to comment on the strength of the other 2 sections, I only know that they are on par with each other. The 3rd sect is called the 10,000 Scorpion Sect. The 10,000 Scorpion Sect, Zhou Tai muttered softly before he continued to speak. The 10,000 Scorpion Sect is not an ordinary human organization. It was established by an extremely powerful magical beast. In the extreme south, it is the only organization that uses magical beasts as disciples. A magical beast sect? Xiaoyan immediately raised an eyebrow when he heard that. An organization completely established by a magical beast in the territory of humans was truly a strange matter. Since it's a magical beast faction, could it be that humans will allow them to exist peacefully in the extreme south? After hesitating for a moment, Xiaoyan could not help but voice out the doubt in his heart. The relationship between humans and magical beasts had always been like fire and water. Very few magical beasts were able to survive in human cities. This was not because of the environment, but because humans had a bone-deep rejection of other species. Any magical beast that humans saw would definitely be expelled or killed. Furthermore, the extreme south was a vast territory established by humans. How could there be a magical beast force that could exist peacefully? Hearing these words, the heaven-reaching giant ape behind him frowned slightly. However, he did not say anything. He was naturally very clear about the conflict between humans and magical beasts. Haha, rejection is natural, but don't forget that in this world, you still have to use your fists to speak. As long as you are strong enough, it doesn't matter whether you are rejected or not. In the face of absolute power, any resistance is meaningless. No matter how you argue or struggle, it's all just useless. Zhou Tai faintly smiled. He had already understood this matter in his heart. On the other hand, Xiaoyan could not help but frown when he heard these words. He asked, since that's the case, the Burning Flame Valley and the Heavenly Puppet Sect actually did not join forces? Join forces? When Xiaoyan's words came out, Zhou Tai immediately sneered and hurriedly said, "Brat, your thinking is too simple. In a tripartite balance of power, it is absolutely impossible for any side to be easily defeated. Unless one of the sides is strong enough to force the other two to join forces. However, among the three, the Burning Flame Valley is the strongest. Naturally, the Heavenly Puppet Sect would not join forces with them. As for the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the 10,000 Scorpion Sect, it is even more impossible for these two to join forces. Think about it, the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the Burning Flame Valley do not believe in humans. How could they join forces with the Magical Beast clan to resist? It is precisely because of this ingenious relationship between the three that they have successfully developed to their current stage." Hearing Zhou Tai's words, Xiaoyan came to a sudden realization. No wonder the Burning Flame Valley was the strongest faction in the extreme south while the other two did not do anything. It turns out that there was such a relationship between them. If not, the situation in the southern region would have changed long ago. Of course, you should not purely think that this is the entire southern region. Although the three sects of the southern region are powerful, the southern region is vast with hidden dragons and crouching tigers and dragons. There will definitely be experts that have not appeared. Perhaps. The person behind Li Bingrui is such an expert. Zhou Tai's mentioned, no matter how outstanding her cultivation talent was, no one could be certain that there were other experts that existed in the southern region. However, Xiaoyan was certain that behind Li Bingrui's, there was definitely an expert that was at least at the origin King Realm Master. But, Xiaoyan was certain that there was definitely an expert that was at least at the origin. Huff, Xiaoyan involuntarily let out a long sigh when he thought of this. He secretly felt a pressure surging over in his heart. He had just arrived at the extreme south and he had already heard such news. He did not know what kind of powerful existences he would encounter in the future. Haha, you need not be too worried. Even if Li Bingrui has the support of an origin king expert behind her, since he is able to teach such an outstanding disciple, that expert is definitely not a narrow-minded person. As for the three sects of the southern region, they have nothing to do with us. As long as we obtain the core body transformation milk, we can leave. Seeing such an expression on Xiaoyan's face, Zhou Tai hurriedly comforted him. The little fairy doctor by the side also nodded. Luo Jin gently patted Xiaoyan's shoulder and revealed a firm smile. Only after seeing this did the latter nod his head. He raised his gaze and strode towards the city with his head held high. Behind him, the little fairy doctor and the rest followed closely. At the same time that Xiaoyan and the rest entered Wuwang City, in the depths of the extreme south, within the territory of the 10,000 Scorpion Sect, a middle-aged man, who was resting on his side, suddenly opened his eyes. Within the depths of his purple eyes, a purple light flashed like lightning. In an instant, the aura within the middle-aged man's body suddenly surged. In this extreme south, other than those few, there are actually humans who dare to kill members of my clan. They really deserve to die, men. An ice-cold and indifferent voice reverberated within the spacious hall. Soon after, the door to the hall outside was opened and a human figure flashed in. Sect leader. The human figure half knelt in front of the hall and respectfully lowered his head as he spoke. Go, send someone to kill this human. The purple light in the depths of the middle-aged man's eyes flickered slightly. Soon after, it transformed into a ray of light and transformed into a human face in the void in front of him. From the looks of it, it was Xiaoyan. Yes. Below, the human figure raised his head to look at the human face and responded. Soon after, his body gradually distorted until he disappeared. In Wuwang City, Xiaoyan and the rest quickly found a place to stay in the city. After a few days of hurrying, although the group was not tired, they had arrived at an unfamiliar territory after all. They should stop and understand the situation here first. In Zhou Tai's words, it was also his first time here. It was only right for him to familiarize himself with the environment. Perhaps Luo Jin had been here many years ago. However, it was a long time ago and there was no way to verify it. After finding a place to stay, the group strolled around the city. Other than not provoking some experts, these few pairs of bright eyes saw many valuable things in the shops. This heaven-piercing giant ape had not come out for many years, so everything he saw was filled with a burning desire. Xiaoyan and Luo Jin were not easy to deal with either. One of them was a Class 5 alchemist while the other was a Class 5 formation master. They were both extremely obsessed with medicinal ingredients and special materials. After looking around the city a few times, Luo Jin did not see anything that caught his eye. However, Xiaoyan did see a medicinal ingredient in a store called the 100 Herb Pavilion. Broken mirror flower. Xiaoyan's eyes immediately lit up when he saw the medicinal ingredient. The broken mirror flower was the main ingredient used to refine the Class 5 broken mirror pill. The broken mirror pill could greatly increase the chances of an origin transformation expert breaking through to returnants. Normally speaking, any origin transformation expert who consumed a broken mirror pill would be able to break through to returnants in a single stroke. As a result, the broken mirror pill was a particularly sought-after pill among origin transformation experts. This time, Xiaoyan's plan was not limited to this. Although the broken mirror flower could ensure that a late origin transformation expert could successfully break through to the origin realm, it could also allow the heaven-reaching great apes to recover their original cultivation. Moreover, if they were lucky, they might be able to use it to break through. In the extreme south, Wuwang City, the 100 Herb Pavilion. Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with passion as he stared at the medicinal herb that was currently placed on the counter. He was pleasantly surprised. With the broken mirror flower, he would be able to use it to refine the broken mirror pill. Once Luo Jin and the others consumed it, the strength of his group would once again skyrocket. However, with just this broken mirror flower, the number of broken mirror pills that could be refined was extremely limited. With Xiaoyan's current alchemist skills, the chances of him successfully refining the broken mirror pill was not very high. If he succeeded, it was likely that he would at the very most be able to refine one pill. Haha, little brother, you seem to be extremely interested in this broken mirror flower? A middle-aged man with a head full of gray hair spotted Xiaoyan in the bustling hall with a single glance. That kind of urgent gaze was exactly what their store needed. The more people needed something, the more profit they could bring to their store. Only when he heard the voice did Xiaoyan turn his head in doubt. He saw the middle-aged man walking over with a smile. His mustache, narrow triangular eyes, and harsh lips caused people to feel that this fellow did not appear to be a good person at first glance. This was especially so for this wretched smile that matched his appearance. It caused people to shudder even though it was not cold. If this fellow had not mentioned the matter of the broken mirror flower the moment he opened his mouth, it was likely that he had come for Xiaoyan. Mid-origin transformation realm. Xiaoyan gently raised his eyes. His gaze swept up and down the middle-aged man's body as he quietly said in his heart. Following which, he opened his mouth and inquired. Sir, you are? Oh, I am Hu Yanzhao, the manager of the 100 Herb Pavilion. If you have any needs or questions, please feel free to ask me. Hu Yanzhao grinned, revealing a row of yellowish-brown teeth. He clasped his fist at Xiaoyan. Manager Hu, do you still have any stock of this broken mirror flower? Xiaoyan immediately nodded gently when he heard these words. Although the appearance of the person in front of him was not likable, he was at the very least a manager. This broken mirror flower was something that belonged to his family. Naturally, he had to be a little more courteous when speaking. What a coincidence. A few days ago, a few broken mirror flowers just entered my 100 Herb Pavilion. If little brother needs them, I'll ask someone to get them for you. The expression in Hu Yanzhao's eyes immediately brightened when he heard Xiaoyan's words. His face was filled with smiles as he replied. He turned around and was about to call someone to retrieve it when he was hurriedly stopped by Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan had traveled around the continent for many years, so he had some understanding of how these fellows did business. Once he took out the broken mirror flower, this fellow would definitely not rest until he sold a few of them. Moreover, the price he would sell them for was definitely not a small sum. In order to sell medicinal herbs, these fellows would do anything. Although this middle-aged man's cultivation was not as high as Xiaoyan's, since he was only a steward, it already showed that there was a stronger force behind the 100 Herb Pavilion. If there was no need, it was best not to cause any conflict with them. Manager Hu, don't worry. I just asked casually. I just want to know how much this broken mirror flower is worth. With a smile, Xiaoyan stared at Hu Yanzhao in front of him and said casually. Only then did he ask about the value of the broken mirror flower. Seeing Xiaoyan's calm appearance, Hu Yanzhao's expression was slightly startled. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to see how Xiaoyan felt about the broken mirror flower. He did not expect that Xiaoyan would be so calm. Although there was a possibility that there was no lack of decoration, at least he could not see it. Oh, it's like this. My 100-herb pavilion has a rule. All medicinal herbs sold must be exchanged with medicinal herbs of equal value or higher value. Of course, if the quality is not good enough, quantity can be used to make up for it. In this regard, my 100-herb pavilion will have specialized alchemists come to check. The same principle applies to medicinal pills. As soon as Hu Yanzhao finished speaking, Xiaoyan immediately frowned. This 100-herb pavilion played a good hand. In this way, no matter what kind of item the person who bought medicinal herbs or medicinal pills obtained, the other party would definitely obtain an item of equal value. In other words, wasn't this the same principle as not having any business, but, then, where would they get their profits? Thinking up to there, Xiaoyan could not help but become curious. How would a store with no business be able to make profits? How would it continue to operate? This broken mirror flower is nearly 2,000 years old, and its medicinal properties are extremely rich. If it is used to refine the broken mirror pill, it should be able to refine 3 or 4 pills. If little brother is able to ask a rank 5 alchemist to successfully refine such a medicinal herb, then the profits will instantly skyrocket. Although Hu Yanzhao was not an alchemist, he had managed the 100-herb pavilion for many years. He had an extremely good understanding of the uses and qualities of all the medicinal herbs here. The broken mirror flower could be used to refine many pills, but according to what he knew, the broken mirror pill was still the most in demand. Not to mention, Xiaoyan was only a young man. Since he had found the broken mirror flower, he obviously wanted the broken mirror pill. Young man, you should know that the broken mirror pill has an extremely high chance of helping an origin transformation expert break through to returnants. If you take it, not only will you be able to increase your cultivation, the remaining broken mirror pill will definitely be a hot item in an auction. At that time, you'll be able to make a huge profit. Hu Yanzhao forcefully raised the price of the broken mirror flower with his words. If Xiaoyan had spoken, Hu Yanzhao would have definitely raised the price of the broken mirror flower even higher. At that time, it would no longer be a problem that could be solved with a medicinal herb of the same value. The broken mirror flower was indeed the most important main ingredient for refining the broken mirror pill, but Hu Yanzhao's words were still a little biased. Although he had exaggerated the broken mirror flower to the point that it was impossible to refine a pill with just one medicinal herb. Once other medicinal herbs were added, the nature of the pill would change drastically, and the value of the broken mirror pill would decrease as well. This Hu Babel truly lived up to his name. For the sake of his own family's interests, he simply did not care about anything else. Just a portion of the main ingredient was already able to be blown to such a miraculous degree by him. If it was any other ingredient, wouldn't it have been blown to the skies by him? If that's the case, after a long period of silence, Xiaoyan continued to listen to Hu Yanzhao's boasting. Only when the person before him stared at him for a long time did Xiaoyan speak. Before he could even say anything, Hu Yanzhao had already held his breath and stared with his eyes wide open. He waited for Xiaoyan to nod. How many more broken mirror flowers do you have? I'll take them all. However, just as Xiaoyan was still hesitating on whether he should reject, a young man wearing a gorgeous brocade robe, who had gathered at an unknown time, suddenly opened his mouth. His words were like a clap of thunder that instantly broke the atmosphere between Xiaoyan and Xiaoyan like a bolt from the blue. By the time Xiaoyan and Hu Yanzhao returned to their senses, they saw a chubby young man standing to one side. He stared at Hu Yanzhao with a burning gaze, as if his emotions had been stirred up by Hu Yanzhao's words. The fat man's clothes and accessories made him look very luxurious, just like the son of a rich family. However, his fat head and big ears lowered his status by quite a bit. But no matter what, Hu Yanzhao was unable to remain calm when he saw such a rich young master standing before him. Hee. I never thought that not only would this young master be a hero, but you would also be so generous. To be honest, we don't have a lot of broken mirror flowers in the 100 Herb Pavilion. There are only 5 of them, but since you want them all, I'll immediately send someone to retrieve them. Hu Yanzhao immediately sent someone to retrieve all the broken mirror flowers in the store after a series of insincere praises. Young master, the broken mirror flowers are indeed precious, but our Fong family doesn't need them. If you want them all, it'll be difficult for you to explain to the patriarch. At this moment, a skinny old man with a huge body suddenly stood out from behind the chubby young man. His black robes completely covered his body. He was filled with disdain when he heard Hu Yanzhao's words, but his tone was still much gentler when he spoke to the chubby young master. He even mentioned the patriarch on purpose to make the young master take back his words. This, Master Lan, the broken mirror flowers really are treasures. If they're refined into pills and I consume them, I'll definitely be able to break through to returnants. At that time, no one will dare to look down on me anymore. A sliver of fear involuntarily flashed across the chubby young man's face when he heard Master Lan mention the patriarch. However, he soon persevered. Master Lan frowned when he heard that. A sliver of reluctance appeared in his eyes. At the same time, there was a sliver of pity and pity. At the same time, quite a few people in the hall could not help but laugh when they heard what the chubby young man had said. This was because the chubby young man's cultivation had only just reached the level of a 7-star Do Emperor. It was extremely difficult for him to even reach the origin transformation realm, let alone returnants. Xiao Yan also followed the strange words of the fat man in front of him and his gaze landed on the latter. After a few careful glances, he seemed to have found some clues. In response to the mocking and disdainful laughter, Master Lan, who was standing beside the fatty, merely glanced back. His sharp aura immediately caused those people to shut their mouths. One by one, they quickly turned around in fear, and many people even hurriedly ran out of the 100 Herb Pavilion. Late returnants. Relying on his powerful spiritual strength, Xiao Yan could clearly sense the cultivation of the skinny old man in front of him. Immediately, Xiao Yan's heart trembled and his whole body tensed up. Who would have thought that there would be such an expert in Hopeless City? However, at the same time that Xiao Yan felt surprised in his heart, he could not help but feel curious about the faction behind this fatty. Just what kind of organization could have a late returnants expert act as a young man's guard? Take the mirror's broken flower back. We don't need it. The old man first stared at Xiao Yan. An unusual glint flashed across his deep old eyes. Immediately, he spoke faintly to Hu Yanzhao. After which, he pulled the fatty's wrist with the intention of bringing him away. Although Hu Yanzhao's heart was somewhat unwilling to accept this, he still withdrew his thoughts after giving it some thought. His gaze once again landed on Xiao Yan's body. Since this rich man had run away, he could only hope that Xiao Yan would buy his mirror's broken flower. Senior, please wait. However, just when Hu Yanzhao looked back at Xiao Yan, the latter suddenly turned around and called out to the old man who had already reached the entrance of the 100 Herb Pavilion. Is something the matter? The old man's tone was a little low and deep as he spoke. A pair of deep old eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. A dark and cold aura involuntarily climbed onto Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan's heart tightened slightly. He could not help but be surprised by the old man's strength. Early returnants could not be compared to late returnants experts. Xiao Yan had no doubt that if they fought now, he would not be able to last more than 100 moves against the old man in an open battle. And that was under the assumption that he had used most of his trump cards. Senior, I checked the young master's body without permission and discovered that he seems to have been poisoned. Before Xiao Yan could finish speaking, the old man suddenly shuddered. A powerful presence immediately swept out, turning into an invisible wave of air that pressed down on Xiao Yan. Kid, I don't care who you are, but if you show any disrespect to my young master, don't blame me for being merciless. Faced with this powerful pressure, Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly. He took half a step back. At the same time, a powerful pressure swept out from within his body and blocked the force that was heading toward him. Hu Yanzhao's expression immediately changed when he sensed the powerful presence from Xiao Yan. He had never thought that the young kid before him would actually be a returnants expert. The corner of Hu Yanzhao's mouth could not help but twitch. However, Xiao Yan did not have the time to pay attention to him. After dispersing the wave of air, he spoke in a hurry. Senior, I have no intentions of disrespecting your young master. I just want to tell you that I might be able to cure him of this poison. No matter how many alchemists we've invited, it's all to no avail. Even the elders of the Alchemist Alliance can't do anything about it, yet you say you can cure it? What gives you the right? However, Master Lan did not seem to believe Xiaoyan's words. With a cold snort, he waved his hand and created a gust of wind. He wanted to leave with his young master. Boom! Soon after, however, just as the two of them were about to step out of the door, a cluster of pale blue flames suddenly rose from Xiaoyan's palm with a bang sound. The high temperature was instantly unleashed. The temperature of the entire hall rose significantly at this moment. Even the air had become dry. I wonder if that's enough, Xianxia muttered. Almost at the same time, the moment Master Lan's front foot stepped out of the door, his body froze on the spot like a stone statue. Although he didn't turn around, his pair of old, cloudy eyes were wide open at this moment. His eyes were filled with disbelief. This is a heavenly flame. Master Lan stared at Xiaoyan in disbelief from the 100-herb pavilion. His deep eyes were fixated on the blue flame that was slowly rising up in his hand. He was shocked and sighed. This really is a heavenly flame. Swish, in an instant, Master Lan's figure appeared in front of Xiaoyan. He stared at the flame in Xiaoyan's hand face to face and felt the uncontrollable overbearing feeling within the flame. Master Lan could not help but nod his head heavily. It really is a heavenly flame. Not bad. There's probably no other power in the world that can compare to it. The expressions of Hu Yenzhao beside Xiaoyan and the remaining people in the hall immediately changed when these words sounded. Numerous gazes gathered on Xiaoyan in an orderly manner. Their fiery hot gazes stared at the flame in Xiaoyan's hand at this moment. The shock in their hearts was completely expressed on their faces. After confirming that it was a heavenly flame, Master Lan immediately pulled his young master up and took a step back. He bowed to Xiaoyan in front of everyone. I am Lan Yi. This is my young master, Feng Jitsong. Please forgive me for being rude to you earlier. Master Lan did not hesitate or pause in this series of actions. From recognizing the heavenly flame in Xiaoyan's hand, to thinking rapidly in his heart, to bowing and cupping his hands together in apology, all of this happened within the short span of a few breaths. Hee, you worry too much, senior. I spoke too rashly before, which was why you misunderstood. Seeing this scene, the expression on Xiaoyan's face was involuntarily startled. Following which, he hurriedly went forward and helped the bent Master Lan up. Master Lan was a late returnance expert after all. Bowing to him in public was already a great gesture. Xiaoyan did not dare to be rude. The elder of the Alchemist Alliance who examined the young master's poison in the past said that the young master's poison is extremely deep in his body. Normal methods are unable to expel it. There are only two methods in the world. One of them is to use a heavenly flame to refine the poison, but the heavenly flames in the world have already gained sentience. Normal people can't obtain a heavenly flame. Master Lan's face immediately lit up when Xiaoyan helped him up. The matter of Feng Jitsong being poisoned had troubled his Feng family for many years. He had searched everywhere but was unable to find a way to cure the poison. He originally thought that this was the only way, but he never thought that Xiaoyan, who possessed a heavenly flame, would appear here at a time like this. It was truly a case of traveling far and wide in search of something, only to find it by chance. Senior, you said that there are only two ways to cure the poison. One of them is a heavenly flame. What about the other one? Hearing Lanya's words, Xiaoyan involuntarily raised his eyebrows and asked doubtfully. Naturally, it's a sufficiently powerful cultivation. Lan Yi sighed softly before continuing. Although that is the case, even if we went to find a supreme expert, he was still unable to expel the poison. At the very most, he could only suppress it for a period of time. Otherwise, his cultivation would not even be at the level of an 8-star Dodi. This time around, Xiaoyan took over without waiting for Lan Yi to spit out the words from his mouth. After some investigation, he had clearly sensed that although Feng Jitsong's cultivation was indeed at the level of an 8-star Dodi, there seemed to be another force in his body that was continuously sucking away the Genesis Qi in his body, causing his cultivation to be lost at all times. It would not be long before Fang Jitsung's cultivation fell to the level of a 7-star Dodi or even lower. The elders of the Alchemist Alliance once judged that if young master's cultivation continued to be lost, once his cultivation fell below the level of a Dodi, young master's spirit source would collapse on its own. At that time, all that would be left of this body would be an empty shell. At this point, Lan Yi could not help but turn his head to glance at Fang Jitsung. There was some reluctance in his old eyes. Therefore, I hope that Mr. will be able to expel the poison in my young master's body. If you can expel the poison, I guarantee that the Fang family will owe you a huge favor. When these words were said, Xiaoyan's expression did not change in the slightest, but his heart was wild with joy. After all this talk, wasn't this what he wanted to hear? Xiaoyan did not think that he was a good person who would step forward to expel the poison for no reason. However, he had just arrived in the extreme south and had met an expert like Lan Yi. He could guess that the faction behind Lan Yi was definitely not ordinary. If he could make such a person owe him a favor, it would be of great benefit to his following journey. Master Lan, don't be anxious. Since I mentioned the heavenly flame, it can be considered that I have agreed to expel the poison for young Master Fang. Please don't worry about this. After speaking, Xiaoyan slowly turned around under Lan Yi's puzzled gaze. He looked at Hu Yanzhao and said with a smile, I'll have to trouble Steward Hu to put away this broken mirror flower for me. I want it. When Hu Yanzhao, who was looking at the two of them with a blank face, heard this, he suddenly came back to his senses. He almost jumped up, turned around, and shouted at the attendant of the 100-herb pavilion not far away. Immediately after, the attendant hurriedly moved. Wait a minute. However, at this moment, Lan Yi once again stopped Hu Yanzhao. Hu Yanzhao immediately looked at Lan Yi. Compared to Xiaoyan, this old man was even more terrifying, so he naturally did not dare to be careless. Under Xiaoyan's suspicious gaze, Lan Yi spoke calmly. Take all the broken mirror flowers in your inventory and give them to this mister. I will pay you all the required fees. Hu Yanzhao's eyes immediately brightened the moment these words were uttered. He rejoiced quietly in his heart. Immediately, he hurriedly sent people to retrieve all the broken mirror flowers in the warehouse. Together with the one on the counter, he handed them all to Xiaoyan. As for the other medicinal herbs needed to exchange for the broken mirror flower, Lan Yi handed them over on his behalf. In addition to the medicinal herbs, Xiaoyan was also surprised to find that there was a large amount of spirit stones involved in the transaction. Haha, mister, please don't be offended. The 100-herb pavilion has always been trading items. This is absolutely fair. However, we need manpower after all. It's not much. One medicinal herb only costs 1,000 spirit stones and the elixir costs 3,000. Seeing the stunned expression on Xiaoyan's face, Hu Yanzhao merely parted his mouth and laughed. His appearance was completely harmless. However, the words that were spat out from his mouth caused the flesh on Xiaoyan's face to twitch. This 100-herb pavilion really had a good plan. Not only would they not suffer any losses from such a transaction, they would also be able to obtain a large amount of spirit stones. It was basically a trick to gain something without risking anything. Haha, Mr. Xiaoyan, are you still upset about what happened just now? On the street, Xiaoyan and Lan Yi walked forward slowly. Fang Jitsung walked beside Lan Yi like a child. Usually, Lan Yi would let him do whatever he wanted, but now that there was an urgent matter, Lan Yi naturally had to take care of him. This was also one of the tasks given to him by Fang Jitsung's father. The behavior of the 100-herb pavilion is no different from a street robbery. How can such a shop still continue to operate? Xiaoyan really could not understand. Since the 100-herb pavilion was so sinister, why would anyone be willing to do business with them and even willingly give them spirit stones? Haha, Mr. Xiaoyan's words are somewhat reasonable. If they only make a fuss about the price of the medicinal herbs, it is indeed normal. However, they do not make a loss and still want to collect a large amount of spirit stones. This is indeed intolerable for ordinary people. At this point, Lan Yi could not help but open his mouth. He glanced at Xiaoyan and laughed dryly before continuing to speak. But Mr. Xiaoyan, have you ever thought about why they are doing this? Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows. Wasn't this logic obvious? They were purely here for the spirit stones. Most of the medicinal herbs in the 100-herb pavilion are actually placed in the auction. All the truly valuable things will be there. Although the remaining medicinal herbs and elixirs are similarly difficult to find in the outside world, their value is far less than the former. Even so, the resources that the 100-herb pavilion has are not comparable to other shops in Hopeless City. This is because they monopolize all the medicinal herbs resources from outside Hopeless City. Of course, this is only limited to high-grade medicinal herbs. However, this alone is enough to make them the leader of Hopeless City. The spirit stones that the 100-herb pavilion obtains are actually only used to supply their mercenary teams outside. The real profits are firmly held in the palm of their hands. When Lan Yi said this, Xiaoyan's eyes immediately revealed a trace of surprise. According to this, the 100-herb pavilion's profits were only the tip of the iceberg. The real benefits came from the auction. Let me ask you, if someone went to look for high-grade medicinal herbs like you did today, in this Hopeless City, there is no other shop other than the 100-herb pavilion. If you don't buy from them, what else can you do? Without high-grade medicinal herbs and high-grade elixirs, you are destined to be unable to obtain high-grade elixirs. From a certain point of view, it is equivalent to losing a means to protect yourself. At this point, would you still care about the price of medicinal herbs? In order to save your life, you have to pay a high price. At this point, Lan Yi involuntarily glanced at Feng Jitsong. To be honest, the latter's fate seemed to be based on this logic. Hearing Lan Yi's words, Xiaoyan could not help but knit his eyebrows. If that was the case, not only would the daily transactions within the 100-herb pavilion not cause them any losses, they could even regularly place a large amount of medicinal ingredients into the auction house and use them to obtain even greater profits. On the other hand, even if the mercenaries outside were to die under the claws of magic beasts or disappear into the endless mountain forests, they would never be able to obtain the true returns that they deserved. The core of the entire operation of this force is always medicinal herbs. The spirit stones are only used to repair the losses from the outside world. As long as there is an endless stream of mercenaries, the 100-herb pavilion will never be in a deficit. The people behind them only need to wait for the right opportunity to reap sufficient benefits. When he heard this, Xiaoyan's heart instantly trembled. However, he understood that the reason for this irreversible situation was actually because of the lack of power. If it were not for the fact that his cultivation was not good enough, the other shops in Wuwang City would not be willing to be trampled on, and all the high-grade medicinal herbs would not fall into the 100-herb pavilion. All of this was because there was another big hand behind the scenes manipulating everything. Oh, that's right. Previously, when I saw Mr. Xiaoyan release the heavenly fire, I can't help but guess, could it be that Mr. is also an alchemist? When he saw Xiaoyan's slightly ashen expression, Lan Yi sighed helplessly in his heart. In order to change the topic, he quickly asked. Hearing this, Xiaoyan did not hide anything and nodded with a smile. Hiss, when he saw that Xiaoyan actually nodded in agreement, Lan Yi immediately gasped in shock. Not to mention that he was able to possess such a tyrannical cultivation at such a young age, he was actually an alchemist. This was really unbelievable. Furthermore, based on Xiaoyan's cultivation, Lan Yi guessed that Xiaoyan's realm in alchemy would not be too low. Then, Lan Yi began to flatter Xiaoyan. Naturally, Xiaoyan smiled and accepted all of it. After exchanging some greetings, the three of them finally arrived in front of a villa. According to Lan Yi, this villa was specially bought to make it convenient for Feng Jitsong to play around. Such a villa existed in quite a number of cities in the extreme south. These words caused Xiaoyan's heart to be speechless. A moment later, in a room, Xiaoyan stood in front of the bed. Lan Yi stood quietly beside him, staring at Xiaoyan with a face full of expectation. On the bed, Feng Jitsong had already fainted. In order to avoid trouble, Lan Yi had hit his young master quite hard. It seemed that this fatty would not wake up until the next day. Mr. Xiaoyan, I'll have to rely on you next. Back to the main topic, Lan Yi once again cupped his hands towards Xiaoyan. Seeing this, the latter smiled back and then focused his gaze on Feng Jitsong's body. To be honest, Xiaoyan had only used his soul power to roughly check before, so he could not confirm the exact condition of the poison in this guy's body. So now, to be on the safe side, Xiaoyan had to carefully check the condition of Feng Jitsong's body from the beginning to the end. With a thought, a surge of soul power suddenly gushed out from between his eyebrows, and an invisible pressure also spread out. The expression on Lanya's old face immediately changed drastically when he sensed the great strength of this pressure. A pair of deep eyes instantly stared intently at Xiaoyan. The shock in his heart caused his breathing to involuntarily become hurried. What a powerful soul power. This soul power is probably comparable to a rank 5. Thoughts raced in his mind. Lan Yi had imagined Xiaoyan's attainments in alchemy and could guess that he must be a high-level alchemist. But what he never expected was that this guy was actually a rank 5 alchemist. Such an alchemist, even in their Feng family, was definitely not an existence that could be ignored. This kid. Who exactly is he? Fight of the Reincarnated Flame Emperor will continue to be updated on the website. There are no advertisements on the website, so please bookmark and recommend the website. If you like Fight of the Reincarnated Flame Emperor, please bookmark. Fight of the Reincarnated Flame Emperor's website updates the fastest. In front of the bed, Xiaoyan's eyes were slightly closed. A turbulent spiritual strength surrounded his body and a powerful spiritual pressure was released. It was like an invisible wind that caused the decorations in the room to tremble slightly. As waves of spiritual strength were continuously poured in, the condition of Feng Jitsong's body was also reflected in Xiaoyan's mind. By relying on his enormous spiritual strength, Xiaoyan could clearly sense that the poison in Feng Jitsong's body had not only penetrated deep into his internal organs but also his vortex and spiritual origin. This was also the reason why Feng Jitsong's cultivation continued to decline and his thoughts became unclear. This poison was just as Xiaoyan had guessed in his heart. It would gradually erode Feng Jitsong's cultivation and spiritual origin. Once Feng Jitsong's cultivation fell below the Do D level, Feng Jitsong would die. Although the condition of Feng Jitsong's body appeared similar to Lian Er's, it was actually very different. The woeful poison body was based on one's own body. If one's body died, the woeful poison body would naturally disappear. However, this poison was an external invasion. Currently, the reason why Feng Jitsong was still able to survive was completely due to the continuous support of the Do Qi in his body. Xiaoyan could clearly sense that within Feng Jitsong's vortex, there was a strength that was unceasingly guiding the Do Qi to flow into his Qi paths, using this to slow down the spread of the poison. It was not difficult to imagine that someone was using an external object to slow down the spread of the poison in his body. Otherwise, Feng Jitsong would not have lived until now. From this point, one could see the severity of Feng Jitsong's condition. Although this was the case, since it was a poison, that heavenly flame had a natural restraining effect. Xiaoyan was confident that with his heavenly flame, he would definitely be able to completely disperse the poison in Feng Jitsong's body. However, not every kind of poison was as special as the woeful poison body. As long as it was man-made, Xiaoyan was confident that he would be able to resolve it. After a round of inspection, Xiaoyan controlled the heavenly flame and began to spread it out from Feng Jitsong's lower abdomen. It only stopped when it covered Feng Jitsong's entire body. This entire process was seen by Lan Yi by the side. Even with his character, he could not help but quietly sigh when he saw this scene. The strange fire was burning wantonly on his young master's body. If Feng Jitsong was careless, he could burn Feng Jitsong into ashes in an instant. How could he watch it calmly? The heavenly flame covered Feng Jitsong's entire body. Then, it split into small flames and entered Feng Jitsong's body through his pores. It started to expel the poison from Feng Jitsong's body from the outside. The first thing that he had to face was naturally the poison that had invaded his Qi paths. This kind of poison had the same effect as most other poisons. It would permeate the Qi paths and cause them to lose their original effect. The thick poison would even turn into a viscous liquid that would block the Qi paths, causing the Do Qi to be unable to circulate normally in his body. This resulted in the Qi paths in Feng Jitsong's 4 limbs being completely blocked, causing him to be unable to unleash even the slightest bit of Do Qi energy other than normal activities. Under the investigation of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, the ink-black viscous liquid covered Feng Jitsong's limbs. All of his Qi paths had already been soaked by the poison. Even his bones were covered by a layer of viscous black. His entire arm was like a lotus root that had been soaked in mud, appearing extremely unbearable. If this continued for a long time, regardless of whether Feng Jitsong would die or not, just this situation alone was enough to cause Feng Jitsong's entire arm to die. The final result would be that Feng Jitsong's limbs would rot. Even if he did not die, he would definitely become a complete cripple. What a vicious poison. Even if more than half of it is removed, if it is not completely uprooted, it will still cause him to become a cripple. If there is no heavenly flame, it is likely that the person who used the poison can only personally detoxify it. However, this poison, sensing the viciousness of this poison, Xiaoyan could not help but quietly say in his heart. At the same time, a thread of suspicion rose because of this. This poison was very special. Other than a poison master with a special status, the poison of a magical beast would not have such an effect. Even the poison of a high-level magical beast would have the purpose of killing the enemy. It would definitely not have such a torturous effect. This poison seemed to have been deliberately concocted by someone. However, when Xiaoyan mentioned this poison to Lan Yi earlier, Lan Yi clearly said that this poison was inflicted by a magical beast when Feng Jitsong entered the forest to train. It was not caused by someone. As for what kind of magical beast it was, no one knew. The only thing that could be confirmed was that Feng Jitsong's wound when he was poisoned was definitely inflicted by a magical beast. This made Xiaoyan even more curious. What kind of magical beast would actually possess such a strange poison? However, what kind of magical beast it was not something that Xiaoyan could judge at the moment. The most important thing at the moment was to first expel the poison in Feng Jitsong's body. As for other matters, he could only make other plans. Although the poison in Feng Jitsong's body was not weak, it was undoubtedly a little insignificant compared to Lian Er's woeful poison body. At this moment, Xiaoyan's refining speed was much faster than before. After more than 2 hours, more than half of the poison in Feng Jitsong's limbs had been expelled. The originally pitch-black bones and meridians now looked completely new. With the influx of dou qi, the weak meridians once again glowed with life. From the outside, the heavenly flame that covered the surface of Feng Jitsong's body had completely entered his body. Lan Yi stared at Feng Jitsong's rosy face and his heart could not help but palpitate. Although the young master looked normal these past few years, he was in constant pain. If it weren't for the family head suppressing the poison in his body on time, I'm afraid he would have died long ago. Today, I can finally see the young master's complexion recover with my own eyes. Lan Ye's old face could not help but reveal an excited expression and his hands could not help but tremble slightly. He had accompanied Feng Jitsong for many years and almost never left his side. If the young master had not chosen to train by himself and he had not followed by his side, it would not have led to the current situation. Regarding this matter, although the master did not mention it, he had always felt guilty in his heart. Now that Feng Jitsong had finally found a way to save him, how could he not be excited? The entire process of expelling the poison for Feng Jitsong only lasted for 3 hours. When Xiaoyan opened his eyes again, it was already evening and the sky was gradually darkening. He believed that Luo Jin and the rest had already returned to the inn. If he did not return, they would inevitably be worried. Looking at Feng Jitsong again, although the poison in his body had not been completely expelled, at least after an afternoon of expelling the poison in his limbs had basically been cleansed. As for the remaining poison, Xiaoyan did not intend to end it all at once. With a flash of light in his eyes, Xiaoyan immediately let out a long breath. As he retracted the mystical fire, he turned to Lan Yi and cupped his fists with a smile. Master Lan, I think today's expelling of the poison will end here. My friend is still waiting for me to go back. Hearing this, Lan Yi could not help but be startled. He hurriedly looked at Feng Jitsong and hesitated. But Mr. Xiaoyan, the poison in my young master's body, I have already expelled the poison in his limbs. As for his internal organs, it will have to be done next time. After all, overdoing is as bad as not doing enough. His poison has not been in his body for a day or two. It is impossible to get rid of it all at once. Master Lan, please wait patiently. Xiaoyan smiled slightly. A crafty glint flashed across his eyes. Immediately, he lifted his foot and walked out of the door without allowing any explanation. Then I wonder where Mr. Xiaoyan lives so that I can find you. Healan E. A moment later, when Xiaoyan returned to the inn, he saw that Luo Jin and the others were sitting in a circle in the room waiting for him. When the group of them did not see him return, they could not help but feel worried in their hearts. Now that they saw Xiaoyan return, they finally relaxed. The moment Xiaoyan pushed open the door, the gazes of the people in the room landed on him in unison. After confirming that he was fine, they sighed in relief in their hearts. "We couldn't find you the entire afternoon. Where did you go?" They had not seen Xiaoyan the entire afternoon. Even Luo Jin could not find him when he used his soul force to search the city. He could not help but worry about the former's safety. "I went to save someone." "Save someone?" Xiaoyan took 2 steps forward and unceremoniously drank all the tea in the teacup by Luo Jin's hand in one gulp. At the same time that everyone exclaimed, Xiaoyan sat down on the chair that the fairy doctor had brought over. Afterwards, Xiaoyan roughly told everyone about his encounter with Feng Jitsong and Lan Yi. "Oh, a late returnance expert as a guard. TSK, looks like the Feng family isn't an ordinary clan. Otherwise, you wouldn't have taken the initiative to get into such trouble." Luo Jin smirked when he heard Xiaoyan's story. He looked at Xiaoyan mockingly. The hidden meaning in his words was self-evident. Hearing this, the 2 brothers immediately smiled with a tacit understanding. After which, Xiaoyan continued to speak. "Although I don't know which force this Feng family belongs to, at least their patriarch must be an expert above King Yuan. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to subdue such an expert. To be able to make a King Yuan owe them a favor is very worth it." Everyone nodded when they heard Xiaoyan's words. An expert at the Origin King realm had surpassed the Returnance realm. They were experts who had truly grasped Genesis Chi. They could be said to be among the peak experts on the continent. Countless people hoped that an expert at the Origin King level would owe them a favor. This was because this favor could be said to be a golden ticket to avoid death. It could even bring them endless glory and splendor. However, such a person would rarely appear normally. Ordinary people were unable to invite an Origin King expert, while those who were strong enough would not care too much about such an expert. As for alchemists, as long as they had enough alchemy skills, even an expert at the Origin King realm would bow down to them. They would not even be able to chase after them, so how could they chase after them? Therefore, since this opportunity was placed in front of Xiaoyan, he would naturally grab hold of it. This might perhaps become a life-saving method for their group in this southernmost region. After chatting and laughing, Luo Jin suddenly seemed to think of something. He frowned and asked Xiaoyan in confusion. "I say, although we're already in the extreme south, have you thought about how we're going to exchange for the geocentric body elixir when we reach the Burning Flame Valley? My father paid quite a hefty price in order to exchange for it back then. He took out quite a number of sect-protecting formations in order to obtain a little from the old man. But what are we going to exchange for it now?" Luo Jin's words hit the nail on the head. Other than Xiaoyan, the faces of everyone present instantly revealed a stunned expression. In the past month or so, they had been constantly on the edge of rushing to the extreme south and seek Cloud Palace. They seemed to have forgotten about this. Now, even if their group had already rushed to the extreme south, if they were unable to take out something that was sufficiently tempting to exchange for the geocentric body elixir when they reached the Burning Flame Valley, would this trip not be in vain? In the end, it would be like drawing water with a bamboo basket. However, while everyone was stunned, Xiaoyan actually laughed out loud. It seemed that this group of people in front of him had really forgotten about this extremely important matter. When the little fairy doctor and the rest saw the expression on Xiaoyan's face, they immediately understood in their hearts that Xiaoyan had definitely expected this. Otherwise, he would not be so calm and composed. "Relax. Since I have said that I want to obtain the geocentric body elixir, I will naturally ensure that nothing goes wrong." Xiaoyan smiled confidently. Immediately, he waved his sleeve in front of everyone's gazes. The storage ring on his finger immediately flickered. Immediately, the light in the room immediately became dim. Buzz. After a wave of crashing sounds, a large ancient tree actually appeared in front of everyone in this manner. The space within the originally spacious room immediately became narrow and small. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the many enormous fan leaves on the ancient tree in front of them. The expressions on everyone's faces were initially startled. Soon after, it turned into shock. This is the 1,000-fan tree. Looking at the size of this tree and these 1,000-fan leaves, it is likely that it is over 3,000 years old. The enormous tree trunk was likely close to 10 feet in diameter. Its height had even touched the roof. The few of them could see that many of the tiles on the roof had already been removed. The sky was already dark and the starlight was scattered. The crown of the tree that was exposed was like a pagoda that could not be clearly seen. In the dark night, the gentle light that shot out from the interior of the room complemented it, causing it to appear even more mysterious. At this moment, many evenly sized 1,000-fan leaves were gently swaying on the 1,000-fan tree. The air was filled with a dense energy aura. That was the unique medicinal strength that was inherent to the 1,000-fan tree. This medicinal strength had become even denser following the growth of the 1,000-fan leaves. At this moment, there were over 100,000 fan leaves swaying gently in front of Xiaoyan's group. This also caused the medicinal strength that intertwined with each other to appear even denser. Haha, more accurately speaking, this 1,000-fan tree is already 7,000 years old. The largest 1,000 fan leaves are also 5,000 years old. Xiaoyan smiled slightly. These 1,000 fan leaves that were over 5,000 years old were the bargaining chips that he would use to exchange for the core body transformation milk. 7,000-year-old tree, 5,000-year-old 1,000 fan leaves. Medicinal ingredients of this grade are already sufficient to refine some tier 7 medicinal pills. Brat, just where did you obtain this thing from? Isn't it a little too frightening? Zhou Tai's face was filled with shock as he looked at the enormous ancient tree in front of him. The ancient aura that permeated the air told him that Xiaoyan was definitely not exaggerating. However, was it really possible to find something of this grade or even exist in this world? Xiaoyan pursed his lips and smiled when he heard this. He did not say anything else. If one wanted to talk about it, all of this was thanks to the heavenly flame. The life spirit flame that was ranked 4th on the heavenly flame ranking possessed the special ability to stimulate plants. Ever since Xiaoyan obtained this 1,000-fan tree from Jinyao, he had been nourishing it with the heavenly flame. Now, it had indeed lived up to his expectations. The next day. It was only early in the morning when Lanyi impatiently hurried over to the Helani where Xiaoyan's group was staying. After inquiring about where Xiaoyan's group was staying, he quickly arrived at the place where Xiaoyan's group was staying. When the boss of the relay station led Lanyi to this place and was about to knock on Xiaoyan's door, he was stopped by Lanyi's hand. Lanyi hesitated for a moment before asking the boss to return. He waited in the courtyard outside the door and quietly waited for Xiaoyan to appear. After Xiaoyan purged Fang Jitsung's poison the day before, Lanyi discovered that Fang Jitsung's condition had improved by a lot. Even his speech and actions had become more orderly. He was no longer as foolish as before. Although this little change did not appear to be big, it allowed Lanyi to truly see the opportunity for Fang Jitsung to return to his original state. Originally, he could not help but want to come to this place last night. However, he was afraid of disturbing Xiaoyan's rest, so he did not rush over. At this moment, seeing that Xiaoyan's room door was tightly shut, Lanyi patiently waited outside the door in order to prevent Xiaoyan from forming any prejudices. Just who in the entire hopeless city could make a late returnance expert wait like this? Creak, unknowingly, Xiaoyan's tightly shut door suddenly opened slowly with the sound of the door rubbing against each other. This movement startled away the 2 birds lying quietly on the roof in front of the door. At the same time, it also caused Lanyi, who was resting with his eyes closed, to instantly open his eyes. Mr. Xiaoyan. Seeing that Xiaoyan had appeared, a respectful smile immediately surfaced on Lanyi's old face. He hurriedly stood up and cupped his hands toward Xiaoyan. Seeing that Lanyi was actually here, Xiaoyan's face revealed a surprised expression. A glint that no one could see flashed across his eyes as he spoke in a surprised tone. Why has Master Lan appeared here? Xiaoyan was naturally aware of Lanyi's appearance. Ever since the moment the latter stepped into the Helani, all of his actions had already landed in Xiaoyan's eyes. However, Xiaoyan did not say it out loud. The reason why Xiaoyan said this at this moment was to allow Lanyi to take the initiative to continue the conversation and let him hear the content that he wanted to hear. Mr. Xiaoyan. It's all thanks to you yesterday that my young master's condition has improved by quite a lot. He's completely different from before. Your heavenly flame really is the force of the world. It really is wondrous. Lan Yi squinted his eyes slightly when he saw Xiaoyan's doubtful expression. He thought that Xiaoyan was a sly fox before flattering him again. Lan Yi was an expert who had traversed the continent before after all. His experience was no less than Xiaoyan's, so he could obviously tell that Xiaoyan had purposefully waited for him in the room. If that were not the case, he would not have felt the vague pressure when he entered the Helan Inn. It was clearly the pressure of the soul. Even though it was not obvious, he could still vaguely sense it with his cultivation at late returnants. It's good as long as there's a change. Actually, I only helped because I felt like I was fated with young Master Feng. May I ask why Master Lan has come today? You're asking the obvious. Lan Yi immediately snorted inside when he heard that. Only then did he grin. Mr. Xiaoyan, you said yesterday that the poison in my young master's body is not easy to purge. If I want to purge it completely, I'll probably have to purge it several times. As a result, I've come today in hopes of inviting Mr. Xiaoyan to come with me to the clan and purge the poison in my young master's body. Would that be possible? You're talking about going to the Feng family? Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow. Lan Yi was quite straightforward. Ugh, yes. I hope Mr. Xiaoyan can forgive me. This matter concerns my young master after all, so the decision will still be up to the patriarch. Although I can predict the outcome, I still have to report this matter to the higher-ups first. As a result, I hope Mr. Xiaoyan can come with me. Moreover, my patriarch has said that if someone can purge the poison in my young master's body, he will invite that person to become a guest elder of the Feng family. At the same time, he will be able to enjoy any of the clan's resources. Lan Yi once again opened his mouth just as Xiaoyan was hesitating. The words that he spat out immediately caused Xiaoyan to be moved. He was worried that he couldn't find the other important ingredients to refine the mirror-breaking pill. This way, with the support of the Feng family's resources, he believed that he would definitely be able to gather those ingredients in the shortest amount of time and refine the mirror-breaking pill. At that time, the strength of his group would be able to increase again. Of course, these medicinal ingredients were only one of the reasons. The most important thing was still the unknown patriarch of the Feng family. According to Xiaoyan's guess, the other party's cultivation was at least in the Origin King realm. If he really saved Feng Jizong's life, the patriarch of the Feng family would definitely owe him a favor. Killing two birds with one stone, why not? Since that's the case, I'll go with Master Lan. This thought swiftly spun in Xiaoyan's heart. Soon after, Xiaoyan nodded his head heavily. Lan Yi in front of him finally sighed in relief. Although he could imagine Xiaoyan's motive for doing this, there was always a mutual relationship between people. If they wanted to use Xiaoyan to remove the poison in Feng Jizong's body, they would naturally have to pay a certain price. As long as the precondition was that the Feng clan was not harmed, nothing else mattered. It's just that, however, at this moment, Xiaoyan spoke again. Lan Yi's heart seemed to stop for a moment. I hope that my friends can come with me, said Jian Chen. Xiaoyan opened his mouth and the doors on the other two sides of the courtyard opened. The figures of Luo Jin and the others stepped out. Sunlight scattered down and reflected a circle of human figures on the ground in the middle of the courtyard. Ugh, Lan Yi looked at the few additional people who had suddenly appeared around him. The expression on his old face was immediately startled. His gaze swiftly swept over Luo Jin and Bai Hua. When it swept over the towering sky ape, his pair of deep old eyes involuntarily paused. A glint flashed deep within them. After which, he looked at Xiaoyan in front of him and said with a smile. He smiled and said, since they're Mr. Xiaoyan's friends, there's nothing wrong with going with them. As he said that, Lan Yi secretly let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, only he and Xiaoyan were returnants experts. If there were a few more, he probably would have to worry about his current situation. Xiaoyan immediately smiled with satisfaction when he heard Lan Yi's words. His gaze swiftly swept over Luo Jin and the others. After which, he spoke a little more with the few of them. Once all the preparations were completed, the group found Feng Jizong under Lan Yi's lead. They exited the city from the east and headed in the direction of the Feng clan. Not long after this group of people left the city, four middle-aged men appeared from a short distance outside the eastern city gate. They looked at each other and nodded. Immediately, they moved and followed behind the group. In the sky above the endless mountain forest, a group of 9 people was flying toward the east at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. With the current speed of Xiaoyan's group, they would be able to reach the Feng clan in less than 2 days. Oh? So Mr. Zhou is an elder of the Alchemist Alliance? I've been disrespectful. However, I seem to have heard the name Zhou Tai from somewhere. On the way, Xiaoyan introduced his group. When Lan Yi heard that there were people from the Alchemist Alliance in Xiaoyan's group, a look of shock appeared on his face. Even he did not think that this seemingly ordinary group would actually include people from the Alchemist Alliance. Haha, the Alchemist Alliance. If you're talking about the domineering Zhou Tai, that's me. Hearing Lan Yi's words, Zhou Tai did not hold back at all. He laughed loudly and introduced himself. Oh. You're that domineering Zhou Tai? It's said that you were born with a domineering aura, making it difficult for normal people to get close to you. When we first met, even I felt a little pressured, haha. Lan Yi was rather straightforward when he met such a bold person like Zhou Tai. As he spoke, he became much more unrestrained. In just a few words, the relationship between the two of them quickly became closer. Although his words were filled with jokes, it still made Zhou Tai very happy. The two of them seemed to have become much closer. Haha, Mr. Xiaoyan, we seem to have only cared about chatting and forgotten about our other friends. Ah, them? I'm afraid we'll have to ask them to personally introduce us. Changing the topic, Lan Yi brought up a matter that did not seem to have anything to do with the current group. The them that the two of them were referring to were naturally the 4 origin transformation experts that had been following them ever since they had left the city. With Xiaoyan and Lan Yi's strength, they had naturally sensed the existence of these 4 people long ago. Even among the people behind them, only the fairy doctor and Mu Ling did not know about them. 4 mere origin transformation experts actually dare to follow us. They're looking to die. From the fact that the other party had been purposely maintaining the distance between them and locking onto their qi, Lan Yi was certain that the 4 of them had come for them. However, he did not understand why these 4 advanced origin transformation experts, who had no chance of victory against him alone, would choose to follow the 9 of them. It should be known that other than Xiaoyan, there were still 4 other origin transformation experts. Could it be that they were intentionally seeking death? However, compared to Lan Yi, Xiaoyan did not believe the matter to be so simple. No one would be foolish enough to challenge a group of returnance experts as origin transformation experts. However, what if they possessed battle prowess that could make returnance experts take them seriously? Master Lan, who do you think would dare to do this in this southernmost land? Xiaoyan's expression was solemn. Although he could not be certain, from this situation, there was an 80 to 90% chance that it was as he thought in his heart. Lan Yi stopped and Xiaoyan stopped at the same time. Luo Jin and the others looked at each other and sank into their thoughts. Mr. Xiaoyan, you mean? Xiaoyan's words immediately reminded Lan Yi. If there really was an organization in the extreme south that dared to do something like this, there really was one. The Celestial Puppet Sect? Lan Yi abruptly turned his head. At the same time the words were spat out from his mouth, his aura instantly locked onto the 4 people at the edge of his sight. The owners of the 4 auras also sensed Lan Yi's probing at the same time. Immediately, the 4 of them ceased hiding and simply increased their speed. In an instant, they had already appeared in the sight of Xiaoyan's group. Hee, are you Feng Jitsu's protector, Lan Yi? A hoarse laugh rang out. The 4 of them clearly understood Lan Yi, which was why they had chased after him so boldly. It seemed like they had already planned for the battle today. You're the 4 elders of the Eastern Valley? As he stared at the 4 embroidered-robed elders in front of him, Lan Yi's eyes rotated as he seemed to have thought of something. If these 4 individuals were members of the Heavenly Puppet Sect, then there were indeed 4 very similar individuals within this faction. Although the 4 of them were only at late origin transformation, their teamwork was extremely good. It was said that when they worked together, their battle prowess could even rival returnance experts. Their battle prowess was much greater than the Tian brothers Xiaoyan had killed before. Haha, looks like Mr. Lan Yi has some understanding of us. If that's the case, the four of us won't say anything more. Let's end this quickly. The four old men immediately laughed aloud when they saw that Lan Yi had actually recognized them. With a wave of their sleeves, silver puppets immediately appeared before them. These puppets were the true representation of their battle prowess. For mid-returnance puppets, the four puppets combined with their terrifying battle prowess meant that Xiaoyan's group was facing 5 returnance experts at the same time. The severity of the situation was self-evident. If Lan Yi had to face them alone, he probably would not have been able to endure it. If it were any other day, Lan Yi would have died without a doubt. However, Xiaoyan's group just happened to be present today. Humph. Just as the 4 elders of the Eastern Valley released the puppets, Xiaoyan and the others beside Lan Yi let out a cold snort in unison. The group of people lined up and their left feet took half a step forward in unison. Waves of force and pressure immediately swept across the sky and pressed against the 4 people opposite them. Don't look down on us. Lan Yi could not help but be slightly surprised when he saw this. At the same time, a stream of warmth flowed through his heart. I must say that your appearance has really caught us by surprise. However, let me give you a few words of advice. If you don't want to cause trouble for yourselves, it's best if you leave obediently. We can treat it as if we've never seen you, or else, sorry, we love meddling in other people's business. The more it has nothing to do with us, the more we want to get involved. We'll just treat it as joining in on the fun. Before the old man could finish speaking, Xiaoyan smirked. With a thought, his powerful presence at early returnance immediately condensed into an invisible gust of wind, sweeping toward the 4 old men like a blade. Clang, soon afterwards, the puppets before the 4 of them suddenly took a step forward. With a swing of their arms, the surrounding space immediately distorted. The invisible pressure was easily blocked by the puppets. So what if you're at returnance? Since you want to die, the 4 of us can only send you on your way. Go. Kill them all. With a loud shout, the puppets in front of the 4 of them also shot forward. End of chapter 1175. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.